A figure dragged itself across the sand. The sun was setting, bathing the world in shades of amber and gold. It was beautiful, perfect, even. The kind of sunset that made people stop and stare, that made them write poetry or take pictures or call their loved ones. The figure's name was Adam Silla. Today, Adam had decided he was going to die. By drowning specifically. It was supposed to be peaceful, poetic, even just him, the waves, and that perfect sunset. Instead, he'd somehow managed to get attacked by a troll of all things, on his carefully chosen quiet beach. The irony that he'd fought so hard to stay alive against something that could have done his job for him wasn't lost on him. But getting his head repeatedly smashed against rocks hadn't been part of the plan. He had standards, after all, except now his body had failed him, again. Just as he'd finally dealt with the troll and worked up the courage to finish things properly, the chair systems had crashed. And now here he was, crawling through blood-stained sand, unable even to die right. The final reading of the connected wheelchair flashed through his mind: critical system failure. Mana stability, 12 dangerous. Neural sync error, offline. Connection lost. At least he'd made it to the beach. He couldn't breathe right. Each gasp tore through his lungs like broken glass, leaving the taste of blood in his mouth. The sand felt wrong under his hands, coarse and wet with something that wasn't just seawater. His legs wouldn't work. Hadn't worked since the fall, or maybe it was the explosion. Everything after the screaming started was a blur. He forced another handful of sand behind him, dragging his body forward. The sea breeze carried salt and rot, and the beach stretched out ahead, empty except for the bodies. So many bodies. The tide was trying to take them, pulling at uniforms and civilian clothes alike. A knight's armor, somehow still pristine except for the dark stains, bobbed in the surf. War didn't care about perfect sunsets or final moments. War just left things broken. Another push. Another few inches gained. His chest hurt. The diagnostic warnings had gone quiet minutes ago, or hours. Time wasn't working right anymore, just a little more. His voice also didn't sound right anymore. Too weak, too old. Each word cost him more breath than he could spare, but the silence was worse. The silence meant hearing the waves lap against dead things. Something massive lay half submerged near the pier. Probably a leviathan. Best not to look at it. Best not to remember what it did before the artillery finally brought it down. Best not to think about the sounds it made. Blood dripped onto sand. His blood this time. A cough racked his body, and for a moment the world went dark around the edges. It hurt so much, but he kept crawling, one hand in front of the other, away from the bodies, away from the thing in the water, away, just a little more. He could almost hear the echoes of laughter, see the ghostly outlines of those long-gone structures. The phantom sensation of sand between his toes, the warmth of the sun on his skin, the salty air that engulfed his lungs, all these memories washed over him, as relentless and bittersweet as the tide itself. 79 years of life, a lifetime for most, an eternity for some. Few were those who could boast of such longevity, and fewer still who'd want to, given the circumstances. Adam Silla's case was, to put it mildly, a surprise to everyone, himself included. At 79 years old, Adam had been sick for 67 of those years. A record, perhaps, though not one anyone would be eager to claim. It had started when he was 12, a persistent cough that refused to go away. By 13, he was spending more time in hospital beds than his own. The disease, a rare magical malady that fed on his very life force and mana pool, had been his constant companion ever since. Despite the odds, Adam had carved out a brilliant career as a mage. Was it talent, determination, or just sheer pig-headed stubbornness? Whatever the reason, the man had refused to give up, even as his body slowly crumbled around him. He outlived so many people, family, friends, acquaintances, had accomplished so many things as a mage, yet Adam felt he had nothing but disappointments to show for it. Disappointments in himself, in others, and something else. Something he couldn't quite put his finger on. Oh well, it would come back to him later. If there was a later, there wouldn't be. Unfulfilled dreams, too, so many of those. This was Sam's dream, actually, to die by the beach. His vision blurred, then sharpened suddenly, mind crystallizing with a clarity he hadn't felt in years. Ah, Sam, there was a name he hadn't heard or pronounced in. How long? Like mother, like father. All long gone now, so long he couldn't even remember their faces anymore. Just impressions, feelings, the ghost of memories that refused to fade. A bird picked at something that might have been a decapitated head nearby. Right there, that exact spot, that's where he'd had his first ice cream. Every Sunday, mother and father would bring him here. And there, where that massive thing lay dead in the water, that's where his mana had manifested for the first time. This is so cool. The echo of a voice, young and excited. Sam, his best friend back then. What had happened between them? They'd been so close. He could still hear Sam's voice, the way he'd tease him constantly, how they'd practice dueling behind the school, how they'd get beaten up by the stronger kids just because. Just like that, he should have stood up to them. Should have stood up. The words came out as a wheeze, followed by another cough. Ah, there it was, the something else he couldn't remember earlier. Regrets, yes, that's what his life could be reduced to. They piled up like the bodies on this beach, didn't they? His hearing started to fade, replaced by the thundering of his own heart. Thump, 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 each beat slower than the last. A countdown he knew too well, sweat mixed with blood on his face despite the cool breeze. Above, a shadow circled patient, waiting. Thump, thump, 56 heart attacks throughout his life. 56 near-death experiences. Not many people could put that on their resume. Each one had taken something from him, a bit of liver here, kidney function there, pieces of himself left behind in hospital rooms that became more familiar than his own bedroom. His arms shook as he tried to pull himself forward again. Failed. You never really appreciate your legs until you wake up one morning in your third favorite hospital room and can't feel them anymore. Puts things into perspective, watching nurses while you pass the playground you used to run in. Watching life continue while yours just stopped. Thump, thump, his heart beat defiantly, a stubborn percussion against the approaching silence. Adam forced himself forward, his movements even more desperate than before. Thump, thump, the bird's shadow grew larger. The sea was right there. He could smell the salt, feel the spray on his face. He just needed to make it a little further to feel the water fill his lungs, to let the waves carry him into the abyss. Thump, thump, the heartbeat slowed, each pulse feeling like it might be the last. Adam's fingers finally touched the water's edge, but it was a hollow victory. His hearing dulled, the sound of the waves fading to a distant roar. Thump. Everything was going black. Adam felt himself slipping away, consciousness flickering like a candle in the wind. Thump. And then nothing, a peculiar lightness spread through his limbs. His fingers wouldn't move anymore, no matter how much he willed them to. His chest felt like concrete had been poured into it, heavy and still. The world tilted sideways, or maybe his head had. Sand pressed against his cheek, each grain suddenly fascinating in its clarity. Just a little more. His hands trembled one final time, then stilled. Through dimming vision, he watched the bird land near his face. Its talons left tiny imprints in the blood-stained sand. So this was it, he'd become another feast, another corpse among the others. The bird cocked its head, studying him with one bright eye. Number 57 did the trick, it seemed. Go ahead, he thought, unable to form the words anymore. At least, something good can come from this. The bird hopped closer, beak aimed at his eye. Then, inexplicably, it spread its wings and took flight, abandoning him there in the sand. What? Not good enough for you either. Something shifted beside him. Not a shadow, there was no shadow to be seen, but a presence, as real as the sand beneath his cheek. The smell of incense cut through the salt and rot, filling Adam's nose, and there were red flowers suddenly growing all around him. Chrysanthemum, by the look of it. Was that magic? Hallucination? He could not feel any mana, though, but then again he could not feel anything. Hallucination it is then. Good evening, said a calm, almost cheerful feminine voice. Beautiful sunset today, isn't it? The clouds are particularly lovely, all those shades of purple and gold. You don't often see them mix quite like that. Though I must say, she continued, the monster birds are being rather picky today. Usually they're not so discriminating about their dinner choices. A strange calm washed over Adam despite the situation, despite his stillness, despite everything. The voice intrigued him, melodious, warm like honey in summer. She must be beautiful, he thought. An elf perhaps know that sweet tone, and here by the sea, a mermaid, were those still around these days? He hadn't heard of one being spotted since the wars began. To his surprise, when he tried to speak, words actually formed. His voice was weak, barely above a whisper, but it was there though he couldn't feel his lips moving anymore. How strange. Who are you? He still couldn't see her, couldn't turn his head. Just the sand, the darkening sky, and that lingering scent of incense mixing with the salt air. Adam heard her sigh, not an exasperated sound, but something almost fond. Oh, Adam, I'm a bit disappointed you don't recognize me, she said, but I understand. It's always different face to face. Do I know you? A soft chuckle like wind chimes in a gentle breeze. Well, I know you. We've met many times before. A pause. 56 times to be exact. This would be our 57th encounter. Silence stretched between them, broken only by the distant waves. Understanding dawned slowly, like the last rays of the setting sun. Ah, you seem shocked, she said, amusement coloring her voice. Why, you quite literally invited this encounter. It's not every day we get to talk to you. He felt more than heard her settling beside him in the sand, a movement without substance. After a moment of comfortable silence, she spoke again. Rise, Adam Silla. Suddenly, he was light, impossibly, wonderfully light. Like a dandelion seed caught in a summer breeze. And there, just below, lay himself. Blue eyes stared unseeing at the darkening sky, mouth slightly parted, skin already taking on that peculiar waxy quality that belonged exclusively to the dead. One hand still reached toward the sea, fingers half curled as if trying to grasp something just out of reach. What a strange thing to see your own corpse. Like stumbling across a wax figure of yourself in an abandoned museum, familiar yet fundamentally wrong. He'd always wondered how others saw him. Mirrors showed you what you expected to see, photographs captured moments rather than truth. But this was different. This was real. The old man on the sand looked smaller than he'd imagined, thinner. Years of illness had carved deep lines around his eyes and mouth, but there was something else there too, a stubborn set to his jaw that even death couldn't quite erase. His white hair, still thick despite everything, was matted with sand and blood and troll drool. The mechanical chair lay broken several yards back, its pieces scattered like fallen autumn leaves. His first reaction was shock, surely that couldn't be him. But then, a sigh escaped him, followed by something that might have been a smile. The tension he'd carried for 67 years finally began to ease from his shoulders. He turned to look at her properly for the first time, and oh, she looked human and yet clearly wasn't, like a painting of a person that somehow stepped out of its frame, too perfect to be real. Her skin was sun-kissed bronze hue, seeming to absorb the dying sunlight rather than reflect it. Hair white as the whitest of moons flowed around her face as if underwater, defying gravity in gentle waves. A midnight blue robe draped her form like liquid shadow, moving with impossible grace even in the stillness. Her features were regal, elegant high cheekbones, full lips curved in a gentle smile, a straight nose that would have made ancient sculptors weep. "I didn't expect you to look like this. Who would have?" She turned to him then, and Adam found himself staring into eyes that contained entire universes, deep green pools filled with spinning galaxies and dying stars. Her smile widened slightly. "Everyone sees me differently," she said. "Some see an old man with a beard, others a young boy or young girl. A grim reaper with a scythe, a wolf, a bright light." She chuckled, the sound like distant wind chimes. "Some people even saw me as a truck." Even her laugh was elegant, Adam noticed. "I'm not unhappy with this form, I must say," she added, running a hand through her cosmic hair. "It suits the evening, don't you think?" "It does," he agreed, watching the sun sink lower. It was strange he had no lungs to breathe with, yet he could feel the air. No skin to feel with, yet the breeze touched him. No nose to smell with, yet the incense scent lingered. But apparently even as a soul, his legs still didn't work. Seriously, as the sun dipped closer to the horizon, he asked, "When do we go?" "What do you mean? You came here to take me, didn't you?" She traced patterns in the sand with a finger that left no marks. "Did I? What do you mean?" Adam then drew in what felt like a breath. Funny how those habits lingered even without a body. He wanted to say something. "I'm ready." The words were difficult to push out, weighted with all his regrets and unfinished business. He wasn't ready, not really, but at least this confirmed something, didn't it? An afterlife. The possibility of seeing them all again, make amends, mother, father, Sam, everyone. Wait, the realization hit him like a bucket of ice water. Adam had never believed in any of the old gods or the new ones, had actively rejected them all in fact. If there was an afterlife, then there was probably everything else too, paradise, and its rather uncomfortable alternative. Oh no. He looked at the woman beside him, suddenly very aware that he might have seriously miscalculated his entire philosophical stance on existence. Adam gulped audibly, the daunting question lodged somewhere in his non-existent throat. She smiled at him then. "Do you really want to go?" Confusion washed over Adam. He turned back to look at his body lying in the sand, then at her, then back at the body again. There was no ambiguity there, no rise and fall of the chest, no flutter of pulse at the throat, not even the smallest twitch of muscle. That was without question a corpse. His corpse, dead as dead could be. "Do I have a choice?" he asked slowly, the words coming out uncertain and slightly baffled. The lady's smile curved into something more enigmatic. "Well," she said, "I have a deal for you." A deal, not suspicious at all. No matter what the fairy tales said about absolutely never striking deals with mysterious cosmic beings. Very normal. "What kind of deal?" he asked anyway, his spectral voice cautious. "A second chance," she said simply, "to go back, live your life again, make different choices, be happier." The words felt unreal at first. Adam's non-existent heart seemed to stop all over again. The sunset, the beach, even his own corpse, everything blurred around him as her words echoed in his mind. Go back. The images flashed through his consciousness in a torrent: the day the bombs fell, the screams of people as magic tore reality apart, his father's last breath in his arms as the healing spells failed one by one, the burning cities, the mass graves, the dead marches, the endless refugee camps, the final devastating war that had turned the world into a wasteland, as Mages unleashed powers that should have remained forbidden. He'd watched it all crumble. Watched as humanity tore itself apart, watched as the fairy realms collapsed, as corruption poisoned everything good, as hope itself died a slow, agonizing death. He'd lived long enough to see the last tree wither, the last clean river turn toxic, lived to see the world dungeon rise, and now this being was offering him a chance to. His mind couldn't even process it. The sheer magnitude of what she was suggesting, the possibility of maybe, just maybe, his ghostly form trembled. All his carefully constructed acceptance, his hard-won peace with death, his resignation to the end, it all shattered like glass. A second chance. Those three words contained everything he'd ever wanted and everything he'd forced himself to stop hoping for. What was all Adam managed to whisper? Another thought cut through his shock. Everything had a price. What was death's? As if reading his thoughts, and perhaps she spoke. You're wondering about the cost. She drew patterns in the air with her finger, leaving trails of stardust that formed and reformed into spiraling galaxies. But there isn't one. This moment, right here, was always meant to be. She gestured at the darkening horizon. Whatever happens to you has been waiting to happen since the beginning of time. Every tear, every loss, every moment of despair, it shaped you. Her voice grew gentle. You're not here to correct a mistake, Adam. You're here because this is exactly where you're supposed to be. Think of it less as a second chance and more as the next step in your journey. Why me? Adam asked, his voice small against the vastness of what she offered. I was just a mage, but not. He gestured helplessly at nothing and everything, not nearly enough to change whatever's coming. Not powerful enough to stop all. That, why not, she replied. Others have walked this path before you. A simple farmer once changed the course of history and all he wanted was to grow wheat. She turned to face the sea again. If you could go back with all your memories intact, what kind of man would you be? Adam Silla. Adam considered her question, really considered it. He wanted everything he did not have the pleasure to experience in his life. He wanted to travel the world, go on adventures, eat the most succulent meals, to drink the most bizarre drinks, talk and befriend people of all intelligent races, visit their lands, experience their culture. Adam wanted to live, simply live, but then a flicker of fear crossed his spectral features. In order for him to do that, there would need to be a world to begin with. So would he be burdened with the mission of stopping that? He felt the fear of failure, fear of watching it all crumble again, fear of being too weak, too late, too little. But then something else kindled in his eyes, a spark of defiance, bright and sharp as the first star appearing in the darkening sky. The same defiance that had kept him studying when others said magic was beyond him after the illness. The same fire that had made him push forward when his body wouldn't work. The same stubborn light that had kept him fighting long after hope had died. The spark that, even after everything, had never quite gone out. Yes, she said, satisfaction in her voice. That is exactly what you need to feel. Adam confirmed then that she was indeed reading his thoughts, though he had no actual head anymore, so she was reading his. What exactly? The metaphysical implications were starting to give him a metaphysical headache. She rose to her feet, and Adam found himself looking up and up and up. She seemed to stretch into infinity, her robes merging with the darkening sky, stars dancing in their folds. She extended her hand down to him, a hand that somehow remained elegant and human-sized despite her cosmic proportions. Accept the deal, she said, her voice now echoing all over the space. Fight for the world you would like to live in. Her voice grew softer, gentler. And when it's all over, when all is said and done and you have completed a hopefully long, satisfying life, she paused, her star-filled eyes warm, then I will take you. Being promised collection by this entity, even one who looked like a beautiful lady, should not have felt reassuring. Yet somehow it only made Adam more determined to make that meeting as distant as possible. He smiled and reached for her hand. It felt like touching starlight and shadow at once, warm and cool, solid and ethereal, impossibly ancient and perfectly present. Deal. The moment their hands clasped, everything, the beach, the sunset, his corpse, even death herself, simply ceased. No fade to white, no dramatic flash, just sudden, complete nothingness. No up or down, no light or dark, no sound or silence, not even the concept of empty space. Just nothing. Through the nothingness, her voice came one last time, make it count, Adam Silla. Adam floated in the nothingness, formless and senseless. Time lost all meaning. He couldn't tell if seconds or eons had passed. The emptiness was absolute, oppressive. Then a flicker, a pinprick of awareness in the endless. It grew, expanding like a bubble in the void. Suddenly, glowing blue text materialized before him, system initializing. The words hung there, impossibly bright in what was now darkness. More text appeared, each line bringing a surge of sensation back to Adam's formless consciousness. Name, Adam Silla. Race, human. Life force, 100-100. Class, Mage. Date, 5th of Sapin, 847 AR. As the last line faded, reality crashed back into existence around him. The first thing that came back was sensation, a dull throb that seemed to exist everywhere and nowhere at once. Then pressure, the weight of his own body, real and solid and impossibly heavy. His lungs burned as they remembered how to breathe, each heartbeat thundering in his ears like a drum. Consciousness trickled in like water through a cracked dam. Well, dead. Poke him with a stick. Your wand away before. The voices faded in and out, mixing with the ringing in his ears. Mr. Silla, everything felt too much, the cold wetness on his face, the taste of blood in his mouth, the hard ground beneath him, the scratch of rough fabric against his skin. His nerve endings fired all at once, relearning what it meant to be alive. Adams, leave him. Should we get the... Breathing look, his eyelids flickered, impossibly heavy. Light stabbed at his retinas, making the world swim in blurry patches of color. Something shifted, nearby shadows moving against brightness. Mr. Silla, can you hear me? The world slowly began to arrange itself into recognizable shapes, like a painting coming into focus. The ringing in his ears faded to a distant hum, replaced by the clear voices of the world swam in and out of focus, faces hovering above him. Faces he'd forgotten he once knew, faces that had haunted his dreams for decades. This was like watching a memory play out, except attribute unlocked, regressor's memory. The memories crashed into Adam like a tidal wave. The beach, death, her star-filled eyes. The deal, He jolted upright, earning a chorus of startled gasps from the crowd around him. I think you broke him, Damus. His head whipped left, then right, taking in the sea of young faces staring at him like he'd grown a second head. They all looked so small, so unbearably young. Strong hands gripped his shoulders, steadying him. Easy there, Mr. Scylla, you need to breathe. That was quite the hit you took during the duel. The adult voice paused, hardening slightly. For which you will come and see me in my office, Mr. Lightbringer. Adam heard a tusk somewhere in the crowd. It worked. It really worked. He was. Wait, he squinted at the man holding his shoulders. Who was? Ah, the stern face, the scarred face that could only come from battle, the silver-streaked beard. Crowley, Professor Crowley, his heart hammered against his ribs. There was Damus Lightbringer, standing awkwardly to the side, looking so young it hurt. No scar carved into his face, no hollow darkness in his eyes, just a boy who'd cast a spell too powerful for a practice duel. The 5th of Sapin. The day he'd spent a day in the infirmary because little Damus couldn't control his temper. Look at him, that little. Adam's eyes widened, that voice, that impossible voice. He turned slowly, looking past Crowley, and there was Sam, alive, whole, young, stupid, wonderful Sam with his crooked grin and worried eyes, his ginger hair catching the sunlight like copper wire. Adam's trembling fingers found his own face smooth, impossibly elastic skin, the sharp sting where Damus's spell had hit him, cool water droplets still clinging to his cheeks. He felt the roundness there, the absence of decades of worry lines. Young, he was young. A laugh bubbled up from somewhere deep inside him, wild and uncontrolled, bordering on hysterical. Did he hit his head? Should we get the healer? He's gone mental. Adam, Sam's voice cut through the whispers, concerned. Are you all right? Adam threw his head back and shouted to the sky, not caring how crazy he looked, not caring about anything except the air in his young lungs and the beating of his restored heart. I'm back. Yeah, you definitely broke him, Damus. What is your name, young man? Nobody had called him young in ages. The thought made Adam chuckle, earning him a sharp look from the nurse. A movement near the door caught his attention. The nurse's familiar, a large sunhound whose name danced frustratingly at the edge of his memory. What was his name again? Buddy, Bailey, something with B. The creature was watching him with unusual intensity, his head tilted in that peculiar way animals do when they sense something isn't quite right. Adam Scylla, ma'am. The words came automatically while his eyes wandered, trying not to meet the sunhound's unnervingly perceptive gaze. The infirmary smelled exactly as he remembered: bitter herbs and sweet-scented healing potions, with that underlying tang of antiseptic magic that always made his nose itch. Afternoon light streamed through tall windows, catching dust motes that danced in the air and making the sunhound's fur shimmer like gold. He'd forgotten about those windows, how they filled the room with golden light at this hour. Is something wrong, Biscuit? The nurse asked, noticing her familiar's unusual behavior. Biscuit, that was it. The name clicked into place in Adam's mind with an almost physical sensation of relief. The sunhound's nose twitched, and Adam could feel the creature's innate magic reaching out, sensing something different, something changed. Sunhounds were known for their ability to detect illness and magical anomalies. It was why they made such excellent familiars for healers. But surely it couldn't. Adam looked away. There were the familiar white curtains separating the beds, starched so stiffly they could probably stand on their own. And those shelves rows upon rows of colored bottles, their contents shimmering with barely contained alchemy. Blue for mana restoration, red for blood replenishment, that peculiar shade of green for bone mending. And what day is it? 5th of Sapin. His gaze caught on the ceiling beams. Dark wood, worn smooth by centuries of magic. How many generations of students had laid here, staring up at those same beams? Year, 847 after restoration. He'd always wondered about that crack in the third beam that looked exactly like a dragon. Strange how some memories stay with you, crystal clear, while others. And who is our current archmage? Sergeus the... Adam caught himself just in time. Sergeus the dead, his mind supplied. Sergeus the betrayed. Sergeus whose body would be found in 3 years after. The wise, he finished smoothly. The nurse, Miss Thornhart, that was her name, narrowed her eyes at his hesitation. She'd been old when he was young the first time, her hair already steel gray and pulled back in that severe bun. But her hands were steady as she held up her wand, its tip glowing with diagnostic light. Ah, wands. He hadn't seen one in years. They'd fallen out of fashion in his time, as wand and staff users became increasingly rare. Not by choice, of course. Hard to maintain a tradition when most of its practitioners were dead. Wands were mainly used by those who struggled with manual spell, weaving the spell dyslexic, as some unkindly called them in first years, just starting to learn the basics of magic. The runic inscriptions helped focus and guide the mana flow that some mages couldn't naturally control with their hands. So strange seeing one here now. So strange seeing everything here. Miss Thornhart sighed, finally lowering her wand. He seems perfectly fine, Professor Crowley. Just a mild concussion. A night's rest should set him right. Professor Crowley shifted uncomfortably, his dark robes rustling. Are you certain this isn't a case of? He hesitated, then leaned closer to Miss Thornhart's ear. Possession. The nurse's expression hardened. That was the first thing I checked when you brought him in, babbling about being back. The diagnostic showed nothing unusual. No foreign essences, no spiritual intrusion. He's perfectly normal. Crowley turned to Adam, his bushy eyebrows furrowed. Then what was that about, young man? That shout about being back? Adam managed what he hoped was a suitably embarrassed smile. I got knocked out, sir. Wasn't thinking straight when I came to. He couldn't exactly tell them he'd traveled decades back in time. They'd either think he was mentally unstable, and wouldn't that be an interesting first day back, or assume he was making light of serious magical principles. Or worse, label him a deviant. The 3 absolute rules of magic were drilled into every mage from their first day. Nothing is created, everything is transformed. Death is irreversible, time is uncontrollable. These weren't just theoretical principles, they were fundamental laws that defined the boundaries between responsible magic use and dangerous deviation. Breaking them wasn't just impossible, the mere suggestion of trying marked you as someone who couldn't be trusted with magic. Luckily enough, even the mad respected these boundaries. The last recorded attempt to break them was some 800 years ago, a rather unfortunate case of skill issue, as modern mages would say. So at least no one's first thought upon hearing him say I'm back would be time travel. Time travel, in particular, was considered dangerous nonsense, the kind of thing that got you funny looks in the better cases and serious discussions about your fitness to study magic in the worse ones. For the absolute worst case, as a deviant, you'd find yourself having a very final discussion with the Mage Council's executioner. They were quite efficient about it, too. No dramatic trials, no last words, just a very quick solution to a very dangerous problem. Adam almost smiled at the irony. He'd spent years believing the same thing, dismissing the very notion as absurd. Then he broke the 2nd and 3rd rules an hour ago, which in itself would be fine to explain if he could prove it. Not that he could or should. That would involve explaining things to people who solved magical anomalies by removing them permanently. Well, in their defense, when entire civilizations are wiped out overnight and continents reshape themselves because someone decided to be innovative with these rules, you tend to take them seriously. The 4th age ended that way, and the 3rd, and the 2nd. Ruins of those ancient magical societies stood as silent warnings, their perfectly circular voids in reality still studied by modern mages. So their zealousness in enforcing these rules was understandable. Must have been quite a knock to the head, Crowley muttered, not quite convinced. You have no idea, Adam grinned, then noticed both adults staring at him with unsettled expressions. Right, teenagers didn't usually respond to authority figures with knowing grins. He swung his legs off the bed. I'm leaving now. The words were out before he could stop them, and he immediately saw Professor Crowley's eyebrows shoot up while Miss Thornhart's lips pressed into a thin line. Decades of being an accomplished mage, of making his own decisions, of being the authority figure, he'd completely forgotten how these interactions were supposed to go. Students didn't announce their departures to professors, they asked permission. Basic manners that had been drilled into him as a child, now completely forgotten in the habits of adulthood. Adam caught himself and cleared his throat, fighting back another inappropriate grin. I mean, may I be excused, Miss Thornhart, Professor? The nurse's expression had shifted from stern to oddly curious, while Crowley was looking at him as if he'd grown a second head. Adam gestured vaguely at his own temple, forcing an apologetic smile. The concussion, remember. The excuse was becoming quite convenient, really. Biscuit finally seemed to make up his mind, padding over to Adam and pressing his warm nose against his hand. Whatever the Sunhound had sensed earlier appeared to have been dismissed as non-threatening, though Miss Thornhart's thoughtful expression suggested she'd be keeping a closer eye on her newest patient. Much to Adam's displeasure. You may go, Mr. Silla. Please be careful, and you do not have to come to tomorrow's practice. Get some rest, he ran. Here's the thing about running. When you've spent decades barely able to walk, dragging yourself around in a wheelchair, watching your body betray you bit by bit, well, running becomes something of a dream, a half-forgotten memory that makes your heart ache. Young people at the Zerk's Celestial Academy of Mystical Arts, or for short, Zerks, took it for granted this ability to just pick up your feet and move, to feel the wind in your face, to cover distance with nothing but the strength of your own legs. Adam ran through the courtyard, his feet pounding against the ancient stones, past startled students with their various familiars. Zerks had only one rule about familiars: as long as it didn't burn or kill other students or furniture and could fit in a classroom, it was allowed. That was 2 rules. Anyway, students stared at the weird kid sprinting and laughing like a maniac. He didn't care. He ran in place, feeling his muscles respond instantly. Perfectly, no pain, no stiffness, no betrayal, just pure, beautiful motion. The late afternoon sun cast the academy's white towers in gold, their spiral tips reaching into the cloudy sky like they always had. Scylla someone greeted with a nod, while another called out, "Watch it, Scylla," as he nearly collided with them. He waved a quick apology, laughing as he ran on. Snatches of conversation followed him as he racing death. And a few curious glances turned his way children who would become colleagues, rivals, friends, some even enemies. But right now they were just confused teenagers watching another teenager have what appeared to be a mental breakdown in the middle of the school grounds. It felt like flying. It felt like freedom. It felt like a dream, except it wasn't a dream. And that was even better. "Hey, shrimp." Adam stopped automatically, his body responding before his mind could intervene. What was that called again? Ah yes, reflexes, and in this case it seemed his body was still wired in a way that made him answer to specific things still. A habit he would have to correct soon. He turned around, still panting, still smiling to see Damus approaching with his usual entourage. They were talking among themselves, snickering, not really evil, just kids drunk on the power of being in the right group at the right time with the right leader. Damus Lightbringer. Now there was a story. Heir to House Lightbringer, descendant of the last Sword Saint, and one of the most talented student in their promotion. Everyone knew who he was, how could they not? His magical potential was off the charts, and he had the kind of natural charisma that drew people to him like moths to flame. Adam and Damus had known each other practically since birth. Their fathers, Duke Jasper Lightbringer and Arthur Scylla, had been adventurers together, part of the Jolly Jumper Party. They'd even survived being trapped in the Midnight Labyrinth, an infamous dungeon, for 3 years and came out of it as its conquerors. The stories about them were still told in taverns across the continent. Funny thing was, Adam couldn't quite pinpoint when Damus had changed. The two of them been close as children, practically brothers. Then they came to Xerx together and something shifted. It started small, a joke here, a comment there, always about Adam's insecurities, always in front of others. The friendly sparring matches that left bruises, the way he'd wait until others were watching before pulling his little pranks. And of course there was the nickname Shrimp, how lovely. Though to be fair, looking down at his current body, Adam had to admit he was rather scrawny at this age. All knees and elbows and absolutely zero muscle. No wonder Damus had started calling him that. Wait, started, was starting. Time travel really did mess with your verb tenses. They crowded around him, that special kind of teenage intimidation disguised as playful roughhousing. Marcus Blackthorne grabbed him in a headlock, ruffling his hair with knuckles just a bit too hard to be friendly. Finn Cooper and Leon Walsh flanked them, creating that familiar wall of bodies that always made escape impossible. "Man, you really got your ass handed to you," Marcus laughed, still not letting go. "For a moment there, I thought you were dead." "Crowley's got some nerve," Leon added, his freckled face split in a grin, matching you with Damus. "Everyone knows he's the best fighter in second year." "There we go. Third year too," Finn chimed in, always the eager one. "Remember when he beat Jules from third year in practice?" "Third year? Really?" "Fifth year," Marcus added, finally releasing Adam. "Don't forget about Catherine from fifth year. It was a miracle their noses weren't brown yet from all the licking." Damus stood slightly apart, that familiar half-smile on his face as he watched his friend's roughhouse with Adam. He had that look, the one that said he was above it all while secretly orchestrating every moment. "Sorry about that spell from earlier, Shrimp," he finally said. He always insisted on finishing all his sentences addressed to Adam with that word. Then came the usual patronizing remarks. "You had it coming though. Your footwork's terrible. No wonder you keep falling. Good old Damus. So predictable." Ooh, there goes that half-smile again. This meant it was time for the false sympathy in 3, 2, 1. "Hope you're not holding a grudge, are you, S?" Shrimp, Adam finished, earning him the widened eyes of Damus and his fanboys. It was strange, back then now. When all this started, Adam had refused to believe Damus could be like this. They'd shared too many childhood memories, too many secret adventures. Then gradually that disbelief had turned into fear and anger, mostly at himself for never fighting back, for letting it happen. It was also, as Adam only now realized, the reason he hated eating shrimps. The taste of them, the sight of them, the word itself. It always reminded him of how passive he was back then when clearly he had no reason to be. Others would end up paying the price for that passive acceptance, unfortunately. But now, looking at Damus, Adam felt more baffled than anything else. How had he ever been intimidated by this? Because this was just a kid. A privileged kid with that spiky blonde hair that used to be the trend at this point in time. God, it looked ridiculous now that he saw it again. His face was scattered with acne that no amount of magical remedies seemed to cure. His uniform was perfectly pressed. Of course couldn't have the Lightbringer air looking anything less than perfect, but his tie was deliberately loose in that "I'm too cool to care" way that took at least 10 minutes to get right. Just another noble kid with pimples playing at being a big shot, really. Funny how perspective changes everything. What are you looking at? Adam smiled. A window. Actually, you should avoid scratching those, he said, gesturing vaguely at Damas's face. Moonweaver Apothecary makes this really effective magical ointment for acne. Not very well known, but it works wonders. Marcus, Finn, and Leon froze, their heads swiveling back and forth between Adam and Damas. Their expressions shifted from confusion to shock to something approaching horror. Ah, right, the unwritten rule, thou shalt not mention Damas Lightbringer's skin condition. Ever. It was like the sun, everyone saw it, everyone knew about it, but nobody dared speak of it, not even to offer help, especially not to offer help. Damas's eyes went wide, and his face. Oh, his face was turning a fascinating shade of red that had nothing to do with acne. What did you say? Damas's voice was low, his eyes darting around to check if anyone had dared to laugh. Oh, Adam said, raising his voice to ensure perfect clarity across the courtyard. I said, he inspired then, you should avoid scratching your acne. He enunciated each word with deliberate precision. And that MONWAVER apothecary makes a really effective magical ointment for it. Not very well known, but IT works wonders. The words rang out across the suddenly silent courtyard. A few students who hadn't heard the first time stopped to stare. Someone gasped. A group of third years paused their conversation mid-sentence. Adam maintained eye contact with Damas, his expression perfectly neutral, as if he'd just commented on the weather rather than committed what amounted to social suicide in the hierarchy of Zerks. One might argue there was no need for this. Adam was technically an adult now, and stooping to teenager-level provocation seemed beneath him. But this was long overdue. Because here's the thing about letting people treat you however they want. You're not just setting your own boundaries. Sometimes you're teaching them how to treat others around you. Adam's passivity, his weakness, his desperate hope that things would get better if he just endured it quietly, all of that had consequences. Consequences that extended far beyond his own suffering. Sam, it started in their third year. The signs were all there, crystal clear in hindsight. Sam switched rooms suddenly, made excuses not to be seen with Adam anymore. Then came the bruises he couldn't explain, the way he'd flinch at sudden movements. The final straw came at their third end-of-year ceremony. Damas' friends thought it would be hilarious to project images across the great hall, images of Sam, naked, being forced to dance and pose, tears streaming down his face. They played it in front of everyone, the entire school, visiting dignitaries from the city, Sam's family. His little sister had been there. If Adam had just once taken Sam aside, really talked to him, instead of pretending not to notice. If he'd asked about those bruises, about why Sam suddenly couldn't look him in the eye anymore. If he'd just done something, anything, but he hadn't. Even though his own illness was already starting to show back then, even though his legs would sometimes give out without warning, even though he was scared and in pain, that wasn't really an excuse, was it? Because he could have still spoken up, could have told a professor, could have confronted Damas, could have at least let Sam know he wasn't alone. Instead, his silence had sent a message. If Adam wouldn't even stand up for himself, he definitely wouldn't stand up for Sam. It made Sam an easy target, the quiet kid whose only friend wouldn't even snitch. Free game, as they say. One conversation, that's all it might have taken. One moment of courage, one decision to set boundaries, one friend actually being a friend instead of a coward. But he'd chosen to watch instead, to stay quiet, to hope it would all just go away on its own. Sam didn't live to see the next sunrise. He preferred ending his life than facing the humiliation. And Adam just watched, like he always did, but not this time. Not this time. The reasonable course of action, the mature one, would be to report any bullying to a professor. That's what any sensible adult would advise. But sometimes, kids didn't need a scolding. Especially not privileged, self-absorbed little shits who were completely oblivious to the suffering they caused others. Sometimes what they really needed was a good punch in the face. Of course, it would be completely unethical for an adult to go around punching 12-year-olds. That would be wrong on so many levels. Oh, but wait. Technically speaking, in this exact moment, Adam wasn't an adult at all. In fact, he was very much 12 years old too. His lips curved into a smile. Damas grabbed Adam's collar, yanking him close. Have you gone completely insane? Easy, Damas, we could be see. Shut up, Leon. Leon's mouth snapped shut. Mind letting go. I don't like being this close to people. His eyes flickered to Damas's face, especially with a face like that. Damas's face contorted, a vein visibly pulsing in his forehead. His free hand clenched into a fist, drawing back. Here we go. Now, Adam wasn't a battle mage by any means, though decades of practicing defensive and offensive spells did count for something. In his current physical state, he probably couldn't win a straight-up fight with Damas. The boy had at least 20 pounds on him, all muscle. But street fights didn't work like duels. Adam had read about this during one of his longer hospital stays, in a book that definitely shouldn't have been in the children's ward. Rule number 1 of street fighting, the element of surprise. As Damas's fist came sailing toward his face, Adam's mind was already moving, conceptualizing the pattern of a barrier spell. No time for hand gestures, just pure visualization, drawing mana from his surroundings and shaping it with practiced precision. The geometric patterns formed in his mind: hexagonal reinforcement, distributed force dispersion, minimal energy waste. Aegis barrier. Damas's fist slammed into the barrier with a sound like hitting thick glass. He stumbled back with a howl, clutching his hand. What did you do? The translucent barrier shimmered around Adam, its hexagonal patterns catching the sunlight. He hadn't moved an inch, hadn't even raised his hands. The spell had simply appeared. Fighting, someone excitedly shouted as gasps and whispers rippled through the growing crowd. Isn't that an Aegis barrier spell? A voice cut through the murmurs. That's a third-year defensive spell. How's he weaving it without gestures or grimoire? The barrier hummed softly, steady and unwavering, while Damas stared at his reddening knuckles in disbelief. His eyes darted between his injured hand and Adam's calm face, trying to process what had just happened. Second rule of street fighting: double down on the surprise. While Damas was still blabbering, Adam charged forward. The 5th of Sapin, year 847 after restoration today, when Damas had used the spell, hardening, during their practice session, knocking Adam unconscious with a blow to the face. That's when he returned to this time, waking up on the ground with the taste of blood in his mouth and decades of memories suddenly crammed into his 12-year-old brain, because it made this moment so much sweeter. As he closed the distance, mana flowed around his fist, condensing into a dark, metallic coating that seemed to drink in the light. The little noble's mouth was still open, probably forming some threat or insult, when Adam's mana-enhanced fist connected with his jaw. The impact rang out like a hammer striking an anvil, a satisfying crack that seemed to echo across the suddenly silent courtyard. Damas actually spun from the force of it, saliva and blood arcing through the air, before crumpling to the ground like a puppet with cut strings. This felt really, really good. You have dealt 32 damage. You have received 5 recoil damage. +1 endurance, +1 agility. Dom froze momentarily as the words materialized in his mind. What was that? It was there when he came to, and here again, it surely was not magic. Spells could easily be identified since they had mana traces in them. This felt like nothing at all. Adam quickly glanced around. Had anyone else noticed? No, it seemed not. Damage, recoil. He instinctively understood their meaning, though the implications were foreign and troubling. He pushed the thought aside, forcing himself to focus. This wasn't the time. Damas groaned, his hands pressing against the ground as he tried to push himself up. Blood trickled from his split lip and his eyes were unfocused, but somehow he was still conscious. Had to give it to him, the guy was stubborn. Rule 3 of street fighting: when in doubt, hit them again. Adam took 2 quick steps forward and brought his foot up in a clean arc, connecting solidly with Damas's face just as he managed to get his head off the ground. The impact made a sound that was somehow both wet and crunchy, and the strange blue messages appeared again. Stop. Leon and Marcus rushed forward, with Marcus grabbing Adam's arm while Leo positioned himself between them and Damas, who had finally properly collapsed. You've lost your mind, Marcus shouted, trying to pull Adam back. You could have killed him. Adam looked at the hand gripping his arm with the same detached interest he'd shown Damas earlier. Let go. Marcus flinched at his tone, and Finn, who'd been watching from the side, cleared his throat. Marcus, let him go. At least one of them was smart. As they hauled Damas's limp form toward the infirmary, Adam called after them, if any of you want some more, you know where to find me. They didn't answer. The courtyard erupted. Did you see that? Without hand gestures, someone get Professor Maris. The voices overlapped, creating a wall of sound. That was amazing. A first year practically bounced in place. He's going to be in so much trouble, a prefect muttered, already heading for the faculty wing. Damas had it coming, someone whispered, then louder when others nodded. He really did. Professor Maris is going to flip. Did anyone else see the barrier pattern? That was advanced geometric. But from HIM, isn't he barely passing? I heard Damas was bullying. Adam looked up, scanning the growing crowd, and there on the second-floor balcony stood Sam. His eyes were wide, mouth slightly open, hands gripping the railing. He smiled, gave a little wave, then pointed up. I'm coming there. The crowd parted as he approached the stairs. He could feel their stares, most of them just confused. A few older students were already theorizing about his spell work, gesturing at each other with academic excitement. Others whispered behind their hands, no doubt already drafting letters home about this. Someone should tell a professor, a girl insisted. Shut up, Maya, that was the coolest thing I've ever seen. Did you see his face? He wasn't even worried. Damas was bleeding. Good, his legs worked for now at least, and he savored the simple ability to climb stairs without pain. The students on the stairwell pressed themselves against the walls, giving him a wide berth. That barrier spell, though. Forget the barrier, did you see that punch? My sister said Finn made someone cry yesterday. Yeah, but this isn't the way. Isn't it though? He kept climbing one step at a time, heading toward Sam, toward a future he was going to change. What the hell was that? Sam's arms were flailing wildly. Since when do you fight like some kind of mystical warrior monk from the eastern mountains? Did you secretly train with shadow assassins while I wasn't looking? Adam couldn't help but chuckle. God, he'd forgotten how Sam could turn everything into some fantasy novel reference. It's so nice to see you, Sam. I missed you a lot. He opened his arms. Want a hug? Sam's face contorted into an expression of pure confusion. The students around them exchanged glances, whispering behind their hands. Adam couldn't care less. Why are you being so weird, dude? Sam took a step back. Miss me. We literally share a dorm. We saw each other at breakfast. He squinted. Did you hit your head? Because that would explain the sudden martial arts skills and the weird emotional stuff. It had been decades for Adam, though. He just kept smiling, arms still wide open. Hug, come on, stop it. Sam looked around frantically. People are staring. This is not helping your reputation after that whole thing you just pulled, and then stop looking at me like that. Why are you looking at me like that? Adam didn't budge, just stood there smiling. Fine, Sam threw his hands up in defeat. One side hug, like normal people, like bros do, just stop with the puppy eyes. Sam awkwardly shuffled closer, giving Adam the most hesitant, rigid side hug in the history of side hugs, complete with the mandatory 2 pats on the back that apparently made it more masculine. The 2-pat side hug was so awkwardly Sam that he had to bite back a laugh. 60 years and some things never changed. He matched the awkward energy, giving his own 2 pats in return, playing along with the whole bros being bros thing that had seemed so important when they were actually 12. It was ridiculous and perfect and absolutely everything he needed. There, done, happy now. Sam pulled back, adjusting his robes and eyeglasses like they'd been somehow disheveled. Can we talk about the fact that you just went full warrior mage on Damas? Because that feels like the more pressing topic here. Saw it in a book, Adam said, grinning. What book? Because Sam glanced around, suddenly very aware of the dozens of eyes still fixed on them. He hunched his shoulders slightly, that familiar nervous tick Adam had almost forgotten about. Hey, maybe we should go to the library, or the dining hall, somewhere less. Sam gestured vaguely at their audience. Wait, Adam's eyes lit up. Is Zerk still doing that tomato soup? Are you serious right now? Sam's jaw dropped. Zerk's tomato soup, the soup that literally has whole tomatoes floating in it, the one that made people actually cry. That soup, that's the one. The soup that started a petition to ban it last term, the one they say violates at least 3 cooking regulations, the one that… Yes, Sam, that soup, the awful one, I want some. Did that punch scramble your brain? Because I distinctly remember you saying it tasted like someone boiled old boots in tomato juice and then forgot about it for a week. Adam was already walking. Maybe his palate had changed after 60 years, or maybe he just missed how horrifically bad it was. Sometimes you don't appreciate truly terrible things until they're gone. Are you coming? He called back to Sam. I want to see your face when I actually enjoy it. This is definitely brain damage, Sam muttered, hurrying to catch up. We're going to need to get you checked out, right after you explain about that book, and the fighting, and why you're suddenly craving food crimes. Adam's face scrunched up as he swallowed. See, I told you. Sam was practically bouncing in his seat. What did you think was going to happen? Apparently 60 years hadn't changed his palate at all. If anything, the soup was worse than he remembered, chunks of barely cooked tomatoes floating in what tasted like hot water someone had waved a tomato at. From a distance. No salt, no pepper. Ah, that feels nostalgic. He took another spoonful. Sam stopped mid-rant, staring at him. Are you actually eating more? The dining hall of Zerk's brought back memories. Just like before, it had a glass dome ceiling. Blue fire orbs floated near the top, mixing with the daylight. Round tables were spread across 3 levels, connected by staircases and floating platforms. Plants grew everywhere on the walls and hanging baskets, and some of them would steal food when students weren't looking. By the way, where are your eyeglasses? Adam blinked. Ah, that explained why everything had been slightly blurry. In his time, they had developed a complex artifice-enhanced spell for vision correction. It had taken decades to perfect the layered runes and enchantments needed to handle different types of vision problems. But that was still 20 years away from being created, and another 5 again from being perfected. Now, he'd have to make do with regular eyeglasses. Must have lost them during the thing with Damas this morning. I'll check the found objects later. Speaking of Damas, Sam leaned forward. What was that all about, seriously? Sam, Adam set down his spoon. Starting today, we're going to fight back. Yes, Adam grinned. You wanted to know about those spells, right? Yeah, an adventurer mage taught them to me. I've been practicing in secret. Sam's eyes went wide. What other spells did you learn? When did this happen? Why didn't you tell me? She made me promise not to tell anyone. Adam's smile turned mysterious, but she had floating white hair and galaxies in her eyes. Sam stared at him for a long moment. Why are you doing this? Doing what? Bullshitting me. I'm not though, right? You're saying you talked to a girl. Adam froze for a second. He'd expected Sam to not believe him anyway, but not the reason of his disbelief. Wait, he said, that's the only thing you retained from what I said. I told you she had white hair and literal galaxies in her eyes. Galaxies, Sam, but she was a girl. PSHH, right. Sam's face couldn't have been more serious if he tried. Right. That's who they had been, two awkward, bookish nerds who could barely string two words together when a girl walked by. God, this was embarrassing. He'd somehow forgotten that part of his past self. Adam laughed. Excuse me, a hesitant voice interrupted them. Are you going to finish that? Adam turned to find a round-faced boy hovering by their table, his black robes bearing a single red line on the shoulder of first year. Blonde hair fell into clear brown eyes, and his cheeks were slightly flushed, either from the stares or from gathering the courage to approach upper years. Something about the boy's jovial expression tugged at Adam's memory. Do I know this guy? The soup, the boy clarified, pointing at Adam's bowl. If you're not going to, please save me from myself. Adam pushed the bowl toward him. I'm Adam, by the way, this is Sam. Leo, the boy plopped down beside them, already reaching for the spoon. I saw what you did earlier with that barrier spell. That was incredible. Was that really a multi-layered weave? We've only just started learning basic patterns in Professor Kern's class, you know. Straight lines for push and pull, direction matters more than force. He mimicked their professor's droning voice perfectly. Sam snorted. Oh man, Kern's still using that line. When we were first years, he made us recite it before every practical session. Direction before force, focus before flow. It was a multi-layered spell. Adam cut in, watching Leo attack the soup with surprising enthusiasm. Double hexagonal pattern with flow variation. Leo's eyes went wide, spoon frozen halfway to his mouth. But that's third-year material. Are you taking special classes as a second year? That's what I've been trying to figure out, Sam said, grinning at Leo. Our mysterious prodigy here won't tell me where he learned it. Says a warrior mage taught him during summer break. Really? Could you teach me? Leo blurted out, I mean, not the advanced stuff, obviously, but maybe some tips. The professors keep saying visualization is key, but honestly I'm still struggling with keeping my lines straight for push spells. A glob of soup dripped from his forgotten spoon, and a vine darted down to catch it before it could hit the table. Where are you at in fundamentals right now? Adam asked. Still working on basic push. Yeah, we just finished the first chapter in Kavith's primer. Forces and control. Leo grimaced. We're supposed to master pushing at different strengths before moving to pull spells next week. Sam perked up. Ah, the control exercises. Learning to push a feather without sending it flying across the room. Exactly, Leo sighed. I either barely move it or blast it away. Can't seem to find the middle ground. The grimoire's focusing phrase helped me with that one, Sam offered. Gentle as a summer breeze, steady as a river's flow. Really helps calibrate the force. I still use it sometimes when I need extra precision. You don't have to use the words, Adam added, noting Leo's surprised look. It's all in the head, but they're in the grimoire for a reason. Same with the hand movements, they're training wheels, helping you build the right mental pathways. Once those are solid, you can weave with pure intent. Like Professor Kern's demonstration last week, Leo asked eagerly. He moved like 5 different objects at different speeds all at once. Exactly. Adam drew another line, letting mana particles dance visibly along it. But before you get there, you need to master the basic forms. Have you been doing your daily weaving exercises? Leo shifted uncomfortably. Well, they seem pointless, right? Sam grinned, just tracing lines in the air over and over, practicing different pressures. But trust me, they work. My fine control was terrible until I actually committed to doing them properly. Want to try pushing something light now? Sam continued. We can walk you through it. Right, Adam? Well, Adam considered for a moment. Every spell has its own geometric pattern. The simpler the pattern, the easier the spell. As you know, push and pull are the most basic, just straight lines. That's why they teach them first. The trick is, Adam continued, mana particles want to follow certain paths. They're like, you know when sunlight hits dust motes? Leo nodded. Imagine those dust motes actually wanting to form shapes. The straight line is just the simplest shape they can make. Sam leaned forward. I've never heard it explained quite like that. Right, so when you're struggling with your push spell, you're probably trying to force the mana. Don't just. Adam drew another line, slower this time, and Leo gasped as tiny motes of light followed his finger's path. Show it where to go. The particles will do the rest. Want to try a basic pull spell? Adam asked. Leo straightened up, nearly knocking over his spoon. Right now, why not? Just remember, don't force it. Visualize the line, feel the mana, and Adam gestured encouragingly. Here, Sam leaned forward. The trick that helped me in first year was thinking about what you want to happen. Don't focus on the mana yet, just think about what you want. Intent. Leo raised his hand, face scrunched in concentration as he attempted to pull the soup bowl. His fingers twitched, but the bowl didn't move. Your line's wobbling, Adam said gently. Try this, close your eyes. Leo did. Now open your palm, Sam added, and think about reaching for that bowl. Just feel the distance between you and it. Oh, I'm starting to get it. Good, Adam said. Now visualize the path to it. A perfectly straight line, like a string connecting your palm to the bowl. I think I see it, Leo whispered, eyes still closed. Perfect. Mana particles will want to follow that line, Adam explained. Now, keeping that image in mind, make a smooth, straight movement with your hand like you're pulling on that string. Leo took a deep breath and drew his hand back in a clean, straight motion. The bowl slid smoothly across the table toward him, stopping right at his fingertips. His eyes flew open in delight. I did it, he beamed at them both. I really did it. Nice work, Sam grinned. Clean movement, clear intent, that's exactly how it should look. And I said this before, but with practice, Adam added, you won't even need the hand movements anymore. The mana will respond to your intent alone. That's how more experienced mages can weave without gesturing, but for now the movements help train your mind to direct the mana properly. Leo, a voice called from across the hall. We're going to be late for fundamentals. We'll see, Adam said, finding himself smiling at the boy's earnest enthusiasm. Sam sat back with a satisfied smile. You know, I always wanted to be that cool senior who helps the little ones. Guess we're doing it already. We're second years, Adam pointed out, amused. Details, details. Sam took a spoonful of his soup and grimaced. It's gone cold. He traced a quick square pattern in the air and a warm glow settled over the bowl. Besides, remember how lost we were last year? Would have killed for some friendly advice beyond, direction before force, focus before flow. He affected Professor Kern's monotonous drawl again. Then with a gasp, Sam's spoon suddenly froze halfway to his mouth, his shoulders tensing visibly. He stared intently at his soup as if it held the secrets of the universe. Something about his friend's dear and spellful expression triggered an inexplicable surge of anxiety in Adam's gut. He fought it down, irritated at his body's betrayal. What Adam started to turn. Don't, Sam squeaked. A blush crept up his neck. It's me, a storm. Hello, boys, Sam managed a slight nod, his eyes still fixed downward. His mouth opened briefly as if to speak, but nothing came out. Around them, Adam noticed the familiar signs: a boy nearly spilling his drink while pretending to read, another one trailing off mid-sentence, several others suddenly finding reasons to fix their hair or straighten their uniforms. Oh, right, her. Silver curls, bright eyes, that little smile that suggested she knew something amusing about the world. The girl who would grow up to become the youngest chief alchemist in Imperial history. The girl he'd spent 3 years pining after like a particularly pathetic puppy. Looking at her now was like looking at a photograph of someone's kid sister. Had he really written poetry about those eyes? Actually sat in advanced thaumaturgy composing internal sonnets about the way she held her quill. The human brain was a fascinating and terrible thing. Oh, hello, Mia. How are you doing? Adam said. Still impressed at how young she looked. In another timeline, this little one would become the youngest chief alchemist in history, only to fall during the catastrophic dungeon break of Valania. He was 26 at the time when he heard the news. Sam let out an audible gasp, making both Adam and Mia turn to look at him. Is he okay? She asked, her eyebrows raised slightly. He's practicing to be a mime, Adam said automatically, his mouth running on autopilot while his brain tried to sort out which memories belonged to when. Very method. The corner of Mia's mouth twitched. Actually, Adam, I was looking for you. That was new. Their most meaningful interaction had been when she'd sneezed and he dropped his entire lunch tray. He didn't even know she knew his name back then. Found me, your glasses. She pulled them from her bag. From the duel, you left them behind when Damas, She made a vague exploding gesture. My pleasure, Mia said, then added with a slight tilt of her head, it's actually the first time I've seen you without them. It suits you pretty well. Sam gasped again, louder this time. Mia, one of her friends called from across the cafeteria. We've got 5 minutes. Oh, right, I have healing next, she said, then paused. Aren't you in that class too? Adam opened his mouth to answer, then closed it. Was he? The class schedules blurred together. This was so long ago he couldn't remember. Different section, he said finally, hoping he wasn't lying. That explains why I haven't seen you there. She adjusted her bag. I should go. Talk later. Yeah, bye, Adam replied casually. As Mia walked away, Adam turned back to find Sam staring at him with an expression that could only be described as religious awe. A fresh wave of remembered anxiety washed over him, that old, familiar feeling from his first time through adolescence. The boy's palms were actually sweating. Seriously, this problem would need to be addressed. You okay there? Adam asked, trying not to smile. Sam's response was muffled by the table. How do you just talk like that to her? This too was strange. Sam just felt like Sam. The age gap that should have been there, the distance an accomplished adult should feel from a kid's concerns and friendships and problems, none of it existed. Sitting here felt exactly like sitting with his best friend. Nothing more, nothing less. Sam, she is a normal person, Adam said. Sam looked like this answer had personally offended him. She's Mia Storm. She's also 12. 13, actually. Her birthday was 2 months ago, 5th of Gavin. Sam stopped as he realized what he'd just admitted and turned red. They stared at each other. Damn, we used to be weird. Stop judging me, Sam muttered. I'm not judging, you're making a face. This is my normal face. Sam buried his head in his hands. I need to fix this. Yeah, Adam thought this would definitely need fixing too. We should head to the spell weaving class, Sam said, gathering his things. Professor Thane hates when people are late. Actually, Adam said, rubbing his temple, I think that duel with Damas affected me more than I thought. I'm going to skip today, get some rest. Sam's face immediately shifted to concern. Where are you hurt? Should we go back to the infirmary? Did they miss something? I knew that punch looked too strong. It's okay, Sam. Adam cut him off. I just need to lie down for a bit. He paused, then added, trying to sound casual, actually, could you take me to our dorm first? Our dorm? Sam's brow furrowed. Is it that bad? You can't even remember. I can stay if you need. Sam, Adam said firmly. I'm fine, just a headache. But yes, everything's a bit fuzzy right now. Their shared room was exactly what you'd expect from two teenage boys studying magic scrolls scattered across desks, crystal formations growing in the window, and what appeared to be a failed attempt at an automated clothing folding spell still sparking weakly in the corner. Sam's side was meticulously organized chaos, while Adam's, well, he'd have to figure out which side was his. Normally, Xerx assigned 3 students to each dorm room, a tradition dating back to the founding fathers of the academy. But either through administrative oversight or luck, Adam and Sam had ended up without a third roommate. The extra space had quickly been converted into an impromptu potion-making station, complete with a small ventilation charm that Sam had rigged up after their third failed attempt at brewing clarity extract had filled the room with purple smoke. We should probably put some order in here soon, Adam said, surveying the room. Sam let out a surprised laugh. You, the guy who thrives in chaos. I'm not that guy anymore, Adam thought, memories of his meticulously organized office at the council floating through his mind. 60 years of fastidious record-keeping had a way of changing habits. The one on the left is yours, Sam called out, making Adam correct his course. Sam sighed, hovering by the door. I'll bring some snacks and ice cream when classes end. He adjusted his bag. Stay safe, man. I will. By then, Sam said, lingering for a moment longer before finally heading out, the door clicking shut behind him. Adam exhaled deeply as he lay on his bed, staring at the familiar yet strange ceiling. Just this morning was it even this morning. He'd woken up in his bunker, bones aching, joints creaking with the weight of his 79 years. The last 24 hours felt surreal, from his final moments on that beach to his conversation with that mysterious woman, and now, here, back in his 12-year-old body, back when the world still made sense, when his biggest worries were exam scores and whether he'd embarrass himself in front of Mia Storm, back when his parents were still alive. His chest tightened at the thought. They were alive right now. Not just alive, they were probably going about their daily routines, completely unaware that their son had just lived an entire lifetime without them. He wanted more than anything to see them, but from this place, he should write them a letter soon then. The lack of long-distance communication crystals in this era meant that correspondence was still largely done the old way. The current crystals could barely manage conversations across a city block, nothing like the continent-spanning network that would revolutionize communication in a few years. For now, his parents were just a letter away, achingly close, yet frustratingly distant. Adams exhaled as his thoughts drifted to all the possibilities this opportunity at a second chance gave him. Maybe this time he could actually see those places he'd only dreamed about. He could wander through elven cities, explore the depths of dwarven strongholds. At this point in time, getting a travel permit to any non-human territory would be nearly impossible. The elves especially were notorious for turning away human visitors, something about preserving cultural purity, though everyone knew it was more about the lingering tensions from the perpetual conflicts. The dwarves were slightly more welcoming, if only because they enjoyed trading their metalwork. Still, they rarely allowed humans past their surface markets. The deeper halls of their cities remained a mystery to most. An adventurer's license would help. It was one of the few documents respected across all territories. He'd seen a few lucky guild members brandish those badges like keys to the world, but getting one meant proving yourself capable of handling whatever dangers lay beyond city walls and dungeons. No small feat for a 12-year-old, even one with 60 years of memories. He smiled, picturing himself at some small tavern in a far-off port, trying dishes he couldn't pronounce, trading stories with travelers from across the sea, or maybe camping under strange stars, sharing a meal with new friends around a campfire. Simple pleasures he'd never got to experience in his previous life. Then, when he got tired of all the traveling, he could find a quiet place somewhere, eventually. A little home where he could grow his own herbs and vegetables, invite friends over for dinner, watch the seasons change. Ah, damn it. Adam's smile faded as reality crashed back. These sorts of thoughts in his situation should not be welcome. All those dreams meant nothing if he didn't prevent what was coming. That's what the deal had really been about, hadn't it? Not a gift, but a responsibility wrapped in the illusion of choice. The magnitude of what lay ahead of him was almost overwhelming. He had decades to prevent the catastrophes he knew were coming. The Valanya breach, the fall of Sundar, the Great Collapse, the World Dungeon, among others, so many others, all the horrors that would transform the world into the wasteland he'd just left. And he had to do it all starting as a 12-year-old boy who still had to stand on tiptoe to reach the higher shelves in the library. I guess it could have been worse, he thought as he imagined himself coming back as an infant. Still, that would have left him time to enjoy the little things of life too. Okay, maybe this was worse after all. Anyway, Adam sat up. Before he could even begin to tackle that monumental task, there was something else he needed to understand. That blue thing, that strange, shimmering presence he kept seeing today. It appeared every time he worked with Mana now, something he'd never noticed in his first life. Whatever it was, it definitely hadn't been there before. As if responding to his thoughts, the blue shimmer coalesced in front of him, transforming into a translucent window of information. Name, Adam Silla. Race, human. Life force, 100-100. Class, Mage runecologist. Mana pool, 380-400. Unique skills. Identify, very rare. Inventory, very rare. Active skills, none. Passive skills, none. Stats, expand to see more. Physical condition, very weak. Suggestion, physical training required. Current body requires conditioning to handle advanced magical output. Whoa, the moment he saw it, an instinctual understanding flooded his mind. The system, that's what this was, but how did it work exactly? He reached for his notebook and quill on the bedside table. Let's test this inventory thing, he muttered, tapping the inventory section. 5 empty slots appeared before him, shimmering with a faint blue light. Cautiously, he held out the notebook toward the first slot. The item seemed to dissolve into motes of light before vanishing completely. He did the same with the quill in the second slot. Interesting, it's like a dimensional storage bag, but with fixed slots instead of space limitations. As if responding to his musing, text appeared below the inventory display, maximum item dimensions per slot, 2 million x 2 million x 2 million. Maximum item weight per slot, 200 kg. Oh, so you're interactive, Adam said, raising an eyebrow. He retrieved the notebook and quill with a simple thought, watching them materialize in his hands. Convenient. Then he put them back in. His eyes drifted to identify. What's this about? He wondered aloud. Identify reveals basic information about objects, creatures, and phenomena. He tested it on his notebook. Class quality D poor. Durability 72. Notes contains various spell diagrams and half-finished homework assignments. Several pages have ink stains. Adam flipped through the notebook, confirming the accuracy of the description. That could be useful. He turned his gaze to the shimmering window itself, system interface. Type unique. Status bonded. Notes a manifestation of the agreement. Further features will unlock as conditions are met. Well, that was deliberately vague. Wait, Adam said, frowning. This identify ability and the inventory too, I never had these before. These aren't natural abilities, are they? They don't even seem to use mana. Correct. Identify and inventory are unique gifts provided as part of the agreement. They do not consume mana and function independent of normal magical principles. Gifts, Adam's eyebrows rose. So you do provide some abilities directly. Only these two. All other capabilities must be developed naturally. The system primarily measures and categorizes your existing potential rather than granting new powers. The agreement. His eyes moved down the window, noting the detailed stat breakdown, physical stats. Another question, Adam said, frowning at the stats display. These numbers, what exactly do they mean? Stats reflect measurable physical and mental capabilities. For example, current strength rating of 6 indicates ability to lift approximately 60 kg maximum weight. Just 60 kg, I think I can lift more, he replied, flexing his tiny biceps. No, you cannot. Please refrain from hurting yourself. Why do you have to say it like? Adam trailed off, pinching the bridge of his nose. You know what? Never mind, just, how do these numbers increase? Through natural development. Would you like a demonstration? Sure, perform a push-up. A push-up, is this really necessary? Demonstration optional. Physical exercise, one of many methods for natural strength development. No, I'll do it. Adam got down on the floor, somewhat awkwardly. He managed one push-up, arms trembling slightly. Again. He complied, breathing harder this time. Again. By the 6th push-up, his arms were shaking. I don't see how this. Continue. The 9th push-up was a struggle. His muscles burned. 2 more. Physical improvement requires pushing limits. Gritting his teeth, Adam forced himself through the 10th, then the 11th push-up. His arms felt like jelly. 1 final repetition. With a grunt, he managed the 12th push-up before collapsing onto the floor, panting. A small notification appeared. Physical exertion past normal limits has resulted in natural body strengthening. Strength +1 1000. Stamina plus 1,000. What's Adam panted, still on his hands and knees? What's with the +1? Progress measured on scale of 1,000. Current status, strength 6 1,000 0.1 progress towards strength 7. When progress reaches 1,000, level increases to strength 7. Maximum lift capacity increases to 70 kg. Progress resets to 0, 1,000. Same principle applies to all physical attributes. So Adam said between breaths, "You didn't give me those stats. My body actually got stronger from the exercise." Correct. Each full stat point represents significant physical development. Example, strength 6 to 7 requires approximately 3 months consistent training. Proper nutrition, adequate rest, progressive overload exercises. System merely quantifies natural development. Stats will decrease if maintenance exercises are neglected. In all his years studying magical artifacts and constructs, Adam had never encountered anything quite like this, a system that responded so naturally to thoughts, providing precise information without any visible mechanisms or magical circles. He needed to verify its consistency from multiple angles. "And my mana pool?" he asked, looking at the 387,400 display. Mana capacity develops through two natural methods. Physical conditioning, healthy body, supports larger mana pool. Meditation increases efficiency of mana pathways. Combat training combines both aspects, leading to natural growth. So if I want to increase my mana pool, regular physical exercise and meditation recommended. Would you like to attempt another set of push-ups? Heh, I think I'll pass for now. Adam's eyes lingered on his class designation. What's this little star next to runicologist for? Indicates current primary specialization path. Available mage paths, runicologist expert. Diviner locked. Battle mage locked. Elementalist locked. Alchemist locked. Druid locked. Healer locked. Complete mastery of all paths enables class evolution. True archmage, true archmage. Among humans, that title had never been more than an honorary position. The current archmage, Sergeus, while undoubtedly powerful, was simply an exceptional battle mage who'd been chosen to oversee the magisterium, a towering bastion of arcane authority, responsible for governing and safeguarding all matters pertaining to mages and magic within the Empire of Sundar. His role was more administrative than anything, protecting and directing the Empire's mages, and because humans needed the position to be filled, if only to avoid the embarrassment of being mocked for having none, someone like Sergeus had been the natural choice. The elves, now they had a genuine true archmage. Adam had never seen them personally, but tales spoke of their mastery over all 7 paths of magic. The dwarves too had boasted one, until their passing 2 centuries ago. But humans. The task seemed beyond their reach. Even with magic extending their natural lifespan, assuming they weren't cut down, early human mages typically lived to around 150 years. Lady Verana had set the record at 202, and even she had only fully mastered 2 paths. The time required to truly master all aspects of magic, to reach the pinnacle of each specialization. It simply exceeded what even the longest-lived humans could achieve. So human mages faced an impossible choice: either spread themselves thin attempting to learn everything, becoming mediocre at all, or focus on one path while barely scratching the surface of the others. Even those rare few who managed to master 2 paths had dedicated their entire lives to the pursuit. A thought nagged at Adam's mind as he considered his situation. In his past life, he had never been intentionally placed on the front lines. His role had always been more cerebral than physical. He was a researcher, a scholar, someone whose value came from deciphering magical theory, not wielding it in open combat. That position came with protections, but also restrictions. He'd operated under the weight of oversight, protocol, and chains of command. His movements had been limited. His voice, even with its authority, had to be carefully measured. And in the world that was coming, one he alone remembered, such constraints could prove fatal. This time, things had to be different. He couldn't afford to stand behind the lines, trusting others to act. He needed the freedom to move, to intervene, to act without waiting for permission. At Xerx, the path-choosing ceremony was a pivotal moment in every student's 3rd year. After experiencing the basics of all 7 magical disciplines in their first 2 years, students would gather in the Celestial Pavilion during the spring equinox. There, before the Academy's masters and their peers, they would declare their chosen path. It was more a tradition, really. In his previous life, Adam had stood proudly before the Meisters and chosen the path of runes. He remembered how natural that choice had felt, how right. But next spring, when his turn came again, he'd have to make a different choice. A different choice. He would be fighting, there was no avoiding that. Not just wild beasts or dungeon creatures, but people. Mages, knights, rogue guilds. Even governments, he'd need to be able to defend himself and strike preemptively when required, and not just they'd be moving constantly, across cities, through borderlands, into places most people wouldn't dare step. The mission he carried wasn't one that would be served from behind a desk or buried in a library scroll. Freedom of movement was non-negotiable. Waiting for official permissions, asking for escorts, petitioning councils, that would only slow him down, and he didn't have time to waste. But the future, he remembered, held threats far larger than anything one man could face alone. There would be moments where he'd need more than independence, need influence, authority, the ability to rally others, command forces, mobilize armies if it came to that. So what kind of mage could do all of that? One path, only one, the battle mage. Crossing his legs, Adam focused on his mana core, that well of energy nestled deep within. The mana pathways throughout his body were still developing. They would continue to do so until he turned 21. Like a second circulatory system, they carried mana instead of blood. He could feel the potential there, raw and untapped. It was fascinating how knights used the same energy so differently. While mages like himself could manipulate raw mana directly, knights compressed it into what they called fluid, transforming it into pure physical enhancement. Battle mages were unique in that they learned both arts, pure mana manipulation and fluid transformation. I wonder, Adam murmured, trying to recall those basic lessons from his father. Perhaps he could get a head start on the path. He closed his eyes, recalling his father's patient instructions from years ago. His old man had spent countless hours trying to teach his academically inclined son how to transform mana into fluid. The knowledge was still there, buried in his memories, the theory, the process, the visualization. Feel it, his father would say, let your emotions guide the transformation. A droplet of sweat rolled down Adam's temple as he concentrated on his mana core. The energy was there, swirling, ready to be used. But fluid required something more than just technical understanding. It needed emotion, raw, powerful, overwhelming emotion. He'd always found that requirement ridiculous. The idea that feelings could catalyze a physical transformation of energy seemed absurd to his analytical mind, yet history proved otherwise. Every knight, every battle mage who'd ever manifested fluid had done so through the power of their emotions. Rage, exhilaration, love, despair, any emotion would do, as long as it burned hot enough. The problem was quantifying that hot enough. How much emotion was sufficient? How did one measure the intensity of a feeling? Adam focused on his current emotional state. Joy bubbled within him at his second chance at life. Anxiety churned in his stomach about the challenges ahead. Hope burned bright when he thought about changing his fate. He tried to amplify these feelings, to let them fill his entire being. The mana in his core responded, stirring faster, flowing through his pathways with increased speed. But despite his concentration, despite the sweat now dripping down his face, the crucial transformation remained elusive. His mana stayed as it was, raw, untransformed energy. With a frustrated sigh, he opened his eyes. Perhaps he needed something stronger than hope and anxiety to trigger his first transformation. A small window expanded as Adam kept pondering, alert. Life force status, currently stable. Warning, potential development of life drain syndrome detected. First symptoms estimated to manifest within 2-3 months, without intervention. Adam's breath caught in his throat. Life drain syndrome, the magical degradation that had slowly eaten away at his body for decades. It wasn't until he was in his 50s, after years of research and desperate searches for a cure, that he discovered the cruel truth: his body had been prone to it from birth. His perpetually skinny frame, which no amount of food could ever change, every unexplained exhaustion, every failed attempt to build stamina during his childhood, they hadn't been normal weakness. They were early symptoms no one knew to look for. He remembered the concerned looks from the school healers during his second year at Xerx. He was exactly his current body's age when the first visible symptoms had appeared in his previous life. The way they dismissed the occasional tremors and mana fluctuations as puberty-related magical instability. As if responding to his mounting dread, a new window materialized, system protocol, timeline divergence detected. Initiating emergency quest, the race against time. Objective: cure life drain syndrome before visible symptoms manifest. Time limit: 2 months, 21 days, 14 hours, 48 minutes. Failure condition: terminal deterioration. Reward: survival. Adam stared at the glowing text. He had spent his entire former life slowly losing a battle he didn't know had started. Not this time. This time he would win. Quest logged. Funny thing about life drain syndrome, they actually found a cure for it. About 30 years into the future, Adam himself led the research team that cracked it, working with some of the most brilliant healers and alchemists left in the world. It took them the better part of a decade, countless sleepless nights, and expeditions to places most sane people wouldn't go near just to gather ingredients. As the chief runicologist on the project, Adam had been responsible for the magical framework that made the cure possible. Normally, he wouldn't know the first thing about brewing advanced healing potions or understand half of what the alchemists were muttering about optimal distillation temperatures. But this wasn't just another research assignment for him, it was personal. So Adam made damn sure he understood every single detail of this one cure. He'd pestered the alchemists through endless preparation trials until he could recite every heating technique and mixing ratio by heart. He'd sat with the healers as they mapped the disease's interaction with mana pathways, learning injection methods that had absolutely nothing to do with his expertise but everything to do with his survival. By the time they'd perfected the cure, Adam could reproduce this specific treatment from memory. The cure worked. That wasn't the problem. The problem was its timing. If you caught the disease early enough before any visible symptoms appeared and took small doses of the treatment over several months, you had a 90% chance of never developing life drain syndrome at all. If you'd already shown symptoms but caught it within the first year, you could try the more aggressive approach, direct injection into the mana pathways. The survival rate for that was 3% didn't sound great. Then again, when you consider that untreated life drain syndrome had a death rate of 99.99, with that 0.01 mainly consisting of people who technically hadn't died, yet suddenly 3% looked like a miracle. Not that any of this had helped Adam in his previous life. By the time they perfected the cure, he'd been living with life drain syndrome for decades, well past that 1-year window that might have given him even that slim chance at survival. He'd spent years developing a cure he couldn't use himself. Now back again, he had exactly 2 months, 21 days, 14 hours, 37 minutes before the first visible symptoms would appear. The system's precision would have been amusing if it wasn't so terrifying. Adam was supposed to be sleeping now, but his mind kept circling back to the cure's ingredients. Most of them were surprisingly common herbs any student could gather, plants found in the academy's own grounds, those ubiquitous blue mushrooms that dotted the forest floor. But then there were the two components that made seasoned alchemists pale: a fresh wyvern's heart and some water of Juvence. A single wyvern's heart could bankrupt a merchant family, the kind of expense that would force his parents to sell their home and probably still leave them in debt. And that was assuming he could even convince them to help somehow. He doubted. "I'm actually your son from the future, and I need this to prevent a magical disease I haven't fully developed yet would go over well." The nearest wyverns were in the ranges of Derikia, a good 10 days' journey from Arcos by boat. Even if Adam somehow managed to slip away from school without raising suspicions and good luck explaining that absence actually obtaining a heart meant either facing a wyvern himself suicide or finding someone willing to hunt one ruinously expensive, then there was the water of Juvence. Everyone knew it could only be found in one place, the Wellspring Dungeon, deep in the northern wastes. The dungeon itself was supposedly only accessible during the winter solstice, and even then, its challenges had killed more adventurers than anyone cared to count. The few vials of water that made it to market each year cost more than most people earned in a lifetime. That left Adam with only one choice: crime. Legal channels would take too long and were impossible anyway. No reputable merchant would sell a wyvern's heart and water of Juvence to a student without proper documentation, official research permits, and a master alchemist sponsorship. Even worse, these components were notorious for their use in forbidden magic. The questions alone would draw exactly the kind of attention he couldn't afford. And then there was the waiting list for water of Juvence. With only a handful of vials making it to market each year, legitimate buyers often waited years for their turn. Noble families and prestigious research institutions had standing orders that stretched back decades. 2 months, he might as well wish for wings. The black market was his only real choice. Criminal enterprises didn't care about permits or credentials, and they knew better than to ask why their clients needed certain ingredients. He'd pay more than legal prices, probably far more, given the risk premium smugglers charged, but at least they'd sell to him at all. Still, he'd need more money than his entire allowance for the year, far more than he could explain away to his parents without raising questions he couldn't answer. And so, tomorrow he'd have to visit someone. The thought made him both nervous and oddly excited. He'd never done anything truly illegal. Strange how being young again made even the prospect of criminal activity feel like an adventure, but excitement wouldn't pay for a wyvern's heart or water of Juvence. Especially with the underworld's steep rates, he needed funds, significant funds, the kind of money a student simply didn't have access to. Adam sighed into his pillow. Think, for God's sake, how does a regressor make money fast? Ah, he gasped, of course, he smiled, by using a regressor's greatest advantage, knowledge. Then Adam deflated almost immediately. He was starting to regret all those times he'd scorned gambling halls in his past life, and horse racing, and crossball betting, and stock market speculation, and pretty much anything that would have given him reliable knowledge of winning odds or future market changes. He'd been too busy with his research, his books, his experiments. Even sports, he couldn't name a single winner of any major tournament from this period. What kind of regressor didn't know next week's winning lottery numbers? Adam groaned into his pillow, then rolled onto his back. There had to be something from this time period he could use. Something, anything. What did he know about this year that could make him rich? What happened? What changed? What was discovered? The treasure, he shouted, bolting upright. He started pacing his room, careful not to bump into anything. 2 years from now, what was that guy's name? It started with a T. Or was it an M? Thomas. No. Martin. No. Trevor. Marcus. Tom. Tim. Some dude. 2 years from now, some dude would become the talk of every tavern and newspaper across the aisles. The lucky bastard had stumbled into a cave while chasing his goat and found what turned out to be a leprechaun's hoard 500,000 gold pieces from the Krona rain. The coins were still legal tender, their value unchanged after all these centuries. Dom remembered it vividly because for weeks you couldn't walk 2 steps without hearing someone discussing the discovery. Every detail had been repeated ad nauseum: the cave's location, how the guy had nearly broken his neck getting in there, how he'd thought the glinting was just mineral deposits until he got closer. Adam nodded to himself. Tomorrow after classes, he'd head to the cave, retrieve the treasure, and then visit his contact. Get the ball rolling on acquiring the ingredients. Simple enough plan. He got into bed, crossed his arms behind his head, and stared at the ceiling. Minutes ticked by, more minutes ticked by. Adam was lying there, having literally traveled back through time after watching the world end, carrying the weight of preventing that future on his shoulders, and he was supposed to just go to sleep. No, he shouted, then immediately winced at the volume. This was ridiculous. He needed to go to that cave right now. What if someone else found it first? Which was, objectively speaking, completely absurd. The treasure wouldn't be discovered for another 2 years, and he hadn't told a soul about it. But still, he was already pulling on his boots before his rational mind could catch up with his paranoia. Sometimes the only way to quiet an irrational fear was to do something equally irrational about it. Getting out of school was surprisingly easy. Nothing technically prevented students from leaving as long as they had a valid reason, and feeling unwell was as good as any. The nurse barely glanced at him before signing his permission slip. It was late afternoon. In any other circumstances, Adam might have paused to take in the sight of Zerks, the floating pavilions drifting lazily above the city's spires, the familiar streets he hadn't walked in decades, the merchants closing their shops for the day. But not today. He just grabbed the 40 silver pieces he knew he always kept in his drawer and headed straight for the merchant district. He ran, cursing his younger body's poor stamina. A simple run left him winded. He spotted a shop called Garrett's just as the merchant was pulling down his shutters. Wait, Adam called out between gasps, doubling over with his hands on his knees. Please, just one moment. Garrett, or so Adam assumed his name, was paused, one eyebrow raised as he watched Adam struggle to catch his breath. He was a stocky man with calloused hands and laugh lines around his eyes. We're closing, boy, he said, though he didn't continue with the shutters. Whatever it is, it can wait until tomorrow. Dimensional bags, Adam wheezed. Cheapest ones you have. It's for a school project at Zerks. Garrett's expression shifted at the mention of the academy. Zerks, eh? He looked Adam up and down, taking in his disheveled appearance. Funny how that name opens doors in this city. He sighed, pushing his shutters back up. All right, come in, but make it quick. Inside, Garrett rummaged through a back shelf, muttering to himself. Let's see. Got some basic ones here. Nothing fancy, mind you. Half-cubic capacity each, rough stitching, but they'll hold. He placed 4 small, worn leather bags on the counter. They looked unremarkable, save for the faint shimmer of enchantment around their openings. 10 silver for the lot, Garrett said, then added with a hint of pride, cheapest you'll find in the district. They're not pretty, but they're honest work. Won't fall apart on you mid-transport like some of that fancy rubbish they sell up in the floating markets. Just don't come running back tomorrow saying they're too small, Garrett warned. And next time, maybe don't wait until closing. He looked at Adam's still flushed face and shook his head. Or at least work on your running first. The massive razorback strider squawked when he approached 12 feet of irritable, feathered transportation. He paid the rider 15 silver for a trip to Redcliffe Valley, trying not to wince at the price. The creatures might look like overgrown, bad-tempered ostriches, but they could cover more ground in an hour than a horse could in 3. The beast slowed to a stop at Adam's signal. Here's good, sir. Redcliffe Valley lived up to its name, rust-colored cliffs dropping sharply to meet the sea-white foam crashing against their bases. The setting sun cast long shadows across the scrubland, and in the distance, the first lights of Arco's port were beginning to twinkle. Even after everything, this corner of the island still took his breath away. The rider, a weathered man probably in his 50s, frowned down at him. Night's falling, kid. Not usual to see a boy your age out here at this hour. He hesitated, then added with careful neutrality, everything all right at home. Adam almost laughed when he realized what this looked like: a child heading to a remote location at dusk, alone. Every indication of a runaway. Oh yes, everything's fine, sir. Just have some business to attend to. I'll be heading back tonight. The man studied him for a long moment, thumb absently stroking his graying beard. Tell you what, I'll be at the Salty Dog for a while." He pointed to a distant building where warm light spilled from windows onto the clifftop. "When you're done with your business, come find me. I'll give you a ride back. I'm not sure I can afford the evening rates." "No charge." The man's eyes crinkled. "Just don't want a kid wandering around these cliffs after dark." They parted ways, the strider's heavy footfalls fading into the growing dusk. Adam watched them go, oddly touched by the stranger's concern. He'd forgotten how people could be kind for no reason at all, and so Adam surveyed the cliffs. Caves dotted the red rock face like holes in cheese, some barely more than shallow indents, others yawning black mouths that disappeared into darkness. At least 40 of them he counted. Somewhere among them was his ticket to survival. What did he remember about the cave? He squinted, trying to drag details through 60 years of accumulated memories. It was high up, yes. The guy had been chasing his goat up a narrow path when he found it. And there had been something about the entrance being partially hidden by rocks, plants, something that had made it easy to miss. He also remembered people making a big deal about how the cave entrance looked like a crescent moon when you stood at the right angle. Or was it a fish? No, definitely a crescent moon. That detail had stuck because someone had spun a whole theory about leprechauns and lunar magic that had made the rounds in the papers, and there had been something about water, right? The cave had to be above the high tide line because the treasure would have been long ruined otherwise. That at least narrowed things down. He could ignore all the caves near the bottom of the cliff. Still left him with about 15 possibilities to check. Adam sighed and started climbing. At least his younger body made this less likely to kill him. He channeled mana through his pathways, the familiar tingle of levitation making him lighter. Not enough to float that would be too conspicuous, but enough to make climbing feel like walking upstairs instead of scaling a cliff face. One by one, he checked the caves above the tide line. The first one was barely deep enough to count as a cave. The second was promising until it opened into a natural chimney. The third was just right except for being shaped like a lopsided triangle. The fourth, hours passed. The sun disappeared entirely, still no crescent moon. He sat on a ledge, frustrated and confused. He was absolutely certain about this location. The newspapers had mentioned Redcliffe Valley dozens of times. The crescent shape had been a major talking point. The treasure had definitely been here, hadn't it? Darkness had fully settled now, and Adam was starting to wonder if maybe his 79-year-old memories weren't as reliable as he'd hoped. After all, what were the odds of remembering exact details of a newspaper story from 6 decades ago? He looked up at the moon, now fully visible in the night sky, and froze. Oh, Adam's eyes widened. Of course. A leprechaun's treasure wouldn't just be sitting in some obvious cave. These creatures were infamous for their deceptive magic, hiding things in plain sight through complex enchantments. They'd been known to conceal entire castles as pebbles, or turn forests into single trees that only revealed their true nature under specific conditions. And now that he thought about it, that guy had found it at night, hadn't he? Chasing his goat under moonlight. If I was a leprechaun, Adam muttered, what kind of magic would I use? He activated Identify, scanning the cliff face systematically. The system's descriptions appeared in his mind: natural rock formation, common cliff moss, cave entrance shallow, thorny brush, indigenous to Zerks, cave entrance 15 meters deep, weathered limestone deposit, ancient rue. He blinked. Wait, what was that? He looked away too quickly. What was that last one? He turned back, focusing his Identify on that specific spot again. They're almost hidden among the natural patterns of the rock. Ancient runic array, purpose, concealment, estimated age, 537 years. As soon as he deactivated Identify, the rune vanished completely invisible to the naked eye. He activated it again, studying the intricate pattern. Runes were the architecture of magic geometric patterns that shaped and directed mana flows like riverbeds guiding water. Each symbol was a command, each connecting line a channel, each intersection a transformation point. The truly fascinating part was how they could tap into the natural mana currents that flowed through the world, creating enchantments that could sustain themselves for centuries. This concealment array was a masterwork. The primary sigil spiraled outward in the pattern of endless return, sacred to leprechaun runecraft. Secondary marks branched off at spirit angles, creating a cascade that bent both light and perception around it. But the true genius lay in the lunar resonance marks woven through the patterned tiny runes that shifted the array's power with the phases of the moon. Adam had to admire the craftsmanship. These were the kind of runes you only saw in museums or old ruins. Modern runesmiths used much simpler arrays, more efficient, built on centuries of streamlined magical theory. But these old patterns, they had an artistry to them that modern runecraft had lost in its pursuit of practicality. Knowledge of runes had survived since the time of Law, the farmer Mage himself, who was said to possess natural runes, something Adam had never seen in his long life. Not much was known about natural runes, but they had helped Law create the foundations of artificial runecraft that mages use today. But admiration, Adam realized, wouldn't get him inside. He needed to figure out how to disable it, or at least work around it. Adam studied the rune carefully. Different runes responded to different triggers, some needed blood, others specific words, many just raw mana. But this one, if it's tied to moonlight, he muttered, thinking aloud. Then entrance would only show under moonlight, so the rune must use it too. And if leprechauns made it, he remembered something from his magical theory classes. Leprechauns always built redundancies into their magic. They never relied on just one key. The pattern seemed to flow toward a central point, currently obscured by centuries of vine growth. Working carefully, keeping Identify active to ensure he didn't lose sight of the rune, he cleared away the vegetation. Each time he exposed more of the pattern, new details emerged, smaller runes branching off the main array, all converging toward that center point. Okay, so moonlight's one component, he reasoned. The rune needs to see it directly. He stepped back, making sure the moon's light fell squarely on the newly exposed pattern. Nothing happened, but the lines seemed to shimmer slightly. And if it's using moonlight, it's probably designed to channel mana the same way. He traced the pattern with his eyes. Look at how all these lines spiral inward like a funnel. It's not just blocking magic, it's directing it. He placed his hand on the central point and channeled his mana carefully, trying to match the flow suggested by the pattern. For a moment, nothing happened. Then he felt it, a subtle resonance, like two tuning forks harmonizing. The rune began to glow faintly, moonlight and mana interweaving through its ancient lines. That's it, he breathed. It's not about forcing it. It's about matching its rhythm. The rune flared with silvery light, matching the moon's pale glow perfectly. The illumination spread through the pattern like liquid mercury flowing through glass channels, until Adam no longer needed Identify to see it. Then came the transformation. It started at the edges, the ancient geometric patterns beginning to flow like water, yet somehow maintaining their precise mathematical beauty. The lines twisted, curved, and reformed themselves in a hypnotic dance. Where rigid angles had been, now flowing scripts emerged. The transformation rippled inward, each ring of runes morphing in sequence, like watching a language being born. What emerged was writing. Yes, definitely writing, but in no script he immediately recognized. The letters, if they could be called that, had a certain angular quality to them, each character precise and purposeful. He squinted at them, trying to make sense of the flowing shapes. Wait, he'd seen something like this before in the books about the Outer Kingdoms. The way the characters were constructed, each one built from straight lines meeting at sharp angles. Dwarven, he muttered in disbelief. Why would there be dwarven writing on a leprechaun's treasure cave? Something wasn't adding up. And how had that shepherd managed to get past this? This wasn't the kind of puzzle you solved by accident. It required knowledge of ancient languages, understanding of complex magical theory, and Adam ran his hands through his hair, sighing deeply. The writing seemed to mock him with its incomprehensible angles. He could decipher it, but the idea of going back and get the documents he'd need felt daunting. Then a thought struck him. Perhaps Identify could give him some insight. He did not think the skill could translate things. It was a long shot, but at this point, what did he have to lose? Identify displayed its findings: writing style, late Second Era Dwarven Common Script. Origin: Mountain Holds of Kahazad. Approximate dating: 2,847 years old. Great, very helpful, Adam sighed, turning to climb down. The new text appeared in his vision. Would you like to translate this language? Yes. Adam practically shouted, then caught himself, grinning like a child. The ancient dwarven script began to shimmer and shift, each character dissolving and reforming in common before his eyes. Like watching ink bleed through paper in reverse, familiar letters emerged from the angular shapes. What dies each night but rises anew, never the same yet always true, marked forever by what came before, yet clean as dawn upon the shore. It was a riddle. Adam hated riddles. Adam paced back and forth, muttering the riddle under his breath for what felt like the 100th time. His footsteps had probably worn a path in the dirt by now. Dies each night, rises anew. He pinched the bridge of his nose. Give him a complex spell formula and he could break it down in minutes. Present him with an ancient magical theorem, and he'd find 3 different ways to prove it before breakfast. Back in his previous life, he'd written a 12-volume treatise on theoretical applications of crystalline mana structures while bedridden with fever. And yet here he was, stumped by 4 simple lines of poetry. He let out a dry laugh. The irony wasn't lost on him, the man who had once been a hair's breadth from becoming Archmage, defeated by a riddle that a shepherd had apparently solved. Though to be fair, that part still didn't make sense. Focus, he told himself, returning to the glowing text. The words swam before his eyes, taunting him. In his old study, he'd had a wall covered in theoretical proofs that had made even senior mages' heads spin. But riddles, they required a different kind of thinking, lateral, intuitive. His mind preferred straight lines, clear paths from it to be something that dies, but comes back. He started pacing again, something marked by the past, but clean. The moonlight was starting to fade. Soon he'd have to either solve this or come back another night. And wouldn't that be a blow to his pride, the former almost archmage, having to admit defeat to a leprechaun's door puzzle? Adam sat down, crossing his legs. Fine. If his mind wanted logic, he'd give it logic. He pulled out his notebook from his inventory and began writing. Dies each night, rises anew. The sun, he looked up expectantly. Nothing. No, the sun doesn't really die. He scribbled more notes. The moon, no, always the same. Stars, same problem. Dreams, he spoke each answer to the glowing text. Nothing, something marked by the past but clean. He tapped his quill against the paper. Water, it carries sediment but looks clean. No, doesn't die each night. The tide, close but not quite. Or past, his notebook filled with crossed-out answers. Dawn, day, twilight, night itself. Each answer met with silence. Finally, he threw his quill down. Why? His voice echoed off the cliff face. Why was I chosen to come back if I can't even solve a simple riddle? He stood up, frustration boiling over. How am I supposed to change anything? How can I possibly alter the future when I can't even? His voice cracked. How can I? How? Wait, the future. His breath caught in his throat. Rises anew. Never the same, the words took on new meaning. What's never the same but always happens? He glanced up at the moon, thinking about coming back the next day. Tomorrow. His eyes widened. Tomorrow, he said slowly, testing the word. Dies each night because today becomes yesterday. Rises anew, each dawn brings a new tomorrow. Never the same but always true because each tomorrow is different, but it always comes. Marked forever by what came before because every tomorrow carries the weight of yesterday, but... He smiled, yet clean as dawn upon the shore because it's always a fresh start, a new beginning. Tomorrow, he said with certainty. The answer is tomorrow. The silvery text hung motionless in the air. 1 second passed. 2, 3. Adam's smile began to fade. His certainty wavered. Oh, come on, he whispered, that familiar frustration starting to bubble up again. That has to be. The rune pulsed once, brilliant moonlight flooding its channels. A deep rumbling sound emanated from within the cliff face, like the mountain itself was waking up. Adam stumbled back as the rock wall began to shake. Dust sprayed from hairline cracks appearing around the rune. The rumbling grew louder, accompanied by mechanical clicks and the hum of old magic awakening. The walls split along those cracks with precise, geometric movements. Segments of rock shifted and retracted, layers sliding against each other like the workings of some ancient machine. Each piece moved with purpose, accompanied by that grinding sound and puffs of centuries-old dust. When the movement stopped, a crescent-shaped entrance stood before him, edges too clean to be natural, too rough to be purely magical. Moonlight spilled through, catching the dancing dust motes. Adam let out a laugh that was half relief, half disbelief. I did it, he breathed. Then louder, I actually did it. He stared at the crescent-shaped entrance, his heart still racing. What if he'd been wrong? What if the wrong answer had triggered some ancient defensive magic? Nope, he said firmly, shaking his head. Not going down that road. Some questions are better left unanswered. And for someone who'd spent 2 lifetimes pursuing knowledge, it was probably the first time he'd ever been happy not knowing something. New location discovered, Moonfall Cavern. Dom waited for the worst of the dust to settle. Still, better safe than sorry, he pulled his shirt collar up over his nose and mouth. Years of working in ancient libraries had taught him that centuries-old dust was never pleasant to breathe. He wove flame with ease, a small but steady fire materializing above his upraised palm. The light illuminated the path ahead, and he could not see how deep the cavern was. Taking one last deep breath through his makeshift filter, Adam stepped into the opening. The grinding sounds had stopped, but he could still hear the occasional settling of stone, like the mountain was slowly exhaling after holding its breath for too long. The air inside was stale, carrying that distinctive smell of long-sealed spaces, a mix of old stone, mineral deposits, and time itself. As his flame cast moving shadows on the rough walls, tiny creatures scuttled away into cracks, mostly beetles and cave crickets that had somehow made their way in over the centuries. Spider webs, ancient and dusty, stretched between jutting rocks. The passage wasn't natural, while not perfectly smooth. The walls showed signs of deliberate shaping, with geometric patterns occasionally visible beneath years of mineral buildup. Water had dripped down some walls, leaving behind crystalline streams of calcium deposits. Adam paused, frowning. Something wasn't adding up. None of this the rune, the mechanical entrance had been mentioned in the news when this place would be discovered. In his past life, he'd read about a shepherd simply finding a cave with treasure. He'd always wondered about that. The rune must have expired, he muttered, his voice echoing slightly. That's why the shepherd just walked in. All this. He gestured at the walls with his flame-bearing hand, would have been sealed away until the magic finally failed. Dude probably just had the dumb luck to be here when it happened. He snorted. 500,000 gold pieces, just like that. The sum still boggled his mind. Something caught his eye, a faint glint in the darkness ahead, different from the usual mineral sparkle. The way it reflected his flame's light was distinctive, almost like it was responding to the magical energy itself. Is that a mana crystal? As Adam approached the glinting object he used identify, the response was immediate. Object waypoint crystal. Type transportation focus. Status active auto triggering. Wait, what do you mean auto triggering? Crystal pulsed with azure light. Adam tried to step back, but it was too late. The light enveloped him, and the sensation that followed was like being pulled through honey, slow, disorienting, and slightly uncomfortable. The world stretched, twisted, and then he hit something with a metallic clinking sound. Multiple metallic clinking sounds, actually. Something was digging into his back, hard and irregular. Groaning, he pushed himself up to sitting position, fighting back a wave of nausea as his head spun. His stomach lurched, and he had to take several deep breaths to keep from emptying its contents right there. He froze as he finally got his bearings. Tusk, transportation crystals, he muttered, waiting for the world to stop swimming. Would it kill their makers to add some stabilization magic? Even a basic momentum dampener would. He swallowed hard. Would be nice. Groaning, he pushed himself up to sitting position and froze. Gold, not just a few coins, not even a chest's worth. Gold coins spread out beneath him like a metallic beach, flowing down in gentle slopes. Gems caught the light of, wherever it was coming from, throwing rainbow sparkles across the chamber. Ornate cups and plates peeked out between coins, their precious metals tarnished but unmistakably valuable. A sword hilt studded with rubies protruded nearby, its blade still miraculously gleaming after all these years. His mouth went dry. He'd seen the imperial treasury once during a special ceremony. This was more. Location discovered. The Serpent's Labyrinth Treasury Chamber. He stood carefully, coins sliding and tinkling around his feet. The chamber was vast, its ceiling lost in shadows above. The treasure spread out before him wasn't a mountain you couldn't swim in it like those ridiculous children's stories, but it was more wealth than he'd ever seen in either lifetime. Enough to buy a small kingdom. Something moved in the shadows at the far end of the chamber. Adam's heart stopped. This, he realized with growing dread, was definitely not in the shepherd's story. Adam's mind kicked into survival mode. First rule of unknown magical environments: gather information, don't panic. Stay alive long enough to think. He maintained identify as a constant thread of magic while his eyes scanned the chamber methodically. The skill's feedback was concerning multiple magical signatures, some he'd never encountered before. Ancient protections, probably. No one left this much wealth unguarded. His hand found the ruby-studded sword, lifting it carefully. The balance was surprisingly good. Item: Flamebrand Sword Class S. Type: Enchanted Weapon. Status: Active. Properties: Unknown. Better than nothing. He kept his casting hand free in his experience. Magic was always more reliable than steel. The flame spell still hovered above him, casting moving shadows that made everything more uncertain. Another movement in the darkness, then another from a different direction. The coins shifted somewhere to his left with a gentle tinkling sound. He was in the open, exposed. Amateur mistake. Slowly, deliberately, Adam began moving backward toward the nearest wall. Keep your back covered. Control what can approach you. Basic combat principles he'd read lifetime ago. The magical signatures were getting stronger, or closer. Something slithered in the darkness. The chamber suddenly felt a lot smaller and the shadows a lot deeper. Adam canceled flame. Relative darkness swallowed him for a heartbeat. In that same instant, he wove fireball, launching it high into the air above. The chamber exploded with light, and time stopped. There was no time to see all the details, but one thing Adam was sure of. Snake, massive snake, jaws open, coming straight for him. Adam's body moved before his mind could process. Pure instinct threw him sideways as the massive head struck. The impact shook the chamber, stone cracking where he'd stood a fraction of a second before. Coins sprayed everywhere like metallic rain. Adam rolled to his feet, already weaving another fireball, this one with enough power to drain half his mana. The spell struck the creature's scales with a thunderous roar. The beast screamed a sound that belonged in nightmares as flames engulfed its head. There was no smell. No smoke. The first fireball above was fading. In its dying light, Adam spotted an archway across the chamber. He ran. Gold coins scattered under his feet, treacherous as marbles. Behind him, the creature thrashed, its massive body sending treasures flying. Something hot brushed his back, its breath. Poison. He didn't want to know. Shit. He vaulted over a fallen pillar, nearly lost his footing on landing. The archway seemed impossibly far. The sound of scales on coins grew closer. Too close. A fang caught his shirt, almost ripping it away. Adam didn't look back. Looking back meant death. The archway was just ahead, 10 steps away, 5. The beast lunged. Adam dove forward, rolling through the arch as massive jaws snapped shut behind him. He scrambled to his feet, running blindly into the darkness beyond, the creature's frustrated roar echoing off the walls. What Adam gasped for air, the actual hell. He wove flame with shaking hands, nearly botching the spell. The light revealed stone corridors branching in multiple directions. A maze. His voice cracked. A maze. That idiot shepherd just found some gold in a cave, my ass. He stumbled forward, still trying to catch his breath. Nobody said anything about a giant snake, or a labyrinth, or another roar echoed through the corridors, making him jump. Or that, the sound of something massive moving through stone tunnels came from. Everywhere, nowhere. The maze's acoustics made it impossible to tell. If I survive this, he wheezed, picking a direction at random. I'm finding that shepherd, and he caught his foot on an uneven stone, barely keeping his balance. And I don't know what I'll do, but it'll involve a very long conversation about the difference between. I found some treasure, and there's a giant snake guarding it in a maze. Another roar closer this time, or was it, damn these echoes, and what kind of idiot am I? He turned a corner, then another. Oh look, a mysterious rune in a sealed cave. Let's just walk right in. Brilliant, Adam, absolutely brilliant. Adam slumped against a wall, chest heaving. No, panic wasn't helping. Panic would get him killed. He needed to think. He forced his breathing to slow, trying to quiet his thundering heart. Think, analyze, solve. The crystal had transported him directly to the treasury. No path in, just there, which meant finding his way back to the entrance wasn't an option, there might not even be one. And now he was in a maze with another distant roar. Right, that, okay, he whispered, organizing his thoughts. Facts, that fireball was strong enough to kill a horse. It's still alive, probably resistant to fire magic. He grimaced. Would have been nice to know that before using half my mana. The sound of something large moving through stone echoed again. Can't fight it, can't outrun it forever. Can't find an exit I don't know exists. He closed his eyes, thinking, there has to be a way out. Nobody builds something like this without an escape route. The crystal brought me in, so he opened his eyes. There has to be another crystal. The question was how to find it before that thing found him. As Adam caught his breath, something moved in his flame's light. He instinctively tensed, but it was too small to be the snake. Creature cave hopper. Type indigenous maze dweller. Status alert. The creature looked like a rabbit, if rabbits had evolved in darkness pale, with oversized ears and eyes that reflected his flame's light. It froze upon seeing him. You survived down here, Adam whispered. You must know safe places. The hopper bolted. Without thinking, Adam followed. These creatures always knew where to hide, where predators couldn't reach. The hopper bounded ahead, surprisingly fast. Adam's flame bobbed as he ran, casting wild shadows that made following harder. Wait, you little. The ground vanished. There was a moment of weightlessness, a sharp intake of breath, and then impact. Pain shot through his side as he tumbled down a steep slope. His flame spell flickered out. Something cracked under him, multiple somethings. He rolled to a stop in complete darkness, groaning. When Adam rewove flame, the light revealed what had broken his fall. Bones, hundreds of them. Small ones, large ones, complete skeletons and scattered remains. Some belonged to cave hoppers, others to creatures he didn't recognize, all picked clean. His hand had landed in a ribcage big enough to belong to a deer. Oh no, he breathed, scrambling to his feet. A skull rolled away, disappearing into a pile of other bones. The chamber wasn't large, but every inch of floor was covered in remains. This wasn't just a pit, it was a feeding ground. Something moved in the tunnel above. The sound of scales on stone grew closer. HSSSSSSSSSSSSS. The sound made his blood freeze. Adam's hand found the sword in the darkness, gripping it tight. He adjusted his glasses while his heart hammered so hard he could hear it over the rattling of disturbed bones beneath his feet. Two enormous eyes appeared in the tunnel above, reflecting his flame's light like mirrors. Adam quickly used Identify while preparing Barrier. Creature White Worm. Level 10. Life Force 500. Type Indigenous Great Forest Dweller. Status Enraged. The eyes drew closer. Adam's grip on the sword tightened. Wait for it. Let it commit to the strike. Don't waste energy on useless movements. A massive head emerged from the tunnel, scales gleaming dully in the flame light. The creature's mouth opened, revealing rows of teeth longer than daggers. Muscles tensed along its neck. Adam's breath seemed unnaturally loud in the sudden silence. The worm struck. Barrier flared to life as Adam dove sideways. Fangs scraped against magic with a sound like nails on glass. The beast's head smashed into the bone-covered floor where he'd stood. Now, Adam swung the sword with everything he had, aiming for the creature's neck. The blade bounced off scales with a metallic clang. Oh, that's not fair. The worm's head snapped toward him, jaws opening wide. Adam rolled through bones as massive jaws snapped shut where he'd been. His mind raced through facts like flipping pages, immune to steel, immune to fire, but it reared back from the flames. Why fear something that can't hurt you? The worm's head tracked his movement, those eyes, if he could just. He grabbed a handful of small bones, hurling them at the creature's face while weaving fireball. Not a massive one, just enough to. The beast's head jerked back instinctively from the flying debris. Perfect. Adam launched the fireball directly at its eyes, already moving, already reaching for the sword again. The flames wouldn't hurt it, but the light, the surprise. The worm reared back, exactly as he'd hoped. Adam charged forward, sword aimed for those massive eyes. Something massive swept his legs. The world spun. his newly made barrier shattered like glass. 24 life force. Status: you suffered a moderate injury. Adam slammed into a pile of bones, air rushing from his lungs. His glasses cracked. Pain exploded across his ribs. The sword clattered away somewhere. HSSSSSSSSSSSS. The worm thrashed wildly, still blinded by the fireball's light. Its massive body whipped around the chamber, smashing into walls. A rib cage larger than Adam went flying. Then he saw it. Through cracked glasses, he watched the beast's underbelly scrape across a jagged bone. A tiny cut appeared. 0.5 life force, 499.5500. Adam's eyes widened. He spotted a narrow crevice leading up out of the pit. "All right," he whispered, scrambling toward it. A plan crystallized in his mind. Pull. Adam's hand shot out, magic yanking the sword through scattered bones just as the worm's jaws struck. He caught the blade and dove into the crevice, brushing past plant leaves that partly obscured the narrow opening. Fangs scraped stone inches behind him, the beast's frustrated roar vibrating through the rock itself, too narrow for it to follow. The sound of the massive body thrashing against the opening echoed after him as he climbed, but he kept going. He had a weakness to exploit now. Adam stumbled into a cavern where crystals caught his flame's light, throwing scattered rainbows across pools of water. Cave hoppers and other small creatures scattered at his approach, their tiny feet pattering away into darkness. The sword clattered to the ground as he practically fell forward, plunging his face into the nearest pool. The water was cold, almost painfully so, but he didn't care. His throat felt like sandpaper. He kept his head submerged longer than necessary, letting the silence calm his racing thoughts. The water muffled everything except his heartbeat and the soft echo of drops falling somewhere deeper in the cave. When he finally came up for air, his mind was clearer. The beast had found him multiple times now, always after he'd made noise. The running, the fighting, even just talking to himself, sound carried far in these tunnels. He touched his bruised ribs gently, wincing. The snake's reactions were almost predictable. It struck at movement, at sound. It would rear up to deliver killing blows, exposing its belly in the process. If he could somehow... Adam picked up a small stone, tossed it into a far pool. The splash echoed weirdly, seeming to come from multiple directions at once. Just like the snake's movements had seemed to come from everywhere earlier, his eyes narrowed, studying the cavern's layout, the uneven ground, the pools, the crystal formations creating natural acoustic channels. He could use this, if he positioned himself just right, created noise in specific places. He could make the snake strike exactly where he wanted, and when it reared up for the kill, Adam picked up the sword again, testing its weight. He'd only get one chance at this. "All right," he whispered, "let's set up a welcome party." The cavern's acoustics revealed themselves with each careful step. Adam's fingers traced the crystal formations, feeling vibrations travel. 3 large crystals created a natural funnel for sound perfect. A tap here echoed precisely where he needed it. His boot slipped on wet stone. The scraping sound echoed. He froze. Nothing. Breathing slowly through his nose, he began digging near a pool's edge. Each movement had to be silent. The ground gave way easily, softened by centuries of water seepage. His hands worked methodically, measuring depth against his arm's length. The sword laid carefully aside. He widened the hole just enough, no more, no less. Extra space meant extra sound. A crystal tumbled. Adam's heart stopped. Silence. Sweat dripped despite the cave's chill as he positioned loose stones around the hole's edge. When struck right, they'd create a sequence of sounds like running prey. The echoes would lead straight to. Something shifted in the tunnels beyond. Adam didn't breathe for 10 seconds. False alarm. Water from the nearest pool was already seeping into his trap, softening the earth further. The snake's weight would do the rest. He tested the hole's depth one final time, calculating the sword's arc. It had to be perfect. One chance. A distant hiss froze his blood. Too soon. He eased himself into position, every movement measured. The sword aligned just so. Loose stones ready to create their deadly symphony. Now came the worst part. Waiting. As expected, the weight was unbearable. 1, 2, 3, water dripped somewhere. Each drop echoed like thunder in Adam's ears. His arms ached from holding the sword at the perfect angle, but he didn't dare adjust his position. 4, 5, a pebble shifted near the tunnel entrance. His heart stopped. Too soon, please be too soon. Silence returned. His muscles screamed to move. 6, 7, HSSSSSSSSS. The sound came from everywhere and nowhere. Adam's fingers tightened on the sword grip. Sweat rolled down his forehead, but he couldn't risk wiping it away. 8, 9. A crystal shifted. Wrong timing, wrong place. The hiss grew closer. Don't move, don't breathe, don't. Something heavy scraped against stone above. Particles of dirt rained into the hole. One landed on his nose. It itched unbearably. 10, 11. The massive body slithered past his hiding spot. He could feel the ground vibrate. Just a little further, just a little. His leg cramped. The sword trembled slightly. The movement above stopped. 12, 13. Snake's head snapped toward his position. A heartbeat of perfect stillness. Adam's free hand found a loose crystal. One chance, he flicked it. The carefully arranged stones responded, creating a cascade of sounds: prey running, stumbling, panicking. The acoustics carried the symphony exactly as planned. The massive head whipped away, following the phantom prey. Almost, the worm's body tensed, coiling. Adam could feel its weight shifting above him, preparing to strike. The ground groaned under its mass. Now. Aargh, the sword thrust upward as the snake struck downward. Scales parted. Resistance, then a give. Every muscle in Adam's arm screamed as tons of serpentine flesh threatened to wrench the blade sideways. His shoulders felt like they were being torn apart, but he held the sword steady. If it tilted even slightly, the strike would fail. The blade sank deep into soft flesh. The beast's own momentum did the rest. Steel tore through the worm's entire length as it shot forward. Blood cascaded into the hole like a red waterfall, hot and thick, drenching Adam completely. The creature's shriek shattered crystals, a sound of pure agony that echoed through every tunnel of the maze. Internal organs spilled from the massive gash, splattering across the cavern floor. The snake's body thrashed wildly, its coils smashing against walls, its blood painting everything crimson. Adam held the sword steady, even as more blood poured over him, into his mouth, his eyes. The blade kept cutting, kept tearing, until the worm's momentum finally ceased. The massive body collapsed, twitching, organs still sliding out of the horrific wound that had split it nearly in half. A final, wet hiss escaped its jaws, then silence. Achievement unlocked, Serpent Slayer. You have slain the white worm. Level 10. Stat increases. Intelligence +3, quick thinking in combat. Strength +2, wielding sword, against massive resistance. Dexterity +2, precise movements under pressure. Vitality +2, survival, against overwhelming odds. Wisdom +3, strategic planning and execution. Agility +2, evasive maneuvers. Note: specific stat increases can be hidden by the user. Life Force 100-205. Inventory increased to N10. Blood-soaked and trembling with exhaustion, Adam let out a shaky breath. The sword slipped from his fingers, clattering against stone. He was alive. I'm alive. Somehow. Wait a minute, he frowned, addressing the system. I thought you didn't grant power. Why do I have stat increases? Clarification: system does not grant power directly. Recent combat experience has pushed your body and mind to their limits, resulting in natural growth. Stat increases reflect your own achievements and adaptations during intense stress. Adam nodded slowly, processing the information. He glanced at his hands, flexing his fingers. The trembling had subsided, and the life force increase, the inventory expansion, he pressed, still skeptical. Life force increase is a natural result of pushing beyond previous limitations. Inventory expansion is a system feature unlocked by demonstrated growth, as previously explained. I see. Every inch of Adam dripped red as he hauled himself from the hole. The blood had seeped everywhere under his fingernails, between his toes, and every fold of clothing. His hair was matted with it, thick and warm. It filled his ears, coated his tongue with a familiar metallic taste that made him pause. His boots made wet sucking sounds as he pulled them from the red pool that had collected in his hiding spot. Blood ran down his glasses in rivulets, turning the world red. He took them off. The worm's massive corpse stretched across the cavern, internal organs still spilling from the terrible gash. Parts of its tail still twitched, muscles remembering life. The wound gaped like a second mouth, showing just how perfectly his sword had split it. Warning: special blood detected. Analyzing, the blood dripped thick and warm across his skin, making odd clop-clop sounds as it landed. A strange tingling sensation began to spread wherever it touched, though the blood itself remained stubbornly present. Wait, tingling. Adam froze. Blood wasn't supposed to tingle. Not normal blood, not monster blood, not any kind of blood. His heart began to race as the sensation intensified, spreading across his skin like pins and needles. No, 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 he muttered, frantically trying to wipe it away, only managing to smear it further. His mind raced through everything he knew about monster parts. Hearts could grant abilities if you were born with the right constitution. Some organs were sought after as aphrodisiacs by foolish nobles with more gold than sense. Certain flesh just tasted impossibly salty, while other parts would kill you outright. But blood wasn't supposed to do anything except maybe poison you if you were unlucky. The tingling grew stronger. Was this how it felt to be poisoned by monster blood? Monsters were mutants, creatures warped by concentrated mana over time, and no two were exactly alike. That's what made them so dangerous. You could never be entirely sure what effects their parts might have. What worked like a charm for one adventurer could kill the next. And this was a white worm, a creature he knew very little about. Who knew what its blood might do? He'd heard horror stories of adventurers who'd gotten monster blood in their wounds. Some dissolved from the inside out, others suffered mutations that. He cut that line of thought off, his breathing becoming rapid and shallow. worm blood properties integrating with host body. Integrating what? Wait, he shouted, as if that would have changed anything. New passive skill acquired, white worm body, very rare level 1. White worm body, your flesh remembers the serpent's blood that bathed it. Each instance of body damage will gradually strengthen your physical resistance. Current defense multiplier, 1.01x. Through successive damage and healing, your body will develop resistance potentially surpassing the white worm's own scales while maintaining human flexibility and adaptability. Maximum potential unknown. Adam's panic subsided as he read the system notification, replaced by cautious relief. A skill. That was unexpected. As the system notification faded, the tingling gradually subsided. He took a deep breath, his panic giving way to curiosity as his analytical mind kicked in. A skill from monster blood. That wasn't supposed to happen unless. System, he started, trying to keep the hope from his voice. Did something change with my constitution? Like, can I safely consume monster parts now? The possibilities raced through his mind. Is this some sort of reward for coming back? No. You are not special. Adam blinked at the blunt response. Monsters are mutants. While their effects on humans are generally predictable, variations can occur. This particular white worm happened to possess this property, which was transferred to you through blood contact. Had it been another white worm, the effects could have ranged from nothing to death. You were merely lucky. There was a long moment of silence as Adam processed this. Was the "you are not special" line necessary? The system only provides accurate information. Looking at his blood-soaked reflection in one of the pools, Adam raised an eyebrow. So let me get this straight, you want me to get hit? A lot. Repeatedly. For this to get stronger? Yes. All right, just making sure we were on the same page, he muttered dryly, wiping futilely at his face and only managing to smear more blood around. Because getting beaten half to death is exactly what I had planned for my weekend anyway. The system offered no response to his sarcasm. The worm's corpse just continued its death spasms behind him, as if to emphasize exactly what kind of punishment his body would need to endure to reach that level of defense. Awesome. Note: a critical area remains unaffected. Upper mid-back unexposed to ancient blood. This will remain normal and vulnerable. The system displayed. Adam froze. His hand reached for the spot between his shoulder blades where he found a leaf, probably from the earlier crevice. It was the only place untouched by the worm's blood. Oh no you don't, he muttered. He turned back to the still pooling blood, crouched, and scooped a handful into his palm. Without hesitation, he reached over his shoulder and smeared the warm liquid onto the bare spot. It soaked into his skin instantly, leaving a faint, almost imperceptible tingle in its wake. They're perfect. Adam glanced at the still warm blood pooling around his feet. Hey, can I store some of this? You know, just in case I missed a spot somewhere important. Analyzing. Blood absorption window has expired. Current blood properties normal. No special qualities remain. Of course, he sighed, then turned his attention to the worm's split carcass. Well, might as well not waste everything. He waded through the gore toward where the massive heart lay exposed through the wound. Even in death, it was larger than his torso. The organ would fetch a considerable price, monster hearts always did. And if he was lucky, he might find a constitution-gifted individual willing to pay even more. Those rare few who could consume monster hearts and gain their properties. A gift Adam unfortunately never possessed. He picked up his sword again, carefully cutting away the crucial connecting tissues. At least something good came from getting a blood bath, he muttered, working the heart free. Besides the hole, please hit me harder. Skill. Heart of the white worm has been added to inventory. Item will remain in stasis until retrieved. Adam looked at the sword in his hands, still dripping with worm's blood. He trained in swordsmanship for some time when he was younger. It wasn't just that he was terrible at it, though he absolutely was. The countless bruises from dropped guards and mistimed parries proved that. No, the bigger problem was that he'd never wanted to learn. Why spend hours swinging a sword when he could be learning about the theoretical foundations of elemental magic? His father had eventually given up, though the disappointment never quite left his eyes. Well, Adam muttered, looks like I don't have that luxury anymore. This world wouldn't let him hide behind books. System, what exactly does a rank S weapon mean? Rank S represents one of the highest quality classification possible. This blade was forged from star-fallen steel, a material of celestial origin. The corner of his mouth twitched upward, a star-fallen blade. The kind of weapon that made collectors lose their minds and their fortunes. The type that in the right hands could carve its way into legend itself. In his hands, though, he shook his head. That would need work. The treasure he suddenly remembered. The sword wasn't the only secret this place held. He spotted a deeper pool nearby and waded in, watching clouds of red disperse in the clear water. The cold bit at his skin as he scrubbed worm's blood from his clothes, his hair, his skin. Once reasonably clean, he climbed out, clothes soaked but at least no longer crimson. He oriented himself, trying to remember the path back to the treasure room through the maze of tunnels, the route now eerily quiet without the worm's presence. When he finally reached the treasure room again, he let out a low whistle. He hadn't been dreaming. This was far beyond the reported 500,000 gold pieces. This had to be at least 50 million, maybe more. Disparity between historical records and reality was puzzling. How had such a vast difference gone unreported? A question for another time perhaps, but for now he had more pressing matters. Reaching into his inventory, Adam pulled out the dimension bags he had purchased earlier. He began filling the bags methodically, watching as the system confirmed each one's capacity. 1 bag full, 2, 3, 4, 5, about 50,000 gold pieces secured, and it barely made a dent in the massive pile. That'll do for now, he decided, storing the bags back in his inventory. He'd need to check the rune at the cave's entry later, make sure it wouldn't expire at an inconvenient moment. The rest of the treasure would have to wait. Adam cast one last look at the glittering hoard. Don't worry, I'll be back. But first, I need to find a way out of here. The exit, as it turned out, didn't require an epic quest through winding tunnels or another death-defying swim. No, it was right there in the treasure room, because of course it was. A seemingly innocuous crystal jutted from the wall behind where the worm had originally coiled, barely visible unless you knew to look for it. Adam stared at it for a solid minute, fighting the urge to facepalm. All that running, all that planning, all that blood, when he could have just. He shook his head, choosing to file this under things we don't talk about. Along with that time, he spent 3 hours trying to open a locked door before realizing it opened outward. The crystal hummed at his touch, and the world shifted. In an instant, he found himself back in the entrance chamber. As he stepped out into the moonlight, the cave entrance sealed itself behind him with a soft grinding of stone on stone. He turned back, eyes narrowing as he studied the rune patterns etched around the now sealed entrance. His fingers traced the air, memorizing each curve and line. He'd be back, of course. 50,000 gold pieces was nice, but there were still millions more waiting down there, not to mention whatever other secrets that treasure room might be hiding. The salty dog, Adam corrected himself as he made his way down the cliffs, his steps careful in the darkness. Midnight had probably come and gone, and he felt a twinge of guilt about keeping the kind stranger waiting if he was even still there. The strider was the first thing he saw, its massive form silhouetted against the tavern's warm lights. The creature turned its long neck toward him, letting out a soft warble that was surprisingly gentle for such an intimidating beast. Adam reached up to pat its feathered neck, earning another pleased sound. At least you're still here, he murmured to the creature, trying not to think about how much trouble he'd be in if the rider had given up and left. The walk back to Zerk's would be unpleasant. Taking a deep breath, Adam pushed open the heavy wooden door of the salty dog. The tavern smelled ale, smoke, and something vaguely resembling food washed over him as he stepped inside. The tavern fell silent the moment he stepped in. The music was interrupted, conversations died mid-sentence, and every head turned toward the door. Oi, Garth, a gray-bearded man slurred, swaying on his stool. Garth, you see what I'm seeing? There's a lil ghoul right there, right by TH door, ain't there? Em not seeing things again, am I? For heaven's sake, Morris, that's a child, a woman's voice cut through the silence. She stood up from behind the bar, wiping her hands on her apron as she approached Adam. She crouched down, her face a mixture of concern and alarm. Sweet merciful God, child, are you lost? What happened to you? Adam caught his reflection in the mirror by the door and finally understood their reaction. His hair was plastered to his head, clothes torn and mud-stained, and despite his earlier attempts at cleaning up, dried blood still caked parts of his skin and clothes. He looked like something that had crawled out of a grave. Oh, it's not my blood, he said helpfully. The woman's expression froze. I was hunting, Adam added quickly. There was an accident. He raised his hand, conjuring a small flame that danced above his palm. The entire tavern seemed to exhale in unison. Magic student, someone muttered. That explains it. Remember when my nephew started at the academy, came home looking like he'd fought a tornado. Mages, several people said simultaneously, shaking their heads and returning to their drinks. The woman laughed. It was a very memorable one. The kind of warm laugh that made her whole face light up. Her eyes crinkled at the corners. Must have had quite the adventure, haven't you? You have no idea. Come sit, I'll fix you something to eat. Actually, Adam interrupted, glancing at the strider outside. I'm looking for someone. The owner of that strider out there. Oh, you mean Kai? He's just gone to the privy. Mentioned having one last fare tonight. That be you then? Adam nodded. Well, come on then, she said, taking his hand. At least have some milk and cookies while you wait. You're skinny as a rake, child. Adam chuckled, about to politely decline when. Oi, Tara, came a slurred voice from the corner. Can I have some milk and cookies too? Me too. Another drunk chimed in, then turned to Adam with an exaggerated wink. Don, turn down, lad. Best chocolate chip cookies this side of the aisles, I tell ya. Are you grown men really trying to mooch cookies from a child's plate? Tara put her hands on her hips. New, came the collective response, followed immediately by, maybe a little. She sighed the long-suffering sigh of someone who'd been dealing with these regulars for years. Come on, love, she said to Adam, before this lot tries to adopt you just to get at my baking. Too late, someone called out. I already picked out a name for I am. Adam settled at the counter while Tara bustled behind it. Just took a fresh batch out of the oven, she called over her shoulder. Give them a minute to cool. Tara's smile warmed. Such nice manners. He felt it before he saw it, that distinct sensation of being watched. Turning slightly, he caught sight of a man with an impressive red beard staring at him intently. Adam looked at the counter, the ceiling, the door, anywhere else. The man kept staring. Warm or cold milk, dear? Warm, please, coming right up. The staring continued. Then poke, did he just? Adam thought while facing him. What? Do a trick. What? A trick? Do a trick. Like moths to a flame, other patrons gravitated toward them. Yeah, you're a mage, ain't ya? Show us something. Before he knew it, the whole tavern was chanting, trick, trick, trick. Adam glanced around and sighed at the eager faces, clearly belonging to men who'd had a few too many drinks. He supposed he could entertain them, even for a bit. Anyone have a deck of cards? Ooh, a card trick. The red-bearded man produced a weathered deck from his pocket, nearly dropping it twice before successfully handing it over. Adam shuffled the cards with practiced ease, one of the few useful skills he'd picked up in his past life's countless nights of solitary research. The familiar motion drew everyone closer. Sir, he addressed the red-bearded man, would you like to assist me? The man straightened up proudly. Name's Sean. All right, Sean, pick a card, any card. As Sean reached for the deck, Adam channeled a tiny thread of mana into the cards. Just enough, not too much. Sean selected a card, showed it to the crowd 7 of hearts, and returned it to the deck. Adam shuffled again, then paused. The bard, who had resumed playing softly in the background, caught his eye. With a slight nod, the musician changed his tune to something more dramatic. Now, Adam said, raising his voice slightly, your card will come to me. He held the deck in his left hand, raised his right, and snapped his fingers. A small flame appeared above his palm, and simultaneously, a single card floated up from the deck, spinning slowly in the air. The tavern went silent. The card continued rising until it was eye level with Sean, then flipped to reveal the 3 of clubs. That's not my card, Sean said, disappointed. Oh, Adam feigned surprise. Are you sure? Maybe you should check your pocket. Sean reached into his vest pocket and pulled out a card. The 7 of hearts, his eyes widened. But how did you? Wait, Adam interrupted, pointing at the floating 3 of clubs. What's that behind your ear? Sean reached up and found another card. The 3 of clubs he'd just been looking at was now somehow behind his ear, while the one that had been floating was gone. The tavern erupted. Mage, Mage, Mage. Tara, returning with the milk and cookies, had to weave through the celebrating crowd. Well, she said, placing the plate in front of him, I haven't seen them this excited since the time old Morris convinced everyone he'd caught a mermaid, and it turned out to be a painted cod. The buttery sweetness spread across his tongue, accompanied by hints of vanilla and, was that a touch of cinnamon? The cookie somehow managed to be both delicate and substantial, crumbling just right without falling apart. The system displayed +1 life force. He closed his eyes, savoring each note of flavor like it was a symphony. In 79 years of living, he'd never. His eyes snapped open. Hey, where there had been a plate full of cookies moments ago, there was now a single lonely survivor, surrounded by guilty-looking crumbs. The drunk men around him were all chewing suspiciously, avoiding eye contact. Tara's laugh rang out. Don't worry, dear. I've got more batches cooling. I'll pack you a tray to take with you, since you seem to be enjoying them. These are the best cookies I've ever eaten, Adam said with complete sincerity, the kind that could only come from 7 decades of comparison. Told you, shouted the man from earlier, spraying cookie crumbs everywhere. He swallowed hard and pointed at Adam triumphantly. What I say, best cookies this side of the aisles, this side of any aisles. I'll definitely come back here whenever I can, Adam said earnestly, reaching for the last cookie before anyone else could steal it. Tara laughed. You sound just like my boy. He's around the same age as you two. Gets the same look in his eyes every time I bake a fresh batch. Really, your son is lucky to have these at home, Adam said softly, then added more quietly, makes me miss my mother's cooking even more. He made a mental note to visit home as soon as possible. Maybe take a leave. Say, Tara, one of the men piped up, swaying slightly on his feet. Wasn't your little one wanting to be a mage too? Should introduce him to our cookie mage here. At least he'd be paying for his treats, unlike some of us freeloaders. Adam felt his cheeks burn. The drunk had a point. Oh no, I couldn't possibly, Tara started. I'd love to help, Adam interrupted. I could be his sponsor at the academy. Tara fell silent, her hands stilling on the counter. Are you sure? Absolutely. These cookies are more than worth it, he smiled. Has he been tested already? Yes, since he was 4. The stone turned silver for him. Oh, Adam's eyebrows rose. Why wasn't he taken in then? Tara's expression flickered, her hands twisting her apron. There were some complications with the process. Noting her discomfort, Adam quickly changed the subject. Well, I'll do my best to have him join Xerx by next semester. I mean it. She looked like she was about to cry, and probably to not ruin the mood, she exclaimed, oh, wait just a moment, before disappearing into the kitchen. She returned moments later with a cloth-wrapped bundle that smelled heavenly. "Here you go, dear, still warm." At that moment, a deep voice came from behind. "You're here." Adam turned to see Kai, looking exactly as he had hours ago, as if time hadn't passed at all. "I'm sorry for making you wait," Adam said, but Kai waved it off. "Not a problem. Usually head out around this hour anyway." He looked Adam up and down, taking in the dried blood, torn clothes, and general dishevelment. "Rough night, huh? Very. Yes, good night, Kai." The entire tavern erupted in unison, then goodbye, Cookie Mage. "Come back soon." Adam waved, unable to suppress a smile as he followed Kai out, carefully clutching his precious bundle of cookies. The last thing he heard was someone attempting to start another round of Mage. Before the heavy door swung shut behind them, the journey back to Zerk's was quiet, largely because Adam fell asleep almost immediately after settling into Kai's cart. He woke to a gentle shake of his shoulder. "We're here," Kai said. Kai just waved, his strider letting out a soft whicker as they turned away. The academy structures loomed unchanged before him, thank goodness. He made his way to his dorm, feet moving automatically along familiar paths. Holy SHI. The scream pierced the quiet as he opened the door. Sam's eyes went wide. "Dude, what the hell happened to you?" "Went hunting," Adam said casually. It was a perfect excuse. Really, Mage students, especially those in their first 3 years, were actively encouraged to practice their spells through hunting, particularly if they were interested in becoming battle mages. "You want to be a battle mage?" Sam's eyebrows shot up. "Been thinking about it. You've been so weird today. Like, cool kinda, but weird." "You're welcome." "Wait, is that? Are those cookies I'm smelling alongside all the blood on you?" Adam chuckled. "Best cookies ever." He unwrapped the bundle, the aroma filling their room. "Wait, should we get milk? There's the distributor down the corridor." "Still should be working at this hour," Sam said, already heading for the door. "Don't start without me." Adam settled on the floor, exhaustion finally catching up with him. There was something nagging at the back of his mind, something important he'd forgotten, but no matter how hard he tried to grasp it, it slipped away like smoke. Sam burst back in with 2 bottles, only 1 cow milk left. "The rest is muyak," he said, holding up a bottle of familiar blue liquid. "Dibs on the muyak then." "Fine by me, I prefer cow anyway." Sam tossed him the blue bottle and dropped down beside him. "These smell amazing. Try one." Sam bit into a cookie and his eyes immediately closed, just as Adam's had done earlier. "Who made these?" he demanded through a mouthful of crumbs. A nice lady back at Adam's eyes suddenly went wide. "What, are you having a stroke or something?" "His name, huh?" Sam asked, already reaching for another cookie. "I didn't ask for it." Adam groaned. "Her son's name, I promised to help get her son into Zerk's and I don't even know his name." After 20 minutes of navigating the academy's ever-helpful and occasionally over-helpful corridors, deflecting 3 dual challenges, politely declining to recount his fight with Damas for the 7th time that morning, and somehow ending up in the West Wing twice despite explicitly heading east, Adam finally arrived at his destination. In the East Wing, where he'd been trying to go all along. Little victories. He doubled over, hands on his knees, catching his breath. Adam's lungs, he noted with clinical detachment, were definitely not built for this much walking. Adding cardio to his mental to-do list, he reached for the classroom door. Adam jumped back instinctively as a wave of purple smoke seeped under the door, bringing with it the distinct smell of burnt sugar and, was that peacock feathers? Several gasps echoed from within, followed by the tinkle of shattered glass and what sounded suspiciously like something still bubbling. When he finally opened the door, he found the classroom divided between students hiding behind their cauldrons and others trying very hard not to laugh. In the center of it all stood a girl, her face and robes covered in sparkling purple residue, her notebook now sporting several smoking holes. Professor Merwin had an arm around the sniffling girl's shoulders, somehow managing to look both sympathetic and amused. Now, Miss Chen. As I always say, if you haven't blown up your cauldron at least 100 times, you haven't really tried. Though I must say, adding the moonflower essence before the stabilizing agent was a creative interpretation of the instructions. A few poorly disguised snickers came from the back of the room, quickly silenced by the professor's raised eyebrow. "Ah, Mr. Silla," she said, noticing Adam in the doorway. "How kind of you to join us. Please find a seat before someone else discovers an exciting new way to redecorate my classroom ceiling." Everyone's eyes instinctively looked up at the various colorful stains marking the stone above. As he stepped inside, the whispers rippled through the classroom like wind through leaves. "That's him. The one who fought Damas and won." "The Damas, that skinny kid. I heard he used forbidden magic. Never even talks in class. My sister said he glowed like. Probably just got lucky." "Did you see the lightning, though? Just what kind of person did the rumors make Adam out to be?" Silence. Professor Merwin's voice cut through the chatter. Her eyes settled on Adam, who had just spotted Sam waving enthusiastically from their usual spot near the window. It seems you become quite popular this morning, Mr. Scylla, she said. I trust it's for good reasons. Always, Professor, Adam replied, trying to channel his younger self's earnestness. Good. She nodded, returning to wiping purple residue off Lisa Chen's textbook. Adam was halfway to his seat when, forgetting something, are we? He turned back perplexed. What was she talking about? His books were in his bag, his wand was. He never used a wand in his second year. His thoughts scattered as he finally noticed what everyone else was wearing, the mandatory protective glasses. Of course, he was about to confess he'd left them in his room when. I knew you'd forget, Sam whispered, pressing a spare pair into his hand. You always do. Now then, Professor Merwin said, finally finishing with Lisa's cleanup since Miss Chen has concluded her energetic presentation. Next we have. She consulted her list. Ah, Mr. Scylla, you've got to be kidding me. Adam had barely caught his breath from the morning marathon through the academy's corridors, but there was no helping it now. As he approached the demonstration desk, Professor Merwin explained, you'll be preparing a resonance draft today. As you know, a properly brewed potion should create harmonic vibrations when exposed to specific sound frequencies. The liquid must maintain a perfect azure hue and produce 3 distinct tonal responses when tested. This will account for 25 of your final grade, so do be careful. Behind him, Lisa's sniffling crescendoed into fresh sobs. That's it. Began arranging his instruments with practiced precision. Mr. Scylla, please narrate your process for the class. Right, he cleared his throat. First, we need a copper bottom cauldron for this specific brew iron would interfere with the sonic resonance. I'm setting the flame to exactly 3/4 strength, as the resonance draft requires precise temperature control. His hands moved with quiet confidence as he spoke, adding the base solution, pure spring water with a 3-drop measure of morning dew. The dew acts as a natural frequency conductor. And why morning dew specifically, Mr. Scylla? Professor Merwin interjected, quill poised. Because it's naturally attuned to the day's first vibrations, Professor. Evening dew would create discordant frequencies. He continued, measuring ingredients with fluid grace. Now, powdered quartz crystal, but it must be added in a spiral pattern to establish the initial resonance field. You can see the liquid beginning to shimmer, that's the crystalline matrix forming. Excellent observation. And the timing for the next step. We wait exactly 37 seconds. There's a subtle shift in the surface tension that. He trailed off, watching intently. Now, adding 3 clockwise stirs with a silver rod, followed by 1 counterclockwise to stabilize. The color should begin shifting toward azure, starting from the edges. The class watched as the liquid transformed exactly as described. The critical step is the sonic essence, he explained, carefully uncorking a small vial. It must be added drop by drop while humming a perfect middle C. This creates the base frequency the potion will later respond to. The liquid rippled with each drop, perfect concentric circles spreading outward as Adam hummed the note. And finally, he concluded, 3 drops of liquid moonstone to lock the resonance pattern, when done correctly. He picked up a tuning fork from his kit, struck it, and held it near the cauldron. The potion swirled, producing a clear, pure tone. He adjusted the fork slightly, a different note emerged. One more adjustment, a third distinct tone rang out, each one perfect and crystalline. Professor Merwin examined the potion, its azure surface still swirling with subtle iridescence. That's rather impressive for a second year. Have you been practicing, Mr. Scylla? A bit lately, yes. For about 60 years, he added mentally. Class, take note of Mr. Scylla's precise technique. 20 out of 20. You may return to your seat. As he walked back, the whispers started again. Did you see how steady his hands were? Perfect pitch on that humming. Show off. How did he know about the surface tension? Adam slid back into his seat and Sam immediately leaned over. Dude, how did you get this good at alchemy? I've always been good at alchemy, Adam reminded him. It's one of my favorite disciplines. You're good, but not that good. That's me a storm level good. Adam was about to explain when. Mr. Harbinski, Sam froze mid-whisper. Mr. Harbinski, Professor Merwin repeated, more firmly this time. Me, Sam squeaked. Are there 2 Samuel Harbinski in this class that I'm unaware of? The class erupted in laughter as Sam, his face almost matching the color of his hair, stumbled to his feet and made his way to the front. Sam's presentation was a study in controlled chaos. He dropped his notes twice, accidentally added ingredients in the wrong order, then somehow saved it with quick thinking and rapid stirring. His resonance draft ended up a shade too turquoise, but still produced the required tones, if slightly off pitch. Professor Merwin awarded him 1620, making him beam with pride as several classmates congratulated him on scoring 3rd highest. The rest of the day flowed like a well-worn stream. In theoretical magic, Professor Thane went off on another tangent about the proper geometry of ancient incantations, only to be interrupted by his own demonstration backfiring and turning his mustache bright pink. During magical history, half the class dozed off while Professor Hands enthusiastically detailed the rise of House Borealis in 3832 BR, though they perked up considerably when she mentioned it was likely to appear on next week's test. At lunch, a malfunctioning spell made the cafeteria's self-serving plates get into an argument with the floating drink pitchers about proper meal sequencing, resulting in several students getting their dessert before their main course. Adam found himself repeatedly explaining that no, he hadn't used any forbidden magic against Damas, while Sam helpfully deflected the more persistent questioners with increasingly outlandish theories about hamsters being involved. Where did that even come from? The afternoon brought practical applications class, where a student managed to accidentally merge his chair with his desk while attempting a simple transformation spell. It took 3 teaching assistants and a very amused Professor Kerna to separate them, though the chair maintained a distinct desk-like aesthetic afterward. By the time the final bell chimed at 3 p.m., Adam had answered 47 questions about yesterday's duel, declined 12 more challenges, and somehow acquired a small fan club of first-years who trailed him between classes until Sam scared them off by claiming Adam was contagiously radioactive. Library, Sam asked as they packed their bags. We could start prepping for the exams. I found this great corner where the bookshelf actually suggests relevant readings based on your stress levels. Think I'll pass, Adam said, suppressing a yawn, still feeling yesterday in my bones. Really? Sam studied him with genuine concern. Then yeah, definitely go rest. You look kind of pale anyway, says the guy planning an all-nighter. Hey, these runic sequences aren't going to memorize themselves. I still can't tell if Professor Thane was saying ethereal manifestation or eternal constipation in her drawing. We'll see each other tomorrow then, Adam said, watching Sam hoist his overstuffed bag. All-nighters, he thought with a slight shudder, remembering the years of caffeine-fueled study sessions that seemed to stretch into eternity. Some experiences he definitely didn't miss from his first time around. They parted at the corridor junction, Sam heading toward the library's towering spires while Adam turned toward the dormitories. Adam gratefully shed his school uniform, the black robes, white shirt, tie, waistcoat, and his ring that marked him as a Zerk student, and changed into his own clothes, worn leather boots, comfortable dark pants, a soft gray Henley, and his favorite navy blue jacket with brass buttons. Simple, practical clothing that helped him blend in with the city crowds. Arcos, the capital of Lumeria, the Borealis Duchy, sprawled across its island like a living thing, equal parts ancient stone and modern innovation. The city had grown around Zerk's academy over the centuries, until the two became inseparable, much like magic, and progressed themselves. Steam-powered trams wound through cobblestone streets. Ancient buildings with their weather-worn gargoyles stood shoulder to shoulder with sleek new constructions of glass and steel. The air hummed with both mechanical and magical energy, the scent of sea salt mixing with coffee from countless cafes, and the ever-present undertone of alchemical experiments. In the older district, where the streets still followed their original meandering paths, tourists and locals alike gathered around the preserved farm of law, a humble plot of land that had somehow survived millennia of urban development. Its simple wooden fence and modest farmhouse seemed almost impossible amid the city's grandeur, yet there it stood, protected by both law and legend. Children pressed their faces against the fence, hoping to spot some sign of the mysterious farmer Mage who had reintroduced magic to humanity before vanishing without a trace. Some 3,000 years ago, the markets were in full swing as Adam walked through the city center, where merchants sold everything from mundane vegetables to bottled starlight. Street performers entertained crowds with minor illusions, while automated brass musicians played on street corners. Students from Zerks, easily identifiable by their rings despite their civilian clothes, mingled with the crowd, taking advantage of their freedom to explore the city until classes. Above it all, the great lighthouse of Arcos stood sentinel at the island's edge, its eternal flame said to have been lit by La Borealis himself, still burning after all these centuries, guiding ships through the often treacherous waters around the Lumeria archipelago that consisted of an impressive 12,025 islands, with 4,672 dungeons scattered throughout. Adam wandered through familiar streets that existed now only in his memories and wouldn't exist at all in about 40 years when the bombardments began. But today, those same streets pulsed with life, merchants haggling over the price of enchanted trinkets, children playing hopscotch with chalk that changed color with each jump, elderly couples sharing spiced tea at corner cafes. There were so many restaurants to try here, more than he ever cared to count, but he wanted to discover them. He stopped at the crowd gathering around a street performer named Old Jack. The man was creating elaborate fire dragons that danced above the audience's heads, weaving between floating rings of blue flame. Adam remembered this act. He used to be so entertained back when he would visit Arcos with his parents as a kid. A child in the crowd gasped as a fire butterfly landed on her nose, warm but not burning. Are you a real mage, mister? Jack smiled. The Seeker's stone turned silver for me when I was your age, little one. Should have gone straight to Zerk's then. He created another butterfly, this one changing colors as it flew, but I made some bad choices, unfortunately. The girl's mother pulled her closer, whispering something about generational opportunity and secure future. It was true having a mage or knight in the family meant wealth and status for generations to come. It was why the Empire sent Seekers every 5 years to test children across every province, every island, every remote city and village. Missing a potential mage was considered a tragedy. The crowd applauded as Jack's dragons performed one final spiral before dissolving into a shower of harmless sparks. Some things, Adam mused, had a way of working out differently than expected. He dropped a coin in Jack's hat for the nostalgia and continued his walk through the living city. It was still so entertaining. Here, a fish seller chasing a cat that had made off with his prized catch over there on the left, an old man feeding pigeons some breadcrumbs. A beggar sat in his usual spot, his sign reading "will do magic tricks for food." Then there was the weird stuff store. Yes, that was literally its name. Someone, presumably the first Mr. Biggins, had looked at their shop 5 centuries ago and thought, yes, this is the pinnacle of creative naming. The current Mr. Biggins, from the long line of Mr. Biggins, was supposedly the 102nd owner, though nobody quite knew how that math worked out. You could buy regular candy bars right next to levitating licorice that actually tried to float away if you didn't hold onto it tight enough. They sold ordinary sandwiches alongside things like Pocket Dimension's small size, perfect for lunch storage, and crystallized dragon sneezes, a sort of spicy candy. Very sour at the start and very sweet in the middle, only to end up even more sour at the end and make you sneeze fire from the nose. No longer regulatory. Suffice to say, a lot of the other things in the weird stuff store were no longer regulatory compliant these days for obvious reasons, yet the store kept selling them, and people kept buying, and no problem ever arose. Then there were the Frosty's 100 flavors of frozen heaven or hell, depending on your choices. Adam and Sam had tried every combination possible. Cloud9 mixed with Summer Sunset had been their masterpiece, and Lightning in a Cup Storm Essence and Rainbow Rush that actually made you feel tiny lightning bolts crackle between your teeth. Their worst creation, Pickle's Surprise, Sam's temporary transparency and time bubble hiccups had been interesting, though somehow that flavor had its dedicated customers. The store was called Weird Stuff. It had to cater to its demographic. Actually, you know what? Dom pushed through the door, its bells chiming their eternally unfinished melody. He found himself craving their old favorite. The flavors he wanted to mix were already front and center in the Frosty's machine. Right, the store was one of the many enchanted shops on the islands, which wasn't surprising, being neighbors with Zerk's Academy and all. The building's enchantment, generated and maintained by runes, would show you exactly what you wanted to buy, sometimes before you even knew you wanted it. Of course they were. That kind of spell was problematic these days. Mind reading without customer consent had been perfectly normal maybe 50 years ago, but progressists had been pushing hard against it at this point in time. Most stores had abandoned the practice as customers grew more privacy conscious, but not the Weird Stuff store. Mr. Biggins didn't give a shit. Why, hello there, young man. The old shopkeeper materialized behind the counter, his white hair sticking out in all directions as if he'd just been electrocuted, which, given some of his inventory, was entirely possible. Hello, Mr. Biggins. It's been a while. How have you been? Oh, splendid, splendid. Had to wrestle a pocket dimension this morning. Nasty little thing tried to eat my socks. Again. But otherwise, feeling fresh as a spring chicken. Could probably take on a dragon today. He paused, stroking his beard thoughtfully, though perhaps a small one. His gaze returned to the glasses. Those have seen better days, not like you to be careless with your things. Adam couldn't help but laugh. Classic Biggins. The man made no sense half of the time. Just went hunting last night, he replied casually. Hunting? Biggins murmured almost to himself. How peculiar indeed. Speaking of troublemakers, Biggins continued, reorganizing an entire shelf without looking at it. Where's that partner in crime of yours? Young Sam, wasn't it? Sam's back at Zerk's, Adam replied, watching as 3 different types of candy sorted themselves out on a nearby shelf. Zerk's, Biggins stopped his stacking. Correct me if I'm wrong, though I'm only wrong on Thursdays, and this is clearly a Wednesday, unless the calendar's lying again, but aren't you supposed to be there too? Just running some errands, Adam said, moving toward the Frosty's machine and grabbing a cup. He glanced at the candy display. Could I also get a bag of those hard candies, the mixed fruit ones? Well, Biggins chuckled, unwrapping a piece of chocolate. That's a change, quite the change indeed. You usually never come on a Wednesday at this hour. Become quite bold, haven't you? He laughed, then popped the chocolate in his mouth, then held out the bar. Want some? It's really just errands, Adam said, pulling the brass lever for his Frosty. For a project, an important one. No doubt, no doubt, Biggins said cheerfully, still holding out the chocolate. He reached behind the counter and grabbed a paper bag, starting to fill it with candies. The bell chimed its discordant melody as a group of first years entered the store. "Welcome, welcome," Biggins called out cheerfully. "Hello, Mr. Biggins," they chorused back. "That's him," one whispered to her friends, not nearly as quietly as she thought. "The one who fought with Damas." The girls huddled near the candy display, their whispers and giggles punctuated by quick glances in Adam's direction. He regretted hitting Damas in front of everyone. "You know," Biggins said casually, organizing some jelly beans that were trying to escape their jar, "it feels like just the day before yesterday you could barely look at a young lady without turning red as a flame-breathing gummy bear." He chuckled. "Time does fly." Biggins let out a hearty laugh. "Ah, the tragedy of being a shop owner with an incurable sweet tooth. Can't help myself, I'm afraid." He laughed again, adjusting his spectacles. "That'll be on the house, by the way. Last customer of the day. Closing early today." Biggins laughed, the sound like wind chimes in a thunderstorm. "Time is just yesterday, wearing tomorrow's hat backwards." "Welcome back," Biggins called as Adam reached the door. "But I'm leaving," Adam said, pausing with his hand on the handle. "Exactly." Biggins beamed, as if that explained everything. Adam shook his head with a smile and, catching the first year's eyes, gave them a small wave. They waved back enthusiastically, breaking into fresh giggles as he stepped out. As the door's bell chimed in 3 different octaves, he could hear their excited chatter through the closing door and couldn't help but think that if he'd known standing up to his bully was all it took to be this popular with girls, he might have done it in his first life. The thought made him chuckle. He took a sip of his Frosty as he walked. Cloud 9 and summer sunset swirled on his tongue, cream and citrus, and something ethereal that tasted like sunlight through morning mist. Even better than he remembered, and he remembered it being amazing, but enough nostalgia, he had a cure to find. Beneath the gleaming spires of the merchant district and well past where cobblestone streets gave way to mud paths, there was a part of the island that tourist guides conveniently forgot to mention. Even most locals pretended it didn't exist, though everyone had heard the whispers. The Undertow, they called it. Funny thing about the Sundarian Empire, they didn't actually mind the illegal trading, the smuggling, or even the occasional theft of priceless artifacts. What really got under their skin was that sweet, sweet tax revenue slipping through their fingers. When investigations revealed that the Undertow's annual turnover equaled roughly 5 of the entire empire's economy. Well, let's just say a lot of bureaucrats needed their fainting couches that day. It had been around for centuries, they discovered, all the way back to the 23rd Duke of House Borealis. A sprawling web of underground markets and secret warehouses spreading beneath every major city in the empire. Merchants who could get you anything from legitimate artifacts to things that definitely fell off the back of a cart. Need a banned spellbook? They had those. Experimental potions that hadn't quite gotten ministry approval. Sure thing. Regular stuff too, though nobody went there for that. Why brave the Undertow's dangers just to buy something you could get at the corner store? Adam had never ventured there himself in this life at least, though he knew that in about 3 decades, when the final bombing of Arcos would tear open the ground like an overripe fruit, everyone would see what had been lurking beneath their feet all along. A whole shadow economy, complete with its own rules, hierarchies, and a very strict no-questions-asked policy. The Empire had tried to shut it down countless times, of course. But trying to catch Undertow operators was like trying to grab smoke just when you thought you had them. They slipped away through hidden passages and secret doors that seemed to appear and disappear at will. Not that the Empire's heart was really in it. As long as the goods kept flowing and society kept functioning, they mostly just grumbled about the lost tax revenue and pretended not to notice. After all, even some of their own officials were known to make discreet purchases there from time to time. Not that anyone would admit it, of course. The best way into the Undertow, if you were either brave or desperate enough to try, was through the dregs, the lowest part of Arcos in every sense of the word, down where the city's grand floating platforms cast permanent shadows on the streets below, where the air hung thick with factory smoke and failed enchantments. The dregs weren't just poor, they were forgotten. The bottom rung of a city that prided itself on soaring ever higher. Here, buildings sagged against each other like rotting teeth, their walls stained with the residue of magical waste that rained down from above. Street kids played with broken enchanted trinkets, while their parents worked jobs the upper districts preferred not to think about. Adam had always been one of the fortunate ones. His father had started as just another fortune-seeking adventurer, but year after year of successful expeditions into dungeons had built him both wealth and reputation. Enough of both that he'd eventually traded his adventuring gear for a knight's ceremonial sword, while his mother's healing magic kept noble families paying in gold and favors. They were the kind of rich that meant Adam had never had to think about being rich, the kind that got him into Xerx without a scholarship, that kept him far from places like this and the sharp lessons they taught, the kind of rich that made him an obvious target for the boy currently sizing him up from the shadows. 3. Adam kept walking, pretending not to notice. 2. The soft scuff of worn boots behind him. 1. Aha, his hand snapped back, catching a bony wrist mid-reach. The would-be thief couldn't have been more than 13 all angles and hungry eyes, wearing clothes that looked like they'd been inherited from inheritance. Why, hello there, Adam said. You know, you could have just asked. Let go, the boy hissed, trying to twist free from Adam's grip. Adam released him, watching with barely concealed entertainment as the pickpocket stumbled back, face flushed with equal parts anger and embarrassment. You might want to work on being a bit quieter. I could hear you breathing from 3 steps away. The boy's face darkened, jaw clenching. Shut up, I'm the best pickpocket in the dregs. Is he? Proud of that. Is that so? The best don't usually announce it, Adam finally. They prove it. The boy's mouth twitched in irritation. You know what though? Adam continued. Since you're the best, you probably know your way around here pretty well. Depends what you're looking for. I need to meet someone. Man named Cisco. The boy let out a dry laugh. Right, some pampered rich kid thinks he can just waltz in to meet Cisco. 1 silver piece. The boy's stance shifted slightly, words stumbling. That's not. 2, 3 if you can do it today. 10, the boy said, crossing his arms, and I'll take you straight to him. You think a boy my age would be walking around with 10 silver pieces? How much you got then? 3. Final offer. Fine, the boy huffed. Pay up. Adam waggled his finger. Wouldn't be very smart of me to pay before getting what I'm paying for, would it? Half now, half after. And how do I trust you? The boy straightened his spine, chin lifting. His voice dropped an octave, attempting gravitas. I may be a thief. A bad one's. Shut up, his shoulders tensed, but he recovered, clearing his throat. But I am not. A liar. Each word carried the weight of practiced nobility, like he'd heard it in a street performance once and saved it for just such an occasion. Adam's eyebrow arched slightly. A beat passed, then another. His laugh was short and sharp. Really, that's what you're going with? The boy's attempt at dignity crumbled. His ears turned red first, then the rest of his face followed. It just stopped laughing. I meant every word. The theatrical solemnity of moments before lay in shambles around his feet. Do you need me or not? The boy snapped, fists clenched at his sides. All right, calm down. Damn, you have no sense of humor, do you? Adam flicked a silver coin through the air. The boy snatched it mid-flight, then frowned at his palm. This isn't half. I may be a clown, Adam intoned, matching the boy's earlier theatrical gravity with exaggerated precision. A good one, but I am not a liar. The boy let out a long, suffering sigh. You'll get the rest when I meet Cisco. They wound their way deeper into the dregs, Adam taking in everything with careful eyes. This was his first time here in this life, or the other, and the reality hit harder than the stories. Shadows seemed deeper here, clothes more threadbare, hopes worn thinner. A woman stirred a pot that seemed to hold more water than ingredients. Children played with broken trinkets that still sparked with dying magic, while their parents watched from doorways with hollow eyes. The contrast with the upper districts felt like a physical thing, heavy in the air. A few hard-eyed men sized him up from an alley entrance, expensive clothes, clean hands, easy target, but Adam kept his gaze down, staying close to his guide. Not too close, though. His fingers remained near his coin purse. So Adam said, stepping around a puddle that smelled nothing like water, do you have a name, or should I just call you Pickpocket? Don't call me that, the boy muttered, earning Adam's confusion. I thought he was proud of that. Not totally hopeless, I guess. I'm a barn. Adam glanced at the weathered sign of the tavern they'd just passed, Barn's Targ, and bit back a smile. You definitely didn't just get that from. Of course not, Irene, you're back. A group of smaller children came tearing around the corner, faces lit up with gap-toothed grins. They swarmed around them, tugging at the boy's sleeves. Do you have some cookies from your mom today? Can we see? Did you? Irene's face had gone the color of old chalk. Adam cleared his throat, adopting the same noble gravity Irene had attempted earlier. I am not a liar. Shut up. Not now, you guys, Irene continued. I'm working. But I'll bring you all some cookies when I'm done, all right? Promise. You always say that. A tiny girl with missing front teeth protested. Did I break my promise last time, Maya? He ruffled her hair. Or the time before that, Tim? Pinky promise. A small boy with a soot-streaked face held up his finger. Pinky promise, Rook. Irene linked fingers with him, then looked meaningfully at the others until a chain of pinky promises had been made. Is he your job? Maya pointed at Adam. Before Irene could answer, Adam stepped forward. Yeah, name's Law, like the farmer Mage from the stories. Tim's eyes went wide, just like that. Hey, would you all like some candies? You have candies. Several pairs of eyes locked onto him. Adam reached into his pocket, pulling out a paper bag from the shop he'd visited earlier. The children crowded around as he handed them out. These are some special candies. Rook split his in half, offering the other piece to Irene. Irene glanced at the offered half candy, then flicked Rook's forehead. Heh, keep it. You're skinny enough already. The little boy rubbed his forehead, pouting, but quickly popped the candy in his mouth before Irene could change his mind. Want one? Adam said as he popped a candy in his mouth, holding another out to Irene. Irene looked at the offered candy, then clicked his tongue. No, let's go. He turned sharply, leaving Adam to wave goodbye to the children as they headed deeper into the dregs. You sure? Adam dangled the candy between them. Kids are gone. No need to play tough. Do you ever shut up? Sometimes. Good, try it. Well, if you don't want the candy. Iren's eyes flickered to the wrapped butterscotch, trying and failing to look disinterested. For all his street-hardened act, he was still just a kid. The sweet would probably cost him half a day's pickpocketing. Adam sighed. Oh, come on, stop with the side eye. He grabbed Iren's wrist and pressed the candy into his palm. You're welcome, Barnes. You never let anything go, do you? Adam's laugh echoed off the cramped walls. Can't help it. You make it too easy. As they made their way through the maze of cramped alleys, the buildings pressed closer, their foundations sinking into the perpetually damp ground. Finally, they reached what might have been a tavern once, before time and neglect had their way with it. Two men flanked the door, the kind whose muscles weren't just for show. Wait here, Iren said, moving toward them. Adam leaned against a wall, looking perfectly at ease. His fingers traced a subtle pattern in the air echo thread, and suddenly the conversation by the door became clear as if whispered directly into his ear. Got someone wants to see Mr. Cisco. Iren's voice came through. Yeah, who's the fancy boy? One of the guards grabbed Iren's collar, yanking him closer. Better not be wasting our time, rat. Dunno who he is, Iren said, voice steady despite the grip. But he's got coin. Good stuff too, not that copper shit. The other guard spat. Rich little bastard probably got lost on his way to buy silk underpants. Nah, he asked for Mr. Cisco specific. By name, did he now? The first guard released Iren with a shove. And what's your cut for bringing him street trash? Just doing my job, Iren muttered, straightening his shirt. You gonna let him in or what? The guards exchanged looks. Tell pretty boy to come here. Iren beckoned and Adam strolled over, hands in his pockets. Name, the first guard growled. Law, son of Count Bardo. Adam's posture shifted subtly, chin lifted, shoulders back, the practiced arrogance of nobility. Perhaps you've heard of him. The guards exchanged glances. Bardo, bit far from your fancy towers, aren't you? I wasn't aware the dregs had restricted access. Adam's tone was mild. Is there a problem? What's your business with Cisco? That's between him and me. The second guard stepped closer, trying to use his height advantage. You got some balls on you for someone who looks like they haven't even dropped yet. The first guard's jaw clenched, but after a long moment he jerked his head toward the door. Wait here. Both men disappeared inside, leaving Adam and Iren in the damp afternoon air. They stood in silence broken only by distant shouts and the constant drip of water from rusted pipes. The guard's absence felt heavy, deliberate. I honored our deal, Iren said finally, the rest of my money. Iren stared at the unexpected extras, his jaw tightening. For a moment he looked like he might throw them back. Instead, he pocketed everything with quick, sharp movements. Want me to wait? Think I can find my way back. No need to worry. Tusk wasn't worried. Could have charged you more is all. Adam laughed. Bye, Mr. Pickpocket. See you around, maybe. Iren turned to leave, then paused. Law's not your real name, is it? Of course not. What do you think I am, stupid? Right. Iren started walking away, raising a hand without looking back. Take care. Adam stood lost in thought, wondering what Cisco looked like. The reports he'd read in his past life only spoke of the man's actions, how as an information broker, he'd organized the underground escape routes when Arcos burned, saved hundreds of lives. A ghost of a hero known only by name and deed. Now, after all this time, come in, Lord Bardo. The boss will be seeing you. How joyful. Adam's smile held genuine anticipation. The tavern's atmosphere hit like a slap of bitter wine. A fiddle cried somewhere in the smoke-thick air, its notes threading through rough laughter and rougher conversations. Cards slapped against sticky tables, coins clinked, and somewhere a woman's laugh cut sharp as broken glass. The whole place reeked of spilled beer, unwashed bodies, and desperation worn comfortable as an old coat. Not the usual entertainment young masters used to, eh? The guard's laugh rasped like rusted hinges. Not really, no. Adam breathed in, but it has its charm. Eyes tracked Adam through the room, hard eyes, measuring eyes. Pretty little lordling, someone muttered. Rich boy's lost his way. A burly man at the bar spat. Since when we babysitting, at the inner door one of the guards caught Adam's arm. Word of advice, young master. Boss don't like smart games. Keep it simple, keep it straight. Wouldn't dream of anything else. The door opened to reveal a spacious office. A tall man in crisp white clothing stood beside a massive desk, dark-skinned, blonde, with wire-rimmed glasses that caught the lamplight. He had the steady presence of someone used to authority. Cisco, Adam thought, just as a deep voice rolled from behind the desk. Young Master Bardo. Welcome. Not Cisco then. I hear you were asking for me. By name. The voice carried amusement. Curious that a noble would know of such a humble personage. I have good contacts, I see. A sharp clap echoed. Turn me around, Marco. Marco moved toward the chair with practiced grace. Each step seemed to stretch time, the leather creaking as the massive chair began to rotate. Adam's prepared speech died in his throat. First came the tail, long and elegantly curved over the armrest. Then tiny hands folded over a silver-headed cane. Finally, the chair completed its turn, and Adam found himself staring at nothing. He lowered his gaze. Lower, lower still. There, barely visible above the polished desk, sat a mouse beastkin in a perfect miniature suit. Silver-gray fur caught the lamplight, each whisker precisely trimmed. Behind tiny spectacles, dark eyes studied Adam with centuries of cunning. Adam's mouth opened, closed, opened again. Cisco, the most dangerous information broker in the slums, was cute. Don't laugh. Don't you dare laugh. A pleasure to meet you, Mr. Cisco. You're even younger than I expected. The mouse's deep voice seemed impossibly large. What can I help you with? Adam opened his mouth, but Cisco raised one tiny paw. Before you start, young Master Law Bardo. He adjusted his suit with delicate precision. I prefer to build partnerships on respect and dignity. There can be no respect in a relationship founded on lies. His whiskers twitched. Perhaps you'd like to start with your real name. Adam smiled. He'd hoped to avoid this, but wasn't surprised. I'd prefer to maintain my anonymity for now. Law will suffice. So you confess it's not your real name? No, it's not. Honesty. Cisco's tail curled thoughtfully. I respect honesty. Most who come here try to maintain their lies even when caught. You admit your deception openly, which means you have good reason for it. His dark eyes studied Adam with renewed interest. And in my experience, those with the best reasons for secrecy are often the most interesting clients. He leaned forward, paws folding atop his cane. Let's cut to the chase then. What do you want? I need water of Juvence. 1 liter minimum and a wyvern's fresh heart. Within a month. Cisco's whiskers stilled. The silence stretched until it hummed. Interesting requests. He tapped his cane thoughtfully. Rare items, expensive items, hard to locate, harder still to acquire. His dark eyes glinted. As an information broker, I can certainly find them and connect you with the right people for retrieval. But he studied Adam carefully. No disrespect intended to a potential client, but you don't strike me as someone with that kind of capital. He turned slightly. Marco, calculate the operation costs, including expedited delivery. Marco adjusted his glasses. Water of Juvence requires Highland Spring access, 6 months minimum aging, specialized alchemists 20,000 for production alone. Premium for immediate stock acquisition 15,000. Transport through 3 secured checkpoints 8,000. Bribes for customs 3,000. Security detail 5,000. He paused, barely breathing. Wyvern Heart tracking party for 2 weeks minimum 12,000. Professional hunter team 25,000. Medical preservation 4,000. Transport costs in specialized containers 7,000. Rush delivery fees across territories 18,000. Additional bribes and miscellaneous expenses 8,000. Total operation cost 125,000 gold pieces excluding our standard fees. Cisco's tail swished. So what do you think? Adam smiled, moving his hand behind his back. Marcus tensed, stepping forward, but Cisco raised one tiny paw. Stand down. Adam grunted with effort, muscles straining as he pulled out a leather bag from his inventory. It crashed onto the desk with a sound that made the wood groan. One he wheezed. 10,000 magic. Marco murmured, adjusting his glasses. Another grunt, more strain. The second bag landed with a heavy thud. 2, Adam panted, wiping sweat from his brow. Another 10. You seem quite out of breath for someone so young, Cisco observed with amusement. Perhaps more exercise would do you good. That's. Adam straightened, still catching his breath. Exactly what I plan to do soon. One final effort, face reddening. And 3. The last bag hit the desk with a decisive bang, scattering a few papers. 10,000 more. 30,000 total. Feel free to count it, it's all there. 3 bags sat before them, their presence as heavy as their weight. The remaining 95,000 upon delivery, Adam said, finally recovering his composure. Cisco chuckled. What an interesting young fellow. Normally, I wouldn't accept less than half for a job of this scale. His whiskers twitched. But in your current state, I fear attempting to produce more bags might actually kill you. I appreciate the consideration, Adam replied flatly. Then we have a deal. Return in 1 month for your items. Cisco turned slightly. Marco, add our standard fees to the remaining balance. 95,000 plus 20% operational fee. Total remaining balance, 114,000 gold pieces. Works for me, Adam said. I trust you understand there would be grave consequences should you fail to honor our agreement. Perfectly. I have no intention of making an enemy of you. Good. Cisco extended his paw across the desk, tiny, gray, and perfectly manicured. Adam stared at it for a moment, then reached forward. His hand hovered, adjusted, readjusted, fingers awkwardly trying to find the right position to shake something the size of a child's toy. At last, the tiniest handshake in his life. Deal. The handshake had barely broken when the sounds erupted from below: crashes, shouts, the unmistakable noise of bodies hitting walls. Marco moved toward the door, but before he could reach it, it exploded inward. A mountain of muscle and tattoos filled the frame, blood streaming from various wounds. A dagger protruded from his thigh, yet he seemed not to notice. Some called his kind barbarians, though you'd have to be particularly eager to die to use that slur. Free folk was the term, or in this case, a very angry freeman. Cisco, the free folk warrior's voice shook dust from the ceiling. His chest heaved, eyes wild with rage. Cisco didn't even flinch. Thormund, I had hoped we could discuss this more civilly. Civilly? Thormund spat blood. My men. Your men betrayed us. Betrayed you? Cisco interrupted calmly, adjusting his tiny suit. They were dealt with accordingly. I said I'd handle it myself. The warrior lunged forward. Marco stepped between them, but against Thormund's mass, he might as well have been a sapling before an avalanche. Adam saw it unfold as if in slow motion, the massive hands reaching for the tiny information broker, Marco's futile attempt to intercept, Cisco's whiskers barely twitching. He thought hard about this for a literal second. Having his supplier squashed to death before delivering the goods would be rather inconvenient for his plans. So, control, Thormund froze mid-stride, his fingertips inches from Cisco's desk. The room fell silent except for the warrior's ragged breathing. Everyone stared at Adam. "Oh," said Cisco. "A mage, boss," he wheezed between broken teeth. "We need to you have to that crazy barbaria." "What the fuck did you call me?" Thormund roared from his frozen position, veins bulging impressively against his immobile neck. "Oh shit, I mean I'll get reinforcements." The man spun around, wobbling. "From the main base. Don't die, boss. I'll be right." There was a solid, meaty thunk, followed by the drawn-out screech of a body sliding down something. "Third time this month someone's run into that statue," Marco noted, adjusting his glasses. "Perhaps we should move it." "Release me, Mage." Thormund's muscles bulged against invisible restraints. His fluid began pouring out like steam from a kettle, making Adam's temples throb with the effort of maintaining control. Just as the pressure was becoming unbearable, a thin beam of light shot from the tiny ring on Cisco's even tinier paw. Thormund's eyes rolled back and he collapsed like a felled tree. "He'll need a few hours of sleep and some proper education later," Cisco said, adjusting his miniature spectacles. He turned to Adam. "Now then, Mage, you might have mentioned that during our negotiations." "You didn't ask," Adam replied mildly, massaging his temples. "Besides, your prices are quite steep enough without adding a mage surcharge." A muscle in Marcus' jaw twitched, but Cisco's whiskers quivered in what might have been amusement. "Fair enough," the tiny broker conceded. He glanced at Thormund's unconscious form. "I didn't expect you to step up and try to save my life, though I assure you it wasn't necessary." Still, he straightened his tiny cravat. "Let's consider this particular detail forgot. No surcharge for being a mage." "Mages have a higher risk assessment," Marco interjected, still tense. "Most are Empire officials. We need to ensure you're not a spy." "Are you a spy, Law?" Cisco asked. "Not at all," Adam replied. "There, not a spy. Relax, Marco. Given his youth, he's likely just a student from Xerx, probably not tied to the Empire." Yet, Cisco waved his tiny paw dismissively. Adam didn't object. There was no point, so he straightened, ready to leave. 1 month it is, then. "I wouldn't go that way if I were you, Law," Cisco said while getting off his chair. "And why not?" Instead of answering, Cisco glanced at Thormund's unconscious form. "This idiot probably had a tail when he came charging in here." He gestured toward the window with one tiny paw. "Would you mind taking a look?" Adam moved to the window, pushing aside the dusty curtain. Black smoke rose in thin spirals from 3 different rooftops, forming distinct patterns against the afternoon sky. "A special signal from my agents," Cisco explained, already sorting papers into his miniature briefcase. "We have company coming, several groups by the look of it." "Charming," Adam said dryly, watching another smoke signal join the others. "Just what I needed today. Marco, give our esteemed client a cloak." Cisco began tucking various tiny scrolls into his sleeve. Marco pulled a dark gray cloak from his briefcase, which seemed far too small to have held it, and handed it to Adam. "I appreciate the concern," Adam said, taking the cloak with mild confusion, "but I have nothing to do with whatever this is. They don't even know my face." "I'm afraid that's not quite accurate," Marco said, adjusting his glasses. "The situation is rather more complex. The smoke patterns indicate both criminal elements and law enforcement presence. Standard protocol in such situations dictates that all parties exiting these premises will be considered persons of interest. Furthermore," Marco continued, "having to explain your presence here would be problematic. As you now have certain financial obligations to our organization, we'd prefer to avoid any complications that might interfere with those arrangements." Already in debt, Adam thought. The ink isn't even dry on the contract. Wait, there was no ink. Come to think of it, was there even a contract? Unless, of course, Marco added, raising an eyebrow, you have some method of bypassing the police's stealth magic detectors. Or perhaps a convincing explanation for your presence in this particular establishment. Cisco and Marco both looked at him expectantly. "Right," Adam said, pulling the cloak around his shoulders. "Let's go then, shall we? Marco, if you would." Cisco adjusted his top hat. "Yes, sir." Marco cupped his hands with care, and Cisco stepped into them with the dignity of a king mounting his carriage. With delicate precision, Marco settled him into a padded breast pocket. The tiny broker straightened his miniature coattails and smoothed his whiskers. He was cute and dangerous, quite a strange combo. "On your feet, you lot, scatter 8. Cisco's sharp command cut through the room. The unconscious men snapped to attention. "Heinrich, Eastern Route. Johann, collect the ledgers and clear all evidence from the back room. Art, you and Wilhelm take the basement path. Lars, help Art with those blood stains," Johann called out, already moving between hidden compartments. Pattern 3 cleanup. On it, Lars pulled an enchanted cloth from his sleeve, the fabric shimmering as it dissolved traces of the earlier fight. The man by the statue groaned, finally stirring. Marco paused to deliver a sharp kick. Up West Route, and do try to avoid our Dacre this time. Lars, what's the status on those blood stains? Johan called out while organizing documents. That was one time I missed a spot, Lars muttered, working his enchanted cloth over the floor. 3 times this month. Several voices corrected in unison, not pausing in their tasks. Thormund comes with us, Cisco ordered. Marco hoisted the massive barbarian with surprising ease. He was stronger than he looked. The room erupted into coordinated chaos. Bodies moved with practiced efficiency, like actors in a well-rehearsed play. Someone triggered a mechanism, and furniture began sinking into the floor. Hidden panels slid open, carpet rolled itself away, and even the air seemed to clear of any magical residue. West side's clear, basement route secured. All traces removed, sir. Adam found himself being hustled through a passage that had definitely been a solid wall moments ago, watching in fascination as an entire operation disappeared like morning mist. Behind them, the last traces of their presence vanished under a web of precisely executed protocols and spells. No wonder the Empire had never managed to pin anything on these organizations. They descended through a series of hidden passages, each turn revealing new tunnels that shouldn't logically exist beneath the city. Marco led the way, still carrying Thormund's bulk with surprising ease, while the others moved in practiced formation around them. Their footsteps echoed in perfect rhythm, like a well-rehearsed orchestra of escape artists. The tunnel opened into a circular chamber, its walls covered in faintly glowing runes. At its center, a more complex array of symbols pulsed with a white light. Standard exit protocol, Cisco announced from Marco's pocket. 30-second intervals. One by one, they stepped onto the array. The runes flickered to life, a complex pattern that seemed to bend reality around its edges. When Adam's turn came, he hesitated for just a fraction of a second. He really did not like portals. Then Marco gave him a gentle push, and reality shattered. The sensation started with his fingertips, each individual cell seeming to wave goodbye to its neighbors as they scattered into the void. His arms unraveled like loose thread, followed by his chest cavity, which was an entirely new and unwelcome experience. He could feel his liver doing something livers probably weren't meant to do, and his stomach, well, his stomach was having the time of its life, apparently deciding that existing in 12 different locations simultaneously was its new favorite hobby. At least I skipped lunch, Adam thought, as his consciousness stretched across what felt like several counties, still annoyingly aware of every single part of his disassembled self. His teeth were somewhere to the left, or maybe the right, possibly both. Time and space didn't exactly work properly when you were traveling at roughly half the speed of light, converted into pure energy, and trying very hard not to think about the fact that your spleen was currently leading a rebellion against the laws of physics. Reality snapped back together with the grace of a drunken juggler, and Adam stumbled forward, his body parts thankfully all reporting for duty in their usual locations. Well, hopefully at least. Non-regulation portals had a nasty habit of rearranging things. Having, for example, a left kidney switch sides after a non-protocolar portal travel was not unheard of. In fact, coming back without your head or another body part entirely was not unheard of either. These things needed a lot of precision, and those runes back there had definitely not been drawn by certified portal architects. The thought wasn't particularly comforting, first time. Lars asked sympathetically, looking far too comfortable for someone whose atoms had just played musical chairs with the universe. No, Adam managed, straightening up. I just really hate being right about how much I hate portals. As the portal's disorienting effects faded, Adam found himself blinking at what could only be described as a city turned inside out. Massive cavern walls stretched up into darkness, their surfaces dotted with carved windows and doorways that glowed with 1,000 different colors of magical light. Suspended bridges of stone and metal crisscrossed the void, connecting various levels of the underground metropolis. The air was thick with more than just the usual underground dampness. It carried the mingled scents of exotic incense, questionable alchemical experiments, and what he really hoped wasn't burning flesh. Voices in dozens of languages created a constant murmur that echoed off the stone walls, punctuated by occasional shouts from merchants hawking their wares. "Welcome to the Undertow," Marco said quietly, adjusting his grip on the still unconscious Thormund. "Try not to stare too obviously at anything, or anyone." Before Adam could respond, a cloaked figure hurried past, leading what appeared to be a chained goblin child. In an adjacent alley, a group of well-dressed merchants examined a cage containing something that looked disturbingly elvish. Nobody seemed to notice, or perhaps they just didn't care. The creature, no, the person's eyes met Adam's hollow, defeated. The merchant handling the cage noticed his stare, turning slowly to fix Adam with a calculating gaze that felt like being sized up for a cage of his own. "I believe I mentioned not staring," Marco murmured. "Unless you're planning to make a purchase, don't entertain thoughts of playing hero. It tends to significantly reduce one's life expectancy down here." Adam forced his gaze away, his jaw clenched tight. Behind him, he heard the merchant make a soft tusk before returning to his business. They passed a gambling den, where the stakes appeared to be measured in years rather than coins. He caught glimpses of glowing hourglasses and age-marked faces through the doorway. Next door, a shop openly displayed rows of fairies in bottles, their ethereal light casting shifting shadows on the walls. A woman in an elaborate mask and little else lounged on a balcony draped in red silk, her barely covered form leaving multiple afterimages as she moved some sort of space manipulation magic that promised interesting possibilities to those with coin to spend. When she caught Adam's eye, she blew him a kiss that literally sparkled in the air. He looked away, but not before hearing one of the merchants behind him mutter, "Trade my left arm for a night with one of those succubi courtesans." Below her, a fight broke out over what looked like a manticore egg valuable enough to kill for, common enough that nobody seemed surprised by the violence. Blood splattered on the cobblestones, and within seconds, both the egg and the bodies had been efficiently cleared away by silent figures in gray. "Keep moving," Cisco murmured from Marco's pocket. The cleanup crews don't distinguish between casualties and witnesses. They passed through a market square where everything was for sale, literally everything. Body parts, memories, people's dreams. Adam saw a man haggling over what appeared to be his own reflection in a mirror. In another stall, a merchant was measuring out precise quantities of bottled screams. "Never seen the deep markets?" Lars asked, noticing his expression. "Don't worry, you get used to it, eventually." The truth was, Adam wasn't shocked by the undertow, not really. What disturbed him was how familiar it felt. What others saw as the depths of depravity, he recognized as merely the surface of what humanity was capable of. In 30 years, places like the undertow would be considered tame, quaint, even. The markets he knew from his past life, his future, made this look like a children's fairground. Here, at least, they still bothered with masks and shadows, still kept their darkest dealings underground. In the world he came from, the same trades would happen in broad daylight. Slave markets would operate next to bakeries, flesh merchants would have storefronts with display windows, and people would barely blink at the sight of bodies being cleared from the streets. That was, until they were all erased by dragon breath. This wasn't the worst humanity could do, not by far. Adam was about to suggest finding a way out of this charming place when their path was suddenly blocked by a group of men in a not very subtle way. The leader, or at least the one with the most obvious limp, was probably human, judging by his completely ordinary attempt at looking menacing. His companion, on the other hand, was about as human as a winter morning. Hair white as bone, skin that made paper look tan, and a smile that revealed canines just a bit too long to be sporting. Vampire. Because clearly this day wasn't interesting enough already. One of Cisco's men muttering "shit, we've been caught" under his breath was probably unnecessary for Adam to deduce these weren't exactly welcoming party material, but he appreciated the confirmation nonetheless. The limping man adjusted his perfectly tailored coat, offering a slight bow that managed to be both courteous and condescending. "Cisco, old friend, what a delightful surprise, Augustus." Cisco's voice drifted from Marco's pocket, matching the man's refined tone. "I wasn't expecting to find you in these humble surroundings. Oh, you know me." Augustus's smile didn't quite reach his eyes. "I'm remarkably difficult to kill." Around them, the market's usual bustle had subtly shifted. Merchants were suddenly very interested in reorganizing their wares. Passers-by found urgent business elsewhere. Even the succubus on the balcony had disappeared behind her silk curtains. Augustus clasped his fingers with a sharp snap that echoed off the cavern walls. "Helios." The vampire's smile widened, revealing more of those unsettling fangs. With theatrical flourish, he reached into an ornate bag at his hip and withdrew something, the head of a young man to be precise. "Your messenger," Augustus sighed, examining his perfectly manicured nails, "wasn't quite up to standard. If you're in the market for quality assassins, you really should come to me first." He clicked his tongue. "So much less messy that way." Marco's grip on Thormund tightened ever so slightly. Behind him, Lars's hand disappeared beneath his cloak, while several of Cisco's other men shifted their stances. One of them, a broad-shouldered man with a scarred face, actually took a half-step back, whispering, "Gods, that's Victor." Another cursed under his breath, and a third seemed to be fighting the urge to reach for his weapon. "I'll keep that in mind," Cisco replied. "Your attention to detail is, as always, appreciated." The vampire Helios kept smiling, his eyes fixed on the only child of the group. Adam's muscles tensed as he assessed the situation. He'd never been a battle mage, his talents lay elsewhere. Taking down Damus or that serpent had been straightforward enough, but this was different. He might handle one or two of Augustus's men if things went south, but the vampire was another matter entirely. Also, Helios hadn't stopped staring at him since they'd been surrounded. Dom felt an urge to ask if centuries of unlife had made him forget about age-appropriate interactions, or if being creepy around minors was just a vampire thing. The market's usual chaos had given way to a carefully orchestrated exodus. Even the rats seemed to know better than to stick around. The air felt charged, like the moment before lightning strikes, and Adam was acutely aware that they were standing in a very efficient kill box. He really should have expected this. After all, nothing in his life had ever been simple. Augustus's gaze drifted to Thormund's unconscious form, his expression almost pitying. The barbarian was remarkably easy to provoke, though I suppose I should grant him a quick death, considering he led us right to you. His smile turned philosophical. It's quite fascinating how predictably you appear when your pets are in danger, Cisco. Since you have grievances with me, Cisco's voice remained perfectly steady. There are proper channels, protocols. Let us maintain some civility in our disagreements. Of course. Augustus waved his hand as if shooing away an annoying thought. Speaking of civility, he snapped his fingers again. Bring out our other guest. One of his men stepped forward, carrying something bundled in dark cloth. The bundle squirmed. Cisco's sigh seemed to echo through the entire cavern. Really, Augustus. Cloth fell away, revealing a white furred mouse beastkin, a lanky teenager with a split lip and defiant eyes that immediately found Cisco in the crowd. Oh, hi, uncle. His voice cracked slightly, trying for casual but landing somewhere between worried and apologetic. Help, several of Cisco's men tensed. Lars's grip on his concealed weapon tightened enough that his knuckles cracked. What's your price for my nephew, Augustus? Cisco's tone remained infuriatingly businesslike. Well, considering you sent such. Subpar assassin my way, Augustus gestured at Victor's head, which Helios was still holding like some macabre accessory. I think a reasonable portion of your current operations would be fair compensation. No, Uncle Cisco. Valiant's whiskers twitched nervously. It's me, your beloved nephew. Valiant, remember. He attempted a winning smile that looked more like a grimace. Ha, 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 another profound sigh from Cisco's direction. You won't get a single coin from me, Augustus. Augustus clicked his tongue, patting Valiant's little shoulder with exaggerated sympathy. Tusk, tusk, tusk. You see how cold-hearted your uncle is. Why, if this was my nephew, he pressed a hand to his chest dramatically. I would have melted on the spot. Simply melted. A fire spell would buy them maybe 3 seconds of chaos, not much, but enough to slip away if timed right. The vampire would be the real problem, but if he wove an invisibility spell right after the fireball. No, better to prepare the invisibility first than the fire. Less chance of the spells tangling. He was just calculating how many people he'd need to knock over to reach that promising-looking side passage when Augustus's attention shifted to him. And who might your little friend be? Another one of your protected children. Oh, come on. The atmosphere shifted. It wasn't anything obvious, no dramatic gestures or threatening moves, but Adam felt it in his bones. The way Cisco's men subtly adjusted their stances, the barely audible sound of Lars's teeth grinding, the slight tremor in someone's breathing behind him. Adam kept his gaze down, suddenly very aware of his heartbeat. His palms were sweating. When had that started? This one's not for sale, trade, or negotiation. There was an edge to Cisco's voice that made everyone tense, sharp, urgent, like he'd spotted something the rest of them hadn't yet. Even the mouse beastkin's whiskers twitched at his uncle's tone. In his peripheral vision, Adam saw Helios shift his weight forward just slightly, just enough. The vampire's head was tilted at that particular angle predators use when they've spotted something interesting, something worth pursuing. The market had gone dead silent. Even the rats had stopped scurrying. All the more reason to have him, wouldn't you say? Augustus's smile widened. What exactly does the boy do that makes him so special? Adam risked a glance up. Mistake. Helios was staring directly at him, lips parted just enough to show fang. Their eyes met for a fraction of a second, and Adam felt something cold and ancient trying to sink hooks into his mind. None of your business. Magic. Helios's voice sliced through the conversation like a cold knife, making everyone turn to stare at Adam. The vampire's smile grew impossibly wider, revealing even more of those unsettling fangs. He does magic, boss. If I focus really hard, I can smell it on him. Real magic, interesting magic. Oh, a mag. Fireball. Boom, Augustus's face disappeared in a flash of searing flame. His scream cut short as flesh melted and hair vaporized. The smell of burning meat filled the air as his body staggered backward, hands clawing at what remained of his features. Fireball. The second spell hit the potion's stall dead center. Glass shattered, liquids ignited. The explosion sent shards of burning wood and alchemical compounds in every direction. Someone's arm went flying past, still clutching a sword. Camouflage. You have slain Augustus Kane. Kill them all, Cisco's command cracked like a whip. The place erupted into violence. Lars's crossbow bolt found a throat, spraying arterial blood across the stone floor. Marco's blade opened a man from navel to sternum, entrails spilling out in a steaming heap. The air filled with screams and the wet sounds of steel meeting flesh. Helios's roar of fury shook dust from the ceiling as he lunged through the flames, his pristine clothes now splattered with gore. The vampire's fangs snapped shut on empty air, where Adam had been standing a heartbeat before. Dream vials exploded, releasing nightmares made manifest. Men screamed as shadowy apparitions added to the pandemonium. the acrid stench of burning hair and meat mixed with the copper tang of blood. Through the chaos, Adam moved exactly as planned, each step calculated. His first human kill in this life lay burning behind him, face melted into an unrecognizable mass of charred flesh. No time to think about that now. No time to process, just move. Adam's heart hammered against his ribs as he weaved through the carnage. A shadow tendril whipped past his face, close enough that he felt its cold touch brush his cheek. His camouflage flickered, maintaining invisibility required focus, and his mind was anything but focused right now. Blood, there was so much blood. Someone's intestines squelched under his boot as he dodged past a falling body. The spell flickered again. Calm down, calm down. The exit was just ahead, past the... His camouflage failed completely as a nightmare shadow slashed across his path. He stumbled, regained his footing, recast the spell with trembling hands. The magic sputtered, barely taking hold. His training had never covered anything like this. The screaming, the burning flesh, the... Focus there, the passage he'd spotted earlier, just 20 more steps. 15. Found you, Helios's voice, far too close behind him. Water spray hit the ground, followed instantly by fire steam erupted in a scalding cloud. Helios blurred through it, skin blistering but healing just as fast. Control. A merchant's table flipped up, sending glass vials flying at the vampire. Helios dodged most, but one shattered against his shoulder, a liquid hissing as it ate into his flesh. Getting annoying now. Fireballs struck the airborne liquid, igniting it. Blue flames crawled up the vampire's arm. He snarled, patting them out even as Adam was already casting. Push! The burning display cart rocketed toward Helios. The vampire batted it aside, but Adam had already woven. Stone spike. The jagged protrusion caught Helios's leg, tearing through muscle. Blood sprayed, but the wound was closing even as. Crack! Adam saw the fist coming, saw it shatter the barrier he weaved on his stomach. It barely stopped the blow from tearing through him, but he still felt the full force of its consequences. Reality compressed into a single point of agony. The world became pure force. His feet left the ground, stomach somewhere in his throat, the barrier spell creaking under impossible pressure as his small body turned into a projectile. People screamed, diving out of the way as he crashed through the wall of a shop. Wood splintered, glass shattered. Even through the barrier, he felt ribs crack, organs compress. Adult bodies could hardly take hits like that. Children's bodies. Suffice to say that without the spell, Adam would have been pasted on the wall. +4 white worm body. Adam's world narrowed to blinding pain. He couldn't breathe, couldn't think. His body convulsed, stomach heaving violently as he curled into himself. Black spots danced in his vision. Every attempt to draw breath sent daggers through his chest. That body enhancement skill might have been the only thing that kept the barrier spell from being insufficient. His organs would have liquefied on impact otherwise. Through the settling dust and debris, 2 yellow eyes gleamed. Helios emerged from the hole in the wall, wood cracking under his feet as he approached, fangs glinting in a satisfied smile. Still alive, impressive. Let's fix that. In moments like these, when faced with an obviously superior vampire in a part of town where screams were more common than street names, most people would consider 2 perfectly reasonable options. First, begging for your life, completely sensible. Adam was a mage after all, useful, practical. The vampire might see value in keeping him alive. Second, running away, less effective, granted. Playing hide and seek with someone who could punch you through architecture typically ended with your neck between their fangs, but still rational. Yes, these were the thoughts of reasonable people making reasonable choices in unreasonable situations. Adam had always considered himself a calm, reasonable person, rational, logical, whenever the situation called for it. But sometimes, when you're a 79-year-old man in a child's body, and someone hits you so hard you become one with the furniture, you discover new things about yourself. Like spite, pure, unadulterated, petty spite. The kind of spite that makes you forget you only have one life to lose. The kind that makes you want to punch a vampire in his perfect teeth just because he made you go through a wall. The kind that burns hotter than reason, logic, or self-preservation. The worst part wasn't even the pain, it was the indignity. He'd passed gas, him, Adam Silla, a respected senior citizen, in public. No one probably heard it, but still. Someone was dying here today. System recalibrating, detecting physiological changes. New parameter detected, emotional catalyst spite. Initiating power synchronization. New skill, spiteful fighting spirit acquired, rare. Physical parameters updated, strength +50. Agility +30. Reflexes +40. Pain tolerance +100. Mana pool +25. Warning, physiological changes detected. Heart rate 180 BPM. Blood pressure critical. Adrenaline levels 300 above baseline. Muscle tension maximum. Vessel dilation 85. Breakthrough fluid channels unlocked. Status active. Flow unstable. Resonance spite aligned. Channel pattern azure flame. Integration complete. Blue energy crackled across Adam's skin like living flame, his rage crystallizing into raw power. For the first time in his life, he felt fluid moving through his body, responding to his fury, turning his spite into strength. He glared at the vampire, whose smug grin never wavered. "I'll wipe that smile off your face, punk." The blue fluid crackling across Adam's skin actually made Helios pause. For about 3 seconds, which was probably some kind of record for vampire reaction times to unexpected situations. Oh, his perfect eyebrows rose slightly. Now that's interesting. Some hidden strength perhaps, a touch of courage. He took a step forward, wood creaking beneath his feet. Admirable really, most would have. The man started monologuing. Helios, it seems, really wanted Adam to understand the vast gulf between them. The centuries of experience, the careful cultivation of power, the futility of resistance, something about being apex predators in food chains, blah, blah, blah. Adam wasn't really listening. There was no time for that. Instead, he was remembering another rule of street fighting. Was it rule 4, maybe 7? Honestly, at this point, the exact numbering didn't matter. What mattered was the principle. The best time to attack is when they're still explaining why you can't possibly beat them. Stone spike. Stone spikes erupted through the floorboards, punching through Helios's legs, chest, shoulders, pinning him in place like an insect on display. His perfect face contorted in shock, then rage, then pain. Fireball. Once then. Fireball, 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 fireball. The rapid fire spells lit up the room like a miniature sun. Heat rolled off in waves, warping the air and forcing sweat from every pore. The first fireball caught Helios in the chest with a roar that drowned out all other sounds. The second and third followed with thunderous cracks, their explosions merging into one continuous blast that engulfed his torso. The fourth turned his head into a torch. His screams started as something inhuman, then became very, very human. Each spell hit before the previous one's flames had died. They left deep scorch marks where they collided, and soon the stench of burning flesh mingled with the wood smoke. The heat became so intense that the remaining glass in the windows began to crack. Mage, it's a mage. People scrambled over each other trying to escape the shop, their previous morbid curiosity evaporating at the sight of actual combat magic. Everything that wasn't nailed down broken furniture, glass shards, wooden splinters, even that merchant's cart from earlier suddenly developed a burning desire to become intimately acquainted with Helios's person, at high velocity. And because Adam was feeling particularly spiteful, and because some habits are hard to break, another fireball for good measure. The explosion rattled windows and sent smoke billowing into the street. There was something deeply satisfying about setting the object of your anger on fire, multiple times. Probably not the healthiest coping mechanism, but Adam wasn't exactly looking for therapy recommendations right now. Still, Adam knew better than to celebrate too early. The problem with vampires was their endurance. Everyone knew that. Without the power of the sun, killing one was like trying to put out a forest fire with a water pistol, theoretically possible, practically suicidal. Which was why Adam wasn't particularly surprised when the charred, smoking wreck that was Helios broke free from the stone spikes with a sound that might have been a roar, if his vocal cords hadn't been mostly ash. The vampire launched himself forward, movements jerky and wild, claws extended where his perfectly manicured fingers used to be. Rule number 5 of street fighting came to mind. The best defense is not being there when they try to hit you. The vampire's burned eyes were useless, but his other senses were working just fine. Not that it helped much. Adam could practically taste the rage coming off him. Every swipe, every lunge was powered by pure fury. Fireball. Dodge push. Roll another fireball for good measure. Boom. Each miss, each new burn, each impact just fed that anger. Helios's movements became more erratic, more predictable. The kind of patterns even someone like Adam who'd spent more time reading books than throwing punches could read. Which brought him to another rule of street fighting: if you're going to do something stupid, do it with absolute confidence. There the opening was so obvious. Helios overextended on a swipe. His balance shifted just a fraction too far forward. Steel fist. Push. The second spell wasn't aimed at Helios. Adam cast it on himself, launching his body forward like a missile. The combination of momentum and reinforced fist met Helios's jaw in what was possibly the most vicious hook ever thrown by a 79-year-old boy. The impact was spectacular. Bone met bone with a crack that echoed through the room. Adam's shoulder dislocated instantly, not that he felt it. Too much spite for pain right now. 13 life force plus 6 white worm body, 56 mana pool. Helios went flying through the same wall he'd sent Adam through earlier, a fact that brought Adam more satisfaction than he cared to admit. The vampire's body disappeared into the market, accompanied by the sound of multiple impacts and shattering wood. Maybe Helios had passed gas on impact too. Adam liked that idea. He didn't stick around to verify the trajectory or landing site. His shoulder was starting to send urgent messages to his brain about its current condition, and he had a feeling hanging around to admire his handiwork would fall under pushing his luck. Besides, he had places to be, preferably places that weren't here. People were running, and where people ran, there was usually an exit. Simple logic. Adam joined the flow of bodies, letting the current carry him along. The system's combat high was starting to fade. His shoulder wasn't just dislocated anymore. It was making itself known with the kind of pain that suggested he'd really outdone himself this time. System recalibrating, spite enhanced parameters degrading, pain suppression, 68-45-31. The undertow was descending into pure chaos. Helios wasn't the only one making noise anymore. Seems the vampire's little rampage had kicked over a hornet's nest of old rivalries. Somewhere to his left, he heard the distinctive sound of steel meeting flesh, followed by screams. Gang colors started appearing, red ribbons, blue sashes, marked skin. Kill those Brotherhood fucks, watch the shadows, they're coming through the... Crack! A body flew past Adam, hitting a wall with a wet thud. Behind him, Helios's rage echoed off the walls, the sound of someone methodically destroying everything in his path. Wood splintered, metal shrieked, people screamed, camouflage. The spell wove around him just as two men with matching tattoos started gutting each other with curved daggers not 3 meters away. Blood sprayed across fleeing civilians. Nobody stopped to help. Nobody even looked back. A woman's shoulder checked him as she ran past, clutching something wrapped in cloth to her chest. His shoulder exploded with fresh agony. The spite-fueled numbness was definitely wearing off now. Through the gaps in the crowd, he caught glimpses of what was happening in the market proper, a man being beaten to death with brass knuckles, someone getting dragged into a dark corner by multiple hands, fire spreading from stall to stall, pain suppression 24-15, the undertow was eating itself alive. The mage, find the fucking mage, Helios's voice carried even through the mayhem. Right, time to be somewhere else, anywhere else. Adam pushed forward, following the densest part of the crowd, each step sending fresh waves of pain through his body. The air was full of thick smoke, blood, and fear. More screams, more fighting, more dying. A hand gripped his injured shoulder firm, deliberate. Someone had seen through the spell. Adam's fist shot up, already channeling another steel fist when... Wait, a harsh whisper, barely audible over the chaos. A familiar face materialized beside him, ducking low. Adam started, but Iren's hand clamped over his mouth. A merchant crashed past them, knocking several people aside in his panic. The fuck you looking at? Iren snarled at a woman who turned to stare at him, apparently talking to thin air. She quickly looked away, pushing deeper into the crowd. They kept moving, Iren's grip steering them through the mass of bodies. Adam maintained the camouflage, his lips barely moving as he whispered, "How? Your footprints, idiot," Iren muttered through clenched teeth, pretending to adjust his collar. Left perfect tracks in the ashes back there. A drunk stumbled between them, separating their conversation for a moment. When he passed, Iren continued, "Listen carefully. These people, they're heading for the safe zones. Guards there have." Which way did he go? Helios's roar cut through the din. Several people near them stumbled in their rush to get away. Magic detection tools, Iren finished, now speaking into his sleeve like he was wiping his face. "Show up invisible, they'll gut you before asking questions. And I should trust you because..." Adam whispered back, ducking as someone swung a makeshift weapon at unseen pursuers. "Because Iren stopped, shoved a gawking teenager aside. What, you got a better plan? Your shoulder's fucked. You're in the middle of the biggest shitshow the Undertow's seen this month, and that vampire. He's naked, literally smoking and angry, very angry." As if to emphasize his point, another explosion of violence erupted behind them. More screams, more running. Adam's shoulder throbbed in agreement. "Fine, lead the..." "Stop talking to me," Iren hissed. "Just follow. And fix your spell, your right leg's showing." They peeled away from the crowd, moving against the flow. Iren shouldered past panicking people, creating a wake that Adam could follow. Each collision sent fresh pain through his shoulder. A wet, meaty sound drew Adam's attention. The goblin, the one that had been chained like a dog earlier, was straddling its former master's chest. The merchant's hands were raised in desperate supplication. "Please, I'm sorry, I'll..." "Master, sorry, crack." The goblin brought a bloodied rock down. "Sorry, not enough, crack." "Chains hurt, crack." "Hungry always, crack." The merchant's pleas became gurgling sounds, then nothing. The goblin kept swinging, screaming incoherently until what remained of the merchant's head was a dark paste against the cobblestones. Someone vomited nearby. Iren pulled Adam into an alley. The sounds of the massacre in the market grew slightly muffled, replaced by closer, more intimate violence. Two men were strangling each other in a doorway. Neither seemed to be winning. Help, please, the elf's cage. It was wedged between two waste bins. His fingers gripped the bars, knuckles white. Blood trickled from where the metal had cut into his palms. Sorry, Irene muttered, barely slowing. Got my own stuff too. Not you, he hissed, eyes fixed on a point just beside Irene. The mage, I sense you. Please, a door exploded outward next to them. Two women tumbled out, one driving a broken bottle into the other's neck. Irene cursed, pulling harder. I know what you are, the elf called after them. What you can do, please, they'll come back for me. The desperation cracked his voice. Adam's step faltered. Irene's grip turned bruising. Don't, he said. You help him, word gets out, we're both dead. Move. Behind them, the elf rattled his cage, his pleas drowned by approaching shouts and breaking glass. As they passed the cage, Adam's fingers twitched. He tried to weave control while maintaining camouflage, like trying to juggle while walking a tightrope. His invisibility flickered, parts of him fading in and out like a bad mirage. What are you doing? Irene murmured, eyes widening. Turn invisible before we're. That split second was all Adam needed. Control lashed out, crushing into the lock's mechanism. Metal groaned, pins shifted. Glegg. The sound was lost in the mayhem. Even Irene, still dragging him forward, didn't notice. But Adam caught the elf's sharp intake of breath, the slight widening of those amber eyes as understanding dawned. The cage door was still closed, but now, they turned a corner, leaving the elf and his not-quite-locked cage behind. What he did with that opportunity was his business now. The deeper levels of the undertow were different. Here, the chaos of the upper market felt distant, replaced by something more. Deliberate, the corridors widened into vast chambers carved from living rock, their ceilings lost in darkness above. Crystal formations cast everything in a bluish glow. You can drop the spell, Irene muttered, his shoulders finally relaxing. Down here, a cloak draws less attention than footprints appearing from nowhere. They emerged into what could only be called a bazaar, though that word felt inadequate. Where the upper market dealt in survival, this place traded in luxury. Silk tapestries hung between ornate pillars. Fountains burbled quietly, their waters tinted with swirling colors that probably weren't entirely natural. Keep moving, Irene muttered, and don't stare too long at anything. Some of these merchants, they take eye contact as an invitation to negotiate. Merchants here didn't shout their wares they didn't need to. Their goods spoke for themselves. A woman in flowing robes demonstrated a dancing flame that changed color to match viewers' emotions. An old man with silver-rimmed spectacles arranged golden lamps that probably were more than just golden lamps, but it was the menagerie that dominated everything. Cages lined the walls, each more elaborate than the last. Not the crude iron boxes from above these were works of art. Gold and silver filigree, crystal and precious stones, designed to display their occupants like the treasures they were. The collector's corner, Irene explained, noting Adam's stare, where the truly rare finds end up. A serpent with scales like opals coiled in a terrarium of living crystal. A bird with feathers that seemed to shift between planes of existence preened itself on a perch of pure silver. But it was the massive golden cage at the center that drew every eye. Inside, a midnight puma lounged on cushions of deep purple silk. Its fur was darker than shadow itself, seeming to absorb the crystal light rather than reflect it. When it yawned, its teeth gleamed like polished daggers. When it turned its head, Adam found himself staring into eyes as startlingly blue as his own. The creature held his gaze for a long moment. Don't, Irene grabbed his arm, breaking the connection. That thing's worth more than either of us could make in 10 lifetimes. 2 million gold for a single claw. He pulled Adam along, killed 3 handlers before they figured out it only eats off silver plates, like feeding royalty. The puma's eyes followed them as they passed. Where exactly are we going? Adam asked, keeping his voice low as they moved through the market. Irene glanced around before answering. There's a portal ahead, old one. Leads straight to the outer dregs. He adjusted his collar, a nervous habit. Most of the main exits are probably locked down by now, but this one, let's just say not many remember it's here. Sorry about that, Adam said, thinking of the chaos they'd left behind, about causing all this trouble. Irene let out a short, bitter laugh. It happens more than you'd think. If it wasn't you, it would have been someone else. He stopped suddenly, turning to face Adam. But not everyone takes down one of the third sector's top dogs single-handedly, and a mage at that. His eyes narrowed beneath his hood. You're lucky your face isn't known, the kind of bounty they'd put on your head. He shook his head and started walking again. Let's just get to that portal. A small voice piped up from somewhere between them. I don't think that portal's working anymore, actually. Irene and Adam froze. What was that? Irene's hand went to his knife. How would I know? Adam spun around looking for the source. Did that sound like me to you? No, but it definitely came from. Irene pointed at Adam's cloak. Adam felt something move against his side, like a small creature skittering beneath his clothes. That horrible skin-crawling sensation when you feel something alive where nothing alive should be. His hand balled into a fist, ready to smack whatever it was. Don't squish me, I'm a person, the voice squeaked in panic. A tiny white head poked out from a fold in his cloak, pointed nose, whiskers, and very human-like eyes. You, Adam's fist froze mid-swing. Haha, hello there. The white mouse gave an awkward little wave with one paw. Lovely weather we're having down here, isn't it? Very. Cave-like, Mr. Valiant. Iren's jaw dropped. Oh, hey Iren, the mouse brightened. How's it going? Haven't seen you in a while, dang. You grew up even more than last time. Adam pulled them into a shadowed alcove, away from the market's prying eyes. How long have you been here? Oh, you know. Valiant fidgeted with his whiskers, just the whole time. The moment never seemed quite right to mention it. He let out an awkward little laugh that died quickly under Adam's stare. How did you even? Iren started. Well, my kind can change size at will to reasonable degrees, so I downsized to the max and jumped right into his pocket. Valiant perked up, right when he was setting Augustus' head on fire, which, by the way, very impressive. The mouse gave an enthusiastic gesture with his paws. I mean, you're probably the most wanted enemy of the Moon Children and their affiliates now, but still, that was something else, the way his head just. Right, Valiant smoothed his whiskers, undeterred. Oh, and I must say, your magic has this fascinating smell, like lightning and old books. Did you know that? Probably not, since you're not a beastkin. We're very sensitive to these things. Well, I am, you see. Earlier, Adam interrupted. You said the portal doesn't work anymore. How would you know that? Oh, well, hey, wait a minute. Valiant's whiskers drooped. Here I am, trying to have an intellectual discussion about the olfactory properties of thaumaturgical emanations with an actual mage, and he just, do you know how rare it is to meet someone who can smell magic? Iren and Adam exchanged a look. Mr. Valiant. Iren's sharp tone cut through the mouse's rambling. Oh, right, the portal. Valiant cleared his throat. Well, you see, Valiant stood on his hind legs, adopting what he clearly thought was a more professional posture. I was actually checking all the escape routes. That's what we do, you know, us mice. Well, some of us. Actually, mostly just me. Uncle Cisco says I shouldn't, but how else would I write, sorry, the portal? Adam and Iren shared another look. 3 days ago, Valiant continued hurriedly, noticing their expressions. Some cloaked individuals came through. They did something to it, ritual stuff, very fancy. Lots of chanting, changed the runic patterns. The portal's still there, but now it just leads to a wall, solid stone. He mimed hitting his head, found that out the hard way. And you didn't think to tell anyone? Iren asked. I was going to. But then there was this fascinating shipment that came in, and then I got distracted by this shiny thing, and then oh, you're both giving me that look Uncle Cisco does. Is there another way out? Adam asked, his patience wearing thin. Before Valiant could answer, a commotion erupted from the direction of the market. Shouts, running feet, the sound of metal being drawn. Found them, a voice called out. Adam backed away, only to feel his spine stiffen at the sound of boots behind him. Shadows shifted on the floor. He looked up. Crossbows glinted in the crystal light, their wielders lining the upper levels like crows. More figures emerged from the market's shadows, brandishing everything from noble forged steel to crude butcher's cleavers. They parted, making way. Helios stepped forward, pale flesh unmarked, pristine and completely bare. His smile showed too many teeth. I've been looking for you, Mage. His voice carried through the sudden silence. Our last encounter was cut short. Being tossed aside like a rag doll, he touched his chest where flames had eaten through him hours before. The burning alive part, also not appreciated, even if I can heal. Adam's eyes flickered between the weapons surrounding them. Maybe put some clothes on first. Who talks to people with their pee-pee out like that? Something dangerous flashed behind Helios' smile. The temperature seemed to drop. Always with the clever words, Helios purred. Let's see how well you talk with your throat open. The circle of steel tightened. Adam's mind raced, calculating angles and distances. Crossbows above, steel below, too enclosed for fire he'd cook himself. But air was everywhere. In his mind, geometric patterns began to form. A barrier spell that could protect all their angles needed a perfect geodesic structure, interlocking triangles forming a sphere. Each vertex had to align precisely, or the whole thing would collapse under pressure. 3 seconds minimum to weave it properly. When I signaled drop, he whispered to Iren. Helios' bare feet made no sound on the stone. What are you whispering about, little mage? The air compression would be trickier. Hexagonal patterns layered in 3 dimensions, each layer compressing inward while maintaining stability. 2 seconds if he could hold the barrier steady simultaneously. A crossbowman above adjusted his stance. Another loaded an incendiary bolt. The circle of steel tightened even more. Take aim, Helios commanded. The silver patterns on his skin began to pulse. Adam started weaving. The barrier pattern came first, each mental triangle locking into place. 12 mana pool. One mistake and both spells would collapse. Helios' eyes narrowed. He's weaving. Kill. Now the barrier erupted outward just as crossbow bolts launched. They sparked against the geodesic surface, but Adam was already weaving the compression spell. Hexagons folded inward, layer after layer, the air growing dense enough to distort light. Break that barrier. Silver light slammed against Adam's defenses. The geometric pattern wavered. A crack appeared, then another. He couldn't hold both spells much longer. The compression was almost complete, just one more layer. A crossbow bolt punched through the weakening barrier, grazing his shoulder. Blood splattered the stone. Now or never, Adam released the compression spell. The hexagonal pattern exploded outward, air rushing to fill the void. The shockwave hit like a physical wall. 3 seconds until they regrouped. 3 seconds to move. Let's go, Irene. They'll find us. They'll kill us. We're dead. We are so dead. Irene's words came between gasps as they ran deeper into the market, where life continued undisturbed. Adam's eyes swept across the rows of cages, mind racing. The merchants who run these cages, what kind of people are they? What? Irene glanced back at the chaos they'd left behind. As a group, are they more powerful than Helios people? Mage, Helios roar echoed through the market corridors. They're the Silver Circle merchants. They're among the most powerful here, yes, and they have bad blood with the children, but why? Irene's eyes widened as Adam's intention became clear. No, 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 no. Control, the spell wrapped around the first lock, crushing it, then the next and the next. The creatures inside didn't move yet, unaware of their freedom. The serpent, the reality-shifting bird. There were even dire wolves. Have you lost your mind? Adam's gaze met ice-blue eyes. The midnight puma watched him intently from its golden cage, tracking his movements as he freed the others. Its muscles rippled beneath fur as it pressed against the bars, waiting. Adam smiled. Control, the lock shattered. The puma exploded from its cage with a roar that shook the crystal lights. He's completely Kraz Valiant's squeak cut short as Adam filled his lungs. The animals are escaping. Then it began. A woman screamed as the puma landed in the crowd. Other creatures finally noticed their broken locks. Chaos erupted. My merchandise, the cages, run. The wolves went first, running as a pack. The bird took flight, becoming half visible, then solid, then gone. The opal serpent slithered free, scales catching light like broken rainbows. Their Helios voice closer now. Adam caught a falling merchant with pull as the crowd surged. Another stumbled. He used push to direct them away from trampling feet. Somewhere, Helios cursed. The market descended into beautiful mayhem, but this wasn't enough. They needed more chaos to disappear. My beasts, my fortune. A merchant in expensive silk robes lunged desperately toward the cages, even as the beasts swooped over his head. Years of collecting ruined. Pull, Adam caught him before he could fall into gorilla-looking beast's path. I saw who did this. Adam said urgently, steadying the merchant. The naked vampire, breaking all the locks, he released his grip. He went that way. Fear, rage, financial ruin. In moments of blind panic, the human mind seeks the simplest explanation, preferably one that can be punched. And there's nothing simpler than a naked, arrogant vampire with a history of property damage. The merchant's face contorted with fresh rage. Helios, he screamed into the chaos. You bastard. Other merchants took up the cry. It's Helios. Of the moon children, he's destroying our stock. Kill him. Armed guards, the merchant's personal security, turned their weapons toward the approaching vampire. A crossbow bolt struck Helios in the shoulder. His response was immediate and brutal. One movement, and the shooter's neck snapped. No, you fools, Helios started, but another merchant's guards attacked, their blades finding flesh. Adam allowed himself a small smile as he ran, leaving the merchant's shouts behind them. The seeds of doubt would spread faster than any denial. That was evil, Irene muttered as they ducked into another passageway. Quite vicious for a child, Valiant muttered from Adam's collar. You just started a war between the Silver Circle merchants and the Children of the Moon, Irene said incredulously. Before Adam could respond, Helios' scream split the air. Mage. They glimpsed the scene through gaps in the fleeing crowd. 3 merchant guards had Helios pinned with spears. Blood ran down his body, but then he started healing and broke free. The nearest guard's chest simply caved in. Another's head twisted completely backward. The third tried to run. Helios caught him by the throat and... Shit, Irene yanked Adam sideways as more figures emerged from the shadows ahead. Helios people, how did they? Control, Adam sent market stalls crashing down, scattering merchandise. But one of Helios' men was already too close, blade whistling toward Adam's head. Too fast to dodge, too fast to weave a spell. The sword never connected. A crossbow bolt sprouted from the attacker's skull, seemingly fired from nowhere. The body crumpled, no time to process. They ran. Adam's lungs burned. Each spell was taking more effort now. Black spots danced at the edges of his vision. Wait, Valiant squeaked. A figure emerged from a side passage, hurling one of Helios' men through a crystal display like a rag doll. Marco, and behind him Cisco's other men, engaging the enemy with practiced efficiency. Over here, Marco's voice boomed over the chaos. Move it. The remaining enemies fell back as they had been overpowered. Reinforcements, Irene breathed. How did they? Questions later, Marco growled. We need to go. Now. Marco led them through a maze of alleys until they reached a nondescript doorway, barely visible between 2 buildings. A hooded figure stood guard, hands hidden in flowing sleeves. No words were exchanged. Marco pressed something into the figure's palm. It glinted like crystal in the dim light. The hood nodded, and pale fingers traced geometric patterns in the air. The doorway shimmered, reality folding inward until it resembled a liquid mirror. Marco gestured, "In, now." Adam stared at the portal's rippling surface. Usually he'd argue portals were horrible things that took you apart and put you back together wrong. But right now, having his molecules scrambled seemed vastly preferable to staying in a city with an enraged vampire. He stepped through. The familiar sensation of being unmade washed over him. His consciousness scattered like dust in wind, each particle aware but disconnected. For a moment that lasted both an instant and an eternity, Adam ceased to exist as a singular being. Then reality snapped back. He stumbled out onto grass, gasping. Above him, stars filled an endless sky, real stars, not the crystal lights of the market. The familiar stench of the dreg's waste and rust in desperation replaced the market's incense. What the hell was that? One of Marco's men, Lars, suddenly shouted, pointing into the darkness. Something just. What are you on about? Another man grumbled as he emerged from the portal. I swear I saw something. Right there, darted into that alley. Lars was already drawing his weapon. Irene emerged next, looking slightly green, followed by Marco and the rest of his men. The portal rippled one final time before collapsing in on itself, leaving only empty air where the doorway had been. Marco's hand went to his blade. Lars, how many? Just one, I think. Fast, too fast. Spread out, Marco ordered. Two of his men swept the alley with practiced efficiency, but found nothing, just shadows and garbage. I'm telling you, I saw, Lars insisted, still pointing. Your eyes are playing tricks, one of the others said. Portal travel does that. But a small white head popped out of Adam's pocket, whiskers twitching. Valiant stretched dramatically, tiny paws reaching for the sky. Freedom, he squeaked, then immediately started grooming his ruffled fur. Oh, blessed air, no more pocket, no more hiding, no more. Keep your voice down, Irene muttered. You try being stuffed in a pocket while someone runs for their life. Valiant sniffed, but his volume dropped considerably. I think I have lint in places mice shouldn't have lint. Still complaining about everything, nephew. Uncle, Valiant said. He scampered down Adam's arm, pausing at his wrist. Oh, now you show up. Where were you when everything went sideways? Ah, yes. Cisco's gaze shifted to Adam, young master law. You eliminate one of my greatest thorns and save my wayward nephew in the same day. His whiskers twitched thoughtfully. Augustus had been a particular irritant for 3 years. Cost me 17 good men, 2 shipping routes, and my favorite tea set. It was nothing, Adam said, trying not to think too hard about how casually they discussed death. Marco stepped forward, Cisco balanced professionally in his palm, raising him to eye level with Adam. The sight of the enforcer carefully holding his tiny boss like a delicate teacup was something. Nothing. Cisco straightened his tie. I think not. We're professionals, Master Law. We believe in paying our debts. He paused, whiskers twitching. Should you ever find yourself with an inconvenient acquaintance, our services are at your disposal. At a discount, naturally. Marco, Cisco called without looking away from Adam. What sort of discount can we extend to Master Law? Marco's response was immediate, based on current market rates, operational costs, and factoring in the elimination of Augustus' competing enterprise. We could offer a 27.5% reduction on our standard fees, sir. 32 if the target doesn't require disposal. Cisco nodded along to the calculations, still balanced perfectly in Marco's steadily held palm. Adam couldn't help but chuckle. I appreciate the offer. Though I hope I won't need such services anytime soon. Of course, Cisco said, but the offer stands. Now if you'll excuse us, we have some loose ends to tie up regarding tonight's excitement. I hope to see you around, Master Law, Valiant called out, already scampering up Marco's shoulder. Not hope, Cisco corrected, his form still perfectly poised. Expect. 1 month from now, Master Law, this exact hour. He checked his miniature pocket watch. Currently 10 past midnight. Do remember, they melted into the shadows of the dregs, leaving Adam and Irene alone in the oppressive darkness. The younger boy started walking, and Adam followed, their footsteps echoing off the narrow walls of the winding alleys. Above them, clotheslines created strange shadows in the moonlight, like prison bars across their path. So Irene broke the silence, stepping over a puddle that reflected the glow of a distant lantern. You're a mage. Yeah. Adam's voice was quiet, matching the hushed atmosphere of the sleeping dregs. Somewhere in the distance, a cat yowled. That was pretty cool what you did back there, with the beasts and everything. Irene glanced back, never seen anything like it. Adam let out a dry chuckle. Cool, I killed a man today, Irene. And those beasts I freed, they're loose in the city now. They might hurt people. They passed under a broken archway, its stones worn smooth by decades of shoulders brushing against them. The smell of rot and river damp grew stronger as they descended deeper into the maze-like streets. Hurt people. Irene scoffed, kicking aside a broken bottle. Down here in the undertow. Trust me, there aren't many who wouldn't deserve it, he shrugged. Besides, those beasts will probably head for the forests outside the city. Animals usually do. That's a rather harsh view of things. It's a harsh place. Irene's voice was matter-of-fact. You did what you had to do. That's how it works down here. They turned another corner, and a gust of wind brought the smell of the river, stronger now. Mixed with it was the scent of smoke from somewhere in the distance, and the ever-present undertone of decay that seemed to permeate the dregs. Still, Adam insisted, taking a life shouldn't be something we consider normal. Says the man who just got offered a discount on assassination services. Irene grinned over his shoulder, and despite the grim subject matter, there was something infectious about his youthful cheek. Got me there, Adam admitted, stepping carefully over a suspicious dark patch on the ground. The moonlight caught Irene's profile as he turned, and something about it tugged at Adam's memory, but the thought slipped away before he could grasp it. They reached the invisible line where the dregs ended and the cleaner streets of the city began. The contrast was stark, even the cobblestones changed, becoming more even, better maintained. Irene stopped at this boundary, hands in his pockets. Well, this is it, he said, rocking back on his heels. I should head back. Been a wild night, hasn't it? He smiled again, and something about that smile caught in Adam's mind like a splinter. The moonlight fell across Irene's face, highlighting his features, and Adam found himself staring, trying to place why it felt so familiar when the boy smiled like that. Something wrong? Irene asked, his smile faltering slightly. No, it's just, Adam tilted his head, studying the boy's face. You look familiar somehow. Irene shook his head. Don't think so. Pretty sure I'd remember meeting a mage. He laughed, and again, that laugh, that particular way his eyes crinkled at the corners. No, it's definitely something. Adam muttered, more to himself than to Irene. Your face, it's like I've seen it somewhere. Only person people say I look like is my mother, Irene said with a slight shrug. She works at a small tavern near the sea as its keeper for night shifts, though I'd be surprised if you knew it. The salty dog, something flickered across Irene's composed features' genuine surprise. You do know it. There was an unexpected note of enthusiasm in his usually measured voice. Your mother, Adam said, surprised. Is your mother's name Tara? Irene nodded, smiling broadly now. The world really is small, Adam thought to himself. I was there last night, had the best cookies I've ever tasted in my life. Your mother was really kind, even packed some for me to take back to the academy. Actually, he added, I told her I'd help sponsor her son into Xerx. That would be you, I suppose. You can do that. Irene's eyes went wide, a rare break in his usual composed demeanor. Sure, Adam replied. Students can sponsor others after their first year. I'm in my second year now. As quickly as the excitement had appeared, it drained from Irene's face. He seemed to consciously settle back into his casual stance. Oh, that's nice of you, but actually forget about it. Mother still thinks I want to be a mage because that was my dream when I was little, but I'm good where I am now. Like many conversations about Xerx Academy, this one had stumbled into the uncomfortable territory of finances. There were really only two ways to study at Xerx: either you came from money, or you signed up for imperial service after graduation. For everyone else, the tuition fees were astronomical. Something had clearly happened with Irene's family that had made them unable to take the imperial scholarship when it was offered. It seemed obvious from his reaction. If it's about the money, Adam said simply, I can take care of it. He pulled out a small piece of parchment and wrote down a series of numbers. Here's my student identification number. When you get to Xerx, just tell any raven in the messenger tower this number. They're trained to recognize student IDs. I'll get notified right away. Irene took the parchment with slightly trembling fingers, staring at the numbers like they were some kind of lifeline. His shoulders remained tense despite his attempts to appear casual. His hands opened and closed at his sides, and he kept adjusting his stance like he couldn't quite figure out how to hold himself. Adam recognized that pride, the kind that made accepting help feel like swallowing thorns. No problem, Adam replied, keeping his tone light, matter of fact. See you tomorrow then, after 5. That got Irene to look at him properly, surprise breaking through his carefully maintained composure. Already. If you're going to take the Xerx tests, you'll need some accelerated training, Adam said. Tomorrow I can check your level of proficiency, see where we need to start. The tension in Irene's shoulders eased slightly at the practical approach. He nodded, some of his usual confidence returning to his posture. They parted ways there, Irene heading back toward the lights of the dregs, while Adam turned toward the academy. It felt good, he thought as he walked back, to be able to help someone else for a change. Monster Anatomy and Dungeon Theory class. The droning voice of Professor Drake faded into background noise as he lectured about dungeon classifications. Something about how the guilds ranked them from F to SSS based on the monsters inside, the resources, and the death rates. Every muscle in Adam's body screamed in protest. When he collapsed into bed last night after the fight, the adrenaline had still been coursing through his system, masking most of the pain. But this morning, it felt like his body had waited until he opened his eyes to unleash every single ache it had been saving up. His ribs, where the creature's fist had nearly caught him, throbbed with particular intensity. He shifted in his seat, immediately regretting the movement. A sudden warm touch on his ankle made him jump, sending a fresh wave of pain through his battered body. Gizmo, stop that. Adam looked down to find a small red salamander gazing up at him with opalescent eyes. Their face seemed permanently fixed in what looked like a gentle smile, head tilted slightly to one side in curiosity. Despite his discomfort, Adam couldn't help but smile back. I'm so sorry. A lanky boy with rich brown skin and light brown eyes hurried over, trying to scoop up the wayward familiar. His braided locks fell into his face as he reached for the salamander. He gets a bit too friendly sometimes. It's fine, Adam chuckled, recognizing Gus Howell from his combat class. He's quite charming, actually. The salamander, instead of returning to his bonded one, crept closer to Adam. Almost instinctively, Adam reached down to scratch his head. The scales were surprisingly soft, almost velvet-like under his fingers. The creature's eyes closed in contentment, and suddenly his entire body began to glow, small flames flickering across its skin. Gizmo, no, Gus exclaimed, finally managing to grab his familiar. Sorry again. He tends to catch fire when he gets too excited. The healers say it's like magical hiccups. Don't worry about it, Adam said, still smiling. A little fire never hurt anyone. He seems to like you. I didn't think you had fire affinity, Scylla. Gus whispered, watching as Gizmo settled contentedly in his arms, still giving Adam that perpetual salamander smile. Adam glanced at the familiar, keeping his voice low as Professor Drake continued his lecture about dungeon classifications. Fire and wind, actually. Double affinity. Gus's eyes widened before he caught himself and lowered his voice again. Nice, I'm fire, but... He gestured at Gizmo with a slight grin, probably obvious, huh? Adam held back a chuckle, nodding instead. He noticed how Gus's braided locks seemed to shimmer with a slight reddish tint under the classroom's magical lights, and how his skin had a warm, almost scale-like sheen to it, subtle traits he'd gained from his bond with Gizmo. The boy even had the same kind of permanent half-smile as his familiar, though Adam doubted he was aware of it. Gizmo squirmed in Gus's arms, his opal eyes following the movement of Professor Drake's chalk on the board. The familiar's attention was focused entirely on the lecture, occasionally tilting his head at particularly complex theories. A few students nearby smiled at the salamander's scholarly attitude, though they quickly returned their attention to their notes when the professor glanced their way. He understands everything already, Adam mouthed silently, impressed. Most familiars took years to develop such comprehensive understanding. The stronger the bond between familiar and bonded, the more they evolved together. Some of the most powerful pairs had familiars who could speak just like humans, read complex texts, even appreciate fine arts and music. Gus nodded proudly, running a finger along Gizmo's back. Sometimes better than I do, he whispered, earning a smug look from his familiar. Mr. Scylla and Mr. Howell, care to share your little conversation with the rest of the class? Professor Drake's voice cut through the lecture hall, making every head turn toward them. Across the room, Sam let out a visible groan, his hand meeting his forehead in exasperation. Sorry, Professor, Adam said quickly, straightening in his seat despite his protesting muscles. Today's lecture is particularly important, Drake continued, his chalk hovering mid-air. This material will feature prominently in your final examinations. We were paying attention, sir. Gus piped up. Adam nearly sighed. Professor Drake was usually reasonable, but Gus just had to push it. Is that so? Drake's eyebrows rose, his lips curving into a slight smile. My apologies, then. Perhaps you'd care to tell us what we were just discussing, Mr. Howell. Gus's confident expression crumbled. Well, we were talking about. Even Gizmo seemed to shrink in his arms, the salamander's usual smile looking more like a grimace. Mr. Scylla, Drake turned his attention to Adam. Perhaps you could help your classmate. Adam's eyes darted across the room, catching Sam's frantic hand movements. His friend was trying to draw something in the air in M shape. Sam wasn't finished, but Drake was waiting. M monsters. Without even turning around, Drake's smile widened slightly. Mr. Harbinski, while your loyalty to your friends is admirable, please refrain from providing unauthorized assistance. Sorry, Professor, Sam called out, prompting scattered laughter throughout the classroom. Adam met his friend's eyes apologetically, then caught sight of Mia a few seats away. She was trying to suppress her giggles behind her hand, and when their eyes met, she gave him a small wave. He couldn't help but smile back, even as his cheeks burned with embarrassment. Professor Drake sighed. As I was explaining before, monsters are ordinary creatures that have undergone prolonged exposure to concentrated mana. When a living being absorbs sufficient quantities of magical energy over an extended period, it undergoes a transformation. He gestured to the diagram on the board. For instance, a common wolf, after years of exposure to dense mana, might evolve into a dire wolf. Similarly, if you were to leave a domestic dog in a dungeon environment with high mana density for several years, it would likely transform into a bloodmaw. His chalk drew quick illustrations in the air, a normal wolf morphing into the larger, more fearsome dire wolf, its features becoming sharper, more magical in nature. Do you understand now, gentlemen? Yes, Professor, Adam and Gus responded in unison. Good, Professor Drake nodded. And remember, next class will have a special guest from the Pentos Guild, bringing in an actual monster for a practical demonstration. The classroom erupted in excited whispers. Someone from the back called out, "What kind of monster, Professor?" That, Drake smiled, tapping his chalk against the board, would be spoiling the surprise, wouldn't it? In his past life, Adam remembered this day clearly. It had been a shimmer scale, a monster evolved from a common lizard. The creature's scales could refract light, making it partially invisible, but it was generally docile and less threatened. The memory brought a smile to his face. It had been one of the more entertaining classes that semester. Now, if we could return to our discussion of classification systems. Drake's voice cut through the excitement. As the class filed out, Sam practically bounced over to Adam's desk. Okay, seriously, what happened to you? First you're suddenly good at magic, then you're beating up Damus, and now you're chatting right in the middle of a class. Let's just say I've been through a lot, Adam replied, quickly packing his books. There you go again with the mysterious stuff. Stop talking like some old guy. But I am an old guy. Right, and I'm the king of. Sam paused. Hey, wanna head to the library? After that performance, I have about 1,000,000 questions. Can't, got something to do today. Adam slung his bag over his shoulder, wincing slightly at his protesting muscles. What? But what was all that about? The theory stuff and… Adam was already heading for the door. If you're that curious, you better keep up, he called back, breaking into a light jog. As he rushed through the doorway, the sound of Sam scrambling to gather his things behind him, he missed the soft "excuse me, Adam," that floated from somewhere near the front row. Adam weaved through the shifting corridors of Xerx, the map of today's layout guiding each turn. Left at the alchemy classroom, right where the astronomy tower would be tomorrow, straight through where the dining hall had been last week. His lungs burned, but each step meant another precious second added to his time. Adam, Sam wheezed behind him. Please, stop, can't they close early on Fridays? Who closes? What? The club. They dodged around a group of third years practicing levitation, their black robes billowing as objects floated around them. Adam grabbed Sam's sleeve, yanking him away from a wall that was mid-shift. Students parted before them like a sea of black robes and loosened ties, some jumping aside, others just watching the spectacle of the usually reserved Adam Silla practically dragging a gasping Sam Harbinski through the halls. Since when do you even like to run? Sam panted. Adam didn't answer, focused on counting the archways. 3, 4, there. He skidded to a halt so suddenly that Sam nearly crashed into him. We're here, Adam announced, while Sam doubled over, hands on his knees. Here, where? Adam gestured to the heavy wooden door in front of them, its brass sign gleaming, Combat Athletics Club. At Xerx, clubs weren't just after-school activities, they were a vital part of student life. Each year, ambitious students vied for the coveted title of Best Student, which came with perks like priority access to restricted sections of the library, private study rooms, and most importantly, the right to participate in advanced seminars with visiting masters. The clubs offered precious additional points toward this goal, but they were more than just a means to an end. From the Poetry Prose Society to the Dueling Association, clubs gave students the chance to explore interests beyond pure magical theory. Some practiced swordplay, others honed their aim at the archery range, while the Culinary Arts Guild experimented with both magical and non-magical recipes. The theatrical company put on elaborate performances, and the gardening circle maintained the academy's extensive botanical gardens. Competition between clubs was fierce. The top 3 at year's end received special privileges, funding, and their names engraved on the Great Shield in the main hall. They also received the Golden Medal, one of the most prestigious honors a club could earn, though in the end, it was just that, a medal. Some said the Combat Athletics Club hadn't made the top 3 in over a decade. Dom and Sam had always steered clear of this whole system, preferring the quiet corners of the library where they could read their fantasy novels and talks of magic in peace. They weren't exactly what you'd call joiners. Sam could barely speak in front of groups, and Adam, well, until recently, Adam had been even worse. You're not serious, are you? Sam's voice cracked. Clubs us, we talked about this, we don't have time for social activities. Adam finished, a sad smile playing on his lips. Exactly, we're supposed to be focusing on real magic, on making groundbreaking discoveries. Sam's eyes lit up with that familiar fire. Remember our pact, to become the greatest mages in history, to revolutionize magical theory together, become the next Law Borealis. Adam remembered. Oh, how he remembered. 2 awkward kids, huddled in the library's corner, sharing wild dreams between dusty tomes. They'd spend hours arguing about who would make the next big breakthrough, each convinced they'd be the one to unlock the secrets of the universe. In his past life, he'd actually done it, reached those heights, achieved those dreams. For Sam, for both of them. And what had it gotten him? Standing atop a mountain of achievements built on corpses, watching the world burn. Sam, Adam said softly, those dreams, they're beautiful, and you should chase them. But he placed a hand on his friend's shoulder. We were wrong about one thing. The greatest discoveries, the real breakthroughs, they don't happen in isolation. Every major advancement in magical theory came from collaboration, from people working together, challenging each other's ideas. But we worked together, Sam protested. 2 socially awkward bookworms hiding in the library isn't exactly what I mean. Adam chuckled. Look, I get it, more than you know. The idea of putting ourselves out there, of dealing with other people, it's terrifying. But that's exactly why we need to do it. But you can't change the world from inside a shell, Sam. Trust me, I've tried. A pause, those fantasy books we love. The lone genius who saves the day through sheer brilliance. That's not how it works in real life. Real change, real progress, it comes from connections, from understanding people, from being able to work with them even when they drive you crazy. Sam fidgeted with his tie, looking uncertain. I'm not good with people. Neither am I, Adam said. But that's a skill like any other. And like any skill, it gets better with practice. This, to Adam, was an important step. He wasn't just trying to help Sam become more socially adept. He was trying to prepare him, to help him develop the strength and resilience he'd need for what was coming. The world wouldn't end because of failed spells or flawed theories, it would end because of people, their choices, their failures to understand each other. And maybe, just maybe, by helping Sam grow beyond their comfortable little bubble, he could save more than just his friend's life this time. Besides, Adam added with a grin, you can't tell me you're not at least a little curious about what's behind this door. Sam sighed, shoulders slumping. Fine, but if it's just blockheads and brutes in there, I'm out. Deal, Adam said, reaching for the handle. The door swung open to pure mayhem. Come on, bro, you got this. A massive student bellowed at his partner doing push-ups. 20 more. Pain is just weakness leaving the body. AARGH. The guy doing push-ups screamed back with each rep. Wham, right in front of them, a fist connected with abs that looked carved from stone. Both Sam and Adam involuntarily clutched their stomachs. Harder, the guy getting punched demanded, spittle flying. And why grandmother hits harder than that? Huh, Sam's voice was barely a squeak. To their left, two students were tangled in what looked like a human pretzel. One had the other's leg bent at an angle that made geometry weep. The victim's face was purple, veins popping on his neck like angry snakes. Tap out KAIUS, over my dead body that can be arranged. In another corner, three students were taking turns bodies slamming each other into training mats. Lightweight baby, one screamed as he got thrown. Bro, your form is off, someone shouted across the room. Watch me. Watch me, see how I'm crushing my boy's windpipe. That's the proper technique. Two students charged each other like bulls, colliding with a thunderous crack that echoed off the walls. Neither backed down. Is that all you got? They roared in unison. You're a beast. No, you're a beast. We're all BASTS. Sam and Adam exchanged looks. Without a word, Sam turned on his heel and tried to casually stroll away. Well, I think we can say we gave this a fair. Adam's hand shot out, grabbing Sam's robe in an iron grip. No, Sam's shoes squealed against the floor as Adam dragged him inside. Are you crazy? This is a murder dome. We're going to die. We won't die, Adam said flatly, pulling his thrashing friend past two students practicing what appeared to be competitive face slapping while chanting magical theorems. Yes, we will. That guy just suplexed someone through AIS that a wall of fire. How is that ALLOWED in school? It's just Friday, Adam deadpanned. Just FRI, Sam's voice cracked as someone nearby let out a war cry that shook dust from the ceiling. If this is Friday, I don't want to see Monday. Let me go, I have theorems to memorize. Theorems. Ignoring Sam's increasingly desperate protests, Adam scanned the chaos for his target. Hugo Fable, sixth-year prefect and president of this madhouse, wasn't hard to spot. That shock of purple hair stood out even in this circus of mayhem. There he was at the far end of the room, casually bench-pressing another student as if they were a barbell. 8, Hugo roared, arms trembling. 9, you're a machine. The human weight screamed back encouragingly. 10, lightweight. Hugo's voice boomed over the general cacophony of screams, thuds, and what sounded suspiciously like bones cracking. I want to go home, Sam whimpered, still trying to squirm out of Adam's grip. I have a very nice book about theoretical transmutation waiting for me. It's peaceful. Doesn't bench press people. Hugo reached failure at 12, arms shaking as his human barbell rolled off and landed gracefully beside him. The guy immediately handed Hugo a water bottle, grinning. Weight spell was set to 242 pounds today, the human weight announced proudly. New PR. Sam let out a hollow chuckle, eyes fixed on the ground. I hate you, he muttered to Adam. I hate you so much right now. Adam smiled down at his friend, a look of almost pity in his eyes. I know. When I die here, I'm going to haunt you. I'll follow you around the library, knocking books off shelves. Forever. That's fair. Hugo approached them, wiping sweat from his forehead before putting on his glasses. Hello, he said, can I help you? At 17, Hugo Fable was already over 6 feet 6 inches tall, his frame packed with muscle. Being half Freeman explained his insane genetics that bloodline was known for producing warriors of exceptional physical prowess. In Adam's future, Hugo would become a revered contributor in the field of magical theory as well as one of the most fearsome battle mages of their generation. Back to the subject at hand, Adam had come here for two things. The first, hi, Adam said, adjusting his broken glasses. My friend here and I. Not your friend, Sam muttered. Would like to join the club if possible. Hugo looked perplexed for a moment, studying the two scrawny students before him. Then Adam smiled, and Hugo's face immediately lit up like a holiday spell. Welcome, he beamed, his entire demeanor shifting to that of an excited puppy. You've absolutely come to the right place. We never turn away anyone looking to better themselves. He gestured enthusiastically at the chaos around them. Don't let all this intimidate you, everyone here started somewhere. Some of our strongest members could barely lift a spellbook when they first joined. Behind them, someone crashed through what sounded like several pieces of furniture. All good, a voice called out. The bleeding is minimal, see. Hugo grinned warmly, just one big family here, though maybe we should discuss the details somewhere slightly less lively. I'm going to die, Sam whispered. Hugo led them to an office that seemed almost jarringly normal compared to the chaos outside. Everything was meticulously organized, training schedules on one wall, achievement certificates on another. The room smelled of muscle recovery potion and sandalwood incense. Just need signatures here and here, Hugo said, pulling out some forms. Wait, he reached into a drawer, producing what looked like a small decorated tube. It's tradition. Adam picked up the quill. Do you offer boxing lessons? Oh yes, Hugo's eyes lit up. We have classical pugilism, dwarven ground fighting, elvish wind strike style, good old wrestling of course. There's also meridian combat that's like hitting pressure points but with more screaming and storm fist technique. He pulled out a schedule. Everything's properly structured. You start with basics, then progress through intermediate forms. We track everyone's development, make sure the foundations are solid before moving up. Can't build a castle on sand, right? That's exactly what I need, Adam said, signing. Pop, the tube exploded in a shower of colored paper and magical sparkles. Hugo laughed, somehow managing to make even that sound welcoming rather than intimidating. That same charisma would serve him well in the future. Then it was Sam's turn. He stared at the form while Hugo watched expectantly, practically vibrating with enthusiasm. Dom couldn't tell if Sam was signing because he didn't want to disappoint such genuine excitement, or because he feared what might happen if he didn't, though there was nothing to fear. Sam gulped, picked up the quill and signed. Pop, another shower of sparkles. You did good, kid, Adam patted his shoulder. The expression on Sam's face did more in conveying his current sentiments towards the situation, and towards Adam than any words could. Hugo wrapped them both in a bone-crushing hug. Welcome, brothers. Can't breathe, Sam wheezed. That's the spirit, Hugo beamed. New brothers, Hugo announced proudly. Everyone meet Adam and Sam. The group immediately surrounded them with the energy of excited puppies in extremely muscular bodies. Welcome to the Iron family. A tall girl with scarred knuckles grinned. I'm Diana. Took courage to walk through that door. Another nodded approvingly. Harry's the name. First step's always the hardest. You guys look like proper nerds, a broad-shouldered senior chuckled. Phil here. Nothing wrong with that, though. Hugo here was the biggest nerd in third year. Still, Hugo adjusted his glasses proudly. Just a nerd who can bench press a horse now. And now you two are on the path to becoming transcendent nerds too. Added a guy with a fresh black eye. I'm Caius, by the way, the one Phil couldn't submit earlier. Adam smiled, second time he'd heard that phrase today. Must be fate. Sam was trying his best to look unintimidated, but Adam could see his fingers fidgeting with his robe's sleeve. Petra, a stocky girl with close cropped hair, raised her hand with a grin. Welcome to the family. Knowledge is power, a student said sagely, introducing himself as Vale, but sometimes power needs to be power too, you know. They all nodded as if this made perfect sense. But that was only the first reason. The second and most important reason Adam had joined the Combat Athletics Club was standing right there, adjusting his glasses and excitedly explaining proper breathing techniques. Hugo Fable wasn't just the enthusiastic leader of the Academy's most muscle-headed club. He was also one of Professor Kim's research assistants. And Professor Kim, that was where things got interesting. Professor Kim was one of Zerk's brightest minds, teaching advanced theoretical magic to 5th through 7th years. His groundbreaking work in micro-magic's study of magical phenomena at their smallest, most fundamental level had revolutionized entire fields of magical theory. In about 5 months from now, the professor would discover something extraordinary, a phenomenon that would change everything and ultimately get him killed. His groundbreaking research would be twisted, corrupted, and weaponized a few years later into one of the deadliest creations in history, Dragon Breath, a name that would one day make even hardened warriors tremble. This weapon would ignite the first truly modern magical war, a decade-long nightmare that would claim millions of lives. From its ashes, other conflicts would arise, of which would ultimately take Adam's father from him. But right now, Professor Kim was still alive, still teaching, still months away from his fateful discovery, and Hugo Fable was one of the few people with regular access to the professor's laboratory. The problem was simple then. Adam needed to get closer to Hugo, through him to Professor Kim, before history repeated itself, before the dominoes began to fall. Before Dragon Breath turned the sky black with death. He won't bite, Sam. Adam watched his friend eye the salamander like it might suddenly breathe fire in his face, which, to be fair, wasn't entirely impossible. Are you sure? Sam's hand hovered uncertainly above Gizmo's head. The familiar tilted his head, that permanent gentle smile somehow looking even more encouraging. He's really friendly, Gus assured from the seat behind them, sometimes too friendly. Yesterday, he tried to follow a third-year girl into the library. Adam chuckled. Did she have some fire affinity crystals in her bag? Yeah, Gizmo's got expensive taste. Sam's hand was still frozen mid-air. Gizmo, apparently tired of waiting, stretched his neck up and bumped his head against Sam's palm. The boy yelped, nearly falling out of his chair. See, Adam grinned. He likes you. His scales are warm, Sam marveled, slowly relaxing as Gizmo leaned into his touch. And soft. I thought they'd be rough, like velvet, right? Gus beamed proudly. Watch this scratch under his chin. Sam did as instructed, and Gizmo's eyes closed in pure bliss. Small flames began flickering across his scales, casting dancing shadows on their desks. Gizmo, Gus warned, though he was still smiling. What did we say about getting too excited in class? The salamander opened one eye, looking absolutely unapologetic. You know, Sam said, growing bolder with his pets. For something that can literally burst into flames, he's actually kind of cool. The classroom door burst open with enough force to make everyone jump. A massive figure ducked through, and suddenly all thoughts of cute salamanders vanished as the students stared way up at their visitor. Right then, the giant's voice boomed through the room. Who's ready to meet a real monster? Gizmo scrambled back to Gus's desk, his scales flickering. Around them, students straightened in their seats, all eyes fixed on the enormous man and the empty space beside him. Is that? Sam whispered, grabbing Adam's arm. Is that guild armor? Adam nodded, fighting back a smile. He remembered this class from his past life, but somehow seeing the familiar adventure in person still made his heart race with excitement. Professor Drake cleared his throat. Class, this is Master Borgin from the Pentos Guild. He's graciously agreed to bring us a specimen for today's practical demonstration. Graciously, Borgin let out a laugh that made the windows rattle. Been dying to show this beauty off. Found her in the Whisperwheel dungeon. Class B, ain't she just perfect? He gestured to what looked like empty air beside him. A few students leaned forward, squinting. Ah, right, Borgin chuckled, pulling out what looked like a handful of glowing dust. Bit shy, this one. Watch this. He blew the dust gently into the air. As it settled, something shifted. Like watching water ripple in clear glass, the air seemed to bend and twist until gasps filled the room. Where there had been nothing, now stood a creature about the size of a large dog. Its scales shimmered with every color imaginable, constantly shifting like oil on water. A long, elegant neck supported a triangular head with intelligent golden eyes, and a tail that could probably reach across half the classroom swayed gently behind it. This, Professor Drake said, is a shimmer scale, B-rank monster, evolved from common lizards after prolonged exposure to light affinity mana crystals. Beautiful, isn't she? Borgin beamed like a proud parent. Go on, girl, show them what you can do. The shimmer scale tilted its head, those golden eyes scanning the classroom. Then slowly its scales began to shift. The iridescent colors faded, and suddenly the creature was almost invisible again, except now they could see the faintest outline, like heat waves rising from hot pavement. Merlin's beard, someone whispered from the back. Natural camouflage, Drake explained, writing on the board. The scales can bend light around them, making the creature nearly invisible. In their natural habitat, this makes them exceptional ambush predators. Though this little lady prefers dried fish to hunting, Borgin added, pulling something from a pouch at his belt. The shimmerscale's head snapped toward him, suddenly visible again, its tongue flicking out expectantly. Now then, the giant man clapped his hands together, making several students jump. Who wants to learn about their hunting patterns? Or maybe how they use their camouflage for mating displays. Oh, or that time I saw one take down a dire wolf pack by itself. Professor Drake sighed, but Adam could see the slight smile on his face. Perhaps we should start with basic anatomy, Master Borgin. Right. Borgin nodded, still grinning. But trust me, kids, that wolf pack story, absolute cracker. Remind me to tell it after the lesson. The shimmer scale, apparently tired of being ignored, bumped its head against Borgin's leg. Massive Man immediately melted. Oh, all right, one more treat. He tossed another dried fish, which the creature snatched from the air with surprising grace. See that? Lightning-quick reflexes, typical of light affinity monsters. Now if you look at their skeletal structure. Adam found himself leaning forward, notebook forgot. He'd seen this lesson before in another life, but somehow, watching the shimmerscale's scales dance with color as Borgin enthusiastically pointed out its features, it felt brand new. Besides, he thought as the creature's golden eyes met his for a moment, some things were worth seeing twice. As the lesson progressed, the adventurer named the shimmerscale Luna, apparently because her scales reminded him of moonlight on water. The creature responded to her name with an almost prideful bearing, her head held high as she demonstrated her camouflage abilities. See, that's the thing about monster classifications, Borgin explained, while Luna lazily coiled her tail around his boots. They're not just about power levels. A C-class dungeon might spawn B-class monsters if the mana concentration is right. Take the Whisperwheel, technically a C-class dungeon, but the light affinity crystals there are so pure that even common lizards can evolve into beauties like Luna here. From the front row, Mia's hand shot up. No surprise there, she hadn't earned those top scores by staying quiet. But sir, wouldn't that make it a B-class dungeon by default? Excellent question. Borgin's voice boomed. Anyone want to take a stab at it? Because monster evolution doesn't necessarily indicate dungeon evolution, Damus drawled from his corner, not bothering to raise his hand. The dungeon's core determines its class, not its inhabitants. Adam kept his eyes forward, ignoring the pointed look Damus sent his way. It was almost amusing how hard the boy tried to create conflict like a puppy trying to pick fights with older dogs. Still, being the adult he was mentally, Adam couldn't help but feel a twinge of shame at letting himself get baited into their previous confrontations. Damus' words were directed at Borgin, but his posture was stiff, deliberately angled away from where Adam sat. Behind him, Finn and Marcus exchanged meaningful glances, their hands clenched into fists under their desks. Correct, Borgin nodded, though some monsters like our Luna here can be tamed with the right approach. Others. He trailed off, his expression darkening slightly. Well, let's just say you don't want to try befriending a shadow maw, no matter how cute it might look as a pup. Sam shifted uncomfortably in his seat. Maybe we should head to the library after class, he whispered. Take the long way around. They won't try anything, Adam murmured back, though he noted how his friend's shoulders remained tense. He had to suppress a sigh. Having to redo school was bad enough, getting wrapped up in teenage drama was worse. Still, seeing Sam practically vibrate with tension over these wannabe tough guys. Yeah, they definitely need to work on that. Gizmo hopped over to Adam's desk again, butting his head against Adam's hand until he got the expected scratch. You know, Gus said quietly, watching his familiar's antics with a slight frown, he's always friendly, but with you, it's different, like he's known you forever or something. He shrugged, clearly trying to play it casual. Weird, right? Adam kept scratching Gizmo's ears, mind turning. First Biscuit's behavior last week, now this. Either familiars could sense the regression, or, well, better file that thought away for later. The key is understanding their nature, Professor Drake added, his chalk drawing complex diagrams in the air. Shimmer scales, for instance, evolved in light-rich environments. Their camouflage isn't just for hunting, it's a way of processing excess mana. Makes them naturally more stable than, say, darkness affinity monsters. Luna demonstrated this point by shifting her colors to match Professor Drake's robes perfectly, earning appreciative murmurs from the class. Now, speaking of stability, Borgin continued, pulling out what looked like a crystal map. Let me show you how dungeon layouts affect monster evolution patterns. As Borgin prepared his next demonstration, Luna took the opportunity to investigate the students more closely. She made her rounds through the classroom, her scales shifting colors as students reached out to touch her. Some squealed in delight, others hesitated before working up the courage. When she reached their corner, Sam's nervousness melted away after the first touch. She's so warm, he whispered, clearly enchanted. Adam smiled, reaching out to run his fingers along Luna's scales, like touching sunlight if sunlight had texture. His heart quickened with anticipation. This was the moment he'd been waiting for since Borgin walked in. Then Luna reached Gus's desk, and just like before, everything changed. Her scales shifted to a deep, resonant gold, not the playful imitation she'd shown others, but something that seemed to pulse from within. She pressed her head against Gus's palm, and a soft, melodic trill filled the air. Gizmo, who had been contentedly dozing on Gus's desk, perked up. The salamander scuttled forward, touching his nose to Luna's scales without a hint of hesitation. Oh, Borgin's booming voice softened with interest. Now that's promising. Boy, ever considered druid studies? Gus looked between Luna and Gizmo, clearly struggling to process what was happening. I've been taking the preliminary classes, but she's offering a bond, Professor Drake explained. Typically, familiars can sense when their bonded human is compatible with another creature. Your salamander's reaction suggests a resonance, Borgin finished. Rare to see it happen this quickly, but not unheard of, especially with someone already studying the craft. A familiar bond wasn't servitude, it was partnership, pure and simple. Two beings choosing to share their magic, their strength, their very essence. If you want to, Gus said softly to Luna, I'd be honored. The shimmer scales trill grew stronger. She pressed her forehead against Gus's, scales blazing. Gizmo climbed onto Gus's shoulder, adding his own warm glow to the moment. The magic built slowly, naturally, like watching a flower bloom in fast motion. Well done, Borgin approved. Clean bond, no hesitation on either side, though. He stroked his beard thoughtfully. You realize this means we'll need to discuss guild affiliation. Luna's contracted to Pentos for another 5 years. The class shifted their attention to Gus, who seemed to shrink slightly under the sudden scrutiny. Luna pressed closer to his side, her scales taking on a gentle, reassuring shimmer. Gus glanced at Gizmo, who chirped encouragingly. After a moment of what seemed like silent communication with both familiars, he straightened. Actually, I was planning to declare as a druid at the 3rd-year ceremony. Field work and dungeon research were always my goal. Were they now? Borgin's eyes crinkled with interest. And would you consider a 5-year contract with Pentos? Same terms as Luna's full guild benefits, training, expedition priority. After that, you'd be free to go independent or join another guild if you prefer. Gus's hand absently stroked Luna's scales while he thought. Would we be able to start training before graduation? Supervised expeditions to see ranked dungeons, certainly. Maybe even be ranked by your final year, depending on your progress. Borgin grinned. Can't let talent like this go to waste, eh? The bond was still settling, magic humming in the air as Luna and Gizmo flanked Gus protectively. It wasn't the theatrical light show most stories described just three beings finding their natural rhythm together. Then yes, Gus nodded, somehow looking both terrified and determined. I accept. Excellent. Borgin's voice boomed back to its usual volume. We'll sort out the paperwork after class. Now, Professor Drake, I believe you were saying something about environmental adaptation. After class, students crowded around Gus, showering him with congratulations. Some were already asking about dual familiar bonds, a rare feat that druids were famous for. Each additional familiar exponentially increased a druid's capabilities. Some famous figures were said to have bonded with dozens of creatures, though most settled for 2 or 3. This is just the beginning, Borgin explained proudly while gathering his things. Druids with multiple bonds can channel different types of mana simultaneously. Imagine combining Luna's light affinity with Gizmo's fire abilities. I wish I had a familiar bond, Sam sighed as they packed up their bags. Adam snorted. You jumped 3 feet in the air when Gizmo touched your hand. That was different. I wasn't prepared. I remember you screamed when a cat walked past you one day. What? I never did that. Adam laughed. Come on, don't you remember? It was when he stopped mid-sentence, blinking. Right, that hadn't happened yet. It would be in a few months, during the autumn festival. Sorry, I must be thinking of someone else, he mumbled. Are you going senile on me? Sam grinned. First you wanted to actually eat that horrible tomato soup. Now you're making up stories about me and cats. You're starting to sound like old Mr. Biggins. Back in my day, the staircases moved counterclockwise. I don't sound like Mr. Biggins, Adam protested, though he made a mental note to be more careful with his foreknowledge. Well, Sam shouldered his bag with exaggerated dignity. Maybe I'm just waiting for the right familiar. One that's less bitey or scaly, or, he paused, considering. Do they make silent familiars? There are ghost-type familiars. And spirits. Jinns too, Adam offered helpfully. Sam's face went pale. I take it back. I'm perfectly happy being bondless. And you, he pointed accusingly at Adam, are definitely going to start wearing those memory crystals the healers keep recommending to old people. They're not memory crystals, they're focus stones, and I don't need them. Adam grumbled, following his friend out of the classroom. Whatever you say, Grandpa. They headed for the door, Sam still muttering about the unfairness of all magical creatures having either too many teeth or too many eyes or both, while Adam tried not to laugh too obviously at his plight. Adam paused at the doorway, the odd sensation of being watched prickling at his neck. He turned to find Damas and his group still inside, their eyes fixed on him. Sam had already gone ahead, his voice fading down the corridor. Were they actually planning something? Adam stood his ground at the threshold, meeting their stares directly. This could all be solved quite simply just a word to Professor Maris about the bullying. The headmaster didn't tolerate that sort of thing. No need for confrontations or escalation. Hey, you coming or what? Sam's voice broke through his thoughts. I'm not saving you a seat at lunch if you're going to stand there all day. Yeah, Adam said, turning away. I'm coming. The morning sun hung bright in the cloudless sky when Adam and Sam left. The campus grounds were unusually empty. Most students had gathered around the Crossbow field for team tryouts. The distant cheers and shouts echoed across the academy walls, a familiar sound that marked the beginning of every season. They're really going at it this year, Sam remarked, watching a player execute a particularly aggressive maneuver that sent their opponent tumbling through the air. Word is they've got a new coach, someone from the pro leagues. Yeah, you know what I need right now, Sam said, stretching his arms over his head. A Frosty from the weird stuff store. How did you? Sam blinked at him. Adam smiled, a distant look in his eyes. The taste of the drink lingered in his memory, along with summer afternoons just like this one, conversations that hadn't happened yet, jokes that hadn't been told. Just do. They both checked their pocket watches. It was barely past 11. We've got plenty of time, Sam said, already heading toward the path that led to the city. Could even grab lunch at Martha's if you want. Next class isn't until 3 anyway. Coming. Adam felt the familiar warmth of déjà vu wash over him as he followed his friend. No time like the present. The bell above the door chimed as they stepped into the weird stuff store. A sign hung crookedly by the entrance, "We're hiring," and beneath it in smaller text, "Just kidding, we found someone. Try Madame Mildred's mystical miscellany if you're looking for work." Sam and Adam exchanged glances. The former's mouth twitched, ready to comment. "Let's not start," Adam said quickly. "Yeah, probably best," Sam agreed with a resigned sigh as they stepped inside. True to its reputation for knowing exactly what customers wanted, an ancient Frosty's machine one Adam had never seen in the store before stood right in front of the entrance. The machine was a bizarre contraption, more artwork than appliance, with its twisting tubes and glowing crystals that pulsed with a soft blue light. Steam hissed from its valves in rhythmic bursts, and two pristine glasses had already materialized in its dispensing tray, filled with swirling, color-shifting liquid that looked like captured aurora borealis. "Now that's service," Sam whispered, eyeing the drinks with unconcealed desire. "I swear this place gets weirder every time we come here." The rest of the store stretched behind the machine. Some were moving by themselves, and it seemed some new candies had arrived too. Sam grabbed both glasses from the dispensing tray, each filled with the same swirling mixture of Cloud9 and Summer Sunset, their signature combination. Adam tapped the small brass bell on the counter once, then twice. The gentle ding seemed to be swallowed by the shop's strange acoustics. They waited, but Mr. Biggins was nowhere to be seen. "Maybe we could just leave the money on the counter," Sam suggested, already fishing in his pocket for coins. "I mean, the machine did serve us so." Before Adam could answer, the shop's doorbell chimed. Heavy footsteps and grumbling filled the entrance as someone walked in. "Useless, the lot of them," the newcomer muttered, his voice rough with frustration. "Can't even follow basic formations. What do they teach these little shits nowadays? Back in my day, you'd get benched for a month for that kind of sloppy footwork. Don't even get me started on their defensive stances." The man continued his tirade, seemingly unaware of Adam and Sam's presence as he paced near the entrance, running a hand through his graying hair. Sam's eyes went wide as saucers. "That's him," he whispered urgently, elbowing Adam. "That's Bart Thrasher, the new coach." Adam nodded slightly, having recognized the man instantly. The coach continued his frustrated monologue, something about complete disregard for basic positioning when he finally noticed them. His eyes fell on their uniforms and he let out a heavy sigh. "Oh, for fuck's sake," he muttered, shaking his head. Just as Sam's face lit up, mouth opening to ask for an autograph, Thrasher cut him off with a sharp wave of his hand. "Don't bother, I don't do autographs." Sam's expression crumpled like a deflated balloon. "Jerk," Adam muttered under his breath, taking another sip of his drink. Thrasher's head snapped toward him, eyes narrowing. "What did you just say?" "If you've got something to say about my attitude, kid, say it to my face," Thrasher growled, taking a step closer. The temperature in the shop seemed to drop a few degrees, not mumbling like some coward who can't probably even form a proper fluid cover during basic drills. Adam kept his gaze steady on his drink, deliberately taking another sip of the swirling mixture. It was harder to tell if his apparent calmness was infuriating Thrasher more or less. "I said," Adam finally spoke, his voice clear and even, "that for someone who's supposed to be leading Zerk's Crosball team back to glory, you've got a pretty bad attitude toward its students. Hey, let's all just enjoy our Frosties, right?" Sam stepped forward, hands raised placatingly, but the tension in the air only thickened. Thrasher let out a laugh that held no warmth. "Listen to me, you little sh." Cuckoo, cuckoo, a mechanical bird burst from a clock none of them had noticed before, its wooden wings flapping wildly as it circled their heads. The bird looked suspiciously real for something made of carved wood, especially when it landed on Thrasher's head and pecked at his hair before zooming back into its clock. A low, wheezing laugh echoed through the shop, seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. The shelves appeared to shift and twist, making way for a tall, thin figure who stepped out of what had appeared to be a solid wall moments ago. Mr. Biggins stood there in his perpetually stained purple coat, bits of chocolate smeared around his mouth, his silver hair sticking up in impossible angles. "Chocolate," he offered, extending a box of assorted treats while simultaneously popping another into his mouth. His expression remained completely deadpan as he chewed, eyes moving between his customers with an unsettling intensity. "They're quite fresh. Made them this morning. Or was it last week? Time is such a peculiar thing in here, wouldn't you agree?" Thrasher stood there, mouth still open from his interrupted threat, looking completely thrown off balance by the sudden appearance of the shopkeeper. His face cycled through several emotions: confusion, annoyance, disbelief, before settling on a mix of bewilderment and irritation as Mr. Biggins shoved the box of chocolates practically under his nose. A muscle twitched in his jaw as he stared at the treats, some of which appeared to be moving slightly. One chocolate in particular seemed to be changing colors in sync with his rising blood pressure. His earlier intimidating presence deflated somewhat as he took an unconscious step backward, eyeing Mr. Biggins as if the shopkeeper might be contagious. What? No," he managed to sputter, his previous anger temporarily forgotten in the face of such bizarre behavior. "I don't want any damn chocolates." Mr. Biggins shrugged, popping another chocolate in his mouth. "Your loss. They're quite good," he said, seemingly unbothered by Thrasher's reaction. A small puff of purple smoke escaped his mouth as he spoke. Suddenly his eyes widened. "Oh, young Adam and young Sam, how absolutely marvelous to see you two here." "But you literally looked at us when you arrived," Adam pointed out, gesturing with his frosty. "Did I?" Mr. Biggins tilted his head, must have forgotten. "Memory's a bit like a sock drawer, you know. Things get mixed up, go missing. Sometimes you find things you don't remember putting there in the first place." He stopped, looking thoughtful. Was he always this weird? Adam couldn't remember. It didn't seem right that they'd let him work in this state. Adam placed the coins on the counter. We just took some Frosties, Mr. Biggins. Hope they were to your liking, Mr. Biggins asked, his eyes suddenly sharp and focused. As always, they replied in unison, turning to leave. Young Adam, Mr. Biggins called out. Yes, a chocolate sailed through the air in a perfect arc. Adam caught it reflexively. They're very good. Do try one before heading out. Of course, Mr. Biggins nodded, tossing another chocolate to Sam. Oh, I'll have mine later, Sam said, pocketing it. I'd very much like your opinion on the texture, though, Mr. Biggins said, his smile unchanging but his eyes suddenly intense. Sam shifted uncomfortably before unwrapping the chocolate and taking a bite. It's smooth, but also kind of crystalline, like it dissolves in layers. Good. Mr. Biggins clapped his hands together. He made shooing motions toward the door. Now off you go, have adventures, and do be careful on the road. The boys stood outside the store, backs against the warm stone wall, slurping their Frosties thoughtfully. Well, that was weird, Sam finally said. Was thinking the same thing. Was he always that weird? Was wondering that too. And they both went, taking another sip. Adam, Sam said slowly. Maybe we should call the Imperial Services for Retired Practitioners. You know how they usually handle aging mages and stuff. I mean, ever since that incident with that old mage turning his entire neighborhood into ashes, they've been pretty strict about getting potentially unstable magic users into proper care before anything happens. Yeah, maybe we should talk to Mr. Biggins first, Adam said thoughtfully, stirring his Frosty with the straw. Just politely ask him if everything's okay. Definitely. Super politely, Sam agreed as they ambled down the cobblestone street. Hey, want to grab some cheese sticks and crepes at Martha's, you know, to shake off all that weird. A faint shimmer rippled through Adam's mana field, followed by a soft chime in his mind. Enchantment cancelled, track and trace. Source unknown. Duration unknown. Status terminated. Adam frowned, a tracking spell. When did I even weave a track? Oh, his Frosty slipped from his grip. Without warning, Adam grabbed Sam's arm and yanked him into the nearest doorway, a small antiquarian bookshop. The bell above the door hadn't even finished ringing when Adam pressed them both behind a tall shelf. What's going on? Sam whispered, his Frosty sloshing dangerously. Wait, Adam breathed, his fingers already weaving the delicate pattern of mana threading. The spell spread outward like a spider's web made of ghostly blue light, catching fragments of sound and carrying them back. He filtered through them carefully, a child begging for sweets, two merchants haggling over prices, the clip-clop of horse hooves. Then shit, we lost him. The signal just vanished. Keep looking, they have to be close. Sam, Adam whispered, his heart racing. Someone was tracking us, following us. Sam's Frosty stopped halfway to his mouth. What? Adam held up a finger, concentrating on the voices filtering through his spell. How can a tracking spell just cancel like that? Maybe the kid noticed and dispelled it himself. You absolute moron, when have you ever heard of someone detecting a tracking spell on themselves? Well then, genius, how do you explain it? Would you both shut up? They have to be around here somewhere. Can I help you boys? They whirled around to face a tall, thin man in a tweed jacket, his wire-rimmed glasses perched low on his nose. Adam suddenly became aware of the other customers all staring, all silent. We're just browsing, Sam said quickly, trying to sound casual. Of course, the shopkeeper nodded. Just mind the rare manuscripts section, if you would. Some of those volumes are quite. Excuse me, a man in an expensive coat stepped forward. His clothes were perfectly tailored, his boots polished to a mirror shine. Are you seriously allowing Zerk students into your establishment? The shopkeeper blinked. I'm sorry, sir. These students, the man said, from that magic school. Do you have any idea how dangerous they are, sir? I really don't think. 3 weeks ago, a group of magical thugs from Zerks robbed my friend's jewelry store, melted through his security wards like they were paper, stole everything. The man's voice was getting louder, more aggressive. And here you are letting them wander around unsupervised. That's a lie, Adam said before he could stop himself. No Zerk student has ever been reported for theft. That would have been all over the news. The man's eyes snapped to Adam, his face darkening. Are you calling me a liar, boy? If you're claiming Zerk students robbed someone, then yes, Adam said firmly, because it never happened. Do you know who I am? Oh boy, it was one of those people. The man stepped closer. I'm Grant Goldwyn. My family has ties with half the commercial district in this city, and some little magic brat thinks he can call me a liar. The shopkeeper was looking increasingly uncomfortable, his hands gripping the edge of his counter. Gentlemen, please. These magical freaks think they're untouchable. Goldwyn was shouting now, his composure completely gone. They can burn you alive with a thought, crush your mind, and you people just let them walk around like they're normal children. We're not freaks, Sam said quietly. Not freaks, Goldwyn laughed harshly. You have the power to kill dozens of people without even touching them. You think that's normal? You think decent people should just accept that? Other customers were backing away now, some looking genuinely frightened. An elderly woman clutched her purse tighter, eyeing Adam and Sam like they might explode at any moment. It was a less common experience in a city like Arcus, known for hosting one of the greatest magical academies in the human world, but unfortunately, Mages were feared by many people. They robbed my friend. Goldwyn lied, his voice rising along with his blood pressure as he grew increasingly outraged by the fiction he'd created. Used their unnatural abilities to break through protections that cost thousands. And when he reported it, what happened? Nothing, because the authorities are too scared to touch your precious magic school. That's not Adam started. Shut you, P. Goldwyn roared. I don't want to hear another word from you. You're all the same arrogant, dangerous, thinking you're better than everyone else because you can wave your hands and make things happen. The shopkeeper was visibly trembling now. Mr. Goldwyn, please, perhaps we could. Could what? Let these criminals browse through your shop. Let them case the place for their next robbery. Goldwyn turned his fury on the shopkeeper. My family has contracts with every major supplier in this district. We could make sure you never get another shipment of rare books again. Outside, Adam could see passers-by stopping to peer through the windows, drawn by the shouting. Some were pushing closer to the door, trying to see what the commotion was about. I don't want any trouble, the shopkeeper whispered, his resolve crumbling. Then get them out. Goldwyn slammed his fist on the counter. These magical thugs have no business being here. For God's sake, boys, the shopkeeper said quietly, not meeting their eyes, I think. Perhaps you should go. We haven't done anything wrong, Sam protested. Get out, Goldwyn screamed. Before I call the city guard and have you arrested for trespassing. The noise was incredible now. Other customers were heading for the door, some casting fearful glances at Adam and Sam. The crowd outside was growing larger, pressing against the windows. Out right now. The entitled man actually started shooing them toward the door, his hands pushing at their shoulders. Adam's jaw clenched, magic crackling at his fingertips before he forced it down. It would be so easy. It would feel so good. Sam was still trying to reason with the man. Wait, please, we just need. Too late, they stumbled onto the sidewalk as the man stood in the doorway, red-faced and shouting. This is what happens when you tolerate these magical deviants. They think they own the world. Adam turned, his stomach dropping as he met the cold eyes of two men who had just passed the store. One smiled, all teeth and no warmth. Shit. Found them, one of the men said quietly, his grin widening. Both started moving toward them through the afternoon crowd. Run, Adam hissed, grabbing Sam's arm. They bolted down the street, nearly colliding with a woman carrying shopping bags. Sorry, Sam called back as they weaved through the crowd. Adam could hear heavy footsteps behind them getting closer. Move it, kid, one of their pursuers shouted, shoving someone aside. Sam, Adam said urgently, can you weave an invisibility spell? I think so. Sam's hands trembled as he began the intricate pattern, his fingers leaving faint traces of shimmering air. The spell flickered to life around them, then immediately sputtered out. Damn it. You're stressed, Adam said, already beginning to weave his own magic. Let me enhance yours. Sam tried again, his invisibility spell wavering in and out of phase like a bad illusion. One moment they were translucent, the next fully visible. Adam quickly layered his own magic over Sam's unstable weaving, reinforcing the spell until it held steady. There, Adam breathed, just as two men appeared at the edge of the crowd. But as Adam turned to lead them away, he saw one of the men pull something from his coat, a small, crystalline device that pulsed with an eerie blue light. An artifact, a spell detection artifact. Damn it all, he whispered, watching as the device's glow intensified, clearly picking up their magic. The men started moving in their direction, following the artifact's guidance. Change of plans, Adam said, grabbing Sam's arm. We're going to lead them away from here. What? Why would we? Trust me, Adam began walking deliberately down the street, making sure to stay just visible enough in their flickering invisibility spell. They have a way to track our magic anyway. Better to control where this chase goes. His eyes darted around, searching for. This way, he yanked Sam into a narrow alley between two buildings. The shadows swallowed them as they sprinted past overflowing trash bins and scattered cats. Who are they? Sam panted. What do they? Less talking, more running. They emerged onto another street, this one quieter. Behind them, Adam heard one of the men curse as he stumbled over something in the alley. Split up, Sam suggested. No, Adam said firmly. Bad idea. We need to. He stopped mid-sentence, an idea forming. Actually, Sam, how good are you at illusions now? A sudden, searing heat erupted in Adam's chest, like molten metal flooding his veins. He stumbled, catching himself against a wall as the world tilted sideways. His vision blurred, then sharpened with unnatural clarity as he saw Sam clutch his own chest, gasping. The familiar blue window of the system materialized before him, substance absorbed. Sam looked up, his glasses reflecting the blue glow emanating from Adam's trembling form. Is that fluid? Left alley, move your asses, Yeef shouted, shoving past a group of tourists. His leather coat caught on someone's bag, nearly making him stumble. Would you shut up? Trevor hissed, matching his pace. Might as well wave a sign saying, hey officers, suspicious people running here. Cade brought up the rear, somehow managing to look bored while sprinting. Man, I could really go for some ice cream right now. You see those Frosties they had? Why don't we get stuff like that in the dregs? Focus. Yeef snarled, rounding the corner into the alley. If we can't catch him alive, we. Yeah, kill the kid, clean job, higher-ups will have our heads, Trevor rolled his eyes. You've only said it like 50 times today, because you idiots keep getting distract. Wait. Yeef stopped so suddenly that Cade crashed into his back. The alley split in two directions. Oh, for fuck's sake, Cade groaned, straightening his jacket. Did anyone actually see which way they went? Trevor squinted at the ground. Footprints go both ways. Little shits must have used an illusion. Split up. Cade suggested, already eyeing the right path. No, you moron, that's exactly what they Yeef started. Last one to find them buys ice cream. Cade called out, already sprinting down the right path. I hate this job, Yeef muttered, watching Trevor take off down the left. I really hate this job. Trevor skidded to a halt, chest heaving. Wait, why can't I see the end of this alley? Because we're fucking idiots who fell for the most obvious. Yeef grabbed Trevor's shoulder. Stop moving, they froze. The alley ahead of them stretched and stretched and stretched. The walls seemed to pull away like taffy, the cobblestones rippling like water. What should have been a 20-meter alley now disappeared into an impossible vanishing point. A child's laugh echoed through the space, bouncing off the walls in a way that made it impossible to tell where it came from. What the fuck is that? Trevor's voice cracked. He turned to Yeef, face pale. Hey, didn't Helios say the kid was just an apprentice? Yeef stared at the warping reality around them, his mouth dry. This doesn't make sense. This is high-level spatial manipulation. No apprentice could. He trailed off as the laughter echoed again, closer this time. The walls continued stretching, twisting now, the bricks beginning to spiral in impossible patterns. Shadow and light played across the surfaces in ways that hurt their eyes. Yeef, Trevor's voice was barely a whisper. Yeah, I don't think we were told everything about this job. Move, Yeef growled. What? Move, he started weaving a complex pattern with his hands, magic crackling between his fingers. If I can't pinpoint the source, I'll just blast this whole fucking illusion apart. I wouldn't do that if I was you. The voice echoed from everywhere and nowhere, calm and eerily adult like for someone so young. Where the fuck are you? Yeef spun in circles, his spell still building power. Show yourself, just surrender. The voice was gentle now, almost kind. No one has to get hurt. A scream pierced the twisted space behind him. Yeef whirled around. Trevor was gone. Trevor, his voice bounced off the warped walls. Trevor. Nothing but that damn child's laughter, fading into silence. Yeef stood alone in the impossible alley, his spell still crackling uselessly between his trembling fingers. Fuck this, Yeef snarled, letting his magic build to dangerous levels. Blue sparks danced across his skin, the air growing thick with potential energy. His hands shook as he forced more and more power into the spell, well past the point of safety. The warped alley seemed to pulse in response, shadows writhing along the walls. That damn laughter echoed again, but Yeef ignored it, focusing on his spell. If these brats wanted to play games, he'd show them what real magic could do. Last chance, he shouted, his voice cracking with strain. The magic was starting to burn now, like holding onto live wires. Come out, or I'll. The world tilted. For a fraction of a second, Yeef felt weightless, his brain struggling to process what was happening. There was a blur of movement in his peripheral vision, too fast to track, too close to dodge. Something solid connected with his jaw. The impact sent shockwaves through his skull, rattling his teeth and exploding behind his eyes in a burst of white light. The half-formed spell shattered, magic dispersing in a shower of sparks that he barely registered. His legs went numb first. Then his arms, the ground rushed up to meet him, or maybe he was falling down to meet it. His scrambled brain couldn't tell the difference anymore. As consciousness slipped away, Yeef had one final, absurd thought. When did the kid get so tall? Then darkness swallowed him whole. Adam braced himself against the wall, chest heaving, a cowl of fluid fully covering him. The assassin knocked out in front of him. He stared at the notifications still hanging in his vision, trying to process what had just happened. You have consumed pure mana elixir rank S. Your mana pool has exceeded the maximum amount possible at your level. Stat increases, mana pool, 500. Life force 205, 210. His mana paths burned not painfully, but with an intense warmth that spoke of rapid expansion. What should have taken months of training had happened in seconds. He could feel the new channels forming, branching out like lightning through his body. He flexed his fingers, watching small sparks dance between them. The mana responded instantly, flowing smooth as water where it had once been like pushing through sand. On the moment, they'd just gone with it. What choice did they have? With assassins on their tail, Adam and Sam had to act fast. The spatial manipulation spell had been risky technically. Adam knew enough about mana control to attempt spells at a two-circle mage's level. His understanding was there, his control was precise enough, but he'd always lacked the raw mana capacity for such feats. This wasn't anywhere near two-circle level, not even one circle, but with his newly expanded pool, it was leagues beyond what he could have managed minutes ago. The pure mana elixir. Adam's thoughts kept circling back to Mr. Biggin's chocolates. It had to be, especially since Sam had also eaten them. The timing, the effects. ADOM, Sam's terrified shout ripped through his thoughts. Adam spun around, but too late the assassin was already on him, dagger glinting as it swept toward his throat, less than a second from death. A black blur shot through the air. The sound that followed wasn't human, a deep, feral growl that resonated through the alley. The assassin didn't even have time to scream before the wet crack of breaking bones filled the air. The sound of tearing flesh, the spray of blood across the cobblestones. Adam looked down to his left, eyes widening in disbelief. It turned to face him, those eyes, the exact same shade of blue as his own, seeming to pierce right through him. Its fur rippled like liquid shadow, darker than the alley's gloom. Midnight puma, the same one he'd freed in the undertow. Time seemed to slow as they locked eyes, Adam's chest still heaving from exertion. The creature's presence felt surreal, yet here it was, standing over the remains of his would-be killer. A sudden glow reflected off the puma's fur. The creature's head snapped toward the light. No, Sam! Adam's hands moved faster than thought, throwing up a barrier just as Sam's fireball roared through the air. Magic collided with magic in a thunderous crack. The explosion lit up the alley like miniature daylight, forcing Adam to shield his eyes. When the spots cleared from his vision and the smoke began to settle, the puma had vanished. Only blood and the cooling corpse at his feet proved it had been there at all. Sam's legs gave out as he stared at the corpse, blood still pulsing from the ruined throat in grotesque spurts. He doubled over, retching violently onto the ground. Can't. His breathing came in sharp, desperate gasps. There's so much blood, Adam, what? Adam sprinted to him, dropping to his knees. Hey, look at me, man. He grabbed Sam's shoulders, forcing his friend to face him instead of the corpse. Deep breaths, okay, like this. He exaggerated his breathing, keeping his voice steady. In through the nose, out through the mouth, come on with me. But the thing, it just in the man Sam's words tumbled out between gasps. Voices echoed from the street. Getting closer. Shit. Adam's thoughts churned. They couldn't be found here, not with a mutilated corpse and two unconscious assassins. His hands moved in quick, practiced motions, weaving spells over the knocked-out men. The voices were almost at the alley's entrance. Hold on to me, Adam ordered, pulling Sam close. His friend was still shaking, but managed to grip Adam's robes. They vanished, leaving behind only cooling blood and questions that would never be answered. The invisibility spell dissolved as the boys burst through the door of dorm 214, both panting from the run. Sam immediately started pacing the cramped space between their beds, hands clutching his head, fingers digging into his scalp. Dead, he muttered, his voice cracking. He's dead. We killed, there's a dead man in that alley, and we just his breathing came in sharp, painful gasps. Oh God, oh God, oh God. Sam, you need to calm. Don't tell me to calm down. Sam whirled around, face contorted. A man is dead. Do you understand that? Dead, not sleeping, not unconscious, dead. His throat was he doubled over, dry heaving. The sound like ripping paper but wet and... Adam's chest tightened with guilt. Assassins. This was his fault. He dragged a 12-year-old child really into something that would haunt his dreams for years. Sam wasn't ready for this. Not yet. Listen, I know it's... No, you don't know. Sam's voice rose hysterically. You don't know anything. You're just standing there like this is normal. Like we didn't just watch someone die. Like there isn't blood on our... He looked down at his robes, seeing phantom stains, and suddenly started clawing at the fabric. Get it off, get it off. Sam, please. Adam stepped forward, reaching for his friend's shoulder. The push spell erupted from Sam with explosive force, raw, uncontrolled magic born of pure panic and rage. The worst kind, it caught Adam square in the chest, sending him sprawling onto his backside. The impact knocked the wind from his lungs. 2 life force plus 3 white worms body. When he looked up, Sam stood there trembling, hands still raised, tears streaming down his face. For a moment, shock seemed to break through his panic. His eyes widened at what he'd just done, one hand half reaching toward Adam. Sam's voice caught, guilt flashing across his features. But then something shifted in his eyes, like a door slamming shut. His half-extended hand clenched into a fist, and that raw, wounded anger returned with doubled intensity. What the actual what just what? His voice cracked. There were assassins, Adam, assassins. And then that thing just appeared, and oh God, he dry heaved again, steadying himself against his desk. How could this happen, Sam? And why were they even after us? We're kids. We're supposed to be worrying about homework and cleaning duty, not people trying to murder us. And that thing. Sam, listen. Was that creature even real? I saw you. You protected it. Maybe I'm going crazy. Yes, that's it. I'm just going crazy and... Sam, Adam grabbed his shoulders, stopping the frantic pacing. Breathe, man, just breathe. We're safe now, in our room. No assassins, no blood, no giant cats. Just sit down before you pass out. Sam exhaled deeply. Listen, you need to calm down first and... Sam's voice suddenly went cold, his panic shifting to something else. He took a step back, staring at Adam like he was seeing him for the first time. Who are you really? Oh no, what, Sam, what are you? You're not the friend I know. Sam's hands were still shaking, but his eyes had gone hard. The Adam I knew couldn't even look at blood without getting queasy. The Adam I knew would never just handle all this like it's nothing. A hit on the head doesn't change someone this fast. He backed up until he hit his desk. So who the hell are you? Because you're not him. Of course I'm me, Adam said quietly. Stop lying. Sam's hands shot up, trembling as they began weaving a spell. Who the hell are you? A spirit. Did you possess Adam? Get out of his body. The spell's glow intensified. Get the fuck out. Adam just looked at his friend, really looked at him. A scared 12-year-old trying to make sense of a world that had just turned upside down. And wasn't that the crux of it? Sam was right, in a way. He wasn't the Adam from yesterday, not really. 60 and plus years of apocalyptic future had changed him in ways this Sam couldn't begin to understand. He could tell him everything right now. About the wars and catastrophes that would come, the plagues, the horrors that would break their world apart, about how he'd lived and died and somehow gotten a second chance to fix it all. But what good would that do? This Sam, young and already struggling with anxiety, would crumble under that knowledge. Telling him now would just send him spiraling back into that shell of isolation he'd worked so hard to break free from. No, some truths were better carried alone, at least for now. Sam's hands shook harder at Adam's silence, the half-formed spell flickering unstably between his fingers. He would not shoot. Never. Adam knew it, but it still felt horrible to see him in such a state. Sam's face twisted through a mix of emotions, fear, betrayal, anger, each fighting for dominance. Say something. The words came out almost like a plea. Stop just. Standing there. The real Adam would be freaking out or making stupid jokes or something. His voice cracked. But you're just standing there, all calm, like people tried to kill us every day. Like we didn't just see someone die. Like, the spell wavered dangerously as tears started forming in his eyes. Like you're someone completely different wearing my best friend's face. Adam sighed, running a hand through his hair. Of course I'm me, Sam, but... You still sleep with Mr. Snuggles hidden under your pillow. Adam cut in calmly, watching Sam's spell flicker. You're terrified of thunderstorms because of what happened that night at your grandmother's farm. You put on a brave face, but you still check under your bed every night, not because you still believe in the Umbra, but because that's what your mom used to do before everything. The spell between Sam's fingers dimmed slightly. Good, just like that. You hate carrots but eat them anyway because you think they'll make you taller. You have a secret stash of romance novels hidden in that loose floorboard by your bed, the really cheesy ones with shirtless guys and sexy girls on the covers. And you still blame yourself for what happened to your mother and little sister, even though I keep telling you it wasn't your fault. Sam's hands dropped to his sides, the spell dissipating entirely. How? Because I'm me, Sam. I might be acting different, but I'm still me. The same one who helped you sneak into the kitchen to steal cookies last summer break. The same one who covered for you when you accidentally set Professor Wilson's wig on fire. The same one who knows you sing in the shower when you think no one can hear you. The tension hung in the air like a physical thing. Adam held his breath, waiting. This was the moment either Sam would accept him or, finally, Sam's shoulders slumped. He took off his glasses, quickly wiping at the corner of his eye. When he spoke again, his voice was rough but had lost its edge. The books, they have really good plots, you know. The absurdity of the statement hit Adam like a wave. A laugh bubbled up in his throat, born perhaps from relief as much as humor. Oh yeah, I'm sure it's all about the plot. Just like that erotic novel you've got hidden in your sock drawer. What was it called? The Blacksmith's Burning. Get it? Damn. Sam's face went bright red as he shoved his glasses back on. No intimacy in this room. None. Zero. He mumbled, dropping onto his bed. Then his expression sobered. Hey, about earlier, when I pushed you. Are you hurt? Adam almost made a joke about his pride being wounded, but something in Sam's face stopped him. I'm fine. Really, those men. Sam's voice dropped lower. Why were they after us? What kind of trouble are you in? I may have gotten involved with some troublesome people. Troublesome? Sam's eyebrows shot up. Troublesome enough to want you dead and kidnapped. They're particularly spiteful. We need to tell Headmaster Maris, Sam said, sitting up straighter. This isn't just some school prank, Adam. These were actual assassins. Let me sort this out first. Adam raised his hands placatingly. Going to the headmaster now would just create more problems. The school board would get involved. There'd be investigations. That's kind of the point. Sam, please, just give me time to handle this. Trust me. Sam opened his mouth to argue, then closed it again. His shoulders slumped. Okay, all right, fine, but if anything else happens, we'll go straight to Maris. Promise. A heavy silence fell between them. Sam stared at the ceiling from his bed. Adam noticed how carefully his friend was avoiding certain questions, stepping around the edges of what had happened. And somehow he knew Sam hadn't completely bought his explanations. There was still doubt in those eyes, carefully hidden behind acceptance, which was fair enough, but at least he wasn't pushing further. Look, I don't know what happened to you, Sam finally said, and clearly you don't want to tell me, but he sighed, you're still you. Kinda, ouch, Sam chuckled. Maybe Damas hit did change something, but he sat up, fixing Adam with a serious look. I guess change can be good. Just be careful what kind of stuff you get your feet into, yeah. Adam smiled. Yeah, The silence that followed was the special kind of awkward that only comes after baring your soul to someone. Sam suddenly found the ceiling absolutely fascinating, while Adam developed an intense interest in a loose thread on his sleeve. Someone coughed. Neither was sure who. The sound seemed to echo forever in the small room. Adam shifted his weight, feeling like he should say something. He was technically the adult here, even if his current body disagreed, but everything that came to mind sounded painfully forced. The silence stretched on, becoming almost physically painful. Thank whatever gods were listening when Sam practically lunged for his pocket watch, despite both of them knowing exactly what time it was. We should head to class. Starts in 45 minutes, and today it's at the Floating Spires. He grimaced, clearly overselling his concern. Professor Crowley always gets cranky when we're late. Adam latched onto the save like a drowning man to driftwood. Look at you, he said, perhaps a bit too enthusiastically, already bouncing back. Sam stood up, slapped both his cheeks with his palms, and squared his shoulders. Well, if you can change that much overnight, so can I. He grabbed his bag, even if I might throw up again later. The thud of another bullseye echoed across the training yard as Damas's firebolt struck dead center, leaving a smoking crater in the target. Third perfect shot in a row. The tall student grinned, already raising his hand for another weave. Adequate form, Mr. Lightbringer. Professor Crowley's voice carried the perpetual edge of someone who'd seen too many students die from adequate. But you're telegraphing your strikes. In a real fight, that half-second wind-up will get you killed. The grin faltered. Yes, Professor, excellent form, Miss Storm. Professor Crowley's boots crunched on the gravel as he approached. But that hesitation will get you killed. You're not feeding your pet cat, you're launching a combat spell. Commit to it. Mia's shoulders tensed. Her next cast flew straighter, harder, but still lacked killing force. Crowley paced the line of students, his scarred face harsh in the morning light. Miss Chen, your aim is off by 3 degrees. Mr. Blackwood, that's not a firebolt. That's barely a spark. Put some conviction into it. He stopped at a trembling student whose spell had gone wide. Mr. Peterson, if that was a real battle, you'd have just immolated 3 civilians and missed your target entirely. Not like I'm going to be a battle mage anyway, Peterson muttered, just loud enough to carry. The temperature seemed to drop several degrees as Crowley turned. Is that so? His voice was deceptively soft. Tell me, Mr. Peterson, do you think dark creatures care about your career choice? Do bandits stop to ask if you specialized in healing before they try to slit your throat? The boy swallowed hard. Students. Crowley's voice cut through the air. What empire do you serve? The question caught them off guard. A few mumbled responses drifted across the yard. What empire do you serve? The battlefield roar made several students jump. Dom's hand twitched instinctively toward a defensive stance. He'd heard rumors that Crowley had been some high-ranking battle mage in the Imperial forces before choosing, for whatever reason, to teach at Xerx. And it showed. The glorious empire of Sundar. The response came in ragged unison, Adam's voice mixing with the others. Crowley's eyes swept the line. Mr. Blackwood, why do we call it an empire and not a kingdom? Blackwood shifted his weight. Because it's bigger. False, Miss Chen. Because we have colonies, partially, Mr. Lightbringer. Damas straightened. An empire expands, a kingdom maintains. Empire means constant warfare at the borders. Excellent, Crowley paced the line. And what does constant warfare mean for you, the next generation of mages? Silence. It means that whether you plan to heal the sick or grow prettier roses, you will serve. The empire will call and you will answer. And when that day comes. He stopped in front of Peterson, whose earlier spell had gone wide. Will you be ready, or will you hesitate like Miss Storm and die wondering why your perfect form didn't save you? The training dummy behind Peterson still smoldered. You are mages, Crowley continued, voice dropping to that dangerous quiet. The non-mages fear you. Fear makes people irrational, dangerous. You need to be ready not just for the Empire's enemies, but to be able to defend yourselves, whether you plan to be battle mages or bloody florists. Mr. Scylla, Crowley's eyes fixed on Adam. Show them proper form. Why me of all people, was what Adam wanted to ask but kept to himself. He stepped forward, ignoring the whispers. His hand rose, smooth and precise. No wasted movement. The spell formed with practiced ease. Gather, compress, aim. Firebolt streaked across the yard, a lance of concentrated flame that punched through the dummy's chest. Before the smoke cleared, 2 more followed, creating a perfect triangle of destruction. Excellent targeting, Crowley nodded. Note the economy of motion, the consistent power output. Sam whistled low beside him. Damn, you've gotten good at this. Been practicing? A bit. Adam flexed his fingers, feeling the familiar drain. Firebolt was efficient, but demanding. Each cast took more from his mana pool than a simple fireball. 3 shots and he was already feeling the strain. Not good enough. Not nearly good enough. Mr. Scylla has shown remarkable improvement, Crowley continued, though I suspect. Boom! An explosion hit out of nowhere, and the class spun to see Damas's target sporting a perfect hole through its center, edges still smoking. The boy stood with his hand raised, a satisfied smirk playing at his lips. Mr. Lightbringer, Crowley's muttered. What have I said about interrupting lectures to show off? Sorry, Professor. The spell was ready and I didn't want to lose focus. If you had been focusing properly, you'd know that control matters more than power. Mr. Howell, Crowley gestured to Gus. Show us proper control. Gus' firebolt was barely visible, a whisper of heat that left a precise, coin-sized hole in the dummy's forehead. No excess damage, no wasted energy. An advantage of having only one affinity to an element was that you could do things with that element much faster than someone having more than one. Excellent. That, Mr. Lightbringer, is how you kill someone without destroying half the building behind them. Damas's face reddened. His eyes found Adam's in that way they always did lately, looking for competition. Adam responded by sticking out his tongue, just slightly childish, maybe, but worth it for the way Damas's jaw clenched. Real mature, Sam whispered beside him, trying not to laugh. Says the guy who wants to put itching powder in his shoes. That's different. Adam focused on his next weave, hiding his grin. He knew it was petty, this little rivalry he'd cultivated just to annoy Xerxes' golden boy. Crowley had always favored Damas, right until Adam started actually trying in class. Now the professor's praise was split between them, and watching it drive Damas crazy was honestly the highlight of these morning sessions. Keep that up, Sam muttered as Adam landed another perfect shot, and he's going to challenge you to a proper duel. Good, maybe then he'll stop trying to prove himself every 5 minutes during class. The class continued with its usual rhythm of spells, corrections, and the occasional explosion from someone's miscast. Through it all, Adam kept count. He was 3 praise-worthy shots ahead of Damas now. Not that he was competing, not at all. By the final class, Sam was complaining about the homework 3 scrolls on elemental theory. Are they trying to kill us? While fixing his tie. Adam nodded sympathetically, though he could probably write those scrolls in his sleep. After Sam's earlier suspicions, he'd have to be even more careful about appearing ordinary. I'm heading back to the dorm, Sam yawned, stretching. Got that stash of elven chocolate my aunt sent last week. The good kind with those little golden sparkles you like. Want to come? We could break into it and play that new board game. Adam's mouth almost watered at the mention of elven chocolate, his one weakness in either lifetime, but think I'll stay out a bit longer, Adam said carefully. Need some fresh air. Sam gave him a look but didn't push it. Just stay out of trouble. For real this time. Yes, Mom. Sam rolled his eyes and headed off toward their dorm, leaving Adam alone with his thoughts. Just another day pretending to be 12 again. Well, minus the whole assassination attempt thing. Speaking of assassination, Adam's mind drifted back to what he'd heard them say. Helios. Of course that bastard was involved. Must have tagged him during the chase, but how? A rune, some kind of tracking device, another mage working with them. The possibilities nagged at him, but one thing was clear. Helios needed to be dealt with, permanently. At least they were safe inside the academy. Zerk's paranoia had its uses. They had layered so many protection spells into every brick and corner that even breathing wrong could trigger an alarm. No one got in without the wards recognizing their magical signature, but being trapped inside wasn't an option. They'd need to leave eventually, and Adam couldn't have assassins waiting every time they stepped outside the gates. That favor Cisco owed him. Well, looked like he'd be calling it in sooner than expected. Then there was the thing with Mr. Biggins. Elixirs were the aristocracy of potions, crystallized mana in many forms, requiring ingredients so rare and conditions so specific that even attempting to make one could bankrupt a small nation. The process itself was absurd, from months to years of preparation, precise astronomical alignments, and ingredients that had to be harvested at exact moments. Most elixir masters were lucky to produce 3 or 4 successful batches in years, and what they'd consumed. Dom had never heard of anything like it, not even in his previous life. Standard elixirs could expand your mana channels, sure widen them by maybe 10, 20 if you were lucky. The really premium stuff, the kind kings killed each other over, might push it to 30, but what Mr. Biggins had given them had shattered those limits completely. The kind of expansion they'd experienced should have been impossible, should have torn their channels apart. The fact that they'd survived at all was miracle enough. The fact that they'd actually absorbed it, well, that opened up questions Adam wasn't sure he wanted answered. What exactly had the old man given them? And more importantly, who was the old man? Heck, who just hands out reality-breaking elixirs like they're cheap candy? The questions churned in Adam's mind as he packed his bag, already planning his route to that bizarre little shop. Sam had headed back to their dorm, leaving Adam free to. Student Adam Silla, the harsh caw made him jump. One of the academy's messenger ravens, those glorified magical post offices with feathers, as students called them. The school's solution to everything from emergency notifications to your mother sent cookies. Much more dignified than magical scrolls zipping through hallways and smacking students in the face, as had apparently happened in the academy's early years. You have a visitor waiting at the entrance, the raven announced in its peculiar mix of human speech and bird-like inflections. They identified themselves as Iren. Adam's eyes widened. He quickly pulled out his pocket watch. 5 p.m. exactly. Right, he had promised to meet Iren today. He hurried toward the entrance, his thoughts still tangled between elixirs and assassins, when he heard voices by the entrance not shouting exactly, but that particular tone that always preceded trouble. "So you're just waiting here," a girl's voice. "That's kind of weird, don't you think? Like I said, a raven was sent." Iren's voice was steady, controlled, too controlled. Adam knew that tone. It was the same one a person used right before things got messy. "I'm waiting for someone." Adam rounded the corner to find 3 students standing near Iren. They weren't doing anything obviously threatening, just chatting, if you didn't know better. One girl, her uniform pristine down to the last fold, was examining her nails. The 2 boys flanking her looked equally relaxed, though something about their positioning made Adam's instincts twitch. "Oh, come on," one of the boys was saying. "We're just curious. You can't blame us for wondering when we see someone new hanging around. Safety first, right?" He smiled, all perfect teeth and calculated warmth. "Especially these days," the girl added, looking up from her nails. "You understand, don't you?" With everything that's been happening lately, Iren stood perfectly still, hands in his pockets, looking bored. But Adam caught the slight tension in his shoulders, the way his weight was shifted just so, ready to move. "Must be nice," the other boy drawled, eyeing Iren's worn jacket with careful casualness, "having friends in high places. Better than whatever places you usually hang around in. These little—" Iren's hand slipped into his pocket, jaw tightening. "What did you just say to me, you?" "Iren, how are you doing, man?" Adam's voice cut through the tension, deliberately bright. The trio turned, and something shifted in their expression, subtle but there. The girl's eyebrows rose slightly, while the boys exchanged a look that lasted a fraction too long. "Oh," the girl said, voice dripping honey, "you must be the friend he's waiting for. How nice." She paused, examining Adam with the same attention she'd given her nails earlier. "I don't believe we've had the pleasure." "I'm Adelaide Rosewood of the baronial house Rosewood. These are Amadeus Blackdeer of the baronial house Blackdeer, and Clyde Winterbourne of the most noble house Winterbourne, Marquis of the Northern Reaches." Of course, Adelaide, Amadeus, and Clyde, because God forbid they just be called Bob. "Adam Scylla," he replied, keeping his voice neutral. He moved to stand beside Iren, casually breaking their loose circle. "Sorry I'm late, just got the Raven's message." "No problem." Iren's response was minimal, measured. Scylla. Amadeus tilted his head like he was trying to place the name. "Not from one of the old families, are you?" Adelaide's lips curved into something that wasn't quite a smile. "Oh, Amadeus, don't be rude. I'm sure Adam's family is perfectly respectable." The pause was barely noticeable, but it was there. Adam suppressed a sigh. Clyde had been quiet, watching the exchange with an odd intensity. Now he straightened slightly, eyes narrowing. "Wait a minute, Scylla. I've heard that name recently." Studied Adam more carefully now, like he was piecing something together. "Weren't you involved in something with Damus Lightbringer the other day?" "Oh," Adelaide's interest sharpened visibly. "That incident, but I heard." She trailed off, looking between Clyde and Adam. "Can't be," Amadeus said. "I mean, the story going around is that someone actually managed to." He gestured vaguely, clearly skeptical. "It is him," Clyde said slowly, certainty creeping into his voice. "I was there, actually. Saw the whole thing." His lips twitched, though I have to say, "You look even less impressive up close." Adelaide let out a small laugh, quickly covered by her hand. "Clyde, honestly, what? Just being observant." Clyde's eyes never left Adam. "I mean, look at him. Those cracked glasses barely comes up to my shoulder. Looks like he'd have trouble lifting a textbook, let alone—" "Are you sure about what you saw?" Amadeus asked, not bothering to hide his amusement. "Because this is—" He gestured at Adam like he was some kind of puzzling specimen. "Well, you know." Adam felt something cold and familiar stirring in his chest. He kept his face perfectly neutral, even as he catalogued every subtle jab, every measured slight. "Oh, I'm quite sure," Clyde said, voice thick with false sincerity, "though I have to wonder, how exactly did someone so—" He paused, clearly savoring the moment. "Diminutive manage such a feat, unless, of course, you cheated, Clyde." Adelaide's reprimand was laughing rather than serious. "You'll hurt his feelings." "Look, he's already turning red. Just being honest," Clyde said, holding up his hands in mock surrender. "My parents always taught me the value of honesty." "You don't mind honesty, do you, Scylla?" A mature person would walk away. That's what Adam kept telling himself, watching their perfectly practiced smiles, their calculated cruelty disguised as concern. The funny thing was, in his 79 years of life, and quite a few of those spent reading, he'd always thought these types of people were just lazy writing the stuck-up rich kids with their carefully crafted insults and pristine uniforms. Yet here they were, like they'd walked straight out of a mediocre novel, hitting every predictable beat with almost admirable dedication. It was almost fascinating, in a tired sort of way. If he weren't so annoyed, he might have appreciated the sheer commitment to the stereotype. Adam knew himself quite well after living a little bit longer. He wasn't the type to suffer disrespect, especially not from children who could technically be his great-grandchildren, and definitely not after the day he'd had. Actually, this was perfect. Fluid control activating. Spiteful fighting spirit. These little brats needed a lesson in humility, and Adam was in just the right mood to deliver one. Something memorable. Something that would make them think twice before. Brother, the cheerful voice cut through his darkening thoughts. Adam turned to see a group of familiar faces jogging towards them. Hugo's massive frame led the pack, his purple hair bouncing with each stride. Behind him came Diana with her scarred knuckles, Harry still nursing that pretzel hold from earlier, Phil with his broad shoulders, and Caius sporting what looked like two black eyes now instead of one. Transcendent nerd detected. Caius called out cheerfully, the whole group moving like a small, very muscular stampede. The contrast couldn't have been more stark. Clyde and his friends suddenly looking very small as Hugo's towering frame approached, his genuine smile a sharp contrast to their practiced smirks. "Everything all right here?" a sweating Hugo asked, his tone still cheerful but his eyes sharp as they swept over the scene. "Yeah," Clyde grunted, "just chatting." "Oh, hope we're not interrupting then," Hugo smiled, somehow managing to take up even more space as he casually stretched. "Adam, don't forget tomorrow 6 a.m. sharp. First day's crucial for building proper form," Diana added professionally. "We'll need to assess your baseline. Make sure to get the standard training gear from the equipment office," Phil chimed in, absently doing shoulder rolls. "They're enchanted for durability, better than ruining your own clothes." "And don't skip breakfast," Caius grinned, shadow boxing. "You'll need the energy. We go pretty hard on fundamentals. Speaking of which," Harry cracked his neck, "we should demonstrate proper stance sometime. You know, for educational purposes." The kids began finding urgent reasons to check their watches and straighten their uniforms. "Actually, we should." Adelaide started. "Right," Class Amadeus added quickly. "Yeah, wouldn't want to be late," Clyde muttered, already backing away. "Nice chat." "Oh, before you go," Hugo pulled out some forms with that same bright smile. "Recruitment's still open. Could really use some new blood in the club." Caius helpfully pushed the papers into their hands. "Yeah, great for building character and confidence," Diana added meaningfully. "Have a great day." The combat club members called out in perfect unison, waving enthusiastically until the group hurriedly disappeared around the corner. Hugo turned to Adam. "You good, brother, don't mention it." They chorused, then noticed Irene half hiding behind Adam. "Oh," Hugo immediately seemed to shrink, somehow making his massive frame less imposing. "Hello there, friend of Adam," Irene nodded nervously. "Any friend of our brother is family," Phil said warmly, his voice softer than before. "I'm Phil. The gentle giant here is Hugo. You should come watch Adam train sometime," Diana suggested kindly. "We have great seats for spectators, very safe distance from the action. And snacks," Caius added. "Can't forget the protein bars." Irene relaxed slightly, managing a small smile. "Well, we should get going," Hugo said, adjusting his glasses. "Still got 5 miles to run before dinner. Cardio day, you know how it is," he beamed at Adam. "See you tomorrow, brother. Bring water and your fighting spirit," Harry called back. "And protein," Caius's voice echoed across the yard. As the group jogged away, their chant echoed across the courtyard. "Pain is just weakness leaving the body. OORAH, lightweight baby." YEAH, Adam and Irene watched in silence as the enthusiastic chorus faded into the distance. Finally, Irene spoke. "Somehow I feel like they just saved those kids from you. You were about to touch that Clyde guy, weren't you?" Viciously. After the word left his mouth, Adam had a brief moment of clarity where he realized that, as a mentally 79-year-old man, announcing his intentions to viciously touch a child probably wasn't his finest moment. Even if said child was a remarkably punchable young noble. Mental note, work on phrasing. Sue, Irene turned to him. "Law, or should I call you Adam?" Adam chuckled. "Call me whatever you want. So, what are we doing this evening?" Well, Adam adjusted his broken glasses. "I had planned to test your current level, and I still will. But first, I need to make a detour in town and check something." On their way to town, Adam filled Irene in on his eventful morning, the assassination attempt, the ensuing chaos, and his rather creative solution to the problem. "So basically," he explained, casually stepping over a puddle, "they're walking around with scrambled memories right now. Can't remember my face, my name, or anything about me, and the police caught them." Irene whistled. "Brutal. Effective, but brutal. Speaking of which," Adam continued, "I need you to set up another meeting with Cisco in a few days. There are some questions I need to ask him, about the people trying to kill you, among other things." They turned the corner onto Market Street, and Adam stopped dead in his tracks. The weird stuff store's windows were dark, a closed sign hanging crookedly on the door. "Oh, you've got to be kidding me." Adam's palm met his face with an audible smack. The walk back was punctuated by Adam's continuous stream of muttered curses. "That old fox did this on purpose," he grumbled, kicking a pebble. "Probably sitting in there right now, laughing behind those dusty curtains." "You really think so?" Irene asked, trying to keep up with Adam's irritated pace. "Oh, absolutely. He's got that." Adam waved his hands vaguely, "that whole mad and mysterious shopkeeper thing going on. Probably thinks it's funny to make me come back later." He stuffed his hands in his pockets. "Watch, next time I show up he'll act all surprised, like, 'Oh, were you looking for me? I was just taking a very important nap.'" His impression of the Mr. Biggins voice made Irene snort. They finally reached the academy, and Adam led them to one of the training rooms. It was everything you'd expect from Zerk's academy, and then some. Polished marble floors gleamed under floating orbs of light, their glow reflecting off walls covered in intricate runic arrays. Various magical devices lined the shelves, crystalline focusing prisms, enchanted practice dummies that could actually fight back, and measurement tools that looked like they belonged in some mad scientist's laboratory. Iren tried and failed to act casual as he walked around, but his eyes kept darting everywhere like an excited kid in a candy store. He paused at a display case, fingers hovering over a sleek wooden wand. Third generation Hawthorne, he murmured. Diamond core, triple helix runic array. Even in the undertow, these go for small fortunes. You know your wands, Adam noted. Iren chuckled, a bit self-conscious. Always wanted one for training. My hands aren't great at weaving yet. That's normal, you haven't had proper magical education. Adam tilted his head thoughtfully. Actually, I should still have my first-year wand somewhere in my dorm. Really? The shout echoed off the marble walls. Iren froze, caught in his own enthusiasm. He cleared his throat, squared his shoulders, and in a carefully measured voice said that would be appreciated. Adam burst out laughing. Stop it, Iren muttered, ears turning red. Your face, Adam wheezed. You went from 5 years old to 50 in 2 seconds flat. I said stop. You know, Adam finally managed, wiping tears from his eyes. You could just act your age instead of trying to be Mr. Serious all the time. Iren pointedly examined a nearby runic array, pretending he couldn't hear the occasional snicker still coming from Adam's direction. After one final chuckle, Adam stepped to the center of the room. Ready? Yeah. Iren's face was still a bit flushed, but his eyes were focused now. Take your clothes off. What? Just the top. Adam fiddled with a crystalline device that looked like a cross between a stethoscope and a kaleidoscope. When Iren hesitated, he sighed. It's procedure. Less than a minute, just need to check your mana pool capacity, and if you've hit any natural limits. Iren muttered something under his breath but complied, shrugging off his jacket and pulling his shirt over his head. The device works by reading the mana pathways through direct contact, Adam explained, adjusting some dials. I'll place it on your back, activate it, and we'll get a quantitative measurement of your... He stopped mid-sentence. Iren half-turned. Problem? There, might be. Adam had studied runes since before he could properly write. Complex arrays, ancient scripts, forbidden patterns he'd memorized thousands. Could recognize them in his sleep. It took a lot to surprise him these days, but this, to untrained eyes, the mark sprawling across Iren's upper back might have looked like an oddly symmetric birthmark or perhaps a scar that had healed unusually well. But Adam knew better. He'd seen this pattern exactly once before, years ago, in a book he wasn't supposed to have access to for at least another decade. A natural rune, not drawn, not carved, not branded, but grown into the flesh itself, as if it had always been meant to be there. The implications made his throat dry. Adam, Iren's voice had an edge to it now. What's wrong? That mark on your back? Adam asked casually, placing the device against Iren's skin. Where'd you get it? Oh, this. Mother said I was born with it. Just a birthmark. Why? The device beeped, and Adam's eyes widened at the display. Mana pool, 10,000 plus M. Absorption rate, 98. Measurement, VRIFID. Crystal resonance mode active. What's wrong? Silence. Adam reset the device. Measured again. Same result. Third time. No change. He stared at the screen. This machine was Zerk's latest model, capable of measuring even the most powerful mana crystals. When readings exceeded a certain level, it automatically switched to crystal resonance mode, a feature added for measuring artificial constructs like golems or crystal containing large quantities of mana. No one had expected to need it for a person, but Zerks built their devices to measure everything, just in case. Adam's current mana pool sat at 500 million according to his system, and he'd verified it against the machine's measurements with Sam earlier today, after their elixir absorption. The readings matched perfectly. The system wasn't using some alternate scale. Mana pools were like fingerprints. Everyone was born with one, each unique in size and potential. Some people were stuck with what they got at birth. Others grew steadily throughout their lives. Some hit their ceiling early, while others never stopped expanding. Natural limits varied wildly, but when a mana pool reached certain thresholds, something extraordinary happened. Rings. At 3,000 million, the first ring formed around the mana core. The second ring appeared at 9,000 million, triple the first threshold. The third would manifest at 27,000 million, triple again, and each subsequent ring required tripling the previous threshold. Magic was mathematics. Each leap between circles represented not just a difference in raw power, but a fundamental transformation in what a mage could achieve. In his past life, by age 79, Adam had achieved 2 rings, making him a 2-circle mage. The gap between a regular mage and a circle mage wasn't just a matter of degree, it was a fundamental difference in nature. A regular mage might conjure a fireball. A 1-circle mage's output could turn a forest to ash in less than a few minutes. 2 circles meant enough mana output to reshape coastlines and level cities. 3 circles. The farmer mage, who was said to be over 50,000 million, conquered a level S dungeon by himself, or so the legends say. And here was Iren, casually sporting 10,000 million. The absorption readings from the device had shown something else too. Every mage had an absorption rate, a measure of how much their mana pool could still grow. Adam liked to think of it like a sponge. A dry sponge 100 could soak up lots of water, while a saturated 10 couldn't absorb a single drop more. Young mages with vast room for growth showed rates near 100. As they approached their natural limits, that number dropped steadily toward 0. Once it hit 0, that was it, their mana pool would never expand again. Adam had witnessed countless mages face that moment when the device showed 0 and their dreams hit their ceiling. Some had wept, others smiled in acceptance, each confronting their destiny in their own way. Iren's readout had shown 98. A monster, Adam thought, a chill running down his spine. He's a true monster. Damn, how old are you? 12. Why? 2 circle mage at 12, Adam muttered, almost chuckling at the absurdity. Identify. Name Iren Robtier. Race human. State curious, agitated, worried, no level shown as usual with non-monsters. A laugh bubbled up from Adam's chest, startling Iren. What's wrong with you? Is there a problem? Adam's mind raced. Someone this exceptional existing in this time period, yet no trace of them in the future. Impossible unless they died young. He smiled, reaching out to fist bump the rune on Iren's back. This is going to make a lot of things easier. It felt like a weight lifting from his shoulders. What if he'd been wrong all along? What if he wasn't meant to be the one to save the world? What if it was Iren? It would explain why death sent him back, not to be the hero, but to be the guide, to shape this raw talent into something that could truly defy fate. What are you talking about? Iren asked, confusion clear in his voice. Adam's smile widened. I'm just really glad I found you. A mechanical bird bounced on its brass perch, red crystal eyes flashing with each piercing note. Its metallic feathers clicked and whirred as its head bobbed up and down. The sound echoed through the small room. A pillow flew through the air, missing completely. Adam's spell-enhanced fist smashed through the construct, scattering gears and springs across the floor. The bird's head rolled under the bed, one eye still weakly blinking. No problem, Adam replied flatly, shaking his hand. Remind me again why we keep making these things so durable. The wakey birds, as Sam had dubbed them despite Adam's protests about the name, were their solution for days when they needed to wake up earlier than usual. Regular alarms could be turned off. These couldn't. The only way to silence a wakey bird was to physically destroy it, and they designed the stupid things to dodge the first few attacks. At least make them quieter next time, Sam muttered, still horizontal. Why are we up at? What time is it? 5. Why are we up at 5? Training at 6, remember. The remains of the bird gave one last pathetic chirp before falling silent. That made 17 they'd destroyed this year. Adam stretched, joints popping. He'd forgot how much being young hurt too. Everything was either too flexible or too stiff, with no in between. Come on, up. If you make us late, I'm designing the next bird to shoot lightning. You wouldn't try me. Sam finally rolled over, hair sticking up in directions that defied geometry. I hate mourning you. Mourning me hates everyone equally. Adam started gathering the scattered parts. They'd need these for bird number 18, but mourning me also knows we need to be ready by. Yeah, training, 6, got it. The red crystal eye under the bed finally stopped blinking. Another morning at the academy was officially underway. The bathroom filled with steam as Adam let the hot water run over his shoulders. His muscles were already complaining about the early hour, but his mind was racing. He could hear Sam in the other room, probably making a mess with the porridge again. They'd worked out this routine for the academy alternate shower and breakfast shifts. Efficiency was everything when you were trying to cram 30 hours of work into a 24-hour day. Adam had always been good at compartmentalizing. It was the only way to stay sane when juggling multiple lives' worth of memories. Right now he had several mental folders demanding attention: Making the Cure, See His Parents, the Mr. Biggins mystery, the Professor Kim file, the Helios problem, the Treasure of the Cave, the probably hungry puma roaming somewhere in the city because of him, Saving the World, and of course the Iren situation. That was a lot. Where to begin? The Iren situation. Yeah, might as well start there. 2.5 billion. That's how many belonged to what scholars called the founder races: humans, dwarves, and elves. Not that they were the only sentient species, far from it. Beastkin, spirits, and countless others populated the world. But these three races shared a peculiar connection. They all traced their origins to the same individual built civilizations together, fought each other, and most importantly, shared the same fundamental approach to magic. Steam curled around Adam as he worked the soap into his hair, still trying to process yesterday's discovery. 1%. That's how many were blessed or cursed, depending on who you asked, with the ability to manipulate mana. 25 million mages spread across the 10 continents. The average mage, after reaching their peak, commanded about 1,000 million mana. Talented ones, the ones who got special treatment and entry into prestigious academies and institutions, might reach 2,000 million. Every family prayed their children would be among those blessed few. But then there were the circle mages. Adam traced a circle in the condensation on the shower wall. Out of all those millions of mages, only 0.85 ever achieved even a single ring. The math was brutal, roughly 212,500 circle mages in the entire world. And among those, he wiped the steam from his face. There were exactly two known two-circle mages in the world right now. Sergeus, the current archmage of the Magisterium, and High Lady Celeria Calendril, queen consort of the great elven kingdom of Tanner, both well over 70 years old, both having spent decades climbing to that peak. And then there was Iren, 12 years old, 10,000 m, 98% absorption rate. The third two-circle mage in the world was a pre-teen from the dregs on the islands of Arcos. Oi, Sam's voice cut through his thoughts. Either drown yourself properly or hurry up. Your porridge is getting cold. Adam turned off the water, reaching for his towel. Since when do you care about my breakfast? Since you promised to help me with enhancement formulas if I stopped letting you skip meals. Right, he had promised that. The numbers kept spinning. 2.5 billion, 1%. 0.85%, two circle mages. No, 3 now, and none of them had saved the world. Adam grabbed his porridge and settled at their small table, but not before pulling out Sam's old tea collection, a parting gift from his merchant father that had gathered dust in the corner until yesterday, when Adam had casually asked if he could have it if Sam wasn't going to use it. Sam watched, both amused and disturbed, as his Adam weaved a precise heating spell on their battered kettle and meticulously measured loose tea leaves into an equally worn teapot. Since when do you drink tea? Sam asked, pushing his own bowl aside. I've never seen you touch the stuff before. Adam's eyes lit up as steam rose from the kettle, his face morphing into that perfect noble's expression, nose slightly upturned, one eyebrow arched just so. He crossed his legs with exaggerated grace and lifted his cup without extending his pinky finger, a deliberate jab at those who did. Tea, my young friend, is one of life's finest pleasures. Your father has excellent taste. This particular blend, he lifted the tin, inhaling deeply, is a delicate balance of northern herbs with just a hint of. Stop, Sam held up a hand, fighting a grin. You're doing the weird old man thing again. And please don't compliment my dad's tea preferences. It's unsettling. You simply cannot rush proper tea preparation, Adam continued, dropping exactly 3 sugar cubes into his cup. The water must be precisely the right temperature, you see. Too hot and you'll scald the leaves, too cool and… Your porridge is getting cold while you're having your midlife crisis over my dad's leaf water. Leaf water. Adam looked genuinely offended, taking a slow, appreciative sip. Truly, your father is a man of refined. Nope, no, stop being weird about my dad's tea. Eat your breakfast, Professor Tea Time. We have 10 minutes. Adam sat with both his porridge and his carefully brewed tea, taking another reverent sip. Another thought hit him, and he almost choked on his first spoonful of porridge as he started chuckling. Right, because being a two-circle mage at 12 wasn't enough. Iren also had what looked like a natural rune. A completely different mental folder right there, the Iren case, part 2, because obviously one impossible thing wasn't enough. His chuckling turned into full-blown laughter. Stop being creepy and eat your breakfast, Sam said, throwing a sock at him. And whatever's breaking your brain this early in the morning, I don't want to know. Also, you're doing that thing where you cradle your teacup like it's made of gold. We have 10 minutes before we need to leave. Adam caught the sock without looking, still grinning, just appreciating the absurdity of life. He took another slow sip of tea. You know, in the Northern Isles, they age their tea leaves in. If you don't start eating right now, I'm dumping your precious tea down the drain. You wouldn't dare, try me. But he did stop laughing, focusing on his porridge instead. 2 mental folders for one 12-year-old. That had to be some kind of record. Though perhaps he could introduce the boy to proper tea appreciation. Stop smiling at your teacup like that. You're freaking me out. The boys stood in front of the heavy wooden door like 2 condemned men at the gallows. The early morning darkness still clung to the corridors, broken only by the gentle glow of enchanted crystals. 5:59 a.m. Neither moved. I still can't believe you convinced me to do this. Sam finally broke the silence, his voice barely above a whisper. His eyes hadn't left the door since they'd arrived 3 minutes ago. I'm sure it will be a good and wholesome experience, Adam replied, face completely expressionless. We'll learn the power of friendship, get muscles, and have plenty of adventures together. Maybe even find our true selves along the way. Sam's head slowly turned toward him. That sounds exactly like the plot of the Iron Scholar's Journey to Strength. It was supposed to be a novel reference joke, yes. Sam turned back to the door. I get it now. A moment of silence. The single syllable from Sam echoed in the empty corridor, dry as desert sand. The clock struck 6, and from behind the door came the first echoes of what sounded suspiciously like a war cry. Well, Adam said, reaching for the handle. After you. I hate you. I know. The door creaked open, and the first thing that hit them was the smell, a unique blend of sweat, leather, and something Sam couldn't quite identify but made him wrinkle his nose. Don't ask, Adam muttered. Trust me on this one. The training hall was already alive with activity. Students were scattered around, and if you passed them on the street, you'd never guess they were mages. Built like brick walls, most of them the kind of people you'd expect to see hauling cargo at the docks, not drawing intricate magical circles. At the front, Hugo was leading what appeared to be their morning ritual, his voice booming, body improvement. Fight ON. The response shook dust from the ceiling, making Sam jump slightly. Was this some sort of cult? Is it too late to fake my death? Sam whispered. Yes. Adam grabbed his sleeve before he could retreat. Besides, look how normal they are when they're not. Well, doing that, indeed, between the enthusiastic chanting, pairs of students were helping each other stretch, sharing water flasks, and exchanging what looked like training tips. In one corner, a massive guy who could probably bench press a horse was gently showing a newer member proper form for what appeared to be a basic movement. I don't want to be transcendent anymore, Sam muttered, watching as someone casually lifted a weight that looked heavier than his bookshelf. Very impressive. Too bad. We're already here. They waited in awkward silence as the chant concluded with one final fight ON that made the training dummies rattle. Hugo bounded over, practically glowing with enthusiasm, and spent the next few minutes introducing them to the rest of the club. 30 faces, 30 names, 30 variations of encouraging smiles and friendly nods. Adam caught maybe half of them. Now 32 members. The number felt significant somehow. You know, Sam observed, when you said training club, I was expecting more. Robes, less muscles. Maybe some theoretical discussions about magical enhancement. Oh, we have those too. Hugo replied beside them, somehow managing to sound enthusiastic without shouting now. Usually during breaks, he produced 2 pieces of paper with a flourish. Here you go, brothers, your paths to greatness. Sam's eyes grew wider with each line he read, his face slowly draining of color. This can't be. Personalized training programs. Hugo beamed. I stayed up late designing them based on our chat yesterday. See, Sam, you're showing classic signs of monostrain-induced muscle deterioration common in theoretical specialists. We'll need to focus on your core strength first, lots of stabilizing exercises, and your posture needs work, so I included specific stretches for that. Sam made a sound like a deflating balloon. And Adam, Hugo turned, adjusting his glasses professionally. You've got decent baseline fitness, but your right side is notably stronger than your left, probably from spell casting stance. We'll need to balance that out. I've included a nutrition plan too. You both need more protein, and minerals, and everything, really. The paper in Adam's hands listed exercises he hadn't done in decades. His muscles preemptively ached just reading them. Now, Hugo clapped his hands, making them both jump. Let's start with stretching, very important. Prevents injuries, improves mana flow. Then we'll do some light cardio, just 30 minutes for you two since you're new. The others will do their usual hour. Around them, club members were already pairing up, helping each other stretch with the kind of cheerful enthusiasm usually reserved for holiday celebrations or particularly exciting theoretical breakthroughs. Light cardio, Sam repeated faintly, staring at the training program again. Light. Dom looked at the detailed schedule in his hands, then at the room full of energetic fitness enthusiasts, then at his friend's increasingly pale face. He couldn't tell Sam he was regretting this too, not after dragging him here, not after all those speeches about getting stronger together. Come on, he said instead, patting Sam's shoulder. At least we'll suffer as a team. That's the spirit, Hugo exclaimed, somehow having heard him despite being 3 meters away. Everyone. Let's welcome our new brothers properly. Stretching circle. The entire club moved with practice coordination, forming a perfect circle. 2 spots opened up between Diana and Vale, who waved them over with encouraging grins. I read that novel too, by the way, Sam muttered as they walked over. Iron Scholar's Journey. The protagonist dies in Chapter 3 from training too hard. He gets reincarnated, but still, that's not very motivating. Then came a message, system side quest alert. Complete 10 miles under an hour, using only physical means, in a single continuous attempt. Note: enhancement magic, movement spells, spatial manipulation, or any other magical assistance will void the quest. Progress must be completed in 1 uninterrupted session. Current best time NA. Reward: skill iron lungs rare passive. Description: dramatically increases overall stamina and oxygen efficiency, reduces fatigue buildup, enables longer periods of sustained physical activity, and improves recovery time. Status: in progress 0 10 miles, under an hour. He would have sighed and complained had he not been the one to drag Sam. Left foot, right foot, left foot, right foot. The steady rhythm of feet hitting the ground mixed with Adam's increasingly labored breathing. +1 endurance. His lungs burned. +1 endurance, +1 stamina. 10 minutes in and his legs felt like lead. Sweat trickled down his back, his temple, stinging his eyes. The training track stretched endlessly before him. +6 endurance. Minor increase to cardiovascular endurance. Keep going, Adam, Hugo called out encouragingly as he lapped Adam for the third time, barely breaking a sweat. Show off. His calves screamed. A stitch formed in his side, sharp and insistent. Beside him, Sam had given up any pretense of dignity and was making sounds like a dying whale. Minor increase to pain tolerance. 20 minutes, his throat was raw. Each breath felt like swallowing sand, but the notifications kept coming, each one a tiny victory. Body adaptation progress, 12. The world narrowed down to the next step, the next breath. His glasses slipped down his sweat-slicked nose. He didn't bother pushing them back up. Achievement unlocked, first mile +2 stamina. Minor increase to recovery rate. A minute 25, even his eyebrows were sweating. He didn't know eyebrows could sweat. The notifications blurred together, but he caught glimpses, +1 stamina, minor increase, body adaptation. Finally, mercifully, Hugo called time. Adam collapsed onto the nearest bench, lungs heaving, legs trembling. Next to him, Sam lay face down on the floor, mumbling something about regrets and betrayal. Adam would have laughed, but he didn't have the breath for it. Side quest failed. Time 3000. Status failed complete 10 mile in under an hour. Analysis current completion time is much slower than required. Recommendation continue cardiovascular training. Current physical condition indicates potential for significant improvement. Quest will reset tomorrow at dawn. Recovery phase initiated. This skill would not be easy to obtain, it seemed. After gulping down water like they'd crossed a desert, and a mandatory 15-minute rest period that Hugo insisted on, recovery is just as important as training, brothers. Caius approached them, his usually boisterous demeanor replaced by a calm teacher-like presence. First things first, Caius said, adjusting Adam's stance with gentle movements. Boxing isn't about hitting hard, it's about proper form. Everything starts with your feet. He tapped Adam's left foot. Dominant hand back, non-dominant forward, shoulder width apart. You're not a tree, stay light on your feet. System side quest alert. Master basic boxing form. Requirements, perfect stance maintenance, 10 minutes. Perfect basic straight punch, form 50 repetitions. Perfect basic defensive position. Reward, skill boxing fundamentals. Status in progress 0. Good, now hands up, protect your face. Caius demonstrated, bringing his fists up. Elbows and you're protecting your body too. Chin down, eyes up. Your hands are your castle walls and your chin is the treasure you're protecting. Adam mimicked the position, feeling somewhat awkward. Common beginner mistake, you're too tense. Relax your shoulders. You need to be able to hold this position for rounds. Caius gently pressed Adam's shoulders down. There. Now basic straight punch. We'll use the dummy. He demonstrated in slow motion. Power comes from the ground up. Turn your foot, rotate your hip, extend your arm. Straight line like threading a needle. Return immediately to your defensive position. Every punch leaves you vulnerable. The faster you return, the safer you are. Form analysis, 12 accuracy. Basic stance maintenance, 123, 1000. Again, slower this time. Feel each movement. The training dummy waited patiently as Adam worked through each punch, Caius correcting small details, an elbow here, a foot position there. Each attempt brought new notifications. Form analysis, 15 accuracy. Basic straight punch, 350. Form analysis, 18 accuracy. Basic straight punch, 450. Good, Caius nodded approvingly. Remember, we're not trying to knock anyone out today. Form first, power comes later, speed comes later. Everything in boxing builds on proper fundamentals. Form analysis, 23 accuracy. Basic stance maintenance, 345, 1000. Basic straight punch, 750. That's it, Caius encouraged as Adam threw another careful punch. Every movement has a purpose, nothing wasted. Boxing isn't just about hitting, it's about efficiency. The next hours blurred into a rhythm of punch, correct, repeat. The training hall echoed with the sounds of other members calling out encouragement between their own exercises. Looking good, Adam. Keep that guard up, Sam. Sweat dripped down Adam's back, his shirt long since soaked through. His arms trembled with each extension, muscles burning in ways he hadn't felt since his academy days. Elbow in, Caius reminded, tapping Adam's arm. I know you're tired, but form doesn't take breaks. Caius, Sam wheezed, have mercy. Please, mercy is for rest days, Caius replied cheerfully. Now again, the absolute audacity of these young people, Adam thought, making a respected academic work like a common laborer. In his day, they had proper respect for, wait, this was his day. His internal grumbling scattered as something clicked between one punch and the next. His body found the rhythm it had been fighting against. each movement flowing into the next with a precision that felt right. Side quest completed, master basic boxing form. Requirements met, stance maintenance, 1000 1000. Basic straight punch form, 50-50 final accuracy, 87. Basic defensive position mastered. Reward skill boxing fundamentals acquired, boxing fundamentals passive level 1. Basic understanding of boxing mechanics, improves punch accuracy, defensive awareness, and overall form efficiency. Current bonus, +5 to punch accuracy, +3 to reaction time. Mana pool expanded, 505 505. Note, physical conditioning has improved, mana circulation efficiency. Dom's arms felt like overcooked noodles, his legs barely supporting him. Every muscle he didn't know he had was announcing its existence through various degrees of pain. But for some reason, he was happy. Excellent work today, brothers. Hugo beamed, somehow still energetic. That's enough for you too. Here he pulled 4 vials from his training bag, the liquids inside glowing faintly. Tonic and muscle recovery potions. Made them myself. The green ones for stamina, the blue for muscle repair. Take them now, they work best immediately after training. Sam eyed the vials suspiciously. These aren't the ones from your experimental batch, are they? Of course not. Those are for advanced members only. Adam decided he didn't want to know. Potion consumed, basic tonic. Effect restores 30 stamina. Duration immediate. Potion consumed, muscle recovery elixir. Effect reduces muscle fatigue by 65. Accelerates muscle repair by 40. Duration 6 hours. The effect was almost instant. Warmth spread through his limbs, the burning ache in his muscles fading to a manageable soreness. His vision sharpened as the fatigue-induced fog lifted. Remember, proper nutrition is key to recovery. Protein within 30 minutes. Complex carbs. Stay hydrated. Tomorrow we start weight training same time. Wait, training, Sam wheezed. Rest well, and no skipping meals. Hugo called after them as they stumbled out. Your bodies are temples under renovation. Sam dragged himself along the corridor. I can't wait to collapse into my bed and die. It's 930. What? We have theoretical applications of arcane geometry in 30 minutes. A moment of silence. Adam, yes, I know I've said this 3 times today already, Sam groaned, but I really, truly, with every fiber of my currently dying body, hate you. Ouch. Whoever said that working out in the morning gives you energy for the day was either a liar or had never actually tried it. Sure, right after their morning session, riding high on Hugo's suspicious potions and the satisfaction of completing his first quest, Adam had felt incredible focused, energetic, like he could take on the world. That lasted approximately 27 minutes. Then somewhere between Professor Bain's arcane diagrams and their third attempt at drawing a straight line in practical enchantment, reality hit harder than his morning crash into the training bench. The day stretched into an endless blur of trying not to fall asleep, questioning every life choice that led to this moment, and learning that even blinking could feel like a workout. By the time their last class ended at 5 p.m., finally, Sam sighed deeply, his shoulders slumping. I'm going to take the longest shower of my life and try to remember what it feels like to be human again. I need to head to the weird stuff store, Adam said, adjusting his glasses. Funny how that worked dead tired all day, but now that rest was actually possible, he felt wide awake. Annoying but convenient. The Mr. Biggins thing, yeah. Sam's tired expression brightened slightly. I'm curious too. My mana pool shot up to 400. Should probably thank the man, but... He gestured vaguely at his entire being. Existing is hard enough right now. Thank him. Adam frowned. Aren't you worried about what kind of person he might be? Sam's laugh came out as a wheezy chuckle. Adam, we've known Mr. Biggins since we got to Zerk's. Sure, he's weird who names a magical shop, weird stuff store anyway. But evil. The guy gives candy to stray cats and names them after ancient mages and philosophers. Plus, he smiled. Anyone who gives me an elixir that brings me closer to becoming a legendary mage gets a high 5 in my book. Well, when I can lift my arms again. Adam stood there for a moment, processing. He'd spent the whole day constructing elaborate theories about sinister plots and hidden agendas, and here was Sam, casually pointing out the obvious. Sometimes a weird shopkeeper was just a weird shopkeeper who happened to help students achieve their dreams. Maybe coming from an apocalyptic future had rewired his brain to see threats in every shadow, which was precisely why, despite his muscles protesting every step, Adam found himself at the store's entrance as evening approached. This time it was open. The bell jingled cheerfully as Adam stepped inside. Watch out, boxing fundamentals activated. Reaction time +3. Defensive awareness active. His body moved before his mind caught up, muscle memory from just hours ago kicking in like some sort of combat-induced PTSD. Chin tucked, elbows in, hands up, Caius's voice echoing in his head like an especially aggressive conscience. He dropped into the defensive stance they'd drilled into him this morning, having vivid flashbacks of that training dummy rushing at his face. All this happened in the split second it took for a mechanical bird to zoom past where his head had been, crash into a shelf of color-changing inkwells, and explode in a shower of purple sparks. Are you Al? Crash, a cascade of boxes hit the floor as their levitation spell broke, followed by the sound of various magical items clattering, tinkling, and in one case, making a noise like a surprised goose. A girl in a Zerk's uniform, fourth year, by the 4 red lines on her robe's shoulder pad, stood amid the chaos, her hands covering her mouth in horror. Her auburn pigtails seemed to droop along with her shoulders as she surveyed the damage. Oh no. Oh no, oh no, oh no, she adjusted her glasses frantically, then remembered Adam existed. I'm so sorry. The articulated messenger bird wasn't supposed to be active. I was just moving it to the testing area, and I must have bumped the activation rune, and oh dear, the color-changing ink is spreading. I'm really sorry. Are you okay? Not that I'm assuming you couldn't handle a simple mechanical bird, but oh, the ink is reaching the enchanted carpets. She fumbled for her wand, nearly dropped it, caught it, then promptly stepped on one of the fallen boxes, stumbling forward with a small eep. Adam wove a quick control, helping guide some of the fallen items back into their boxes and then containing the spreading ink. We're both wearing the uniform, so Adam muttered to himself, not realizing he'd said it aloud. Sorry, of course we are, that was a stupid question, I just sorry. I get nervous and then I say obvious things and then I apologize too much and then I apologize for apologizing and sorry. I mean, oh no, I'm doing it again. Hey, it's okay. Adam raised his hands in what he hoped was a calming gesture, feeling completely out of his depth. Maybe we should focus on the ink before it reaches those singing crystals. After a few deep breaths in through the nose, out through the mouth, Mr. Biggins always says it helps with the nerves. They managed to clean up the mess together. Between his organizing spells and her apparently encyclopedic knowledge of where everything belonged, it only took a few minutes. It was nothing, really. She readjusted her glasses and suddenly gasped so dramatically that Adam took a step back. Oh no, you're a customer. She smacked her forehead. What am I doing? In a blur, she sprinted behind the counter, nearly tripping twice in the process. Sorry for not properly greeting you. She took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and with the brightest smile she could muster, recited in a carefully rehearsed tone, "Welcome to the Weird Stuff Store, where the peculiar becomes particular, the strange becomes spectacular, and we guarantee every item has at least one feature we can't explain. My name is Emma. How can I help you today?" She opened her eyes, looking at Adam with an expression that clearly asked, did I do the greeting right? Adam then cleared his throat. I didn't know someone else worked here aside from Mr. Biggins. The question hit differently than it should have. In his past life, through all his years at Zerk's, the Weird Stuff Store had been synonymous with its eccentric owner. Until the day Arcos burned, it had always been just Mr. Biggins and his mysterious merchandise. Oh yes, Emma fidgeted with her sleeve. I got hired 2 days ago, assistant manager. She said the title with equal parts pride and terror. I actually just came in looking for a part-time job, and Mr. Biggins asked if I wanted to be assistant manager right there. Said the store practically runs itself and it wouldn't be hard at all. Then he handed me the keys and sort of ran off. She laughed nervously. Well, I'm still learning where everything goes, and sometimes the mechanical birds activate themselves well. Maybe I activated them by accident, and the singing crystals don't like my organizing system. They keep rearranging themselves when I'm not looking. And yesterday I found out some of the books are carnivorous, but Mr. Biggins forgot to mention which ones. Actually, I was hoping to see Mr. Biggins himself. Oh, she straightened her glasses again. He said he'd be away from the islands for a while. But he left me instructions for everything. She reconsidered. Well, most things. Another pause. Some things. The important things, I think. Her confidence deflated with each word. This didn't make sense. Adam knew he was probably overthinking this. Biggins was just an eccentric shopkeeper after all. And yet, the man had never left the store in all his years at Zerk's, not in Adam's timeline anyway. The only variable now was Adam himself, and if Biggins had suddenly decided to travel, he wanted to know why. Maybe Sam was right and he was seeing conspiracies where there were none, but something about Biggins and this whole situation nagged at him, refused to let go. He squinted at Emma, scratching his chin thoughtfully. Emma shifted under his intense stare, her fingers twisting the hem of her sleeve even more frantically. Is something wrong? She looked anywhere but at him, a blush creeping up her neck. You're making me a bit nervous. Oh, I'm sorry, Adam said quickly, realizing he'd been glaring at her like some kind of suspicious detective. Bad habit. I tend to think too hard about things sometimes. She relaxed a little, though her fingers still worried at her sleeve. Adam mentally shook himself. Surely this was an actual, authentic, awkward teenager who couldn't even maintain eye contact. Right, identify activated. Name Emanuela Beliers. Race human. Status nervous, anxious, trying her best, slightly overwhelmed, afraid of the third shelf on the left. She was actually just Emma, not Mr. Biggins in disguise. Then where was he and why had he left right after? Did Mr. Biggins say when he'd be back, or where he was going? Adam tried to keep his tone casual, though his suspicions were mounting. Emma tapped her fingers together. He was kind of vague. He just said there was some urgent business he needed to attend to, and that it might take as long as it takes, which isn't very specific, I know. He left yesterday morning, actually. Just showed up while I was organizing the gravity-defying paperweights they keep floating away. By the way, I think they're rebelling against the new management, and he said, Emma, dear, watch the store for me. There's a good lass, and then he just. She made a vague gesture with her hands. Poof. Well, not literally poof. He used the door, but it felt very poof-like, if you know what I mean. Watching Emma ramble nervously, gesturing animatedly with her hands, Adam could more or less see why Mr. Biggins hired her as his assistant. Birds of a feather, indeed they shared the same chaotic energy, though hers manifested more in physical clumsiness while his showed in. Well, everything else, I see. I'll come back another time then. Adam couldn't help but chuckle. It's okay, he said, waving goodbye before she could start another round of apologies, and stepped out of the store. The bell jingled behind him, accompanied by what sounded suspiciously like another crash and a muffled oh no. Outside, a group of cats lounged in their usual spots. There was Merlin, the orange tabby, sprawled across the windowsill, and Eldritch, the fat gray one, dozing by the door. Arcanus, the one-eyed white cat, was busy grooming himself on the steps. But there was a new addition today, a sleek black cat with striking blue eyes, sitting regally apart from the others. Adam ducked back inside. Could I get some of those cat treats? Oh, of course. Emma bustled around, nearly knocking over a jar in her haste. Mr. Biggins always keeps some for them. Armed with treats, Adam returned outside. Merlin and Eldritch immediately perked up, and even Arcanus deigned to accept an offering. But the black cat just watched him with those unnerving blue eyes, turning its nose up at the treats. Emma poked her head out the door. That one's new, she said. Showed up yesterday. Won't eat the regular cat food, only takes meat, and only if it's served on a proper plate. She giggled. I've been calling it Your Highness. Seems fitting, right? As if to prove her point, Emma brought out a small plate with some meat scraps. The black cat gracefully rose, approached the plate with measured steps, and began to eat with what could only be described as refined dignity. Something about those blue eyes nagged at Adam's memory, the way it held itself, that particular shade of black. The cat met his gaze, ident. Before he could finish activating the skill, the cat bolted, knocking over the plate with a clatter. Emma jumped, nearly falling over herself. Oh, that's the first time she steadied herself against the doorframe. Usually it's so composed. Adam took a half step forward, questions burning could it be. But the cat had already vanished down an alley, leaving only scattered meat scraps and an overturned plate. Sorry about that, Emma wrung her hands. It's probably not used to strangers yet. Most strays are like that at first. Right, just a stray, probably. Well then, Adam said, forcing himself to focus. He had other mysteries to solve first. I should get going. Good luck with everything. The door closed on another string of apologies. Adam's brain had already committed to a long evening of investigating Mr. Biggins's mysterious behavior, and now it refused to switch into rest mode despite his protesting muscles. Might as well be productive, he thought. There was still another task to do, the treasure. The bell above Garrett's door chimed as Adam stepped inside, breathing in the familiar scent of leather and metal. Well, Garrett looked up from his ledger, those laugh lines crinkling around his eyes. Look who learned to tell time. The sun's still up and everything, Adam agreed, unable to help a sheepish grin. Last time was an emergency. Ah yes, the school project. Garrett made air quotes with thick, calloused fingers. Must have been quite the assignment to have you running like the guard was after you. Something like that. Adam wandered over to a display of ornate compass boxes, trying to look casual. How's business? Oh, you know. Garrett closed his ledger with a theatrical sigh. The Merchants Guild keeps raising their fees, my wife keeps telling me to retire, and my competitors keep undercutting me with inferior goods. His mustache twitched. Same as always. Your wife has a point about retiring. Bah, Garrett waved dismissively. What would I do all day? Garden. I'd rather wrestle a manticore. Squinted at Adam. Speaking of which, my grandson won't shut up about that incident at the academy last week. Something about a student beating the Lightbringer air. Really? Adam suddenly found the compass display fascinating. Haven't heard about that. MHMM. Garrett's tone suggested he wasn't buying it. So, young man, while I enjoy our chat, I assume you didn't come just to hear an old merchant complain about his troubles. Actually, Adam turned from the display, meeting Garrett's knowing look. I need a bag, the best dimensional one you have. Both of Garrett's eyebrows shot up. Oh, he leaned forward on his counter, fingers drumming against the wood. You do realize that past a certain threshold, dimensional bags become quite expensive. That won't be a problem, won't it now? Garrett stroked his beard, eyes twinkling. Well then, let me show you something special. He disappeared into his back room, still talking. Most customers, they come in wanting the biggest space for the lowest price. Size isn't everything, you know. It's about the quality of the enchantment, the stability of the pocket dimension. There was some rummaging, followed by what sounded suspiciously like a small explosion and muttered cursing in at least 3 languages. Found it. Garrett emerged, slightly singed but triumphant, holding what looked like an ordinary leather satchel. This, my young friend, is what happens when you convince a master enchanter to work with quality materials instead of mass-producing cheap tricks. Just look at the stitching here, genuine drake leather with golden thread. Are those potions? Adam blurted, spotting rows of gleaming bottles behind the counter. Garrett glanced over his shoulder. Oh yes, yes. Now, as I was saying, the dimensional matrix is reinforced with. Adam spent the next 10 minutes hearing more about leather treatment and spatial theory than he'd ever wanted to. Each time he opened his mouth to interrupt, Garrett would launch into another feature: the self-repairing enchantments, the built-in preservation runes, the weather-resistant coating that apparently involved the tears of some creature Adam was pretty sure didn't exist. Mr. Garrett. And the expansion coefficient is perfectly calibrated too. Mr. Garrett, I'll buy the bag. You haven't even heard about the what? Garrett blinked. Oh right. He straightened his vest, clearing his throat. Well then, that'll be 9,000 gold coins. Without a word, Adam began pulling stacks of coins from his inventory, dropping them into the counting receptor. The ancient mechanism whirred to life, golden pieces cascading down with musical clinks. Garrett's eyes grew wider with each stack, his mouth forming a perfect, clink, clink, clink. They stood in silence, watching the counter tick up. Clink, clink, clink. By the 13th, Garrett said flatly, he picked up one of the coins, biting it. Old minting too, he mused, eyeing Adam. Are all of you Zerk students this rich? Isn't your grandson studying there? Adam raised an eyebrow. Never said he was poor. Garrett grinned, pocketing the tested coin. Just perpetually between allowances, as he puts it. About those potions. Adam gestured toward the bottles, pointedly ignoring the merchant's questioning look. 20 minutes later, Adam stepped out into the evening air, his new bag considerably lighter than his coin purse. Behind him, Garrett called out, come back anytime, preferably during business hours. Goodbye, Adam shouted back, grinning as he heard the merchant's laughter fade behind him. The sun hung low over the island, stretching shadows across the dirt path like dark fingers. To Adam's right, the ocean crashed against the cliffs below, its breeze carrying salt and the sweetness of wildflowers from the grassy slopes to his left. A flicker of movement caught his eye. High above, a figure on a broomstick glided through the clouds, their blue robes marking them as an imperial mage. They waved as they passed overhead, and Adam returned the gesture automatically, watching them soar effortlessly through the air. I wonder how they do it, he muttered, shaking his head. Even if I was trapped in a dungeon and flying was the only way out, I wouldn't. He stopped mid-sentence and glanced skyward. Actually, forget I said that. No need to tempt fate or whatever cosmic force runs this universe. I'd rather not jinx myself. A sudden gust of wind rustled through the grass, as if in acknowledgement. Adam wasn't sure if he was being paranoid or appropriately cautious. This was the kind of weather that made you forget Arcos was home to tens of different criminal organizations and one very angry vampire. The kind of weather that also made jogging feel like voluntary torture. Endurance +2. 30 minutes into his light jog, and Adam's legs burned with that special kind of hatred reserved for exercise. Each step sent a dull throb through his bad leg, a constant reminder of why he was putting himself through this hell. He'd found that focusing on complex problems helped distract from the pain, or at least gave him something to be annoyed about besides his burning lungs. The problem of Helios sat in his mind like a puzzle box waiting to be solved, though right now it competed with thoughts like, breathing is overrated, and who invented jogging, and why haven't they been arrested? Sun exposure was the only permanent solution for a vampire. Everything else was just a temporary inconvenience. Something about sunlight drained their life force completely. Imperial mages had theories about why the sun affected these mutants so drastically. Perhaps something in their altered biology simply couldn't handle solar radiation. But studying vampires was nearly impossible. Most victims of vampire bites either succumbed to the rotting effects of their bacteria-laden saliva, or in rare cases where they got treatment in time, were cured. The even rarer survivors who weren't treated became vampires themselves, but none had ever volunteered for research. Stake them with silverwood, they'd wake up eventually. Dismember them, they'd piece themselves back together. Burn them, the ashes would reconstruct given enough time. The tracking spell Helios had placed on him was what worried him most. Sure, the Borealis Duchy of Lumeria was huge. Finding someone specific among its sprawling cities and countless islands was like looking for a particular grain of sand on a beach, but Helios had managed it once already. As long as the vampire was out there, Adam would never truly be safe. So I need to get a vampire, he wheezed between breaths, who's probably centuries old and definitely not stupid, to walk into sunlight. He jumped over a loose stone, landing awkwardly. Simple, I'll just ask nicely. His lungs felt like they were filled with angry wasps. He slowed to a walk for 10 seconds, just enough to catch his breath, before grudgingly returning to what could charitably be called jogging. The real challenge wasn't even Helios himself, it was the aftermath. The children of the moon or moon children. Their branding was so inconsistent wouldn't take kindly to losing someone like Helios. They'd want revenge, and unlike their daylight-challenged members, their human associates could operate at all hours. Endurance +3. Stamina +4. White Worm's body +1. Dom started breaking down the problem like a complex spell formula, trying to ignore how his shirt was now thoroughly soaked with sweat. Step 1. Map the organization's structure. Every criminal enterprise had a hierarchy, and hierarchies had weak points. Who reported to whom? Where did the money flow? Which members were loyal and which ones were opportunists? Information gathering first, he gasped out between strides. Find their warehouses, safe houses, fronts. He realized he was talking to himself again, but at this point, oxygen deprivation made it hard to care. A hollow clop 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 echoed from around the bend. The wooden cart came into view first, loaded with freshly cut logs that still carried the scent of the forest. Adam seriously considered whether being run over might be preferable to more jogging. The horse's sturdy brown mare with a white streak down her nose plodded along at that particular pace that suggested she knew exactly how fast she needed to go and wouldn't be convinced otherwise. Adam envied her reasonable speed. Evening there, young man. The driver's voice carried the warmth of well-aged whiskey, and far too much cheerfulness for someone watching another person slowly die via exercise. He was the sort of old man who looked like he'd been old forever, face weathered by sun and wind into a map of laugh lines, white beard neatly trimmed, eyes twinkling with the kind of wisdom that came from decades of watching the world go by. The kind of person who'd probably never had to jog a day in his life and lived to be 100 anyway. His clothes were simple but well maintained, the sleeves of his cotton shirt rolled up, exposing forearms hardened by years of labor in the fields. A farmer probably, the sort who got his exercise doing actual useful things instead of running in circles. Evadam wheezed, stepping to the side of the road, "Ning, sir." The old man pulled gently on the reins, and the mare stopped with the air of someone who had already planned to stop anyway. Getting mighty late for a Zerk student to be out here dying of exercise. He squinted at Adam's sweat-soaked uniform, then at the lengthening shadows. Sun's fixing to set soon. He reached into a worn leather bag beside him and pulled out what looked like an orange. "Care for a ride? Bessie here," he patted the horse's neck, "could use a rest, and you look like you could use one even more." Adam glanced at the path ahead. He'd planned to jog the whole way, but the orange the old man was peeling released a sweet citrus scent into the air, and his legs were staging an open rebellion against further movement. Hugo would know, but at this point, Adam was too exhausted to care. "That's very kind of you, sir," Ben, the old man corrected, already making space on the wooden bench. "Sir was my father, and he was a much more serious fellow than me." Here, he handed Adam a perfectly peeled orange half as he climbed up, trying not to show how his muscles screamed at the movement. "Fresh from my daughter's grove. And I've got some salted peanuts here somewhere." Ah, he produced a small cloth bag. "Nothing better than peanuts and oranges on an evening ride. That's what my grandmother used to say. Course, she said a lot of things. Once told me the secret to a happy life was never trusting a chicken that could whistle." Adam couldn't help but smile as he settled onto the bench, his body thanking him for finally stopping the torture session. The orange was perfectly ripe, the kind that made you understand why people bothered growing fruit in the first place. "I'm Adam," he offered, accepting a handful of peanuts and trying to eat them at a pace that didn't reveal how the run had made him ravenous. "Adam, good strong name that. Bessie, say hello to Adam." The mare flicked an ear back without changing her pace. "Don't mind her, she's got opinions about everything. Been with me 15 years now, knows these roads better than I do. Speaking of," Ben clicked his tongue thoughtfully, "where you headed, young man?" "Not many students out this way, unless they're looking for trouble or treasure. Sometimes both, if the stories my daughter tells about her Zerk's days are true." "Redcliffe Valley," Ben announced as the cart rounded a bend. "Sure is getting darker, though. Sure you want to stop here?" "This is perfect," Adam said, preparing to get down. "Lots of good practice opportunities. Hunting too. Ah, you mages and your hunting. My daughter was the same way when she was at Zerk's. Always out here practicing, testing spells, hunting creatures." His expression sobered slightly. "Course, that was before all these strange happenings. People seeing spirits nowadays, you know. Just last week, Miller's boy swears he saw something with glowing eyes in the western woods." Adam chuckled. He'd studied the ancient runic arrays himself, massive spell circles that encompassed the entire island chain. The Isle Wards, as they were called, had been repelling malevolent spirits and even demons, though those hadn't been seen for millennia since the time of law. Whatever Miller's boy had seen, it certainly wasn't a spirit. "Oh, you're laughing at an old man's warnings." Ben's mock-serious tone dissolved into a warm laugh. "Bah, look at you though, got a good head on your shoulders, I can tell. More mature than most youngsters these days." Still, he wagged a finger. "Doesn't hurt to be careful, eh? I promise I'll keep both eyes open, Adam assured him, jumping down from the cart. It's been nice having company for the ride back, Ben said, adjusting the reins. Most days it's just me and Bessie exchanging opinions about the weather. You're welcome to visit the farm sometime. Good folk should stick together in these strange times. The farm? Adam asked, brushing off his uniform. Up on the cliff, the one with the sea view. Can't miss it, got those fancy enchanted windmills spinning day and night. Adam's eyebrows shot up. Wait, you mean the farmer Mage's estate? That farm. Ben's laugh echoed across the valley. The very same, 23 years now, serving the duchy. Someone's got to keep those magical crops in line. Might as well be this old groundskeeper. He patted the cart's side. Come by sometime. We've always got fresh bread, and the missus makes a mean apple pie. Besides, he winked, my daughter would never forgive me if I didn't extend proper hospitality to a promising young mage. I'd like that, Adam said, genuinely meaning it. There was something comforting about talking to someone who reminded him of his actual age. Off with you then, Ben said, clicking his tongue at Bessie. And remember, no trusting whistling chickens. Got it. The familiar path seemed shorter this time, muscle memory guiding him up the cliff face. The cave entrance was exactly as he remembered, and yet completely different. Nature had already reclaimed its territory, vines and scrub brush obscuring what had been freshly exposed during his last visit. His fingers found the rune beneath the vegetation, just where he'd left it. One simple activation later, the riddle came. Tomorrow, Adam answered, almost bored. The stone groaned open just like before, revealing the dark passage beyond. No need for theatrics this time, he had work to do. The treasure chamber opened. After battling the motion sickness from the short travel, he wove light sphere after light sphere, sending them to hover at different heights throughout the chamber. Each new light revealed more wonders. Every small sound made him tense, ready to bolt, but the chamber remained as silent as before. Under the constellation of floating lights, he could finally appreciate the true scope of the treasury. Mountains of gold coins formed the foundation, but it was what lay scattered among them that took his breath away. Rubies as big as his fist, sapphires that seemed to contain entire oceans, emeralds that put the forest's deepest greens to shame. Ancient weapons caught his eye, a lance of silver color, its length perfectly balanced as he gave it an experimental thrust. Whoa, he yelped as the lance suddenly elongated in his grip, nearly doubling its length. Identify. Item Horizon's Reach Class S. Type Enchanted Weapon. Status Active. Properties Length Manipulation, Piercing Enhancement. He carefully set it down, moving on to an S-Class warhammer that crackled with barely contained lightning when he lifted it. The weapon was beautiful, but so heavy he could barely swing it properly. Item Storm's Voice Class S. Type Enchanted Weapon. Status Active. Properties Lightning Enhancement, Thunder Strike. A set of throwing knives caught his attention next. Item Seeker's Set Class A. Type Enchanted Weapons. Status Active. Properties Target Tracking, Return to Wielder. Identify, he muttered, moving from weapon to weapon. A Class S-Class, even a few that were clearly masterwork pieces. He tested a few more, a mace that left frost in its wake, twin short swords that moved like they were alive, a bow that didn't seem to need arrows. But in the end, he regretfully set them aside. He already had Flamebrand, and these treasures, magnificent as they were, would just take up space he needed for more practical loot. I'll come back for you, my preciouses, he whispered to the weapons, patting the frost mace one last time. That's a promise. The rest of his systematic search yielded results faster than expected. A cluster of pure mana crystals, their azure depths still swirling with power after centuries. Those went straight into the first bag, a delicate chain of white gold with tiny pearls. Ooh, expensive, into the bag. Hello, what's this? Dom brushed aside a cascade of gold coins to reveal an ornate box inlaid with opal. Inside, nested in aged velvet, lay a set of rings, around a dozen, that made his instincts practically sing. The rings were light, their dark metallic sheen unmistakable. Is that starfallen steel? He whispered in disbelief. The metal was usually reserved for ancestral weapons, passed down through noble families for generations. To find rings made of it. Identify. Item Starfallen Steel Ring Class SS. Type Accessory. Status Normal. Properties made of starfallen steel. Even without enchantments, these rings were worth a small fortune just for their material alone. Those would need proper examination later, but for now into the bag they went. 2 hours later, his bags were bulging with selected treasures, gems that still held magical charge, mana crystals that radiated power, and enough gold coins to make even a duke blush. Adam stood in the middle of the chamber, surrounded by disturbed piles of wealth, and had a moment of perfect clarity. Damn. I'm rich, he stated flatly to no one in particular, the absurdity of it finally hitting him. But there, at the heart of this sea of riches, something caught his eye. His earlier rummaging must have shifted enough of the treasure to reveal it. A light, brighter and purer than his magical spheres, seemed to pulse gently from beneath where a pile of coins had been. Adam made his way carefully through the treasure, sending small avalanches of coins cascading with each step. As he got closer, he could see it was a necklace, a delicate silver chain supporting a crystal that seemed to hold daylight itself. His hand trembled slightly as he picked it up. The gem was warm to the touch, almost alive. "Identify," he whispered. "Celestium," he yelped, nearly dropping the necklace. A genuine celestium crystal. These stones were found only in the deepest mines of the far north, where dwarves and humans had waged countless wars over mining rights. A single celestium crystal could finance a kingdom's war efforts for years, but their true value lay in their properties. They were known to be the most efficient mana storage medium ever discovered, capable of holding vast amounts of magical energy without degradation. Folk tales spoke of even greater powers: the ability to seal away primordial beings like demons, umbra, phoenixes, and dragons. Some legends claim the ancient heroes had used celestium to imprison creatures that threatened to destroy the world itself. Adam found himself strangely drawn to the crystal, its subtle warmth seeping into his fingers. Just to be safe. System, is there anything sealed in this crystal? No entities detected within the celestium crystal. Phew, he laughed nervously, tucking the necklace carefully into his most secure bag. Guess folk tales are just folk tales after all. Adam pulled out his pocket watch, squinting at its face in the magical light. Yep, it was definitely time to wrap things up. He'd already found more than he'd dreamed of, enough to treat Sam and Irene to every fine restaurant in the Thousand Isles. Maybe even buy one of those restaurants, he thought with a grin. He'd come back for those masterwork weapons another time. For now, he needed to get out and update the concealment runes outside, make sure this place stayed hidden. No sense in getting greedy. And something glinted in his peripheral vision, far in a corner he hadn't explored yet. Adam sighed heavily. He was literally in the process of leaving, and now this, still, his curiosity went out. Making his way over, his search finally brought him to a shadowy corner of the chamber where Identify suddenly flashed. Ancient runic array, purpose, concealment. Adam froze, eyes narrowing, hand hovering mid-reach. The same type of rune as the one at the entrance. His fingers traced the familiar leprechaun spiral pattern, following the lines of the endless return. The craftsmanship was identical, same artist, probably. His thoughts immediately went to the last hidden chamber he'd uncovered, and the rather large, rather angry serpent that had been waiting inside. He should probably leave it alone. He should definitely focus on gathering the treasures he could already see and getting out. He stared at the rune. But what if curiosity killed the cat, as they say? Though in his case it was more like curiosity repeatedly put the cat in mortal danger, and the cat somehow kept coming back for more. So Adam stood there, studying the rune, mind racing. There's no confirmation something dangerous is even in there, but even as he thought it, he knew better. This was a sealed gate in an ancient treasury, protected by the same runes that had hidden a giant serpent. Of course there was something behind it. He rolled his shoulders, feeling the day's fatigue. No, who was he kidding? He'd come here already tired, and nothing guaranteed that whatever waited behind this door wouldn't be beyond him even at full strength. I could always come back later. The thought rang hollow. Between the illness, the undertow mess waiting outside, and everything else crashing down around him, when exactly would later be? Adam's frustrated sigh echoed through the chamber, sending dust cascading from the shadows above. Several coins tumbled down a nearby pile, their tinkling somehow adding to his frustration. A silence. "Yeah, no," he muttered. "Not doing this today. I choose life." He'd barely taken 3 steps when a pulse of pure light suddenly filled the chamber behind him. Adam spun around, hands raised defensively. "I didn't even touch anything," he protested to the empty air. The rune suddenly pulsed with a discordant light that made Adam's senses scream in warning. The pattern was destabilizing, but not in the usual way of a failing spell. This was deliberate, engineered. His eyes widened as he recognized the dissolution sequence, a variation of the architect's gambit, a failsafe used in the most secure magical vaults. The principle was simple and merciless. Once initiated, a magical sequence had to be completed. Failure to complete the intended action in this case, walking through that door, would trigger the failsafe, either shunting everything it contained into a pocket dimension or destroying it entirely. Either way, anything behind that door permanently lost. The ancient mages weren't known for leaving loose ends. "Oh, you have got to be kidding me," he said flatly, watching the rune's light begin to fluctuate. "Really? Completion compulsion sequence. That's just mean." Adam glanced between the massive piles of treasure and the glowing doorway. Something clicked in his mind. Wait, the record said they found 500,000 gold pieces here, but this is... He looked at the mountains of wealth surrounding him. No, that can't be right. Only whatever's behind that door would vanish, not what's out here in the main chamber. A soft, almost imperceptible HSSSSS whispered through the air. A HSSSS, Adam didn't even turn around, didn't hesitate, didn't think, he just ran. Push, the spell launched him forward as the hissing grew louder behind him. His feet barely touched the ground as he propelled himself through the chamber, coins scattering in his wake. Push, another burst of speed as the hissing intensified, closer now. Too close. Push, as the presence loomed directly behind him, Adam spun mid-flight, fingers already weaving the familiar pattern. Lightning crackled between his hands. Thunderbolt, the spell exploded from his palms just as something massive lunged from the darkness. For a split second, the lightning illuminated a nightmare of stone and crystal, then the blast hit, sending chunks of rock flying. The recoil combined with his push momentum threw Adam backward through the tunnel. He managed to twist in the air, rolling as he hit the ground. The impact knocked the wind from his lungs, but nothing felt broken. Small victories. A grinding sound echoed through the chamber. Adam looked up, and up, and up. What is it with giant snakes? He wheezed, scrambling backward. But this wasn't exactly a snake. The thing rising before him was a twisted mockery of one, its serpentine form carved from living stone connected to the door. White light spilled from its partially opened maw like liquid moonlight. Its crystal eyes blazed with that same light. The stone serpent's head tilted at an impossible angle, joints grinding like millstones as it studied him. That movement, so fluid, so wrong, sent chills down Adam's spine. It reminded him of something he'd seen in an old manuscript, an illustration of. He didn't finish the thought. The creature's maw opened wider, that dead white light pouring out like a waterfall. Adam turned and ran. His legs burned as he sprinted through the chamber, fatigue from his earlier run catching up at the worst possible moment. Behind him, stone scraped against stone as the monster gave chase, its massive body flowing across the ground like liquid rock. Push, the spell gave him another burst of speed, but he could hear the thing gaining. His chest felt like it was on fire, too slow. He was too slow, too tired, and that thing was too fast. The entrance seemed impossibly far away. The snake's head twitched. Not the subtle play of light on crystal he'd seen before. This was actual movement, smoother than last time. Alive, stone grinding against stone in a way that stone absolutely should not move. The rune flared brilliant white, not the prismatic shimmer of before, but a harsh, dead light that made his teeth ache. Wrong. This was wrong. The dissolution sequence shouldn't look like. The massive serpent's head snapped toward him with impossible speed, crystal eyes now blazing with that same white light. Its jaw unhinged with a sound like breaking granite. FUC was all Adam managed before the stone serpent struck. He tried to dodge, tried to raise a shield, tried to do anything, but his body seemed frozen, caught in that terrible white glare. The last thing he saw was an impossible maw of stone and light rushing toward him, and his last coherent thought was a bitter appreciation for the irony. He'd finally made the smart choice, and it hadn't mattered at all. Then the stone jaws closed around him, and everything went white. Everything hurt. That was the first coherent thought to surface through the gray fog. Not specific pain, just everything, like his entire body had decided to go on strike. Sounds came next, muffled and distant, as if his ears were stuffed with cotton, his own breathing echoing strangely. He tried opening his eyes, immediately regretted it, and settled for cataloging what he could without moving. Cold stone pressed against his back. The air felt old, stale. His mouth tasted like he'd been licking a copper pot. Who was he? The thought drifted lazily through his mind. He should probably know that. Important detail, really. Name, he had one of those. Adam. Right, he was Adam. Good start, progress. What else? Mage. That felt right. Something about research, books. His head throbbed when he pushed too hard at the memories. The copper taste in his mouth was getting worse. He tried swallowing, which led to coughing, which led to his body remembering it could move, which led to every muscle screaming in protest. Ow, he managed, his voice raspy and strange in his ears. Ow, 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 he forced his eyes open again, blinking at the dim ceiling. Stone. Definitely stone. Carved with some kind of pattern he couldn't quite focus on. Pattern, stone, snake. The memory hit him like a bucket of ice water. The treasure chamber, the gold, the giant stone snake that had. Dom bolted upright with a strangled gasp, heart hammering. It ate me, he wheezed. The door ate me. His vision swam from the sudden movement, and he braced himself against the floor, trying not to be sick as the memory of stone jaws and white light played behind his eyes. Memory entanglement, a common consequence of bad dimensional travel. Another reason to hate portals, because that snake was definitely one. Right. Adam pressed his palms against his eyes, forcing himself to breathe slowly. Assessment, I'm alive. That's definitely step one covered. Good job, me. He lowered his hands, taking proper stock of his surroundings. The chamber was roughly circular, maybe 30 feet across. Natural cave formation, but with signs of deliberate shaping. The floor had been smoothed, and there were what looked like drainage channels cut into the stone. Phosphorescent moss provided a soft blue-green light, clustering around several crystalline formations that jutted from the walls. The air was cool but not cold, with a slight mineral taste. No immediate threats, he muttered, continuing his inventory. 2 passages leading out. one with a sort of spiral rune, one with none. Some kind of ventilation system, there's airflow. Plant growth, so there's enough moisture, and he squinted at a patch of what looked like miniature silver ferns. Nutrients, those shouldn't be able to grow underground unless. Adam's eyes tracked across the chamber. Moss, crystals, unusual flora, small pile of broken machinery, grumpy leprechaun, 2 other paths, more crystals. Wait, grumpy what? His head snapped back so fast his neck cracked. On his right, sitting cross-legged on a crystal outcropping, a leprechaun was watching Adam with mild interest. His clothes might have once been the traditional greens and golds, but years of apparent wear had reduced them to a uniform gray. His hair and beard were a wild mass that would have made any self-respecting bird reject it as too chaotic for nesting material. There was what looked like a small gear being used as a hair tie, a worn-out hat, and a small bag at his waist. From the looks of it, a very old dimensional bag since it had a rune on the exterior. "How are you doing, lad?" the leprechaun said. Adam's brain briefly considered shutting down again, or at least reassess. Illusions were not a symptom of bad dimensional travel. The leprechaun's bushy eyebrows furrowed. "Well, that's just rude, that is. If you're going to be one of me hallucinations, least you could do is answer when spoken to. Basic courtesy, even for a figment." Adam started, then paused. "Wait, your hallucination. You're clearly my hallucination. I'm the one who just got eaten by a stone snake. Oh, this one's got some spirit." The leprechaun brightened, adjusting the gear in his hair. 2 more gears dropped from that somehow. "Been ages since me mind conjured up something with actual personality. Usually just get the quiet ones who stand there looking confused. Boring, the lot of them." "I'm not a hallucination," Adam said firmly. "I'm a real person who just had a very bad day involving magical security systems and questionable life choices." "That's exactly what a hallucination would say," the leprechaun countered, wagging a finger. "Besides, no real person could get past the snake. I've been here." He squinted at nothing in particular. "A fair while. The snake ate me. I did not come here willingly. Likely story. Next you'll be telling me you're not just a manifestation of me loneliness and deteriorating sanity. I am absolutely not." Adam stopped. "Hang on. How long have you been down here?" "Time's a bit fuzzy," the leprechaun admitted, scratching his beard. "Several small cogs fell out. Lost count after the first few centuries. Or was it decades? The moss has grown 17 times or maybe 70. Hard to tell when you're going mad." "You're not real," Adam declared. "It was likely just another effect of the dimensional travel messing with his head. You're just my brain trying to process trauma through increasingly bizarre imagery. I mean, look at your hair, me hair." The leprechaun looked offended, says the one dressed like. He gestured vaguely at Adam's robes, clearly struggling to find the right words. "Whatever you're supposed to be. These are standard academy robes. Well, they look ridiculous, like something a confused rainbow would wear." "This is ridiculous. I'm arguing with a hallucination about fashion." "No, I'm arguing with a hallucination about fashion." They glared at each other across the chamber. "Right," the leprechaun announced, hopping down from his crystal. "Only one way to settle this." Before Adam could react, the ancient fae darted forward with surprising speed and pinched his arm. "Hard." "Ow," Adam yelped, jumping back. "That hurt." They stared at each other in mutual surprise. "Huh," the leprechaun said finally. "You're real." "Of course I'm real. I've been saying that for wait." Adam reached out and poked the leprechaun's shoulder. His finger met solid resistance. "You're real too." "Well," the leprechaun said after a long moment. "This is awkward." "So," Adam said slowly, rubbing his pinched arm, "you've been trapped here since whenever, and I just got swallowed by a stone snake. Any chance you know the way out?" This was probably a stupid question, since the fae was still there, but it just came out of his mouth for reasons unknown, probably panic. The leprechaun snorted, settling back onto his crystal perch. "If I knew that, lad, do you think I'd be using gears for hair accessories?" He tugged at the makeshift hair tie. "Though I've grown rather fond of this one." "Fair point." Adam glanced between the 2 passages. "Those tunnels lead somewhere, though." "Oh, aye, they do." The leprechaun's eyes glinted with what might have been amusement. "One leads to a room full of riddles, the other," he shrugged. "Well, let's just say there's a reason I stopped exploring after the first few decades, or centuries, whatever it's been." "Wonderful," Adam muttered. "Just wonderful. I don't suppose you have a name." "Since we're apparently sharing this delightful prison." The leprechaun stroked his chaotic beard thoughtfully, dislodging another small cog. "Had one once. These days I mostly go by." He made a series of sounds that seemed to involve at least 3 consonants that shouldn't be able to exist simultaneously. Adam blinked. "I can't pronounce that." "Neither can I most days. Just been talking to myself too long." He waved a hand dismissively. "Call me whatever you like. Been called worse by better hallucinations." "You do realize I'm still not a hallucination." "That's exactly what all me hallucinations say, right before they start singing." "You're not going to start singing, are you?" Adam exhaled wearily, removing his glasses to pinch the bridge of his nose before readjusting them. "No, I'm not going to sing." "Good," the leprechaun nodded sagely. "You don't look like you'd be any good at it anyway." Adam let out a long, suffering sigh, looking around the chamber again. "Listen, I need to find a way back, so." "Hesitated since you don't have a name." Bob, HMPH. The leprechaun neither agreed nor disagreed, just continued watching him with that same mild interest. Right, Adam pressed on, trying to ignore the feeling that he was being silently judged. Could you at least tell me what you've learned about this place, in all your time here? The leprechaun shifted on his crystal perch. It's a test. A test. Stop repeating everything I say. Hallucination. Adam, that's my name. And I just repeated it once. Humans, the leprechaun grumbled, shaking his head and dislodging another small gear. Always so impolite. Of all the things me mind could conjure up, it had to be a human. Couldn't be a nice, curvy Leniency with those perfect. He made several increasingly lewd gestures, and that thing they do with their tongues when they're about to steal your soul. Ooh, now that's what I call a way to go mad. At least I'd die happy. At this point, Adam was certain the leprechaun was calling him hallucination purely out of spite. Also gross. Can we focus on the test part? The leprechaun blinked, snapping out of his reminiscing. Oh right, the test. He straightened up, some semblance of seriousness returning to his weathered face. Some high and mighty mages built this place. All very mysterious and important they were. Set up these trials and puzzles, they did. You want out. He pointed upward with a crooked finger. You've got to pass their test, and you've been stuck here because you couldn't solve it, Adam asked, his academic curiosity finally overriding his irritation. The leprechaun's bushy eyebrows drew together. Couldn't solve it. Listen here, hallucination. Adam, I solved 3 of their precious riddles before I realized something wasn't right. The whole thing's rigged, it is. Changes every time you think you're getting somewhere. He paused, scratching his beard thoughtfully. Course might have just been going in circles. Hard to tell when you're underground for a few centuries. So what kind of riddles were they? Oh, nasty ones. Not your usual, what walks on 4 legs nonsense. He leaned forward, lowering his voice. First one was about sacrifice, had to figure out what to give up. Thought I was clever, offering a lock of me hair. He tugged at his wild mane. Didn't work. Then tried me shoes. Then me gold. His voice trailed off, and for a moment, real pain flashed across his face. They took your gold. Adam asked softly, understanding dawning. For a leprechaun to lose their gold. And that was just the first riddle. He straightened up, his voice hardening. Second one was worse, all about choices and consequences. Third one, he shuddered. Well, let's just say I decided to make this chamber me permanent residence after that. At least the moss is good company. Doesn't ask riddles or steal anything. The ancient fae glanced at one of the passages and muttered something that sounded suspiciously like better than the singing statues anyway. Singing statues? Adam asked, then quickly shook his head. No, wait, the riddle path. You said it took your gold as a sacrifice. His eyes narrowed in thought, fingers absently tracing one of his sleeve, and it kept demanding more sacrifices with each riddle. The leprechaun nodded glumly. That's not a test, Adam said slowly. It's a terminal recursion trap. We studied these in historical magical architecture. They were popular about 8 centuries ago, inspired by high-level dungeons. He started pacing. The victim thinks they're making progress, but each sacrifice just triggers the next loop. It's designed to drain everything from the prisoner possessions, hope, eventually life force itself. Bob was silent, and now that it's mentioned, Adam gestured at the passage. The architecture gives it away. See how the stonework has that subtle spiral pattern. Classic 8th Dynasty prisoner containment. They'd use these on the worst criminals, give them the illusion of possible escape while. He trailed off, noticing the leprechaun's increasingly red face. You mean to tell me, the ancient fae said very carefully, that you figured this out just by looking at some stones, while I've been here for centuries trying to solve impossible riddles? Well, it's pretty standard knowledge now, Adam said apologetically. They actually banned these types of traps about 300 years ago. Too cruel, even for death row prisoners. The psychological torture of false hope combined with the slow drain of life force. He winced. The records say most victims went mad before they died. The leprechaun's face had progressed from red to an interesting shade of purple. Several gears fell from his beard as his jaw worked soundlessly. What was it with those gears, and why did he have that many, and why did they keep dropping from his hair and beard? Anyway, though Adam added quickly, ignoring his other questions for now, you obviously figured out something was wrong. You stopped playing their game. Most victims didn't. Figured it out, the leprechaun muttered. Figured it out, he says. Like I meant to camp in this moss-covered hole for half a millennium. He glared at Adam. Any other obvious observations you'd like to share, oh wise one? Adam studied the other passage, the one the leprechaun had briefly mentioned before changing the subject. So, what about that other path, the one that made you decide the riddle route was preferable? You talked about singing statues. The leprechaun's irritation faded into something more guarded. That one. He tugged at his beard nervously. It's direct, very direct. No riddles, no tricks, just. He made a vague gesture with his hand. Pure chaos. Raw magic. The kind that makes your teeth taste purple and your eyes hear colors. That actually sounds promising, Adam said, earning a look of disbelief from his companion. No, really. Think about it, the riddle path was designed to trap people by seeming logical and ordered, so the opposite path might be the real way out, the leprechaun finished slowly. Or it might be what finally drives me properly mad instead of just mostly mad. He hopped down from his crystal perch again, straightening his clothes. Though I suppose if you're not actually a hallucination and I'm not actually a hallucination, then we might as well face whatever's down there together. I was going to say, then at least I'll have someone else to blame when it all goes horribly wrong, but your version sounds better. Dom approached the other passage, his footsteps echoing strangely in the chamber. Unlike the riddle path with its ornate spiral stonework, this entrance was plain, almost crude. No runes, no markings, just rough-hewn stone that seemed to swallow the light. He adjusted his increasingly battered glasses. What exactly did you see in there? The leprechaun's usual manic energy dimmed. Everything, nothing, things that couldn't exist but did anyway. His voice grew distant. Felt like thousands of years in there, each second longer than the last. Saw myself losing everything over and over. Saw things that, he shuddered, several gears falling from his clothes. Let's just say the riddles seemed friendlier. Adam frowned. That doesn't make sense. He gestured at the architecture. This is something else. The construction is too old, too purposeful. He edged closer to the entrance, running his fingers along the stone frame, searching for hidden runes. The darkness beyond was absolute, not the darkness of absence of light, but something deeper. When he called out a tentative hello, the sound didn't echo or fade, it simply ceased to exist, as if the void had swallowed it whole. Mad, isn't it? The leprechaun's laugh was sharp and brittle. Makes those nice, orderly riddles seem downright welcoming. As Adam's fingers traced the rough stone, he felt subtle indentations beneath his touch. Furrowing his brow, he weaved a light sphere, causing Bob to stumble back. You're really a mage, the leprechaun gasped. Adam chuckled. Yeah, he moved the light closer to the wall, illuminating ancient text carved into the stone. The writing seemed to shift and move under his gaze, but he could make out the words Orant's Labyrinth. He read aloud. Test of courage, face what lies within the void. His finger traced the final line. And progress can only be made forward. Retreat will reset the trial. Bob seemed to shift uncomfortably. Bob, did you know someone named Oranth? The leprechaun's laughter filled the chamber, but it wasn't his usual manic cackle. This was bitter, sharp. Know him? That red-eyed bastard's the one who trapped me here. The creator of the labyrinth. Oh, one of them. Very proud of his work he was. Bob's fingers tightened around a gear until his knuckles went white. Wouldn't shut up about it. Adam perked up. That could be useful. Usually, a labyrinth's design reflects its creator's personality, if you knew him. Been a while, Bob cut him off, his voice clipped. Several gears clinked against the floor as he shifted uncomfortably. Don't remember much about him that way, but why would he trap you here if? By the void, you ask too many questions, Bob snapped, throwing the gear he'd been clutching. It bounced off the wall with a metallic ping that echoed far longer than it should have. Instead of interrogating me about ancient history, maybe use that scholarly brain of yours to figure out how this actually works. That's what I was trying to do, Adam muttered, turning back to the entrance. Identify, the darkness rippled. For a moment something gleamed in the stone, a rune, hidden beneath layers of magic, pulsing with a faint, sickly light. Adam reached out, fingers brushing against the faint outline in the stone. Blue text shimmered, ancient runic array, purpose, concealment, estimated age, unknown. The rune was complex interwoven lines forming a pattern that seemed to shift under his gaze. 7 points, connected by curves that reminded him of water flowing through invisible channels. What are you doing now? Bob asked, peering over his shoulder. SHH. The leprechaun made an indignant sound. Did you just SHH me, in my own? He continued muttering about presumptuous little humans and no respect for their elders. Adam ignored him, focusing on the pattern. The rune's design was familiar, a septennial concealment array, though far more archaic than the streamlined versions used today. Where modern arrays used efficient 3-point formations, this one maintained the traditional 7 points, complete with the redundant stabilization curves that hadn't been necessary since the Third Age's breakthroughs in runic optimization. He pressed his palm flat against the stone, sending a careful pulse of mana into the first point. The rune flickered. Another pulse, slightly stronger. The second point lit up. Third pulse. Fourth. Fifth. Each point illuminating in sequence, the curved lines between them beginning to glow with a pale blue light. Sixth pulse, the pattern was almost complete. Seventh. The entire array blazed to life, lines of power spreading outward across the stone like frost across a window. How in the nine hells did you do that? Bob demanded, his beard gears spinning rapidly. I've been staring at these walls for centuries and never saw any runes. Because I'm smart, Adam said flatly, still studying the spreading patterns of light. Are you implying I'm not smart? I never said that, but you thought about it. Adam turned to him with the faintest smile, but before he could respond, the wall before them shifted. Stone ground against stone as a new surface emerged, covered in flowing script. What's that then? Bob squinted at the text. More of your clever runes? No, this is. Adam leaned closer, adjusting his glasses. Ancient Imperial. Fairly late period, actually. The grammatical structure is almost modern. He traced the characters with his finger. The script was elegant but practical, none of the flourishes that marked the early imperial period's obsession with calligraphic beauty. Well, what's it say? Bob hopped from foot to foot, gears jingling with each movement. Test of courage, Adam read, his finger moving across the characters. The first trial of Orynth's labyrinth demands that you face what lies within your own heart. Enter the void, confront your deepest fears, and emerge victorious. He paused, frowning at the next section. Interesting. What's interesting? Bob peered at the incomprehensible script. It says the test can be taken alone or with companions. If multiple people enter together, they share the trial, and if one succeeds, all succeed. Adam glanced at the leprechaun. That's unusually generous for an ancient trial. Oh, Bob leaned closer to read. Participants begin with 200 life force. Should it be depleted, you may retry the trial or surrender. Surrendering means starting from the very beginning of the labyrinth. Adam's fingers traced the warning runes. No mention of permanent death, at least. Generous indeed, Bob snorted. You didn't see what's in there. Though, he tugged at his beard thoughtfully, several gears spinning slower. Might explain why it didn't work when I tried. Was alone then, wasn't I? The text doesn't say it has to be done together, Adam clarified, still reading. Just that it's an option, though considering what you've told me about your experience, you're not seriously suggesting we go in there together. You said it yourself, the riddle path is a trap. This is the real way forward. Yes, but, Bob's gears clinked anxiously. There's facing your fears, and then there's whatever that void does to your mind. It's either that or Adam stopped mid-sentence as another gear clinked to the floor. Actually, I've been meaning to ask, what's with all the gears, and why do they seem endless? Oh, these, Bob picked up the fallen gear, which immediately split into two in his hand. Found them right here in this chamber, actually. Quite the neat trick, touch one, and it makes another. Adam's eyes widened. That's not just a neat trick. That's a multiplicity artifact. There are only 3 known to exist in the entire. He shook his head. And you've just been using them as clothing decorations. Well, what else was I supposed to do with them? Count them. Already tried that, got to several million before I lost track. Bob attached both gears to his sleeve. Besides, they make a lovely sound, don't you think? Almost like gold. Adam turned back to the void, ignoring Bob's impromptu gear orchestra. So, the rune was just for instructions. We either go in together or we stay here. Technically, you could go alone, and leave you here for another few centuries. I've grown rather attached to the place, Bob said, though his gears clinked a distinctly nervous rhythm. How was that even possible? Right, they both stared into the absolute darkness. Together then, Bob asked quietly. Together, we're going to regret this, aren't we? Probably. They stepped into the void. Time of entry, 192,307. Dom wove a flame spell, the familiar warmth spreading from his palm. The darkness remained absolute, but at least he could see his own hand now, and Bob standing uncomfortably close. The void felt wrong, not empty, but somehow negative, as if the space itself was actively hostile to their presence. Their footsteps made no sound, and the air had no temperature. It was a unique sensation. Maybe we should. Bob coughed, gears turning awkwardly. Hold hands? No, I'm being practical. You're the one making it weird. Still no. Fine, but when you get lost in this nightmare void, don't come crying too. The sentence cut off mid-word. Adam turned. Bob had been right beside him, close enough to touch. Now there was only darkness. He reached out, finding nothing but that same hostile emptiness. Bob, the void swallowed his voice. Right, of course. Adam adjusted his glasses, more out of habit than necessity. The gesture felt absurdly normal in this abnormal space. He continued forward, his flame spell creating a small bubble of visibility that somehow made the surrounding darkness feel even darker. The silence was absolute. No echoes, no ambient noise, not even the sound of his own breathing, just the steady rhythm of his footsteps that he felt but couldn't hear. He kept walking, and more. Adam stopped, turning in a slow circle. He hadn't been afraid of the dark since he was 5, when he'd finally understood that darkness was simply the absence of photons. He'd spent hours in the library reading about light particles and wave theory, finding comfort in the rational explanation that had chased away childish fears. But this wasn't natural darkness. Obviously, this void defied scientific explanation. The magical architecture required to create such a space was staggering. Modern mages had centuries of magical theory and advancement at their disposal, their spells far more sophisticated than anything from the past. And yet, this construction shouldn't be possible for its time period. The complexity of the void's structure went against everything he knew about magical development. It was like finding advanced crystalline matrices in primitive ritual circles. It simply didn't align with any known progression of magical knowledge. How had mages from that era managed something this complex? He felt a pull not physical, but an inexplicable certainty in his mind. Forward. He knew which way was forward, though he couldn't have explained how. The knowledge simply existed, as fundamental as gravity. Turning back in that direction, Adam gasped. A door had materialized at the edge of his flame's light, simple, brown, wooden, utterly ordinary, which made its presence here all the more unsettling. It stood unsupported in the void, as if someone had simply forgotten to build the wall around it. His steps faltered for just a moment. "This door, what the hell is this?" said Adam. That damn door, that scratched corner where he'd kicked it in frustration. The brass handle, slightly tarnished on the right side where thousands of nervous hands had gripped it. Even that peculiar whorl in the wood grain that his young eyes had traced over and over while waiting. Room 347, Dr. Kane's office. "So this is where we're going, huh? Memory," Adam muttered. His voice still made no sound, but he felt the words in his throat. He stood before the door, studying it with the same detached curiosity he now used for analyzing magical phenomena. Funny how such an unremarkable piece of wood could mark the boundary between before and after, between health and decay, between childhood and whatever came after, forward. His hand reached for the handle. Light flooded his vision, and suddenly the world had weight again. Adam, can you hear me, young man?" His mother's arms were around him, warm and real. The scent of her sweet apple and cinnamon perfume mixed with the sharp antiseptic hospital smell. He'd forgotten that detail, how the two scents had clashed yet somehow merged in his memory. Her tears were soaking into his shirt. His father stood by the window, shoulders rigid, staring at nothing. The afternoon sun cast long shadows across the sterile white floor. This felt more substantial than memory. The scratch of his cotton shirt against his skin, the slight tremor in his mother's embrace, the weight of the air itself, it all felt real, undeniably real. Where was he again? Ah yes, room 347. Dr. Kane had just finished explaining life drain syndrome. 3 to 5 years, he'd said, maybe less. He'd lived 67 more just despite the diagnosis. "Orinth, you bastard," Adam muttered, making him relive this moment, the exact second his life began to crumble. Of all the trials the ancient mage could have designed, his mother's arms tightened around him, misinterpreting his words as confusion or denial, so he could interact with them here, huh? If only she knew. "I missed you both," Adam said softly, looking between them. "So much." His mother pulled back, brow furrowing. "What are you talking about, my little one, doctor?" His father's voice was tight, controlled. "Are there cognitive symptoms we should know about, Arthur?" His mother whirled on him. "Our son just got the worst news of his life, and you're suggesting he's losing his mind. I'm trying to understand all the—" Understand what? That you're already giving up on him." The doctor raised his hands. "Please, sir and Lady Sill." Dom watched them argue, a familiar heaviness settling in his chest that had nothing to do with his illness. These fights, they'd had so many after his diagnosis, voices rising, blame flying, love turning bitter with fear and helplessness. He'd forgotten how early they'd started, how bad they'd ended. Then it came, that familiar tickle in his throat. Adam almost laughed. He knew this script by heart. First the tickle, then the burning sensation spreading through his chest like hot wire. The tightness that made each breath shorter than the last. The metallic taste at the back of his throat. He coughed. His mother stopped mid-sentence. His father took a half step forward. Another cough, harder this time, then another, and another. A rhythm he'd lived with for 67 years, now playing out in its opening performance. He raised his hand to his mouth, going through motions that felt like muscle memory, even though this body hadn't learned them yet. When he pulled it away, black blood coated his palm, thick and glistening in the afternoon light. Heh, the chuckle came out wet and dark. Adam, his mother's scream. Son, his father's shout. The world tilted sideways, the floor rushing up to meet him, right on schedule. As consciousness faded, he wondered what Orinth had in store for him next. First attempt successful. Would you like to continue, YN? Forward always, it was the only way out. Yes, you asshole. Adam opened his eyes and squinted immediately due to the light. A warm breeze ruffled his fur. Not his dog. The service companion sat beside his chair, tongue lolling in a perpetual smile. An old moonspire shepherd, with its characteristic white coat that seemed to catch and hold sunlight. Fido, Adam's voice caught. His first dog, his last dog, the one his father got him for his 18th birthday. He'd forgot. How had he forgot? The dog's tail thumped against the cobblestones, ears perking at his name. That same goofy expression Adam remembered from that time. He reached down, fingers sinking into thick fur. Fido smelled like pear and summer storms, the enchanted shampoo his mother used to buy from the markets. The memory hit harder than any spell. The cafe terrace buzzed with afternoon life. Children chased each other between tables while their parents sipped spiced tea. A street performer juggled balls of light, each one singing a different note as it arced through the air. Two old men argued over a game of stones, their laughter carrying across the square. Adam's tea had gone cold, forgotten beside a half-eaten plate of honey cakes. The sun hung lazy and golden in the cloudless sky, casting long shadows across the festival banners. Eyes caught on the flowing script, 1457th Festival of Caddy. His cup clattered against the saucer. No, this wasn't just any festival day in Caddy. By then his hometown had transformed into one of the Sundar Empire's most formidable fortress cities. Its walls, reinforced with defensive enchantments, stood as a beacon of hope for refugees fleeing the endless border wars. The city where he'd grown up had become a sanctuary for millions of souls. Millions. No, he repeated, softer this time. Fido whined, pressing against his leg. The old dog always knew when something was wrong. Papa, what's that? A child's voice from the next table, small finger pointing up. Adam's hands began to shake. Sweat beaded on his forehead despite the pleasant temperature. He knew what he'd see before he looked, but he looked anyway. Could he do anything about it? Probably not. The sky was darkening, not with clouds, with absence. A void spreading across the blue like ink in water. People were noticing now, conversations falling quiet, faces turning upward. The juggler's light balls winked out. Just whether magic, someone said, uncertain, for the festival. But Adam remembered this day, remembered what came next. A low hum began, felt more than heard. The stones beneath his feet trembled. Cups rattled on tables. The old men's game pieces scattered. Fido growled, hackles rising. Oh gods, a woman whispered. Look. Through the spreading darkness, a point of light, growing larger, brighter, a falling star in reverse colors, wrong in ways that hurt to look at. It had many names: life's bane, God's wrath, world ender, the final word. 100 names in a dozen languages, each attempting to describe the indescribable. But in that moment, as it fell toward Caddy, only one name mattered: Dragon's breath. Not fire, not destruction, but erasure. Complete, absolute. The kind of death that didn't just kill it, rewrote existence itself, leaving nothing behind. Not even ashes, not even memories. Humanity's crowning achievement in the art of warfare. The weapon that made elves pause their eternal dances, that hushed the singing forests, that gave even the deathless ones reason to fear. The ultimate expression of human ingenuity turned toward a single purpose, unmaking, and he was watching it descend on his home. Again, Adam lunged for Fido's collar. We need to move. The dog planted his paws, 140 pounds of muscle refusing to budge. It wasn't Fido's fault. He was trained like that, to not let Adam do simple things like running. In his condition at that time, he would have had a heart attack for that. Fido, please, he begged the dog, please move. People still sat at their tables, pointing up at the darkening sky. A child started crying. Run, it was pointless. Everyone needs to run. Now, a few heads turned. Mother grabbed her children, hurrying them away. Others just stared at him, the crazy young man screaming in the square. The sky shifted from steel gray to a darker one. The air felt wrong, too thick, too heavy. Then he saw it, a star falling in daylight, but wrong. No star should move that fast. No star should pulse with that twisted light. The horizon where it fell began to glow, a false dawn in the wrong direction. Someone whispered, "Saints preserve us." The ground shook. Teacups danced off tables. A woman screamed. Fido finally moved, but in the wrong direction, trying to herd Adam toward shelter. The dog's training fighting Adam's desperate pulls. I order you to. The horizon ignited, far beyond the city walls where the Empire's 3rd Legion made camp. 10 miles distant, but it didn't matter. A pinprick of light bloomed into an impossible sun, white-hot, reality-bending brilliance that turned day into negative space. The festival crowd fell silent, necks craned upward. Some still stood transfixed, shielding their eyes, murmuring about new festival magic. They didn't understand, couldn't understand. The ground shook first. Not the gentle tremor of earlier, but a deep, primal vibration that rattled teeth and toppled glasses. In the distance, a sound no human throat could make, part thunder, part scream, part the universe tearing. The very air seemed to hold its breath. Then it rose, a pillar of destruction climbing into the sky, burning white at its heart, crowned by a blooming mushroom of blacks and grays that devoured the clouds. Even at this distance, the world lost its colors, reduced to stark shadows and searing light. Those still watching saw their own bones through closed eyelids. Time stretched like taffy, each second an eternity of waiting. The shockwave came visible across the plains, a wall of pure force that flattened the grasslands, rolled through the army camp like it was paper. Even from here, they could see the massive siege engines tossed like children's toys. It raced toward the city, a ripple in reality that turned stone to dust and flesh to vapor. The roar of its approach drowned out even the screams. People ran. Really ran now, a stampede of bodies crushing together in the narrow streets. Adam lost his grip on Fido's collar in the surge. The dog vanished in the panicked crowd. Fido, a mountain of a man, slammed into him, sending them both sprawling. Sorry, lad, sorry. The stranger hauled Adam to his feet with one meaty hand. The second wave hit. This one wasn't light or sound, it was force. Pure, unstoppable force that picked up carts and people like toys. The air itself seemed to catch fire. Adam saw the building coming. A small house lifted whole from its foundations, tumbling end over end through the burning air. His last thought before impact was of Fido's goofy smile. Then world exploded into sound and fire. His ears rang with a high-pitched whine that drowned out everything else. The world spun lazily, even with his eyes closed. Consciousness came back in fragments, the taste of copper in his mouth, dust coating his tongue, the weight of something pressing down, where the ringing slowly faded, replaced by muffled sounds of destruction. Reality pieced itself together through the fog in his mind. The festival, Fido, the light in the sky. Ah, yes, Orant's test. Pain screamed through every nerve as tons of concrete pinned him down. His legs, he couldn't feel his right leg anymore. but his left was a symphony of agony, bone fragments grinding against each other with each breath. Hot wetness pooled beneath him, and he wasn't sure if it was blood or the broken heating pipes. His chest felt like it was being crushed in a vice, each shallow breath sending jolts of electricity through his ribs. Dust filled his lungs, making him cough, each spasm multiplying the pain exponentially. Even knowing this was Orinth's test didn't dull the sensations. The body remembers, and Adams remembered this moment with perfect clarity, the precise way his pelvis had shattered, the burning as debris scraped against exposed bone, the peculiar numbness creeping up from his toes that would never quite go away. This was the sequence burned into his nightmares. Dragon's breath to shatter their defenses, to erase their strongest warriors and mightiest walls. Then, while the survivors still reeled from the horror, the Aslan Empire would descend like wolves upon the helpless. A perfect strategy, tested and proven across a dozen conquered nations. The concussive force of spells, shattering shields, vibrated through the rubble, crushing his legs, each tremor sending fresh waves of torment through his broken body. Through a gap in the concrete, Adam watched the sky turn colors that shouldn't exist as battle mages tore reality apart above. A knight crashed through a wall, his armor molten, screaming. A child stumbled past, cradling something gray and wet in blood-stained hands, calling "Mama, Mama." Your head fell off. Adam would never forget that face, hollow-eyed, tear-streaked, yet focused with terrible determination as small fingers tried to push pulpy matter back into a shattered skull. "Stay still, Mama. I'll make it better, I promise I'll make it better." "Hey," Adam's voice cracked. The child looked up, couldn't have been more than 6. A face that should have been worrying about lost toys or scraped knees, not this. "Mister, can you help me? My mama's not answering. I'm trying to put her thoughts back, but they keep slipping." Adam's throat closed. He reached out, tried to form words to pull the child away from the corpse, to run, to live. The light spell cracked across the street like lightning. A single shot, precise, professional. The child's body jerked, a puppet with cut strings. Those empty eyes locked onto Adam's face in the final moment, filled not with fear or pain but simple confusion. Adam's scream died in his throat. How could anyone? What threat could a child possibly? But this was war. This was the moment when the world stopped making sense, when humanity shed its skin and revealed the monster beneath. The air tasted like copper and ozone. Someone was singing a lullaby mixed with sobs coming from beneath a collapsed building. The singing stopped abruptly as another explosion sent bodies flying. His father's voice cut through the chaos. "Hold the line, protect the civilians." Through the smoke and debris, Adam saw him. Commander Arthur Silla, 2-star knight, leading the defense, his sword glowing with fluid as he cut through enemy soldiers. Each swing precise, each step calculated. A warrior doing his duty. It was about to happen. In exactly 4 minutes, his father would spot him in the rubble. In 4 minutes and 30 seconds, he would turn his back on an enemy to reach his son. In 4 minutes and 45 seconds, a mage's corpse landed nearby, still crackling with residual energy. Her eyes were open, staring at nothing, mouth frozen in a half-cast spell. The singing had started again, from somewhere else now. A different voice, a different lullaby, the same abrupt end. The rubble pressed against his chest. 4 minutes. He could already see his father scanning the battlefield, that moment of recognition about to dawn on his face. The enemy mage was positioning himself, spell already forming in the air. The same choreography of death he'd carried for decades. A child screamed somewhere, not in pain, but in that hollow way that meant they'd seen something their mind couldn't process. A battle mage's shield shattered, raining crystalline shards that cut through 3 soldiers below. The singing had started again from beneath another pile of rubble. Adam's hands found purchase on broken concrete. First try muscles screamed, bones ground against metal rebar piercing his abdomen. The pain whited out his vision. He collapsed. Life force 38,200. His father turned. Second try he pushed harder. Blood bubbled up his throat, spilling black over his chin. The rebar twisted inside him, tearing new paths through flesh. The edges of his vision darkened. By all rights he should have passed out. He refused. Life force 23,200. His father took another step. Third try, Adam roared. His flesh tore around the metal, blood streaming hot down his side. Concrete shifted, crushing his left leg further. Every nerve ending blazed with agony. His body begged him to stop. Life force 19,200. He told his body to shut up. Fuck that. The words came out as a growl. The rubble shifted as Adam pushed his torso up on trembling arms, metal sliding wet and raw through his abdomen. His crushed legs remained pinned useless, but his upper body rose like a wounded beast. Life force 9,200. Illusion or not energy crackled around his hands, blue, white, and savage. Each movement sent fresh waves of agony through his shredded flesh. He didn't care. Life force 3,200. I am not reliving this. His father's eyes widened in recognition. The enemy mage raised his hands, death spell forming. Not this time, the energy beam erupted from Adam's palms with decades of rage behind it. Clean, precise. A perfect circle through the mage's chest where his heart should have been. The spell dissipated as its caster fell, surprise frozen on his face. The battlefield seemed to stutter, like reality hiccuping. His father stood frozen mid-step, sword half raised, expression caught between shock and confusion. Around them, the war raged on. A knight's enhancement gear backfired, turning him inside out. A young mage apprentice tried to hold his intestines in while still weaving shields. The singing had stopped again. Son, his father's voice wavered. How did you? Time stopped, 206th attempt successful. Would you like to continue? YN. Warning, progress can only be made forward. Retreat will reset the trial. Right, 206 times he'd felt the rebar tear through his organs. 206 times he'd tasted his own blood, felt his bones splinter. 206 times he'd watched that child try to piece their mother's brains back together, then die for no reason. But this one time his father was still standing. The battlefield continued its apocalyptic dance around them, but for just a moment, Adam allowed himself to look at his father's time-stopped face. Alive. Confused but alive. Blood bubbled up his throat again, darker than before. His vision swam. Life force 1-200. Warning, terminal threshold approaching. He needed to choose, quickly, forward into whatever fresh hell Orinth had prepared, or reset and lose this victory he'd paid for 206 times over. The choice was obvious. The world shifted. Memory flooded in another moment, burned into his soul. The camp of New Harbor, year 853. The cough tore through his chest like barbed wire, each spasm threatening to split him in two. Adam gripped the metal rails of his wheelchair, knuckles white, waiting for his lungs to remember how to work. Blood flooded his mouth. The fluorescent lights of the refugee camp's medical wing buzzed overhead, casting harsh shadows across equipment that looked ancient even by pre-war standards. His reflection in the cracked mirror told its own story of decay, hair white as fresh snow, skin like old parchment stretched too thin across hollow cheeks. He was 22 at that time, 22 going on 80. He dabbed at his mouth with a handkerchief. Red, of course, always red these days. Life drain syndrome had carved lines into his face that belonged on men thrice his age. Each wrinkle mapped a different spell, a different experiment, a different desperate attempt to protect what remained of humanity. The mage suit hung loose on his frame now he'd lost weight again. The crystalline nodes embedded in the fabric pulsed with a weak blue light, monitoring his failing vital signs. Please, no, IT still works. I can feel my toes. The screams from the next chamber cut through the thin walls. Adam knew that voice. Gregory, one of the scouts. Yesterday's patrol had gone wrong. Hold him down. The healer's voice sharp with urgency. The rots reaching his knee. It's this or death. I'll die with him. My leg. Please, I can still. The words dissolved into unintelligible sobbing. The wet sound of saw meeting flesh. Gregory's screams pitched higher, became something animal, primal. The rhythmic scraping continued, inexorable. The door burst open. My lord Mage. A soldier stood there, blood splattered and breathing hard. Her armor bore fresh dents. We've got incoming. Orc warband, at least 200 strong. They've got dwarven siege engines with them. A particularly agonized shriek from next door. The saw hit bone. "Gods, please just kill me." The soldier flinched at Gregory's plea but kept her eyes on Adam. "Sir, we need to move. Now, where is my mother?" The soldier hesitated just for a moment. Lady Scylla was last seen at the outer perimeter, my lord, healing survivors from the first wave. No, get her back. His voice cracked. Get her back inside now. But he knew. He already knew. The memory was already playing out his gentle mother, who'd sing healing hymns while tending gardens, who'd cradle injured birds and weep over withered flowers, who never turned away anyone in need. "Sir, we need to evacuate. The orcs are." He remembered how it played out. The sounds came first. The splintering of bones, the wet, meaty sounds, then someone screaming Lady Scylla, and finally, the sight of her through the medical tent's window, her small form caught between massive, armored bodies, crushed like a flower under boots. His heart stuttered, skipped, seized, not from the life drain this time, but from seeing something so pure, so kind, reduced to, they'd had to peel her off the ground. His mother, who'd spent her life putting broken things back together, couldn't even be buried whole. Adam slumped in his wheelchair, chest constricting. The seventh heart attack in his life wasn't from pushing too hard. It was from remembering this moment, remembering how they'd brought him her remnants, remembering how someone who'd dedicated her life to healing had died with such violence. "My lord," the soldier's voice seemed distant now. "We need to move." Adam could only see his mother's last smile that morning, could only hear her last words, "Remember to eat something dear. You're working too hard again." The war horns bellowed closer, but they couldn't drown out the truth. This was the day his mother died, and something in him died with her. Not just his health, not just his heart, but his belief that anything good could survive this world. This needed correction. Adam wheeled himself forward, each turn of the wheels sending sparks of pain through his arms. Life Force 189 200. This was attempt 98. He'd memorized every death, every failure, every moment he wasn't fast enough, strong enough, clever enough to save her. Not this time. My lord, you can't possibly. The soldier's protest died as Adam raised his hand. Watch me. The first wave hit the outer barriers. Adam's fingers traced complex patterns, weaving spells that made his blood burn. He was already a circle mage by then. A sick, wounded one, but a circle mage nonetheless. A dwarven siege engine exploded, showering the advancing horde with burning debris. His heart stumbled, protesting the strain. Life Force 156 200. Form ranks, his voice carried across the battlefield, stronger than his body had any right to be. Soldiers rallied, finding formation around his wheelchair. ARCHERS, target the shamans, another spell. Lightning chain between orc warriors, their armor conducting death. The effort sent him into a coughing fit, spattering his lap with blood. Life Force 134 200. He could see her now, his mother, kneeling beside wounded refugees, her healing magic a soft green glow. So focused on saving others, she didn't see the berserkers breaking through. Life Force 112 200. Left flank brace, the command tore from his throat as he channeled power through his failing body. A wall of force materialized, crushing the first berserker wave. His vision blurred, too much, too fast, but he was closer now. 97 failures had taught him every move, every spell, every sacrifice needed. His wheelchair creaked as he pushed forward, soldiers forming a protective wedge around him. Life Force 87 200. A dwarven bolt thrower targeted his position. Adam's counter spell caught the projectile, reversed its course. The machine exploded, taking its crew with it. Blood trickled from his nose. Life Force 65 200. Mother, his voice barely carried over the chaos. She looked up, eyes widening. The massive orc behind her raised its axe. Time slowed, not from magic, but from desperation. Adam saw every detail, the axe's arc, his mother's turning head, the distance between them. Numbers and calculations flooded his mind. Trajectory, force, spell matrices. Life Force 43 200. The spell left his hands before he could consider the cost. Reality bent, space folded. His mother vanished from the axe's path, reappearing beside his wheelchair. The effort sent him into cardiac arrest. Life Force 21 200. Adam, her hands glowed green, pouring healing magic into his seizing heart. My boy, what have you? Not done yet, each word was agony, but he had one more spell, one final gambit. Life Force 9 200. Power gathered around him, drawing from his very soul. The remaining orcs charged, the last siege engine aimed. Life Force 4 200. I love you, mother, and I missed you. The words came clearly despite his failing body. Now run, please. The spell released. A dome of pure force expanded outward, disintegrating everything in its path. Orc, dwarf, machine, all reduced to ash. Life Force 200. As darkness took him, Adam smiled. 98 tries, but he'd finally done it. His mother was saved. He knew this was not real. This was an illusion. But God, it felt right. And this time when his heart stopped, it was worth it. A new wave charged. Life Force 200. Come on then, Adam whispered, raising his hands one final time. Time stopped. Congratulations, you've conquered this fear. Would you like to proceed with the next memories? Warning, each attempt drains your spirit. Surrender is always an option. Continue, why? The first 100 years nearly shattered Adam. He lived through all the events of his past life, one by one, each detail, each experience. Watching Sundar fall again and again, hearing children scream as they plummeted through clouds turned to fire. His mind started fracturing around the 50s, laughing as blood rained down, trying to catch it with his tongue. By the 70th fall, he was singing nursery rhymes while deflecting arrows. He almost gave up then. Almost. Life Force 189 200. Status fragmenting. The plague wars twisted everything. Black spores blooming under skin, turning friends to enemies. He tried saving everyone at first, then some, then just himself. His hands shook for weeks after watching a mother eat her children, spores bursting from their eyes like black tears. Just surrender, the voices whispered. Start over. The voices, the voices. He did not know who they belonged to. Many voices, male and female, intertwined, always tempting him. They appeared around the 30th year of this test. He refused, always moved forward, out of spite, out of rage, out of ardent desire to punch the hell out of whoever made him go through this. Was this madness? Life Force 167 200. Status reshaping. Something changed during the Dead March, when the necromancer rose from the north, 50,000 corpses shambling across the plains, and amid the horror he found purpose. Not hope. Hope had died somewhere between the 100th child's death and the 1,000th betrayal. Something harder, colder. The voice saying give up grew quieter. The world dungeon rose. When every dungeon in every part of the globe hit S rank and above, simultaneously, the world held its breath. Then came the great outbreak, all dungeons breaching at once, their portals dissolving until the entire planet became one massive, living dungeon, monsters pouring out endlessly. Civilizations fell then. No more safe zones, no more sanctuary cities, just endless dungeon floors where continents used to be. Nobody ever knew why and how it came to be. He survived that, lived through the night of long knives by feeling blade paths before they cut. Watched humanity turn savage as they realized there were no more rules, no more borders between inside and outside, just an endless maze of monsters, traps, and people who'd learned to become worse than both. Life Force 134-200. Status evolving. Each failure taught him, each success cost him pieces of who he was. The children's crusade should have broken him, watching infants manifest powers that turned reality inside out. Instead, he found himself understanding their babbled prophecies, seeing the logic in their madness. His disease changed too. The black blood grew thicker, more alive. Sometimes he caught it spelling words in languages that shouldn't exist. Yes, this was madness. Life Force 98-200. Status awakening. He lost count of the attempts somewhere during the wars and cataclysms. Time became fluid, meaning shifted like quicksand. He died so many times the concept of death became abstract, just another transition, another lesson. The voices in his head still screamed for surrender, but now a deeper voice answered back no. Life Force 76-200. Status transcending. During the week of burning stars in the world dungeon, he realized he wasn't going mad anymore. He realized he'd stopped counting attempts, stopped fearing failure. His broken mind had reassembled itself into something new. The day of inverted light almost felt beautiful. Reality fractured into 12 black suns, each showing him his deepest fears, his worst failures. He watched himself break in 1,000 ways, but he didn't break. Status emerging. Through all the horror, all the death and rebirth and madness, something was taking shape. His will hadn't broken, it had crystallized. The voice that had begged for surrender was silent now. In its place, something new had formed. Not fearlessness, fear would always exist, but something stronger than fear. Status becoming. He kept walking, kept moving forward. Chains rattled with each step. Iron links bit into flesh, wrapped around limbs, throat, heart. Adam trudged forward, each movement a war against weight that shouldn't exist. He turned to look at his burden. The chains stretched endlessly behind him, each link screaming. Memories dangled from them like rotting fruit. Every failure, every death, every moment he wasn't strong enough, fast enough, smart enough to save them all. How does one carry a world? Adam stood still, the weight crushing his shoulders. He found himself drowning in the absurdity of his task. A bitter laugh escaped his lips. What rational mind would accept this? He asked the darkness. There was no answer. What sane person looks at the end of all things and says, yes, I'll carry this alone? The memories shifted, showing him cities yet to burn, friends yet to die. Knowledge was his prison, knowing every horror that awaited, every moment where humanity would prove itself unworthy of salvation. They don't even want to be saved, he whispered, watching the chains of future past wrap tighter. They'll tear each other apart regardless. I've seen it, how they turn on each other when the dungeons break, how quickly they abandon their humanity. The logical part of his mind, the part that had survived 100 resets, laid out the facts with cruel clarity. One man cannot change the nature of billions. One soul cannot bear the weight of every possible tomorrow. It was mathematically impossible, fundamentally irrational. He sank to his knees, feeling the cold comfort of reason. Why struggle against inevitability? Why carry this burden when the outcome was statistically predetermined? The voices whispered calculations of failure, probabilities of doom, and each number felt like truth. Perhaps, he murmured, this is simply the universe's way of teaching acceptance. Some equations have no solution. Some weights cannot be borne. The darkness crept closer, offering rest, offering an end to the paradox of his existence. After all, what was more rational than accepting one's limitations? What was more logical than acknowledging the impossible? His eyes grew heavy. The chains sang softly of release, of letting go, of embracing the statistical certainty of failure. His brilliant mind, his analytical soul, everything that made him who he was agreed this was the reasonable choice, the only choice. His eyes began to close. Lad, lad. Where are you? Huh, lad, where in the blazes are you? That impossibly annoying voice cut through the darkness. Bob, the leprechaun's brash tones somehow pierced through the statistical fog of despair, and Adam found himself calculating a new probability. The chains shifted as he laughed, not bitter this time. Probability, he mused. He remembered a story his mother once told him about how life began on Earth, a precise dance of molecules, temperature, and timing. The odds against it were astronomical, trillions upon trillions to one. If the planet had been slightly closer to the sun, if one comet had struck differently, if any single variable had changed. And yet here they were. ADOM, make me come looking for you, lad. The voice was getting closer, and with it came clarity. Humans weren't equations to be solved. They were impossibilities that insisted on existing anyway. Every breath was a defiance of entropy, every heartbeat a rebellion against cosmic odds. We're all unlikely stories, he whispered to the chains. Every one of us shouldn't exist, and yet we do. We persist. We fight. The memories shifted again, but now he saw them differently. Yes, humanity would tear itself apart, but they would also rebuild. Yes, they would betray, but they would also sacrifice themselves for strangers. Every horror he'd witnessed had its mirror in acts of impossible courage, impossible love. Lad, I swear to the old gods, if you're moping. The leprechaun's voice carried equal parts irritation and concern. Concern why they barely knew each other. Then Adam realized something else in all his calculations of failure. He'd forgot to factor in the variables he couldn't predict. The bob-shaped variables, the moments of random kindness, the statistical impossibilities that kept happening anyway. The chains still weighed heavy, but now they felt different. Not a burden to escape, but a proof to humanity's stubborn refusal to follow mathematical certainty. Every reset, every failure, every moment of darkness was just another impossible story waiting to be told. Who am I, he asked the void, to decide which impossibilities are too impossible? The darkness retreated slightly, confused by this new calculation. Found you, what are you doing sitting in the dark like some brooding hero from those terrible stories? Bob's voice. Not memory, not probability, but present. Real. Annoying. Bob, a little help here. You disappeared right in the middle of me rambling. Bob huffed, extending his small hand. Nearly gave me a heart attack, which would have been quite the feat considering we leprechauns do not suffer heart attacks. As he helped Adam up, Bob's voice trailed off, his eyes fixing on something ahead. Well, would you look at that? A white door stood before them, pristine and impossible in the void. Fancy bit of carpentry, that Bob mused, trying to mask his unease with humor. Though the color scheme's a bit bland for my taste, could use some gold trim, maybe a few rotating gears. Adam's hand hesitated over the handle. This time, though, another hand small reached out alongside his. Together then, Bob asked, his voice unusually serious. Since you seem to have a knack for doing the impossible, and I have a knack for being impossibly annoying. Adam felt the ghost of a smile touch his lips. Together, they turned the handle. Light embraced him, lifted them, carried him up through layers of gentle radiance until Adam gasped, falling to his knees in a cave. His lungs burned as if he'd been holding his breath for centuries. His mind reeled, trying to process the weight of countless apocalypses, numberless deaths, infinite horrors all compressed into memory like diamonds formed under impossible pressure. Adam looked at his hands, clean, unmarked. No scars from the dragon's breath, no burns from catching starfare. The same hands he'd had when he first entered. His thoughts, chaotic and frenzied, began to settle. A soft chime echoed in his mind as text appeared before him. Time of entry, 192,307. Current time, 192,412. 1 minute and 5 seconds. 1 minute and, congratulations, you have completed the trial of courage. Detecting changes, new skill acquired, indomitable will transcendent rank. Indomitable will passive level 1. Your will has been tested against every conceivable horror and emerged unbroken. Fear becomes a tool rather than a master. Mental attacks and control effects are reduced by 90. Resilience scales infinitely with your emotional state, turning overwhelming pressure into strength. Special effect, that which does not yield when all hope seems lost. When survival seems impossible, your will crystallizes. Each consecutive action against impossible odds increases your chance of success. How are you doing, lad? Dom turned to see Bob stumbling out of another exit, gears flying everywhere as he steadied himself against the wall. The ancient Fae looked shaken, his usual manic energy subdued. I gave up, Bob admitted, his voice uncharacteristically quiet, same as always, but then, he looked around, confused. There was this light. Never saw that before when I failed. Usually just get sent right back to the start, don't I? But this time, and then I heard you mumbling nonsense. Then I saw you. The trial rules, Adam said, understanding dawning. If one person succeeds, everyone does, you mean. Bob's eyes widened. You actually did it. You faced whatever that. He gestured vaguely at the void. Whatever that was, Adam nodded, still processing the weight of what he'd experienced. Well, Bob said, a hint of his usual spirit returning as more gears clattered to the floor. Suppose I owe you one then. Though don't expect me to stop calling you hallucination just because you got us through. It was strange, really. Just moments ago, Adam had lived through what he did. Yet now it was slipping away like morning dew, becoming hazy and distant, like trying to remember a dream you made last week. He chuckled, shaking his head at the sheer audacity of it. Orinth hadn't just designed a trial to break people, he'd made sure they couldn't even properly remember what broke them. The memories were there somewhere, compressed into that crystalline core of newfound strength in his mind, but trying to recall the specifics was like grasping at smoke. Just vague impressions of terror and triumph, without the messy details that might drive someone mad in retrospect. What a magnificently twisted piece of work. Really had to admire the craftsmanship, even while hating everything it represented. So, what now? Bob asked, plucking a gear from his beard and watching it split into two. Never actually made it to this part before. Suppose you're the expert here. Suddenly, a laugh rolled through the chamber, deep, resonant, each note lingering longer than it should. Bob's gears clinked frantically as he shoved Adam behind him. Get back, lad. Metal clinked against stone as something massive descended from the darkness above. Golden fur caught the light, rippling over muscles that could tear a man in half. Wings of deepest black unfurled, each feather sharp as a blade. Its face bore a woman's features, but those eyes, cold, calculating, watching them like a cat watches mice. No one has walked these halls since their creation, it purred, tail swishing back and forth against the stone. I wonder, who passed my master's first trial? A sphinx. Meeting a sphinx was rarely good news. Sure, they were magnificent creatures, guardians of ancient knowledge and sacred places, but they also had this rather unfortunate habit of eating people who couldn't answer their riddles. Which, historically speaking, was most people. The whole setup was rather unfair, really. Here you had beings who'd spent centuries, or even millennia contemplating the mysteries of existence, asking impossible questions to folks who were just trying to get through their day without being eaten by a giant cat-bird-person hybrid. Not that anyone would point this out to a sphinx. That would be the kind of mistake you'd only make once. And of course, because the universe had a sense of humor that bordered on sadistic, sphinxes were almost always found in exactly the places you couldn't avoid guarding ancient treasures, protecting forbidden knowledge, or, in this particular case, serving as the arbiter of a test of wisdom in a magical labyrinth designed by someone who clearly enjoyed watching people suffer. At least they were better than dragons. Dragons just ate you without the courtesy of a philosophical discussion first. Or so Adam heard. The sphinx lounged across the chamber's entrance, its massive form both graceful and terrifying. Golden fur rippled over muscles that could tear a man in half without effort. Its wings, folded now, stretched halfway up the cavern walls, each feather edged in metallic bronze. A golden monocle glinted over its right eye, somehow making its leonine features even more unsettling. Its tail, thick as a young tree, swished lazily against the stone floor as it studied them, head tilted at an angle that somehow managed to look both regal and predatory. A deep purr rumbled through the chamber, like distant thunder trapped underground. "Hello, friends," it said pleasantly, voice rich and cultured despite coming from a mouth filled with teeth longer than daggers. "We're not your friends," Bob growled, still planted firmly between Adam and the sphinx. Several gears dropped from his beard, their multiplication making a small cascade of metallic sounds. "And don't try any of that riddle nonsense with us, you overgrown house cat." Adam barely registered Bob's protective hostility. He was too busy staring at the monocle. Of all the bizarre things he'd seen in this labyrinth, and there had been many, somehow a sphinx wearing a monocle felt like it should have been mentioned in at least one of the ancient texts. Sphinx adjusted said monocle with one massive paw, the gesture so prim and proper it bordered on absurd. Such hostility, and here I was preparing my best riddles. "Right then, we'll just be on our way," Bob said, backing up slowly and pulling Adam with him. "No need to bother a distinguished creature such as yourself." The sphinx clicked its tongue, an oddly human gesture from a decidedly inhuman mouth. Its chuckle echoed off the chamber walls. "I'm afraid that won't be possible." "And why's that?" Bob's gears clinked a nervous rhythm. "I am the guardian of this place," the sphinx said, examining them like particularly interesting insects. "Have been for," it paused, considering, "well, long enough that things get rather dull, so you'll have to play with me if you want to pass." Its tail swished against the stone floor. "Obviously. What kind of game exactly?" Adam asked, eyeing the monocle that caught the light with each tilt of the sphinx's massive head. "Oh, not just one," the sphinx said. "I've been terribly bored, you see. 3 or 4 wouldn't be too much to ask for, would it?" It purred, a smile spreading across its feline features. "Or 5, even 6, why not?" It looked positively delighted at the prospect, tail curling in obvious pleasure. Adam frowned. This casual maybe this many, maybe more approach felt wrong. "What is it then?" Bob's gears clinked impatiently. "My, aren't we hasty?" The sphinx stretched, claws scraping against stone. "I've had quite a lot of time to think about this. First would be a riddle." "Bloody hell, I knew it." Bob spat, gears flying. "You're all the same, aren't you? Always with the sodding riddles." The sphinx pressed a paw to its chest in mock offense. "How terribly stereotypical of you. Next you'll accuse me of eating failed contestants." "You don't," Adam asked. "Oh no, I absolutely do," the sphinx said, adjusting its monocle. "But one shouldn't judge a book by its number of teeth." It threw its head back and laughed at its own joke, the sound bouncing off the walls. What's the second? Adam cut in. The Sphinx's gaze swept over him, slow and considering, like a butcher appraising meat. Adam fought the urge to step back. For you too. A puzzle. What kind of puzzle? Bob demanded. Perhaps we should focus on passing the first challenge before discussing the others. No. Adam and Bob exchanged glances. The leprechaun cleared his throat, suddenly finding the floor very interesting. Now then, the Sphinx said, looking at them both. Which of you was it that passed the test of courage? The laddie here, Bob said, jerking a thumb toward Adam. Before either could blink, the Sphinx was there right there, its massive head inches from Adam's face. The speed of the movement was impossible for something so large. The displacement of air knocked loose crystals from the walls. Bloody hell, Bob cursed, stumbling backward. Adam took one step back but held his ground, though his heart hammered against his ribs. The Sphinx's breath was hot against his face, smelling of ancient stone and something metallic. Fascinating, it purred, studying him with eyes like molten gold. I didn't expect a boy to be the one. They usually break so easily. Its tail swished with interest. Tell me, little human, how do you feel? Any changes you've noticed? The Sphinx loomed so close Adam could see himself reflected in its massive golden eyes, a pale, exhausted figure with shadows under his eyes he didn't remember having before. His hair was matted with sweat, face drawn tight, with tension he hadn't realized he was carrying. He opened his mouth to ask it to back away, but the Sphinx spoke first. Was it horrible? It purred, whiskers twitching with excitement. Traumatizing. How many times did you die? How long did you spend in there? I heard it was quite exquisite in its cruelty. A laugh rumbled from its throat, and something in Adam snapped. He had, until that moment, managed to push most of it away like waking from a nightmare that immediately starts to fade. The memories were there, but distant, blurred, safer when kept unfocused. But the Sphinx's words dragged them back into sharp relief. The feeling of his bones breaking, the sound of his own screams, the endless, endless dying. Did you scream each time, did you? Blue mana erupted around Adam's hand, responding to a rage he didn't even know he was feeling. The spell formed almost by itself, raw and violent, seeking release. Bob's hand clamped around his wrist. Don't. The Sphinx's smile widened, showing every one of its gleaming teeth. You should listen to your friend, little human. Though I must say that reaction was illuminating. Back off, Adam said, voice tight, please. The Sphinx inclined its head and retreated with fluid grace, still wearing that knowing smile. As you wish. The Sphinx glided back, and Adam drew in a long, shaky breath, released it slowly. His hand trembled in Bob's grip, residual magic or anger or fear, he couldn't tell which. Bob released him gently. I know, lad, I know it was hard. His voice dropped lower, meant just for Adam. Been trapped here centuries myself, never managed that test, not once. Another gear fell, but right now we need you calm. Let's get through this first, then you can fall apart all you want. My, the Sphinx drawled. A leprechaun dispensing wisdom, how novel. Perhaps centuries of imprisonment do have their benefits after all. Bob ignored it completely, his attention still on Adam. Oh, no sense of humor at all, the Sphinx sighed, tail flicking with mock disappointment. Its expression brightened suddenly, monocle glinting. So the riddle, never been. Particularly good with riddles, lad, Bob muttered, looking at Adam. More of a hit things until they stop moving sort of fellow. Wonderful timing for that confession, the Sphinx said, settling into a more comfortable position. Now then, the rules are simple. One question, but its monocle caught the light. If one of you fails, you both fail. And if you both fail, the Sphinx smiled, revealing far too many teeth. Bloody bollocks, Bob whispered. Adam's eyes darted around the chamber while Bob and the Sphinx traded barbs. Circular room about 40 feet across. High ceiling lost in shadow. 2 exits, the one they'd come through, and another across the room. Columns every 10 feet or so. If it came to a fight, identify. Name Alexandros the Knowing. Raise Greater Sphinx. State amused anticipating. Traits ancient being. Guardian of knowledge. Reality warper local. Immune to mental effects. The results made his throat go dry. Those weren't the stats of something they could fight. Not here, not in its domain. The reality warper local trait alone. Well then, Alexandros purred, settling into a crouch like an oversized house cat, its wings folded neatly against its sides. Shall we begin with your first question? Hang on, Bob raised a hand. Don't we get to confer or something first? Oh, by all means. The Sphinx's tail swished. Take all the time you need. I've waited centuries, what's a few more minutes? Adam leaned closer to Bob, keeping his voice low. See that exit behind it, if we... Don't even finish that thought, lad, Bob whispered back, eyes fixed on the Sphinx. Look at how it's positioned. That's not just lounging, it's got every angle covered. And he nodded subtly toward the ceiling. It's got wings. Sphinxes are absolute masters of their territories. They don't just guard them, they are the territory. Running isn't an option. The Sphinx's monocle glinted as it watched their exchange with obvious amusement, like someone observing mice discussing how to outsmart a cat. Its tail kept drawing lazy patterns on the stone floor. Right then, Bob sighed. Suppose we'll have to do this properly. He straightened up, beard clinking softly. Give us your worst, you pretentious feline. Oh, I intend to. Alexandros cleared its throat, a sound somewhere between a purr and thunder, and spoke in a voice that seemed to resonate throughout the chamber. 3 scholars seek truth in their own way, the first through books that cannot lie, the second through deeds that cannot hide, the third through hearts that cannot die. When darkness falls and truth is lost, which path led furthest from the light? The words hung in the air. You have 1 hour, the Sphinx said casually, examining its claws. Oh, and silly me, I nearly forgot the rest of the rules. Its smile widened incrementally. Each wrong answer costs you one of your senses, both of you, and once you're out of senses, it let the implication hang. Also, any attempt to communicate your thoughts about the answer counts as an answer itself. Oh, and if one of you gets it wrong, it gestured between them with a massive paw. Will you both suffer the consequences? Hold on, that's not how you. Bob's face turned an impressive shade of red. You can't just add rules after huh. The leprechaun stopped mid-sentence, his nose twitching. Adam noticed it too, or rather, noticed the absence of it. The musty chamber air, the ozone tang, the Sphinx's peculiar scent all gone. Just nothing. Ah, Alexandros purred. I see you've discovered what happens when you protest the rules. Shall we count that as your first wrong answer? 1 sense down, 4 to go. Adam's brows furrowed as he watched Bob's mouth open and close soundlessly, the leprechaun's face cycling through several interesting shades of purple. The Sphinx just sat there, monocle glinting, looking for all the world like a cat that had just been served a particularly fine cream. The chamber suddenly felt much smaller. Adam stared at the Sphinx's smug face, fighting down an overwhelming urge to punch that monocle right through its skull. Not that he could identify results had made that clear enough, but the fantasy was satisfying. Everything about these rules was designed to isolate them. No communication, shared punishments. It wasn't just about solving the riddle, it was about breaking any chance of cooperation. Divide and conquer. He glanced at Bob, who was still doing his best impression of a kettle about to boil over. The leprechaun had admitted he wasn't good with riddles, true, but Adam's fingers twitched, half forming the gestures for a message spell before stopping. Would that count as communication? Probably. The Sphinx seemed the type to count even raised eyebrows as an answer attempt, and they couldn't afford to lose another sense. But then again, did he really need Bob's help? The leprechaun had straight up admitted to being terrible at riddles. Maybe it would be better to just. No, Adam forced himself to focus. 1 hour, limited senses. The smart play was solving the riddle first, then figuring out how to share the answer. No point in creating the perfect communication system if they didn't know what to communicate. 3 scholars, truth, books that cannot lie, deeds that cannot hide, hearts that cannot. Knowledge. Bob's voice cut through his concentration, stern and confident. Adam's thoughts screeched to a halt. He blinked. Did Bob just? Incorrect, the Sphinx purred, sounding absolutely delighted. This damned Fae. Adam's hands clenched into fists, his mouth opening to scream at Bob, but he caught himself just in time. His tongue suddenly felt wrong, dead, like trying to taste with a piece of leather in his mouth. The second sense, taste, gone. Dom whirled on Bob, gesturing wildly. What were you thinking? Why would you just blurt out an answer? Are you trying to get us both killed? His hands moved in increasingly agitated patterns while the leprechaun shrunk back, hands moving in frantic patterns of regret. And then, nothing. The Sphinx's tail was swishing against stone, but there was no sound, none at all. The absolute silence pressed against his ears like cotton wool, making his head spin. Then Adam realized their mistake. They were communicating right in front of the Sphinx. 3 senses gone, sight and touch left, and still, 54 minutes on the clock. Adam sat down cross-legged on the stone floor. Panicking wouldn't help, getting angry at Bob's impulsiveness wouldn't help, and gesturing wildly definitely wouldn't help. They'd learned that lesson the hard way. 3 scholars seeking truth, each with their own methodology. Books that cannot lie, perhaps representing pure knowledge, academic pursuit. But no, that was exactly what Bob had guessed, and the Sphinx had shot it down. Movement caught his eye. The Sphinx was grooming itself like a house cat. It noticed him watching and waved cheerfully, somehow managing to make even that simple gesture insufferably smug. Adam quickly looked away. He glanced up at Bob, who sat with his eyes closed, completely still. Was he meditating? In the middle of a life or death riddle game? Focus. A dull throb had started behind Adam's eyes, growing steadily more insistent. He rubbed his temples with a grimace. Deeds that cannot hide, actions, perhaps, the physical manifestation of truth, and hearts that cannot die. Emotion, faith, love, but then there was that last part, when darkness falls and truth is lost. A test then, when everything goes wrong, which path remains truest? Faith seemed like a strong contender. When all else fails, belief endures. But no, too obvious. Sphinxes didn't pose riddles with obvious answers. That was the whole point. Experience, maybe. Deeds that cannot hide, practical knowledge earned through action rather than study. When everything falls apart, experience remains. He had that and faith as possible answers. 2 chances left. If either was wrong, Bob hadn't moved an inch, still sitting there like some bizarre statue. What was he? No, focus, think. The key had to be in that last line. Which path led furthest from the light? Not closest to truth, but furthest from light. Was it a trick question? Was the answer about which path was wrong rather than right? His head hurt. Was the Sphinx doing something? 2 answers, 2 chances, and absolute silence to think in. 30 minutes passed. Wisdom, experience, faith, emotion, belief, instinct, truth itself, memory, love, conscience, each answer seemed perfectly logical until he examined it from another angle. Then it would fall apart, and he'd be back to square one. Movement drew his attention. Bob was getting up, his movements deliberate and slow. Adam watched, puzzled, as the leprechaun walked over and sat directly in front of him. What was he doing? Adam looked away, his gaze finding the Sphinx instead. It had stopped its grooming, head tilted, watching them with unblinking eyes. He tried to ignore Bob's presence, tried to return to his mental list of possible answers, but from the corner of his eye, he could see Bob's hand moving against the stone floor. Was he writing something? No, that would count as communication, wouldn't it? The Sphinx wasn't stopping him. In fact, the massive creature padded closer, moving with liquid grace until it loomed over them both. Its shadow fell across Adam's face as it bent down, that eternal smile still fixed in place, waiting, expecting. Why wasn't it stopping Bob? Why was it waiting for Adam to look down? Was this another trick, another trap? If Bob was risking this, it had to be important. Right. Right after a moment's hesitation, Adam looked down. One word, mind. Darkness immediately slammed into him like a physical blow. He almost chuckled, of course. Of course the Sphinx would let them have that one last exchange, just to take another sense. Bastard probably had that smug smile plastered across its face right now. His heart raced. One chance left. One single chance before the final sense would be stripped away, leaving them helpless prey for the Sphinx. The pressure of it made his thoughts scatter like startled birds. Again, focus. Mind. What did that have to do with anything? He'd been considering wisdom, knowledge, emotion, faith, but mind. He turned the word over in his thoughts, trying to connect it to the riddle. 3 scholars, books, deeds, hearts. Was Bob onto something, or had they just wasted their second to last sense on a dead end? Only touch remained now, and 25 minutes to solve this in complete darkness and silence. At least he wouldn't have to look at that monocled face anymore. The headache intensified. Mind. No, that couldn't be the answer. It was too simple, didn't fit the structure of the riddle at all, which meant Bob was trying to tell him something else. Mind magic. Oh, the realization hit. Bob wasn't giving him an answer. He was most likely telling Adam to lower his mental defenses. But why would he, unless indomitable? In the darkness and silence, Adam carefully, deliberately, let his mental barriers drop. It felt like unclenching a muscle he hadn't known was tense, the mental equivalent of finally releasing a breath held for so long he'd forgotten he was holding it. Almost immediately, heaviness crept through his body. His muscles felt like lead, his thoughts growing sluggish. Even through touch alone, he could feel himself sliding sideways, stone floor cool against his cheek. The last thing he registered before consciousness fled was the faint sensation of falling. The sensation of stone against his cheek vanished, replaced by soft grass beneath his feet. Sunlight filtered through leaves above, birds called to each other in the canopy, and a warm breeze carried the scent of wildflowers. Took you long enough. Bob sat on a fallen log, looking exactly as he had in the real world, but somehow, more at ease, more in his element. Almost thought I'd made a mistake, thinking you were smart. You can dream walk, Adam blurted out, still trying to process the shift from dark silence to this vibrant forest. Dreamwalking was at its core, a specialized form of mind magic that let the user enter and manipulate the dreams of others. Unlike regular mind magic that affected consciousness directly, dreamwalking operated in that strange space between sleeping and waking the realm, where minds naturally drifted during sleep. Most creatures capable of it were spirits, beings of pure mind and energy who could slip between dreams as easily as humans walked through doorways. Some particularly skilled mages could manage it too, though it took years of study and precise control, which made Bob's ability all the more puzzling. Leprechauns were magical creatures, yes, but they weren't spirits. They were firmly physical beings, known more for their crafting abilities and mischievous nature than any sort of mind magic. Yet here he was, casually strolling through Adam's dream space like he owned it. How are you even doing this? Adam asked, watching a butterfly that seemed to be made of liquid gold float past his nose. We don't have time for magical theory right now. Bob cut him off, waving a hand dismissively. Where are you at with the riddle? Right. Adam nodded, pushing back his questions for later, assuming there would be a later. I've got about 10 possibilities. Faith, experience, wisdom, memory. But none of them feel quite right. They all fall apart when I look at them too closely. Let's break this down, lad, Bob said, conjuring 2 more logs for them to sit on. Time's slipperier than a greased pig in here, so we've got to make haste. What's got your mind in knots? The scholars, Adam began, settling onto one of the logs. 3 different approaches to truth. Books, deeds, hearts, knowledge, action, and feeling. But then it asks which path led furthest from the light, not closest to truth. Could be a trick question, Bob muttered, picking at some moss. Reminds me of me cousin Tommy, the wee devil. Caught him nicking me gold, he did. Swore on his mother's grave he'd never tell me another lie. Kept his word too, stopped talking to me altogether, the crafty little shite. What did you say? About Tommy. Just that the lying gobshite kept his word by not speaking to me at all instead of. No, before that, about it being a trick question. Adam stood up, pacing. We're looking at it wrong. We're assuming the scholars are searching for truth together, but what if they're not? What if they're competing? Bob shrugged. Makes sense, don't it? Put three folk in a room, they'll be at each other's throats before you can say, topo the morning. And each would believe their way is right. Adam's mind was racing now. Books cannot lie, but they can be misinterpreted. Deeds cannot hide, but their meaning can be twisted. Hearts cannot die, but they can be. The dream forest darkened suddenly. Bob leapt to his feet with a string of colorful curses. The beasties found us. The trees began to twist, their branches turning to writhing shadows. The golden butterfly from earlier melted, its wings dripping onto the forest floor like molten metal. When darkness falls and truth is lost, a familiar voice echoed from everywhere and nowhere. The Sphinx materialized from the shadows, but wrong, too many teeth, too many eyes, its monocle reflecting impossible geometries. Well, it purred, each word distorting the dream further. Aren't you two a clever pair? 7 seconds, the Sphinx's distorted voice reverberated through the twisting dreamscape. Shall we count together? Go feck yourself, you pompous cat, Bob snarled, stepping in front of Adam. If you want a fight. Zexel. The forest was collapsing inward, reality folding like wet paper. 5. We were so close, Adam muttered, his mind still racing. Books, deeds, hearts. 4. When darkness falls and truth is lost. 3. Each believing their path. 2. Betrayal, Adam screamed. The countdown stopped. The dream froze mid-collapse, held in perfect stasis. The Sphinx's monstrous form paused, then melted away like morning mist, leaving only the familiar monocled face they knew. Its eternal smile faltered for just a moment. Oh, it said, sounding almost disappointed, and here I was hoping you'd fail this one. No fun. The dream shattered. Adam jerked awake, gasping, his sense of touch overwhelmed by the cold stone beneath him. Next to him, he heard Bob wheeze as consciousness returned. Congratulations, came the Sphinx's voice, somehow managing to sound both pleased and annoyed at once. You have passed the riddles. Ha, knew you'd crack it, lad, Bob wheezed between fits of laughter, slapping his knee. Clever as a fox in a henhouse, you are. Though I'll tell you what, for a moment there, when that overgrown housecat started its countdown, I thought we were proper fecked. Adam barely heard him, too busy cursing his own curiosity, all because he couldn't leave a strange cave entrance alone, all because he had to know what was behind that glowing barrier. Now here he was, one test down, an even harder one ahead, and no way to turn back. Bob was still going, practically dancing now. Did you see its face? Like someone poured salt in its sugar bowl, it was. Serves you right, you pompous. If you're quite finished celebrating the most elementary portion of our encounter, the Sphinx cut in, its voice dry as desert sand, we can proceed to what you've actually come here for. Both of them fell silent. The Sphinx's smile widened just a fraction. The puzzles await. Its tail swished lazily through the air. Shall we begin? As Bob continued his celebratory jig, Adam's mind began to work in a different direction. He studied the Sphinx, its perfectly composed posture, that eternal smile, the way it watched them through that ridiculous monocle with barely concealed amusement. A thought came to mind. They'd solved the riddles, yes, barely, with luck and dream magic and split-second timing. And now, puzzles. After that, what? How many layers of challenge could this creature invent? The answer was obvious, as many as it wanted. There were no rules here except those the Sphinx chose to enforce. No oversight, no limitations. Could keep adding conditions, raising difficulties, moving goalposts until they inevitably failed. And then, well, Sphinxes weren't known for letting their prey leave disappointed. He watched Bob, still laughing and cursing in equal measure, and felt an unfamiliar darkness settle over his thoughts. If this trial was about wisdom, then the wise thing to do would be to get out of here, not trying to solve puzzles and infinite riddles. They needed an exit strategy. And the thought surprised him with how natural it felt. They needed to figure out how to kill a Sphinx. The Sphinx's paw moved through the air with deliberate grace, and suddenly there was an orb floating between them. About the size of a melon, its surface was a maze of interlocking runes that seemed to shift and dance in the cave's dim light. 1 hour, it said simply. No communication. Its eyes flicked to Bob, who was already opening his mouth. No complaints. The monocle glinted, and no magic. Dom's hand, already halfway to the orb, froze. Runes without magic were like a book without words. The entire point of runic arrays was their ability to channel and shape magical energy. Even the simplest activation required mana. Bob's face was turning an interesting shade of red, his mouth opening and closing like a fish out of water. Adam's arm twitched instinctively to stop him, but he caught himself. Even that would have counted as communication. The leprechaun's face then went from red to purple, but he kept his mouth shut. Somehow, good. The Sphinx leaned forward slightly, tail curling with anticipation. Ah, it sighed, watching Bob struggle against his own nature. Shame, I thought you'd make it funnier. The orb continued to float between them, its runes mockingly inert while the Sphinx settled back to watch. Adam settled onto the cold floor, the orb's shifting runes reflecting in his eyes, but his mind was elsewhere. 1 hour. Not to solve a puzzle, to solve a Sphinx. He watched it from the corner of his eye, the way it lounged in the air as if gravity was merely a polite suggestion, the way shadows bent around it slightly wrong. Everything here moved to its will, reality itself bowing to its whims. In its domain, a Sphinx was practically a god. In its domain, his fingers traced absent patterns in the dust as his mind raced. No one killed Sphinxes because in their lairs they were invincible, but outside. Without their reality-bending powers, without their ability to strip senses and twist dreams, the Sphinx's purr deepened as it watched him, clearly amused by whatever it thought he was plotting. Bob had settled into sullen silence, probably still fighting the urge to curse in 17 different dialects. Slowly, deliberately, Adam reached into his inventory and withdrew Garrett's dimensional bag. The Sphinx's ears perked up with interest as he began methodically emptying it onto the floor. Gold coins clinked and rolled, scrolls clattered, potion bottles clinked against each other. Ooh, the Sphinx practically cooed, tail curling with curiosity. What are we doing here? Its monocle glinted as it leaned forward to watch, clearly thinking this was part of some attempt at the puzzle. The pile of items grew, more coins, a silver chalice, 3 rubies, a lot of other things. Bob's eyes followed the gold with professional interest, but Adam kept his focus on the now empty bag, mind racing through calculations and possibilities. Runes were at their core, instructions written into reality itself. The simplest ones were single commands: heat, light, force. But the real art came in their combination, the way they flowed into each other, each modification changing how mana moved through the whole array. Dimensional bags were something else entirely. The rune that created their pocket dimensions was a masterpiece of magical engineering, refined over centuries. What had once been a sprawling array of hundreds of interconnected symbols had been gradually compressed, simplified, optimized. The modern version looked almost elegant: 3 concentric circles, crossed by lines that bent at precisely calculated angles, with smaller symbols nestled in the spaces between like a mandala, designed by a mathematician with an obsession for spatial geometry. Here was the neat part: the rune was actually terrifyingly unstable. The only reason dimensional bags worked at all was because of the layers of security runes wrapped around them, preventing any tampering with the dimensional matrix. Without those safeguards, the pocket dimension would collapse in on itself, creating a vacuum that would try to equalize with reality. Anything nearby would be pulled in until the pocket was full, at which point it would seal permanently a one-way trip into a space between spaces. Only someone either suicidally brave or stubbornly desperate would even consider bypassing those security runes to mess with the dimensional matrix itself. Someone who knew exactly what they were doing or exactly what they wanted to break. A runicologist. Adam, staring at his empty bag while the Sphinx watched with growing curiosity, was definitely all of the above. Ha ha ha. With practiced precision, Adam dragged his thumbnail across his palm, letting blood well up. Blood was, after all, the most basic magical conductor, far less detectable than actively channeling mana. The Sphinx continued watching, head tilted, as Adam pretended to examine the bag's outer surface. The security runes were simple enough to bypass if you knew what you were looking for. 3 key points, modified with exactly 2 drops of blood each. The standard Arnstedt configuration, used in nearly all modern dimensional bags. The blood seeped into the leather, and he felt the first layer of protection dissolve. The second layer was trickier. Temporal locks, designed to prevent exactly this kind of tampering by desynchronizing the rune matrix from local time. They had a weakness: they were calibrated, assuming someone would try to rush the process. Moving deliberately slowly, he traced the counterpattern with his bloodied nail, letting each line stabilize before moving to the next. 15 seconds per stroke, enough time for the temporal disruption to normalize. Finally, he reached the dimensional rune itself. The real artistry wasn't in breaking it that was easy. The challenge was modifying it just enough to create instability while maintaining directional control. Too much damage and the vacuum would pull everything in. Too little and it wouldn't activate at all. He altered 3 key vertices, using the bag's own geometric pattern as a guide. Each vertex needed to be shifted just enough to create instability, about 1/8 of the distance to their nearest neighboring rune. Too far would cause immediate collapse, too little would fail to compromise the matrix. After years of studying runic arrays, his fingers knew the exact distance by feel, like a locksmith sensing tumbler positions. The blood seeped into the final marks, and he felt the matrix shiver, holding itself together by a thread, like a dam with hairline cracks just waiting for the right pressure. The intact bag in his hands meant success. The dimensional matrix was now like a coiled spring, waiting for its trigger. One opening was all it would take. The bag closed with a soft click. No solution yet, the Sphinx asked, its voice dripping with false sympathy. 30 minutes remaining. Adam looked up at the creature and smiled, not a nervous smile or a defeated one, but the kind of smile that made the Sphinx's own falter for just a fraction of a second. And what, it asked, monocle glinting, could possibly be amusing you at this moment? Adam kept smiling, tilting his head slightly as if to say, you know I can't answer that. The Sphinx's tail twitched, the first genuine sign of irritation he'd seen from it. Oh, come now, I said you couldn't communicate with each other. I never said anything about speaking with me. Of course you didn't, Adam thought, maintaining his smile. And if I'd tried to point that out earlier, you'd have created a new rule on the spot. But now he just needed to figure out how to get an ancient, reality-bending creature of pure cunning to stick its head in a bag. Hey. What are your thoughts on time travel? Adam asked casually, running his fingers along the bag's edge. The Sphinx blinked. You do realize you have 30 minutes left, a pause. 29 now, yes, and you wish to spend your remaining time discussing theoretical impossibilities. Its tail swished lazily. If those are to be your last moments, who am I to deny you? Impossibilities. Adam's smile widened fractionally. There it was, that slight shift in the Sphinx's posture, that barely perceptible lean forward. For all their power, Sphinxes had one consistent weakness. They couldn't resist new knowledge. And what could be more tempting than something they believed impossible? Time travel, the Sphinx stated flatly, is a magical impossibility. The mana requirements. What if I could prove otherwise? The Sphinx's tail stopped mid-swish. Its eternal smile flickered, replaced for just a moment by something else: hunger. Not the physical kind it had shown before, but the intellectual variety. The need to know. Prove, it purred, shifting slightly closer. And how would you propose to do that? My arrival here is proof I traveled from the future. Bob lifted his head. The Sphinx's purr cut off abruptly. Its monocle actually slipped a fraction before realigning itself. For the first time, the creature's composed demeanor cracked, revealing raw curiosity underneath. That's, it started, then paused, recalculating. You're lying. Am I? Adam kept his voice carefully neutral. You can sense lies, can't you? All Sphinxes can. So tell me, am I lying? Alexandros, the Sphinx's composure shattered completely. Its monocle slipped off, dangling from its chain as its massive head jerked back in shock. Wait a minute. How could you possibly? Perk of time travel, Adam said simply. The creature's tail had stopped moving entirely now. Its eyes narrowed, studying him with new intensity, testing, probing, looking for the deception it was certain had to be there. The silence stretched. The Sphinx drifted closer, almost unconsciously, its scholarly nature warring with its certainty that time travel was impossible. 27 minutes, it said finally, but its voice had lost its mocking edge. Explain. The method is less important than the result. Dom replied, chuckling. The Sphinx's eyes narrowed to slits. It despised not knowing, all Sphinxes did. And now here was someone claiming to know something it didn't, something it thought impossible, and refusing to share the details. Less important. Its voice had dropped an octave, a hint of growl beneath the scholarly tone. The Sphinx drifted even closer, almost at arm's length now. You claim to have achieved what centuries of mages and archmages couldn't even theorize properly, and you consider the method less important. Adam kept his expression carefully neutral, though his heart was hammering. The bag felt heavy in his hands. Not yet, not quite yet. The proof is in the result, he said simply. Unless, of course, you're not interested in seeing it. The Sphinx's tail was lashing now, its scholarly patience warring with growing frustration. 26 minutes, it said, but the time seemed almost an afterthought now. Show me. Allow me to present the result. He lifted the bag slowly, deliberately, watching the Sphinx's eyes lock onto it with laser focus. The creature was practically hovering over him now, its scholarly demeanor completely overtaken by raw intellectual hunger. Even its monocle seemed to gleam with anticipation. The perfect predator about to become prey. One movement, that's all he would have. One chance to trigger the compromised dimensional matrix before the Sphinx could react, before it could bend reality or strip his senses or simply tear him apart. His fingers found the opening clasp. Bob, forgotten in the corner, had gone completely still, as if sensing the tension in the air. Well, the Sphinx purred, leaning closer still, its eternal smile now tight with impatience. Show me this impossible. Click, the vacuum erupted with the force of a collapsing star. Reality warped and twisted as the compromised dimensional matrix tore open, creating a pull that made Adam's bones vibrate. The Sphinx's eyes widened in that fraction of a second before understanding hit literally. You dare! Its roar cut short as the force yanked it forward. Its claws carved deep gouges into the stone floor, golden fur rippling in the dimensional wind. Bob dove behind a boulder, screaming something that would have made a sailor blush. Adam braced himself behind the bag, feet sliding on the stone. The pull was stronger than he'd calculated, much stronger. His robes whipped violently. He was trying to maintain his glasses on his nose, and loose stones flew past his head into the void. The Sphinx's rear half was already being drawn in, its form distorting as it fought against the dimensional pull. But instead of using its reality-bending powers, it was fully occupied with raw physical resistance. muscles straining, claws leaving molten streaks in the stone. See, there's a cruel irony in dimensional magic for all its reality warping might. A sphinx becomes as helpless as a kitten when caught between worlds. The bag's maw had created a pocket where Alexandros' powers meant nothing, like a king suddenly stripped of his crown and army the moment he steps into foreign lands. Here, in this between space, where the cave's reality bled into the endless void of the bag, all the creature had were its muscles, claws, and increasingly desperate determination not to be pulled into a dimension it couldn't bend to its will. As if, fireball, Adam's spell struck true, engulfing the Sphinx's face. It screamed not its usual controlled voice, but something ancient and furious. Lightning chain. Force bolt. Burning arrow. Each spell hammered into the creature as it struggled. Fecking brilliant, Bob emerged from cover, hurling his own arsenal. Daggers, coins, and what looked suspiciously like stolen silverware pelted the Sphinx's face, but it was working free. Inch by terrible inch, its muscles straining, the Sphinx was pulling itself out of the vortex. Its monocle had fallen, revealing an eye blazing with fury. Adam's mana was dropping fast 200, 150, 100. The spells weren't enough. The bag needed to fill completely to seal, and the Sphinx was too strong, too. Oh, Bob the Bolt, now, the leprechaun understood instantly, tossing his prized multiplying bolt. Adam caught it and threw it into the vortex. The bolt split into 2, then 4, then 16, then hundreds, thousands, each copy striking the Sphinx before being sucked into the void. A storm of metal, each hit driving the creature back slightly. H-A-H, eat T-H-A-T, ye pretentious feline, Bob cackled. The Sphinx's roar of rage turned to one of desperation as the combined force finally overwhelmed it. Its claws left burning trails in the air itself as it fought, but the vacuum was winning. Just a little more. But Adam could see its wings starting to spread, preparing for one final effort, if it got them fully extended. No, the Sphinx's final scream cut off with a thunderous boom that shook the entire cave. The shockwave sent Adam cartwheeling through the air, his glasses vanishing into the void in the last instant before the bag sealed. Bob flew in the opposite direction with a string of creative curses that ended in a solid thunk against stone. Dust filled the air, thick enough to choke on. Debris rained down from the ceiling, pinging off rocks and adding to the chaos. Lad, where are ye? Bob's voice echoed through the haze. Adam pushed himself up, every muscle screaming. Here he managed between coughs. A wet, gurgling sound froze them both. Bloody hell, Bob whispered, the bastard still. A weak curse in an ancient language drifted through the settling dust, followed by the sound of liquid spattering on stone. Adam forced himself to his feet, vision blurry without his glasses. His mana reserves were dangerously low, barely enough for 2 more spells, but if he was going to die here anyway. The dust began to clear. The sealed bag lay innocently on the cave floor, looking almost pristine despite everything behind it. The Sphinx's front half lay sprawled on the stone, the rest of its body cleanly severed where the dimensional pocket had sealed. Golden fur matted with ichor, wings broken and twisted at unnatural angles. One had been completely crushed by falling rocks. Its chest heaved with labored breaths, each one bringing fresh streams of golden fluid from its mouth. But its eyes were still sharp, still focused, still burning with intelligence as they fixed on Adam and Bob. Its eternal smile had finally vanished, replaced by a grimace of pain and fury. You, it rasped, more ichor bubbling up. How dare? Adam didn't hesitate. The flamebrand sword flashed in his grip as he lunged forward. No speeches, no final words, just the brutal necessity of survival. The blade struck true, slicing deep into the Sphinx's exposed neck with a wet, sickening sound. Golden ichor erupted in a pressurized spray, splattering across Adam's face and chest in hot waves. The Sphinx's eyes widened not in pain or fear, but in pure shock as its lifeblood pumped out in rhythmic pulses. Its mouth opened in a silent scream, golden blood flowing between its teeth like molten metal. The creature thrashed wildly, its remaining claws carving deep furrows into the stone as Adam wrenched the blade sideways, severing arteries and muscle. He drove the sword deeper, the edge grinding against vertebrae as he sawed through the thick neck. Sphinx's remaining wing beat frantically, trying to escape, or maybe it was just a reflex. Those ancient, intelligent eyes locked with his for one final moment. The knowledge in them clouded, dimmed, and finally went dark like stars winking out one by one. With a final effort, Adam pulled the blade free. The Sphinx's massive head dropped to the stone, nearly separated from its body. Golden ichor continued to pump from the ragged wound, pooling beneath the creature and steaming where it touched the stone. Adam stepped back, his robes soaked with Sphinx blood, his breath coming in ragged gasps as the reality of what he'd done settled over him. Ye did it. Ye actually bloody did it. Bob was jumping up and down, his hat long lost in the chaos. You thought you outsmarted us, but we outsmarted your outsmarting. His manic laughter echoed through the cave. ADOM, ADOM, ADOM. His voice bounced off the walls like a victory chant. I've never in all me years a sphinx, a bloody sphinx. As Bob's celebration continued, Adam examined the cleanly severed remains with a frown. The dimensional bag had cut directly through the Sphinx's chest cavity, taking its entire heart and who knows what else. "Damn it," he muttered, kicking at the stone floor in frustration. "What's wrong, lad?" Bob asked, pausing his victory dance. "The heart's gone," Adam explained, gesturing to the clean slice through the Sphinx's torso. The bag took it. Perfect cut right through the chest cavity. And that's bad. Bob raised an eyebrow, already returning to scooping up scattered gold coins. "No one's killed a Sphinx in centuries," Adam said. "Can you imagine what a Sphinx heart would be worth? What it might do? That's the kind of loot that would make this whole nightmare worthwhile." Bob scratched his beard thoughtfully. "Any chance of getting it back out?" Adam shook his head. "Not unless you want to risk letting that thing out too. The dimensional matrix is completely compromised. Opening it again would be." He trailed off. There was no need to even finish that sentence. "Right," Bob nodded. "Probably best to leave that particular treasure where it is then." Besides, he grinned, scooping up another handful of coins, plenty more where that came from. Adam sighed as a blue text materialized in his vision. "Congratulations. You have completed the trial of wisdom. Your ability to see through the Sphinx's deception and refuse to continue its game of riddles marks you as truly wise. Rare achievement, first Sphinx slaying in 300 years." Bob was still dancing around, picking up scattered gold coins and what remained of his multiplying bolt. "We're rich, we're alive, and we're bloody rich." Adam's ragged breathing slowly steadied as his body adjusted. +3 white worm body. Physical resistance increased. His fingers brushed against the golden monocle lying in the blood. The artifact shimmered and contracted, shrinking until it fit perfectly in his palm, no longer sized for a massive Sphinx's eye. The delicate frame bore flowing dwarven runes, intertwining like vines around the rim. Despite its age, the craftsmanship was unmistakable, definitely post-sundering arrowwork. Before men, elves, and dwarves separated. A crack ran through the lens, likely from the battle. The golden monocle gleamed in Adam's palm, Riddler's Bane S-Class. This monocle enhances magical perception, allowing the wearer to perceive the subtle patterns and structures within magical phenomena they study. The deeper the wearer's knowledge of a particular magical system, the more intricate details the monocle reveals. Effects: reveals the underlying structure of magical workings. Heightens perception of mana flow and its interactions. Note: the monocle does not grant knowledge, it only illuminates what the user already understands at a deeper level. Current status active. Adam slipped the monocle over his right eye, and the world shifted, not dramatically, but in countless subtle ways that made his breath catch. The air itself seemed alive with gossamer threads of mana ambient magic he'd always had to strain to perceive now danced clearly in his vision. The cave walls thrummed with old enchantments, their patterns unfurling like ancient tapestries. Light he cast experimentally, his eyes widened. Through the monocle he could see the exact way his mana coalesced, the precise moment it transformed into luminous energy. The spell's structure was laid bare, not just the surface pattern he'd memorized, but the deeper flows and eddies that made it work. Like seeing the individual brushstrokes in a painting he'd only ever viewed from afar. The residual magic from their battle still lingered in the air. He could trace the exact path his fireball had taken, see where it had interacted with the Sphinx's failing reality bend. Even the dimensional bag's fractured matrix was visible, its broken geometry still bleeding traces of power. Fascinating. With this he could. "Ooh, shiny." Bob wandered over, peering at the monocle. "That's some fancy eyewear you got there." "Interesting." "Very," Adam replied before storing it in his inventory. Feeling the magical exhaustion weighing heavily on him, Adam reached for one of the high-grade mana potions he'd purchased, now on the ground. The crystalline liquid went down smoothly, none of that bitter aftertaste of cheaper potions. Instead, it tasted like honeyed mint tea with a hint of citrus. You could always tell the quality by how sweet it was. Mana regenerating. "You about done staring at that trinket?" Bob called, his dimensional bag steadily swallowing coin after golden coin. "Not that I'm complaining about the haul, mind you, but you haven't touched a single piece of this lovely gold." He paused, narrowing his eyes suspiciously. Feeling ill, Adam smiled tiredly. "Take it all, Bob, you earned it. Now I know something's wrong with weight." "What?" The leprechaun froze mid-grab. "All of it, seriously." "All yours?" Bob's grin threatened to split his face as he began shoveling gold faster. "You're either the most generous mage I've ever met or the most foolish. Either way, I'm not arguing." Adam turned toward the passage the Sphinx had been guarding. "How much deeper do you think this labyrinth goes?" he muttered, starting forward. "Knowing our luck, probably straight to hell itself," Bob grumbled, jogging to catch up. "And knowing your curiosity, we're going to find out." The passage twisted and turned until finally opening into something else entirely. Adam's steps slowed. The chamber was vast, its ceiling lost in shadows above, but it was what filled the space that made his blood run cold. golems, hundreds of them, all standing motionless in various combat stances. Their metallic and stone bodies gleamed with runes, and in the center, a knight golem knelt, both hands resting on the pommel of a great sword. Its armor was intricate, covered in runes that seemed to shift in the dim light. Unlike the others, this one radiated with mana. Bob, Adam whispered, "We need to leave." Now, they spun toward the entrance, only to find solid stone where the passage had been. "Ah, come on, lad." Bob's voice shook slightly. "There's writing appearing on the wall. In human script, looks like. What's it say?" Adam's shoulders slumped as glowing letters materialized. "Welcome to the third trial." The trial of strength. The sound of grinding metal and stone filled the chamber. The night golem's head slowly raised. Around them, the army of constructs began to move, their runes flickering to life. "Oh, bloody hell," Bob whispered. "Who is doing this to us?" Sweet mother of a diseased goblin's left testicle on a rusty spoon covered in troll snot. Bob's creative stream of profanity echoed through the chamber as dust and ancient stone fragments rained down from the ceiling. Somewhere in the darkness, water dripped steadily. The golems moved with a grinding symphony of metal and stone, their runes pulsing in patterns that made Adam's eyes hurt. More text began materializing on the wall in that same ethereal script. "And if whoever's pulling these trials out of their arse thinks I'm going to Bob, shove it right up there." Bob with a rusty pickaxe and 3 pounds of Bob, me name's not fecking bo. The leprechaun blinked, finally registering Adam's hand on his shoulder. "Sorry, lad, got a bit carried away there." He straightened his hat, which had somehow stayed on through his tirade. "What, you need to calm down, look." Adam pointed at the wall where the rules were appearing. Bob squinted at the glowing text. "Well, what's it saying? And please tell me it doesn't involve more bloody riddles." "No riddles." Adam's eyes narrowed as he studied the glowing text. 3 trials of strength, though only the first is revealed to us now." He pointed to the massive bridge spanning the chasm, a stone construction that stretched across the void like a skeletal finger. Ancient runes pulsed dimly along its sides, barely illuminating the sheer vastness of the chamber they stood in. The ceiling was lost in darkness above, while carved columns thick as ancient trees lined the walls, disappearing into shadows. First, the trial of dominion. I think it's a sort of tug of war against a golem on that crumbling bridge. Tug of what now? You don't know what tug of war is. Me friend, I'm over 1,000 years old and spent most of that time with trees and mushrooms and grumpy old fae more attached to their gold than common sense. He scoffed. Human games weren't exactly high on me list of interests. Adam sighed. 2 opponents, each holding one end of a rope. You pull until your opponent either falls or crosses a line. Except here. He gestured at the bridge. Simple enough, pull your opponent to their death before they do the same to you. Ah, Bob nodded sagely. So it's like that time I got into a dispute with a treant over territory, except with more fallen to our deaths. You fought a treant, Bob said, bending down to search for a pebble. The stubborn thing thought me Lucky Charms' garden was on his territory. Can you believe it? 300 years I'd been growing those clovers. What are you doing? Adam asked, watching the old fae weigh the stone in his palm. Just verifying something. Bob moved to the edge, held the pebble out. Scientific inquiry and all that. Scientific? Adam's question cut off as Bob dropped the stone into the darkness. They both instinctively leaned forward, ears straining. Seconds passed. More seconds passed. Seriously, Bob's whisper echoed slightly in the vast space. They kept listening and listening. A distant, barely audible clunk finally reached their ears. Bob and Adam slowly turned to look at each other, faces carefully blank. Right then, Bob said, taking a very deliberate step back from the edge. "Best keep our footin', eh?" He glanced at the glowing text again, scowling. 3 trials revealed one at a time. What do these bastards think this is, some sort of game? Like we're here for their entertainment. He spat on the ground, probably sitting somewhere comfortable, watching us dance like puppets on strings. If they are watching, Adam said quietly, then let's show them what we can do. Bob adjusted his hat grimly. The grinding of stone and metal around them intensified as new text blazed across the wall. Challengers approached the bridge. "Well," Bob said, eyeing the massive stone construct that would be their battleground. "Least we're in this together. How is this tug-o-war thingy?" "Tug of war," Adam corrected, watching the golems take position. "What the game? It's called tug of war. Gran Millis na Deemhin Fayin." Bob muttered, then louder, "Deemhin Dachar Duchin Kerdiuil." I have no idea what you just said, but if that was directed at me, I return the sentiment. "Ha, good lad." Bob's grin flickered briefly. "Though you look about as confident as a pixie in a dragon's lair for someone who's done this tug-o-war before, because I didn't mention one small detail." Adam's eyes followed the golems as they took position on the opposite end of the bridge. 2 of them, each holding an end of a massive chain. When I competed in these games as a child, we used rope, not chain. Bob stared at their opponents, then down at his own diminutive height, then back at the golems. "Don't suppose you've got any spells that could make me about 7 feet taller?" "No, but I do have an idea." Adam's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. "How's your balance when pulling?" "Better than most," Bob grumbled, still clearly agitated from earlier. though I'd rather be testin' it on Orent's neck, the smug bastard. He gave the chain a testing tug. Still can't believe this nonsense. First they drop us in this oversized death pit, then expect us to play circus performer on a bridge that's older than me, Grant. Dom's eyes flickered briefly to Bob at the mention of that name. Another piece of the puzzle: how did a leprechaun know one of the ancient architects? But now wasn't the time for questions. The bridge stretched before them, ancient stone worn smooth by countless centuries. Each step toward its center felt heavier than the last, the abyss below a hungry void that seemed to pull at their very souls. The chain lay between them, thick links of metal that could have anchored a Titan's warship. At the far end, the two golems stood motionless, silent, waiting. Don't like this, Bob muttered, adjusting his grip on the chain. Not one bit. The way they're just standing there like death's own statues. Sends shivers right down to me bones, it does. Adam barely heard him. The world had taken on a strange, distant quality, like he was viewing it through murky water. His limbs felt leaden, his thoughts scattered like leaves in autumn wind, what he wouldn't give for a moment's rest. Just a brief pause to catch his breath, to sit down with a steaming cup of tea. Lad, huh? Adam blinked, Bob's voice yanking him back to the present. You all right there? Adam looked down at his trembling hands, at the sweat already beading on his skin despite the chamber's chill. He managed a weak laugh. What do you think? I stupid question. Bob's voice softened, losing some of its usual gruffness. Just hang in there, yeah, and don't you worry about the heavy lifting. He grinned, rolling up his sleeves to reveal surprisingly corded forearms. May not look it, but I once arm wrestled a bridge troll to a standstill. Of course, we were both blind drunk at the time, but that's beside the point. Hold on, Adam said, momentarily distracted from his exhaustion. Fighting treants, wrestling trolls. What kind of life did you lead before all this? Bob's eyes twinkled with mischief. Ah, in me younger days. Let's just say I had a particular talent for finding trouble. Or maybe trouble had a talent for finding me. Hard to tell after the first few centuries. He chuckled. There was this one time in the Dragon's Spine Mountains. A grinding screech cut through the air. Across the bridge, the golems had begun gathering their length of chain, their movements precise and methodical. They were built like strongmen, broad-shouldered and solid, their stone and metal bodies radiating an aura of raw power. Runes pulsed along their joints, casting sharp shadows across the bridge. Right then, Bob muttered, positioning himself in front of Adam. I'll handle the pulling. That big brain of yours got any tips? Because these lovely fellows don't look like they're here to exchange pleasantries. Adam watched the golem's movements, memory stirring. Actually, yes, when I was little, maybe 6 or 7, there was this kid I used to know, Damus. We'd play tug of war in their estate. He was twice my size, but I won more often than not. Oh, Bob began gathering the chain. Do tell, it's all about the timing, Adam said. Most people think it's about pulling harder than your opponent. It's not, it's about. The chain jerked suddenly as the golems took up the slack. Bob planted his feet, muscles straining. Less lecture, more instruction, lad. Right, watch their movements. Wait for them to pull, they'll have to reset their stance after each attempt. That's when you pull back. Not before, not during, after. Use their own recovery against them. And Adam's voice trailed off as he watched the golem's runes pulse in unison. They're about to. The chain snapped taut with devastating force. Bob was yanked forward with a startled yelp, boots scraping against stone as he struggled to find purchase. Mother of the rest of his curse was lost in the grinding of metal as the golems pulled again. Bob's knuckles went white around the chain, his whole body straining backward. Adam grabbed the chain too, but it was like trying to stop a landslide with bare hands. The metal links were freezing against his palms, already slick with sweat. His exhausted muscles screamed in protest. Hang on, lad. Bob's voice was tight with effort. Just need to find me footing. The leprechaun's boots finally caught a groove in the stone and he dug in with a grunt. Bloody bastards are stronger than they look. Caught me off guard, they did. Adam could hardly believe what he was seeing. Bob, barely reaching his chest in height, was actually holding his ground against two golems. Veins stood out on his neck and forearms, his face turning an alarming shade of red, but he wasn't giving up an inch. Remember what I said? Adam called out, pulling alongside him. Wait for their recovery. The golems yanked again. The force of it lifted Bob clear off his feet for a heart-stopping moment before he slammed back down. They slid another foot closer to the edge. Easier said than balls of a brass monkey. Another pull, another foot lost, then done. Adam could feel the void in front of them, an endless hungry darkness waiting for a mistake. His arms felt like they were being torn from their sockets. Through the pain and exhaustion, he noticed a pattern the golems pulled in sync with their pulsing runes. Bob, the runes, they pulse right before. The chain jerked again. Bob's stream of cursing would have made a sailor blush. They were maybe 10 feet from the edge now. 9, 8, desperation clawing at his chest, Adam reached for his magic. Just a small burst, something to give them leverage. Air cracked like thunder. Something massive whistled past his ear, missing him by inches. He turned his head just enough to see a spear embedded in the wall behind them, its shaft still quivering from impact. On the platform above, a golem lowered its arm, its message clear: no magic. Focus, lad, Bob roared. His hat had finally fallen off, sweat pouring down his face. Tell me about that timing. Another pull, 7 feet, 6, watch the runes. Adam's voice was ragged. They dim right after. That's when they reset. That's when we... The runes flared, they braced. The pull came, brutal as ever, but this time they were ready. The instant the runes dimmed, Bob threw his weight backward with a roar that echoed off the chamber walls. Adam pulled with everything he had left. The chain moved, just a little, just enough. Again, Bob bellowed, "Tell me when." 5 feet from death, Adam watched the runes, praying his trembling arms would hold just a little longer. The runes pulsed. Flash, pull, dim now. They heaved backward in perfect sync. The chain moved another precious inch. Their feet found better purchase on the worn stone. Flash, pull, dim. Now, each coordinated pull brought them further from the edge, but Adam's arms felt like molten lead. His vision swam. Only Bob's grunted counting kept him focused. 4 feet from the edge. 5, 6. Then Adam saw at the golem's fatal flaw. "Bob," he gasped between pulls. "They're anchored. Look at their feet." The leprechaun spared a glance between straining breaths. The golem's feet were indeed locked into grooves in the stone, giving them leverage but limiting their movement. "That's great, lad," Bob managed through clenched teeth. "But unless you've got a bloody pickaxe." "No, they can't adjust. They're pulling straight. If we..." Adam's lungs burned. "If we pull sideways." Understanding flashed in Bob's eyes. "On your mark, flash, pull, dim now, left." They threw their weight sideways, yanking the chain at an angle. The golem's rigid stance worked against them. For a terrible moment, nothing happened. Then came the sound of stone cracking. One golem's foot broke free from its anchor. It staggered, throwing off the other's balance. Their synchronized pulling shattered. Again, Adam screamed. Flash, stumble, dim. They heaved left once more. The second golem's anchor cracked. The constructs tried to compensate, their movements now jerky and desperate. Once more, Bob roared, "Everything you've got, lad." Adam's world narrowed to this moment. The chain, the pull. Bob's battle cry beside him, his screaming muscles finding one last surge of strength. Flash. The golems pulled, dim. They yanked sideways with everything they had left. The golems' remaining anchors shattered. Without their bracing, the force of their own pull sent them staggering backward. Their feet found empty air. Time seemed to slow. Adam watched as the massive constructs tipped over the edge, their ruined joints still pulsing, arms windmilling uselessly. The chain went slack so suddenly that he and Bob fell backward onto the bridge. The sound of the golems hitting bottom came long, long moments later. A crash like thunder rolled up from the depths, then silence. Adam lay there, gasping, every breath feeling like knives in his chest. Beside him, Bob had collapsed onto his back, face still crimson, chest heaving. That, the leprechaun wheezed, was too bloody, closed. They'd done it. Somehow they'd done it. But as Adam's racing heart slowly steadied, one thought kept echoing through his mind: this was only the first trial. Adam lay there staring at the darkness above, his chest still heaving, when a hand entered his field of vision. Bob stood over him, somehow already back on his feet despite his face still being flushed from exertion. "Come on then, lad." The leprechaun's grin was infectious, even with sweat still dripping from his chin. "Between that brilliant mind of yours and these stubborn old muscles, we'll make it out of here alive. You have me word on that." Adam couldn't help but smile back. "Sure." He grabbed Bob's hand, surprised again by the strength in the leprechaun's grip as he was pulled to his feet. The grinding of stone drew their attention. The wall's ethereal script shifted and flowed like water, forming new words. Adam's smile faded as he read. "What?" Bob asked, noting his expression. "What fresh hell are they throwing at us now? The trial of swiftness." Adam's eyes moved rapidly across the glowing text. "There's a hammer and a helmet. They'll be placed between us and another golem. First one to reach them wins. That's suspiciously simple. There's more." Adam rubbed his temples. "The hammer's supposedly extremely heavy and the helmet magically adjusts to fit whoever wears it. If the golem gets the hammer first, we're proper fecked, unless we can get the helmet on quickly enough, yes, and if we get the hammer, we need to smash the bastard before it gets the helmet." Bob spat on the ground, because of course the helmet makes them invulnerable. Wonderful. He adjusted his hat irritably. "Don't suppose we could just not play their game, sit down, have a nice cup of tea instead? After what happened when I tried to use magic." Adam gestured at the spear still embedded in the wall. "I doubt we have a choice." "Right," Bob cracked his knuckles. "So any brilliant ideas? Because I'm fast for me size, but something tells me these golems aren't exactly sluggish either. I might have one." Adam's eyes had taken on that distant look Bob was starting to recognize. "But you're not going to like it. Lad, I haven't liked anything since I fell into this oversized tomb. Out with it. I heard leprechauns were naturally fast. Something about blessing enhanced reflexes." Bob snorted. "That's like saying all dwarves are master smiths because of Grimbeard the Great. Stereotype, that is, but you just said you were fast for your size." I did, because I am." Bob puffed up his chest. "Peak specimen, I'll have you know. Back in the day, all the Leninsid were mad for me. Had to beat them off with a stick, I did. Well, more like a twig, given me size, but..." He cut off as Adam stumbled, the world tilting sideways. The chamber's columns seemed to dance and blur, stone walls rippling like water. His legs felt distant, disconnected. Some part of him wanted to laugh at Bob's boasting, to ask more about these leniency, but exhaustion had sunk its claws too deep. Even breathing felt like too much effort. Easy there, lad. Bob caught him before his knees could buckle, surprising strength in those short arms. Bloody hell, you're burning up. Should have said something sooner. Fine, Adam mumbled, though the ground wouldn't stay still. Just need a moment. Sure you do, and I'm a bloody unicorn in disguise. Bob's voice had lost its usual gruffness, replaced by genuine concern. When's the last time you properly rested? When had he last rested? The thought floated through his foggy mind as he leaned against Bob. He came back, 4 days ago? God, he couldn't even remember. Since coming back, everything had been a constant rush, racing against time, against fate, against his own memories. He hadn't even stopped to just breathe, to sit in the market and watch people haggle over fresh bread, to smell the flowers blooming in the temple gardens. Funny that. His whole dream had been to live life differently this time around, to savor every moment he'd taken for granted before. But how could he? Every time he tried to relax, tried to just exist in the moment, the knowledge would creep back in. The streets he walked would burn. The people he passed would scream. The sky would turn black with. I'm tired, he whispered, more to himself than to Bob. God, I'm so tired. For some reason, he suddenly craved some honey cake, the same one he had back in Caddy. He'd only managed 3 bites, just 3 perfect, wonderful bites. The sweetness had still been on his tongue when the sky turned dark, when Dragon's breath fell and Caddy followed. He never had honey cake again, not in all the years that followed, not in that entire lifetime. Strange how such a small thing could hurt so much. 3 bites of perfection, of normalcy, before everything burned away. If he made it out alive when he had to believe when he'd take a week off, just walk the streets of Arcos, get some of those honey-glazed pastries from a random old woman that would sell them. Those were the best kind. Old people always made the best street food. Maybe get a dog, something small and loyal. Name it Fido, or a familiar. Yeah, that would be nice, just. He managed, trying to focus on Bob's worried face through the haze, had an eventful few days. The chamber suddenly rumbled, cutting through his exhausted musings. Stone ground against stone as the room began to shift, walls rearranging themselves like pieces of some massive puzzle. Seems our gracious hosts are getting impatient, Bob growled, helping Adam straighten up. Adam watched the room transform, fighting back another wave of dizziness. The wall's script shifted, challengers advance. The golems moved in perfect unison, creating a path through a broad corridor. Despite his exhaustion, Adam couldn't help but notice how their movement seemed almost ceremonial. Well, Bob muttered, supporting Adam as they walked, suppose they're not big on breaks between death-defying challenges. At least this time we're not dangling over an abyss. No, just racing a bloody golem for magical artifacts. Much better. Bob's tone was light, but his grip on Adam's arm remained steady. Speaking of which. About what you said to the Sphinx back there. Ah, that. Don't try telling me you were bluffing. Bob kicked a pebble, watching it bounce down the path. That overgrown cat would have known, and the way you knew his name. He glanced sideways at Adam. You said you came back from the future. Adam chuckled. Tell you what, I'll explain everything if you tell me how you know that Orinth guy, and why you can dreamwalk. Ah well, would you look at these lovely stone walls. Bob, Adam stopped walking. If you know something about whoever built this place, I need to know. It might help us find a way out. The leprechaun was quiet for a long moment, adjusting his hat with unusual care. Orinth used to be a friend. Bastard tricked me into owing him a debt. How? Bob sighed. It's a stupid story, really. There I was, minding me own business, making shoes. Shoes? What? You think leprechauns just sit around counting gold all day? We've got to make a living somehow. Bob waved dismissively. Anyway, I specialized in climbing boots. Best in the business, if I do say so myself. Even had a nice little shop at the end of a ramp. Of course you did. Oi, who's telling this story? Bob glared. So there I was, testing a new pair on the cliffs of Mount Silverhorn. Beautiful day, perfect for climbing. Then this wyvern shows up. A wyvern, did I stutter? Yes, a bloody wyvern. Nasty piece of work, too. There I am, dangling off a cliff face, about to become lunch when who should appear but Orinth himself. Bob's voice went flat, standing on thin air, cool as you please, sipping tea, Earl Black, if you must know, with honey. Bob's eye twitched, so he looks at me, looks at the wyvern, and says, and I'll never forget this, those are fascinating boots you're wearing. Dom stared while you were about to die. While I was about to die. Then he says, I'll help you with your little predicament if you agree to make me 3 pairs. Bob kicked another rock, harder this time. What was I supposed to say? No, the wyvern's breath was hot enough to curl me beard. So you agreed, so I agreed. He snaps his fingers, the wyvern turns into a bloody songbird, and I'm standing safe on the cliff. Wait, he turned a wyvern into a songbird. Adam stopped walking. Bloody hell, I know. Bob threw his hands up. Never seen anything like it before or since. Didn't even use those fancy mage hand movements, just, he snapped his fingers for emphasis. How was a mage that powerful not recorded in history? He lived up in that mountain of his, mostly. Had this huge farm near the Duke's castle at the time. The Duke was Borealis, Adam finished. Oh, they're still around then. How long ago exactly was this? Bob scratched his chin. Hard to say exactly. More than 1,000 years, less than 2,000. You mentioned back at the Fist Chamber that he was a red-eyed bastard. Bob chuckled darkly. Aye, that he was. The Borealis house is known for their red eyes. Most of them have them. They're descendants of the first men of Law Borealis. Look at that, Bob said quickly. Time for more death-defying nonsense. Better get moving, eh? The chamber floor began to shift, sand swirling in impossible patterns. From its depths rose a massive warhammer, its head carved with ancient runes that pulsed with an inner light. The weapon hung suspended in the air, surrounded by a semicircle of golems standing at attention. On the opposite side of the chamber, more sand parted to reveal a helm that seemed almost alive, its silver metal rippling like quicksilver in the dim light. Another group of golems took position around it, their metallic forms gleaming. Bob, Adam said, fighting to keep his balance as exhaustion threatened to overwhelm him. Since your friend built this place, is there anything you can tell me about it? Orinth wasn't the only one who made it. Bob's eyes darted between the two artifacts. There were others, all of them powerful mages, mysterious types. Wouldn't tell anyone what they were doing, spent decades working on it. How long exactly? Orinth worked on it for 60 years of his life. Don't know about the others. 60 years, Adam frowned. What was the purpose? Bob shook his head. He became obsessed with it near the end. Kept saying he had to finish it before his time came, had to make sure everything was perfect. But why? Was it the treasure? What could be worth 60 years of work from multiple master mages? The leprechaun turned to look at Adam, and for once there was no trace of humor in his eyes. I really don't know, lad. That's the honest truth. He changed over those years, became different, more secretive, stopped coming by the shop. Last time I saw him, Bob trailed off, looking troubled. Well, let's just say he wasn't the same person who saved me from that wyvern. They arrived at the end of the golem-made corridor. A vast circular arena opened before them, its floor covered in fine, shifting sand. Sit down, lad, Bob said firmly, guiding Adam to a worn stone step. You can barely stand. Let me handle this one. But no buts, save your strength. Bob's usual grin had been replaced by something harder, more focused. Besides, speed's me specialty. From the swirling sands emerged a new golem, taller than the others, its joints clicking like a deadly clockwork as it took position. The hammer hung between them, its runes pulsing with ancient power. The helm gleamed on the far side, liquid silver in the dim light. The wall's script flared, begin. Everything happened in heartbeats. The golem lunged forward, its metallic legs coiling like springs. Bob was already moving, a blur of green and gold. Sand erupted where the golem's foot struck, but the leprechaun was gone, rolling under its reaching arms. 3 steps to the hammer. The golem pivoted impossibly fast, its joints screaming. Bob twisted mid-stride, barely avoiding metal fingers that whistled past his ear. 2 steps. They reached the hammer simultaneously. The golem's hand closed on empty air as Bob dove between its legs, his own fingers wrapping around the weapon's handle. 1 step. The hammer came up in a brutal arc, faster than something that size should move. The golem started to turn. Crack, the sound echoed like thunder, followed by the quieter tinkle of shattered metal and stone hitting sand. The golem's head bounced once, rolled, and came to rest at Adam's feet. Its body swayed for a moment, then toppled. 4 seconds, maybe 5. Bob stood there, hammer resting on his shoulder, chest heaving slightly. Well, he said, breaking the stunned silence. That was bracing. Adam realized he'd been holding his breath. That was, what? Bob grinned, his usual mischief returning. Told you I was fast for me size. He gave the hammer an experimental swing. Nice balance on this thing too. Might keep it as a souvenir. Relief flooded through Adam, making him dizzy. Or maybe that was just the exhaustion. Either way, he found himself laughing, a slightly hysterical sound that echoed off the ancient walls. You're insane, he managed between chuckles. Absolutely insane. Coming from the lad who traveled through time, Bob winked, extending his free hand. Come on then, up you get. Something tells me we're not done yet, and he was right. A new golem stepped forward, its runes pulsing with deadly intent. Bob and Adam exchanged glances. Hang on, Bob frowned, hammer still resting on his shoulder. Pretty sure I just turned the last one's head into gravel, didn't I? You definitely did. Right, so. Bob gestured at the waiting construct with his free hand. What's this about then? He stepped forward, but 2 golems materialized from the shadows, crossing their spears to block his path. Their message was clear, no entry. Oh, for the love of what now? Bob's eye twitched. Did I win too quickly? Would they prefer I dance a jig first? Maybe tell a few jokes. Adam pushed himself to his feet, swaying slightly. I think they want me to do it too. What? No, absolutely not. You can barely stand. We did the first trial together, Adam said quietly. Maybe that's the point. Everyone has to prove themselves. Prove themselves. Bob's voice rose an octave. To who? These oversized wind-up toys. He turned to glare at the waiting golems. Listen here, you stone-headed bastards. In case you hadn't noticed, the lad's about to fall over, if you think I'm going to let you. Bob. And another thing, whoever's pulling your strings can take their trials and shove them right up there. Bob, what? I have to do this. The leprechaun deflated slightly, though his scowl remained. No, you don't. We can find another way, or I could just. He hefted the hammer meaningfully. Adam managed a weak smile. Since when did you start worrying so much about me? Don't get it twisted, lad. That big brain of yours is the only reason we're not dead twice over already. Bob snorted. And I'd rather keep it intact and inside your skull, not splattered across the floor. Needed to get out of this oversized maze, don't I? Adam sighed in relief. What's that look for? Bob asked, hammer still casually propped on his shoulder. Oh, just glad this didn't turn into one of those cheesy moments. Cheesy, Bob's brow furrowed. What's dairy got to do with anything? It's a modern expression. Means overly sentimental. You future folk are strange, Bob muttered. Perfectly good words already exist for that sort of thing. Mawkish, saccharine. But no, you had to drag perfectly innocent cheese into it. He shook his head. Next you'll tell me you use bread to mean something entirely different too, actually. Dom almost laughed at the absurdity of it all, casually discussing modern slang while potentially walking to his death. There was something darkly hilarious about that, but the humor died in his throat as he stepped onto the sand. The moment his foot touched the ground, the world shifted. The arena seemed larger from inside, the walls stretching up into impossible darkness. Sand swirled around his ankles, alive with strange patterns that made his eyes hurt if he looked too long. And he could have sworn the golem in front of him looked much less impressive from where he was sitting. The chamber felt different from this angle, more intimate, more real. From the depths rose another war hammer, identical to Bob's, and another helm. The golem took position. The golems, Adam looked at the one in front of him as it positioned itself. These constructs were centuries old, yet they put modern golems to shame. The most advanced constructs of his time were clumsy things that wealthy families used for basic housework, stiff, awkward magical masses that could barely manage to vacuum floors without getting stuck in corners. Even the elves, for all their magical superiority, hadn't managed to create anything close to this level of sophistication. Yet here stood machines crafted ages ago, moving with deadly grace, executing complex combat maneuvers that should have been impossible with ancient magic. It was like finding advanced runic arrays in primitive cave paintings, knowledge that shouldn't exist, couldn't exist, and yet somehow did. What kind of man had Orinth been to possess knowledge that would still be considered advanced hundreds of years in the future? And what had happened to all that knowledge? Adam's exhausted muscles trembled, but his mind was clear. He had to win this. He breathed in deeply, then out, again, and again as the golem settled into a perfect combat stance. He could feel it happening inside him, his core churning, condensing the raw mana, transforming it into something denser, more potent. He let it rise up, felt it respond, growing thicker, more potent. The sensation was like warm, flowing through his veins. Pleasant. You are using fluid. Wait, Bob's voice cut through his concentration, genuine surprise in the old warrior's tone. You can use that thing? Yeah, what do you mean? Bob's question cut off as the wall's script flared to life. Adam moved. The fluid surged through his system like liquid fire, every muscle screaming in protest at the sudden acceleration. The world narrowed to a single point, the hammer. His vision tunneled, heartbeat thundering in his ears. The golem was fast, impossibly fast. Its metal feet barely seemed to touch the ground as it crossed the distance in explosive steps. Adam pushed harder, feeling his muscles strain beyond their limits. The hammer grew closer, closer. His foot slipped, time slowed to a crawl as he saw the golem's hand reaching out, metal fingers extending toward the weapon. Adam's heart stopped. No, not like this. Pure instinct took over. He threw his arms forward, using his momentum to launch himself into a desperate dive. The ground rushed up to meet him, sand stinging his eyes. The golem's fingers were inches from the hammer. Adam kicked out with every ounce of strength he had left. His boot connected with the construct's hand, sending a shock of pain up his leg. The golem's grip missed by a hair's breadth. He snatched the hammer mid-roll, muscles burning as he forced himself back to his feet. The golem was already pivoting, its movements liquid smooth as it darted toward the helm. Adam's exhausted body responded on pure adrenaline. He hurled himself forward, swinging the hammer in a wild arc. The weapon connected with the helm just as the golem's fingers brushed its surface. Metal rang against metal, the helm spinning away into darkness. The golem's head snapped toward him, runes flaring. Adam brought the hammer down. The impact shuddered through his arms, nearly tearing the weapon from his grip. Stone and metal exploded outward as the golem's head caved in. Its body stood for a moment, swaying, then collapsed in a heap of broken parts. Silence fell. Adam stood there, chest heaving, hammer trembling in his white-knuckled grip. Black spots danced at the edges of his vision. Every breath felt like drinking molten glass. A dihia na tricare. Bob's whisper echoed across the chamber. Nak Rabe Sin, White Worm's body has reached level 2. After experiencing damage, your body is now slightly sturdier. Adam slumped forward, gasping for air. I'm really not made for combat. What are you on about? Bob clapped him on the back, making him wheeze. You moved like a bloody wildcat out there. Never seen anything like it well, except for that one time with the Pixie Queen's guard, but they had those mushrooms that make you. A sound cut through Bob's rambling. Metal on stone. Clang, 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 measured, deliberate. The golems lining the walls parted like a metallic tide, revealing a figure that made Adam's breath catch. Plates of armor covered it from head to toe. A massive sword dragged along the ground. Oh, for feck's sake, Bob muttered. Can't even let a man catch his breath, can they? The armored golem stopped before them. Ready, silent. The chamber rumbled, walls shifting and reforming. New text blazed across the stone. The wall says we have to. Fight that thing to get out, Bob interrupted, not taking his eyes off the armored golem. To the death, I'm guessing. Obviously, Adam replied, then caught himself. When a discussing fights to the death becomes so normal, well, Bob grinned, helping him up, ready for the night golem. We can take him on if we try. Give me 5 minutes, you all right there, lad? Bob's voice seemed to come from somewhere far away, despite him standing right there. Yeah, Adam tried to focus on the leprechaun's face, but it kept shifting like trying to read through water. How many fingers am I holding up? What are you doing? How many? Adam sighed, squinting. The fingers blurred, split, merged. 4. You hesitated. Lost my glasses in the fight against the Sphinx, Adam muttered, trying to stand straighter but feeling his knees wanting to buckle. Vision's not great without them. You've been fighting just fine without them until now. Bob's voice had lost its usual playful edge. Shouldn't be a problem suddenly. Now that the adrenaline was fading, Adam became aware of just how heavy his body felt. His arms were lead weights. Each breath felt like inhaling through wet cotton. The chamber's edges were starting to blur, not from poor vision, but because his brain was struggling to process what his eyes were seeing. He was reaching his limit. Seriously. When's the last time you slept, lad? 4 measly hours, cut short by those damn wakey birds. He should have listened to his body, should have went to bed. His thoughts wandered to Sam, probably curled up right now in a warm, comfortable. Oi, Bob's sharp voice cut through his daze. If you're daydreaming about beds while standing, you're in no shape for the night golem. Step aside, I'll handle this one. Adam opened his mouth to protest, but his whole body felt heavy. 4 hours of sleep, non-stop fighting since the Sphinx, and now this. Maybe Bob was. That wasn't a suggestion. Bob picked up his hammer, already moving forward. The wall's runes shifted, final trial. Champions step forward. Suddenly the chamber filled with a metallic chittering, every golem, broken or whole, trembling against stone. Adam stared at the night. For a split second, he thought he saw. Are they summoning a bloody demon? Or Bob started. Blue erupted from the knight's joints. Not fire fluid, pure ethereal fluid coating metal in impossible ways, flowing like living mercury across armor. The night golem moved, each step leaving burning footprints that slowly faded. Mother of, Adam stumbled back, his exhausted mind struggling to process what he was seeing. Fluid-enhanced golems. This was impossible. An idea. Adam pulled Riddler's Bane from his inventory, his tired mind straining to process the readings. The fluid wasn't just coating the golem, it was integrated into its core structure, flowing through channels that shouldn't exist in metal. Runes pulsed in sequences he'd never seen, creating impossible interactions between magic and mechanics. This doesn't make sense. He shook his head, the analysis only raising more questions. Modern mages would kill to see this, or run screaming from it. The golem reached the arena's center. It stood, waiting, the chamber falling into absolute silence. Adam glanced at Bob. Still wanna go alone? Of course I do. Bob's hammer shook slightly. A leprechaun never goes back on his word. I thought leprechauns were supposed to be deceitful. Bad rep from a few bad apples. Bob adjusted his grip, like humans with their. Adam nodded. Yeah, we get that too. Champions stepped forward, continued to pulse overhead, now casting red shadows across their faces. Can you hold it off for a few minutes? Got a plan? A plan. Adam slid down against the wall. Need to see how it moves. Can't afford to miss. Also, I have nearly depleted my fluid reserves. I'll just try not to die. Bob's voice carried forced lightness. Lad, if I don't make it. Adam lifted his heavy head. What? Nothing. Bob didn't turn around. I said nothing. The leprechaun stepped forward, his feet barely whispering against stone as he approached the waiting giant. Oi, you big heap of scrap. Me Grand's armor was shinier than yours. Bob's voice cut through Adam's haze. The leprechaun danced, hammer glinting. Swish, the golem moved. One moment there, the next Adam's tired mind couldn't even track it. Only Bob's speed saved him, launching himself backward as the fluid-coated blade cleaved through where he'd stood. Bob's hat wasn't so lucky. It floated down, split clean in two. My favorite hat. Bob met Adam's eyes, genuine fury flashing across his face. May you rot in the deepest pits of Turna and Og, you blasted tin can. He ducked another impossibly fast strike. Adam. You better use this time wisely, lad, or I swear by all the golden clovers. The golem repositioned, its fluid armor rippling like a disturbed pond. Adam leaned back against the wall, fighting to keep his eyes open. Bob's shouts and the sounds of destruction echoed through the chamber. As long as he stayed outside the fighting zone, he closed his eyes. Breathe, just breathe, don't think about anything. But how could he focus with the sounds of metal against metal, with Bob out there, alone, being the only thing between him and... Another crash. He opened one eye. Bob was bleeding. He squeezed his eyes shut again. He needed to think of something calming. Something, anything. Summer, the garden. God, how long ago was that? 70 years. More, definitely more. The air had smelled of fresh-baked Madeleine, and Salt Bree's mother always baked before their beach trips. He could almost taste the anticipation of tomorrow's adventure, but right then, little Adam sat cross-legged on the grass, enormous glasses making his eyes look like owls. The book in his lap was almost as big as he was Fundamentals of Magic, a comprehensive guide. He'd just earned his silver crystal, a mage's color, the youngest in 3 generations. Mother said it was because he was born in the Whispering Woods, where ambient mana pooled like morning dew. But that wasn't important right now. What mattered was understanding why the 3rd law of magical resonance. Son, father's voice, gentle but firm, put the book down, come meditate with me. No, little Adam clutched the book tighter. I'm reading about resonance. The resonance will still be there after meditation, but I almost understand it. His voice rose to that particular pitch only angry 5-year-olds could achieve. Just 3 more pages. Adam, I don't like meditating, father. It's boring. God, he'd been such a brat. Father had just sat there, patient as stone, while he threw his tantrum. Looking back now through the lens of exhaustion and decades, another crash from the arena, but Adam held on to the memory. His father sighed, settling on the grass beside him. I understand you love your books, son. Your magic. I'm glad you found something that lights up your eyes like that. He paused. But do you know what most mages lack? Little Adam hugged his book, curiosity winning over stubbornness. What? Patience. Father smiled. Life is short for us humans. 70 years if we're lucky. Most mages spend that time chasing after magic, but they forget its foundations. He looked at Adam. Did you know the farmer mage was a knight before everything? Really? Indeed. And do you know what he did more than anything else? He meditated. Why, that's how he perfected his magic. Father crossed his legs. Here, let me show you something. When you're tired, when your fluid feels empty, there's a way to restore it. The way he did it. But fluid and mana are different. Little Adam perked up. The book says. Father chuckled. Watch. He closed his eyes. First, you breathe, not just normal breathing. You need to find a quiet place in your mind. For me, it's the top of Mount Serene, where the air is crisp and clean. Can you picture your special place? Little Adam nodded reluctantly. The library. Good. Now imagine sitting there. Feel the air filling your lungs. Release it slowly. Father's breath became rhythmic. Focus inward. Feel your fluid. It's like, imagine a river inside you. When you're tired, it slows to a trickle. But if you listen carefully, if you breathe just right. Adam watched, eyes widening as fluid began to coat his father's body. Not just coating it, swirled, danced, lifted him slightly off the ground. When father opened his eyes, they gleamed with renewed energy. Will I be able to do that? Little Adam whispered, book forgotten in his lap. Of course, when you learn to meditate. But it's boring. The wine returned. I don't want to sit still. I want to learn spells, Adam. No, books are better. You can't learn this from just sitting. The memory blurred as another explosion rocked the chamber. Bob's voice carried over the chaos. That the best you can do, you glorified suit of armor. Adam's eyes snapped open. The library, his quiet place. Even now he could smell the old books, feel the worn leather chair beneath him. Father had been right as usual. He just hadn't been ready to hear it at 5 years old. He closed his eyes again, focusing on his breath. In, out. The sounds of combat faded. He reached for the familiar comfort of the library, but no, something felt wrong. The leather chair, the dusty tomes, that was little Adam's sanctuary, the refuge of a stubborn child who hadn't known what he had. He'd changed since then. The beach, yes. The salt air filled his lungs, seabirds calling overhead. The warmth of sun on his skin, the gentle tickle of sand beneath his feet, waves lapping at his ankles. The laughs, the joy, so many memories there. The ambient mana whispered around him, familiar after years of manipulation. But this was different. Instead of directing it outward, he drew it inward, letting it pool in his core. Years of mage training made the process almost intuitive. The mana swirled, transformed, refined itself into something denser. Fluid, breathe in. The rising sun made the water look like gold. Its warmth caressed his skin, and he felt lighter, as if the waves themselves were lifting him. The exhaustion that had weighed him down began to dissolve like they were never there. Breathe out, higher now. The water released him to the sky, but there was no fear, only peace, only power. The fluid spread through his body like liquid sunlight, filling empty channels, restoring depleted reserves. Each breath drew him higher into the endless blue until the beach below was a distant crescent of gold, floating, free, complete, his eyes open to reality. Fluid coated his body in a gentle azure glow, and his feet hovered inches above the ground. You have learned meditation. Strength restored to 48. Core capacity 51. Fluid reserves 53. Expand to see more. The numbers barely registered. This was what his father had tried to show him all those years ago. Not just restoration, but transformation, connection. Below him, Bob ducked another devastating swing from the night golem, but Adam saw it differently now. He was calmer yet more alert. Was this what knights and battle mages felt? He understood now. Finally, truly understood. Riddler's Bane equipped. Through the monocle's lens, the golem's armor blazed with information. Weak points appeared and vanished like dying stars except one. There, just below where a human's heart would be, a hairline fracture in the plating. Almost invisible, but Adam's eyes fixed on that spot. The chest plate left side. See how it's reinforced, but busy trying not to die. Bob ducked another swing that would have taken his head off. What about it? They over-reinforced it. The core's there, but the extra plating created a stress point. Adam's mind raced. Hit that spot, same place every time. We crack it open. The golem's blade whistled through the air where Adam had been standing. He rolled, came up gasping. We exposed the core. That's your brilliant plan. Bob's hammer sparked off the golem's armor. Hit the strongest part until it breaks, trust me. Bob spat blood and grinned. Always do, lad. The leprechaun charged in, hammer raised. The golem's blade came down in a killing arc, but Bob was already moving. His weapon connected with the chest plate, clang, the impact echoing through the chamber. A backhand caught Adam as he tried to flank. Again, he shouted, tasting copper. Bob struck the same spot, clang, sparks flying. The golem's counterattack opened a gash across his shoulder, but he didn't falter. Clang, clang. Each hit precise, relentless. Blood ran down Bob's arm, but his strikes never wavered. The golem's movements became more aggressive, as if sensing the danger. Its blade almost caught Adam's side. He stumbled, vision blurring. It's working, Bob called out. A hairline crack had appeared in the plating, but it's adapting, can't get close enough. The golem's fist caught him square in the chest. Bob flew backward, hit the wall with a sickening crunch. Adam watched the golem advance on his friend, its fluid coating rippling like liquid metal. The crack in its armor was barely visible now, sealed by the flowing energy. If they didn't finish this soon, his eyes caught something in the monocle's display. The fluid wasn't just armor, it was part of the golem's targeting system. Every movement was calculated, predicted, guided by that ethereal power. But predictions could be wrong. Bob, when I say now, throw the hammer, right at its head. What but the core? Trust me, the golem raised its blade for a killing blow. Bob tensed, hammer ready. Now, Bob hurled his weapon with everything he had left. The hammer spun through the air, a perfect arc toward the golem's head. The construct's fluid shifted, calculating the trajectory, preparing to dodge. Adam lunged forward. The golem had to choose dodge the hammer or strike Adam. Its fluid calculations split focus for a fraction of a second. Bob, catch. Adam snatched the hammer out of the air mid-spin and threw it back to Bob in one fluid motion. The golem's blade missed him by inches, its perfect targeting disrupted. Bob caught the hammer and swung with the momentum, putting his entire body into the strike. The weapon connected with the weakened plating. Crack. The armor split open like a shell, revealing the pulsing core beneath. Fluid leaked from the wound like blood. ADOM. Bob's hammer arced through the air again. This time, Adam was ready. He caught it, fluid enhancement surging through his muscles. One perfect swing. Everything they had left. The hammer connected with the exposed core. The impact sent the core shooting out of the golem's back like a cannonball, taking chunks of metal with it. The construct froze mid-motion, its fluid coating flickering once, twice, then simply dropped to its knees and fell forward with a hollow clang. Silence fell. Adam collapsed, vision swimming. Every breath felt like inhaling glass. The chamber spun around him, but he forced himself to move. Crawling more than walking, he reached the remains of the golem. Its metal surface still radiated heat when he touched it. Night golem obtained. Golem core obtained. Into the inventory they went. He'd study it later, understand how it worked. Adam managed through ragged breaths. We got something interesting. The words died in his throat as he turned. Bob was propped against a wall, but something was wrong. Very wrong. His small frame was covered in deep gashes and too much blood pooled beneath him. His usually rosy complexion had gone ashen, the characteristic leprechaun vitality drained away, but Bob still smiled. What's with the stare, lad? Tease but a scratch. Adam crawled to Bob. The leprechaun's chest still rose and fell, barely. Saw that coming, Bob wheezed. Few hundred years without a proper fight. Adam's mind raced. No potions left. Healing magic was out, he could barely light a candle with his remaining mana. But Bob's pulse was weakening. Indomitable will flared as Adam hoisted Bob up. The leprechaun weighed like solid stone but was too weak to protest. The wall flickered. Congratulations, you have passed the test of strength. You may now leave the labyrinth. Stay with me. Adam stumbled toward the exit, legs threatening to give out. Keep talking. Your home, what was it like? Bob's voice came thin. The crystal forests. Never saw anything like 'em. Yeah, another step. His muscles screamed. Tell me your name again. Adam panted as they crossed the threshold. The real one. Ah, Sir Palan. Bob's voice grew fainter. Oh, cute Dachartag. Family name too, Adam pressed, fighting the darkness. Each step felt heavier. Clan of the Midnight Bell. The leprechaun's words slurred. Been ages since, anyone asked. They disappeared into the shadows, Adam still urging his companion to pronounce more impossible syllables as the labyrinth's light faded behind them. Bonds, strange how they form. One moment you're alone, the next you're dragging a bleeding leprechaun through darkness, refusing to let him die. Adam only met Bob tonight, or was it today? Time blurred in the labyrinth's depths. To be honest, he hadn't even liked Bob at first. The nerve of him, claiming Adam was his hallucination. Calling him lad when Adam had lived through 79 years, even if his body showed 12. And that wit, sharp as a blade, matching Adam's own grumpiness step for step. Yet here they were. A glimmer ahead pulled his attention. Exit, trap. Bob's breathing had grown shallow. Their night had been madness. Fighting sphinxes, golems, their worst fears, and each time, it was Bob's face Adam would see first. It wasn't that ugly of a face, mind you, but definitely not the sort one would want to wake up to. Unless old grumpy leprechaun were one's taste. No judgment. But somehow, without realizing it, Adam had grown fond of the bastard. The light grew stronger. Adam adjusted his grip on the leprechaun, ignoring his screaming muscles. One more step, then another. They'd make it, both of them. Bob, Adam's voice echoed in the tunnel. Don't close those eyes, no matter what. Bob didn't answer. His skin had gone from pale to gray, clothes soaked through with blood. The gashes across his chest still oozed, slower now, and that was worse. His eyes stared at nothing, glazed, barely blinking. Adam felt warm wetness seeping into his own clothes where he held Bob. Too much blood, far too much. The tunnel's end burst into white. Adam stumbled, blinked, tried to make sense of what he was seeing, or rather what he wasn't seeing. No walls, no ceiling, no floor, just endless white in all directions. They stood on something, nothing, both. And there, rising before them, a door, black as pitch, massive enough to swallow a castle. Beside it stood a pedestal of twisted silver like frozen mercury. On top, a single vial caught light that had no source. Bob's head lolled against Adam's shoulder. His breathing came in wet gasps now. The vastness of the white space pressed in. Wrong. Everything about this place felt wrong, like reality had simply stopped. Adam's boots made no sound as he moved forward. The door remained impossibly tall no matter how close they got. He pressed 2 fingers against Bob's neck. The pulse flickered like a dying candle. Too weak, too slow. Adam approached the door. The symbols carved into it began to shift, flowing like liquid metal, bleeding into each other, reforming. The darkness pulled away from the center, coalescing into a figure humanoid, featureless, white as the void around them. Something snapped in Adam's mind. All the fear, frustration, and rage of the past hours crystallized into a single moment of pure fury. His free hand clenched into a fist, mana surging through his exhausted body. Enough. Enough of these games, these trials, these manipulations. Welcome, the word echoed from everywhere and nowhere. Not one voice, but many old and young, male and female, all speaking in perfect unison. The sound rippled through the endless white space like waves through water. Adam's attack died before it began. He took an instinctive step back, Bob's weight suddenly heavier in his arms. He knew this type of magic simulacrum spells, echoes of their creators. Basic ones could repeat phrases, more complex ones could hold simple conversations. At this point, nothing in this labyrinth surprised him anymore. The magic here went beyond anything he'd seen in his 79 years of life, beyond even what existed 67 years in the future. Bob's pulse fluttered under his fingers. Right now, he needed to. Your companion is dying, the figure stated. Who are you? Adam shifted Bob's weight, trying to keep him upright. Are you Orinth? We are many, the figure responded. Orinth was but one of us. At the height of magical understanding, when each discipline reached its peak, we combined our knowledge, created this place. Just for this moment. Adam's jaw clenched. If you're done with your games, we need to leave. I don't have time for. Time, the figure interrupted him. Yes, you are running short of it. We are glad you survived the trials. Its featureless face turned toward Bob. What you experienced here was necessary. Adam's blood ran cold. He stared at the figure. Do you know me? Do I know you? The collective voices hummed thoughtfully. A boy with a man's mind. Isn't that what you are? Adam flinched at the words. Do not be afraid, the figure said, its tone oddly gentle. We are not your enemy. Funny, Adam bit out. Friends don't typically force people through what you put me through. We are not your friends either, the figure replied simply. Merely, hopefully, allies. What does that mean? Divination shows possibilities. Countless branches of time of choices. In some we meet, in others we don't. This encounter, here and now, is just one thread among trillions. And what usually happens? Adam asked, shifting Bob's weight. When we meet, we do not know exactly, the figure admitted. The future branches too widely, too wildly for such precision. We only know that in this moment, in this possibility, you needed to be ready. Before Adam could press further, the figure raised its arm, pointing to the vial. This is the elixir of rebirth. It will heal your friend's wounds completely. Within minutes, Adam narrowed his eyes using Identify. The system's response made his breath catch. SSS rank. The figure wasn't lying. An artifact that powerful could. Bob's pulse skipped under his fingers, then skipped again. Adam reached for the vial, fingers trembling slightly. It was so tiny, barely containing one drop. That's all it would take. Open your mouth, Bob, yo. Wait, his hand froze mid-motion. There it was, the catch. There was always a catch with these bastards. What? You could indeed give this to your friend. It would heal his wounds, save his life. The figure's voice rippled through the void. Or, you could use it on yourself. Adam clicked his tongue. He needs it more than. Heal your illness right away. His head snapped up, heart stopping. The vial nearly slipped from his fingers. 2 months. The symptoms wouldn't even start for another 2 months. No one in this timeline should know about it, not a soul, let alone some echo of a few dead mages from centuries past. The realization that they had known about him peered into his future, his private moments, his inevitable decline. It made his skin crawl. Bob's weight seemed heavier suddenly, his breathing more shallow. Or was that Adam's imagination? You have a choice, it continued, as if it hadn't just violated every boundary of his existence. Save yourself, you need it, or save him, and risk experiencing that powerlessness again. Adam's hand moved to uncork the vial, tilting it toward Bob's lips. Are you certain? The figure asked, its collective voices rippling with something almost like concern. This elixir, you are unlikely to encounter its like ever again. The choice you make here cannot be undone. His hand tightened around the vial. Bob's pulse fluttered weakly against his shoulder. Maybe 2 minutes left. No hospital could help now, not with injuries like these. Cisco's delivery was due in a month, but deliveries got delayed. Ships sank. Caravans were raided. Accidents happened. And even if it arrived, the cure wasn't simple. Weeks of precise dilution, careful alchemical processes that could go wrong at any step. One mistake and he looked at Bob's face, gray and still. Honestly, what did he really know about him? A stranger he'd met hours ago. Grumpy, sarcastic, irritating Bob, who'd saved his life 2, maybe 3 times tonight, who'd thrown himself between Adam and that last golem. But this was his life, his. He'd already lived through that hell once, the weakness, the pain, watching his body betray him day by day, unable to live the way a human is supposed to, lying there, useless, powerless. He'd killed himself once because of that illness. It could be so simple. Take the vial, walk away. Sure, Bob's death would haunt him for a while, but he'd be alive, healthy, safe. His fingers traced the vial's stopper. Just one quick motion. Bob's breathing hitched, a wet, rattling sound. The vial felt cold in his hand. Cold? Surely the good thing to do would be to save the one that needed saving, right? Speaking of it, what did it even mean to be good, really? Not the simplistic good of fairy tales, helping old ladies cross streets, rescuing cats from trees, but truly good, the kind that costs you something, the kind that hurts. Some did good to others for divine reward, parsing holy texts for guidelines on virtue. Others calculated karma like accountants, assuming good deeds would return with interest. The cynics claimed altruism was just clever selfishness, that even sacrifice was about feeling righteous, superior. Maybe they were all right, maybe they were all wrong. He lived 79 years and still couldn't say for certain. But he knew this every time he'd chosen comfort over conscience, chosen easy over what he considered was right. Something inside him had diminished, not dramatically, not noticeably to others, but he'd felt it, a slow erosion of whatever made him human. The vial felt heavier now. Was that what goodness was? Not a prize to be won or a ledger to be balanced, but a choice to remain uncorrupted, to stay human in moments that tempted you to be less than human. Perhaps that was why it hurt. Pain wasn't the price of being good, it was the proof you still could be, that you hadn't surrendered that choice, even when surrendering would be easier. The liquid caught the light as it fell from the vial, a single drop of possibility suspended in space, not because it would bring him reward or because some cosmic scale demanded it, simply because in this moment, this was who Adam chose to be. The drop touched Bob's lips. The leprechaun drew in a deep, shuddering breath, like a drowning man breaking the surface. Color flooded back into his face, the gray tinge dissolving like watercolor in rain. His wounds knitted themselves closed with quiet whispers. So you have chosen your friend. Damn, that's some fast-acting stuff, Adam muttered, turning the empty vial over in his hands. The craftsmanship alone, the applications for research. He slipped it into his pocket with absolutely zero subtlety. Could probably learn a thing or two from analyzing this. He let out a small huff. Besides, I can always make my own cure later. No pressure. Bob's breathing had settled into a steady rhythm, his face peaceful. Almost annoyingly peaceful, really. The leprechaun was probably going to be insufferably smug about this whole thing when he woke up. You sure you don't have any more of that lying around? Adam asked, still shamelessly patting down his pockets where he'd stashed the empty vial. You pass. Pass? Adam's voice dropped dangerously low, then erupted. That was another one of your stupid trials. Yes, the figure's many voices responded simply. In all the possibilities we glimpsed, none where you chose to take the vial ended well, for you or for what's coming. What's that supposed to mean? Compassion is a mark of strength in itself. You will need strength, boy, not just of magic or mind, but of heart. The figure's featureless face turned toward him. You chose to remain uncorrupted, even when corruption would have been easier. That matters more than you know. Adam pinched the bridge of his nose. Ah, here we go. Another chosen one story, just what he needed today. He sank to the ground beside Bob's unconscious form, the white surface beneath him neither warm nor cold, solid yet somehow insubstantial like sitting on a dream. Bob's chest rose and fell steadily now, color returning to his face. The blood still soaked his clothes, but somehow his body seemed to be generating more like watching life itself pour back into him. Adam had seen countless healing spells, but nothing quite like this. Magic, always magic, twisting everything around them. I have so many questions. His voice came out quieter than intended, and we will answer what we can. Adam ran a hand through his hair, trying to organize the chaos in his mind. Let's start with why this is happening. 3,000 years ago, Law Borealis had a vision. Law Borealis, Adam repeated, pieces clicking into place. Orinth's involvement, the labyrinth, the trials. His throat felt dry. The farmer Mage, this is related to him. Yes, the figure's response seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. Everything is. Explain, Adam said, his eyes fixed on the figure. The farmer Mage was like you. He died and returned to his past after striking a deal. Adam's eyes widened as the shock took hold. Law Borealis, the man whose name was whispered in every corner of every realm. Stories said he could manipulate fluid by age 5, weave spells by 12, and best master swordsman before his voice had deepened. Adam had always dismissed those tales as exaggerations, the kind that sprung up around any legend, but if he'd lived it all before, God, it makes so much sense now. When Law reached the pinnacle of his power, the figure's voices wove through the void. His mastery of divination let him peer into what lay ahead. He looked, driven by simple curiosity, to see what would become of the world of men after his passing. The figure's next words seemed to drop the temperature of the endless white space. All he saw was fire. Blood, ashes. Adam's hair stood on end, goosebumps racing across his skin. He knew those ashes had choked on them in another life, watched them fall like gray snow over the corpses of entire cities. He saw your time, boy, witnessed the devastation you fled from, and in his desperation to prevent the end of the world he'd worked so hard to save, to protect. The figure's many voices grew softer, almost gentle. He began searching for a solution. In the white void, flames of ethereal blue burst into existence, dancing and twisting into shapes. Adam watched transfixed as the fire sculpted itself into the figure of a man tall, broad-shouldered, wearing simple farmer's clothes. Law tried to act on the elements within his reach. The figure narrated as the blue flames showed the mage working, weaving, planning. But despite all his power, despite everything he'd accomplished, the fiery Law aged before Adam's eyes, hair turning white, shoulders bowing under an invisible weight. He was still just a man, and men die. The flames shifted, multiplied, splitting into countless branching paths that filled the void around them. Each path showed different versions of history unfolding, spinning out in endless variations. He looked into trillions upon trillions of possibilities, searching for a way to prevent events that would unfold centuries after his death. The countless timelines swirled like a storm of blue fire, and in each one, a single figure began to glow brighter than the rest. Adam's breath caught as he recognized his own silhouette, repeated again and again across the possibilities. In all of them, the figure continued. Across every timeline, every possibility, one person stood out. Me. Adam's voice was barely a whisper. Yes. The flames converged, forming Adam's face in brilliant azure light. You, Adam Scylla. Adam's expression soured. So I'm what? The chosen one, some destined hero. No, the figure's voice was firm. It wasn't that you were chosen or special in some mystical sense. This hurt a bit. Law's divination worked by calculating probability branches. The figure continued. Trillions upon trillions of them. In most futures where this world survived, you happen to be at critical nexus points making key decisions, not because of destiny, but because of circumstance, choice, and sometimes sheer coincidence. The blue flames shifted to show a vast network of branching timelines, each one splitting endlessly. Divination doesn't show absolutes, it shows statistical patterns across probability branches. You weren't the only significant figure Law saw, but you were one of the most frequent variables appearing at critical junctures. He identified several dozen potential individuals across the timeline who could influence these events, but you were simply the most accessible. Oh. Fate is a strange thing, the figure said as the blue flames shifted and swirled. There are endless possibilities, countless paths. Each choice you make forges your destiny, it's all in your hands, but some threads run deeper than others. The flames showed Law again, older now, writing in massive tomes. Unable to reach across millennia to aid you directly, Law decided to prepare for your arrival. The Borealis house has produced hundreds of descendants since his time. Each successor to the duchy was given a sacred task when deemed worthy to aid you when the time came. To prepare for your arrival, Adam breathed. Yes, Orinth Borealis carries Law's blood in his veins. The figure's voices resonated as the blue flames shifted, showing a younger Orinth receiving an ancient tome from what Adam assumed to be his father. Like all before him, he inherited this burden when he proved worthy. The flames expanded, filling the void with scenes of a great hall. During the Third Age's golden era of magic, Orinth gathered them all. The fiery images showed dozens of figures, men, elves, dwarves, and so many others, the greatest mages of every race, every discipline. Each figure took shape in the dancing flames master diviners, calculating million possible futures. Robed figures surrounded by floating crystals and time charts druids spending years searching for the perfect serpent, its blood carrying the perfect ability, its lifespan long enough to await your arrival, yet not so powerful it would overwhelm you. Others deep in ancient forests, testing countless specimens, battle mages designing the golem trials, armored figures sketching complex runic arrays. They worked as one. The figures' voices grew stronger, believing in a future they would never see, believing in you. The flames showed them laboring through days and nights, seasons turning to years, some growing old as they worked. The treasure you discovered was placed to aid your task. Every detail was measured, every possibility weighed. The perfect confluence of challenges and rewards, designed to forge you into what you needed to become. The figure's voice resonated through the void. We did what we could to ensure the future generations, our descendants, our life's work would not go to waste. We hope you will make good use of it all. Adam sat there in silence. How do you even respond to that? His first reaction, to be honest, was to reject it all. What right did they have to place a burden like this on him? Why, in all these timelines, was he the one who stood out? He had so many questions, and each one led to other questions. Why did death even strike a deal with him in the first place? Why not another person? What were her motivations? We understand this is a lot to take in, a lot to process. Adam let out a bitter chuckle. So I'm just a convenient intervention point in someone else's calculation. You misunderstand, the figure countered. You are your own person with your own will. Law didn't choose you to carry out his plan. He recognized you would be in a position to make your own choices that could alter what's coming. The flames shifted to show specific scenes. In many branches, you were positioned near critical dragon's breath research. In others, you had connections to the military through your father. In most, you showed aptitude for magic that would make you capable of understanding what needed to be done. These weren't predestined paths, they were choices and circumstances that put you at critical junctures. The figure's voices grew clearer. You remain free to accept or refuse this knowledge we offer, to act or not to act. Law simply recognized that your specific position within these events gave you unique opportunities that others lacked. The flames showed the consequences of various choices, some leading to salvation, others to ruin. The divinations merely showed the probabilities. If beings like you, with your specific knowledge and position, choose not to act, the world ends. And if you do choose to act, nothing is promised. The flames showed brief glimpses of other figures, other potential candidates across different timelines, all fading as Adam's image remained. There were others who could have served, but you were the most probable success point. He stared into the void, at the fading traces of blue flame that had just shown him centuries of preparation, all for him. Fuck. Perhaps not the most eloquent response to learning you're the focal point of a multi-millennia divination project, but entirely appropriate. The beauty of that particular four-letter word lay in its versatility. It could express surprise, anger, resignation, disbelief, and about 17 other emotions simultaneously. Right now, Adam wasn't quite sure what he was feeling, a tangled knot of reactions too complex to name. So fuck seemed as good a summation as any. Silence, more silence. The silence stretched after his outburst until Adam cleared his throat. That fuck wasn't directed at you, by the way, just, it's a lot to take in, indeed. His tone was completely flat as he ran a hand through his hair. Just, wow, colossally fucked, aren't I? Death really pulled a fast one here. Oh, just come back to life, it'll be fine. Yeah, sure, didn't mention any of this. You are not alone, the figure stated. What? Throughout the years, we established an organization, the Order. They have existed for centuries, waiting to provide you with additional help. They await your arrival. Well, that's thoughtful of you. Where are they? There are many branches across many continents, the figure's voices explained, but we can only guarantee the one in Silverkeep. Guarantee? Adam's eyebrows rose. Why's that? Despite all our efforts, our divinations showed corruption taking root in many timelines. Even among them, not all can be trusted equally. That's great, really great. The Silverkeep branch has remained most true to their initial values across all possibilities. They have not become political, have not deviated, and will aid you if they identify you as the one they await. Adam considered this for a moment. And where do I find them? One of them was supposed to be here in Arcos, where we determined you would be reborn. And who is this person? If they have not revealed themselves to you yet, they likely have their reasons, but they surely know you came back. The figure's voices held a note of certainty. They probably even welcomed you back. Adam frowned, trying to piece together who could be the Order's agent. Who had he met since coming back? who had welcomed a sudden thought struck him, his eyes widening as he completely abandoned that train of thought. Wait, there's a boy I met, Iren. He has the potential to become the greatest mage in this era. I've seen it myself. He leaned forward. How come it's me and not him? The figure was silent for a long moment, too long. Adam tilted his head, ignoring the persistent ache in his body. We do not know of such a name. The figure's voices finally responded in all the timelines we have encountered. What? Adam's brow furrowed. But isn't this the timeline I'm supposed to be in? The one with all this chosen one business. How could you not know about Iren? This appears to be a new timeline. One that was not supposed to happen. I figured as much. In my previous timeline, Iren wasn't known either, and you must kill him. Adam went completely still. The words hung in the air, heavy and cold. He didn't move, didn't breathe, just stood there as the silence stretched. What? Of all the timelines, we have seen millions upon millions of them, there was never a boy with that name and the potential you describe. The figure's voices grew uncertain. We may have miscalculated. The appearance of this Iren suggests our divinations weren't as comprehensive as we believed. The flames shifted, showing gaps and blank spaces in the threads of futures. We identified you as the most efficient intervention point, but not the only one. This is the fundamental limitation of divination. We can only calculate based on what we can see. The voices grew more urgent then, but his existence does create unpredictability. If he lives and his influence grows, the voices merged into one. The variables multiply beyond what we anticipated. The futures become too chaotic to predict with any accuracy. The safest route would be to eliminate the variable. Adam rose slowly, his voice carrying a dangerous edge. What if I refuse? What are you going to do? Our primary role is to aid you, the figure's voices replied evenly. This suggestion was merely advice. We cannot force your hand if you refuse. The voices softened. We have nearly fulfilled our role here. You have passed the trial of compassion, as our weavers instructed. Something emerged from the white ground, rising smoothly, a grimoire. It hung in the air before drifting toward Adam, who grabbed it with wary hands. On its cover were inscribed runes. Letter 16B7, letter 16B1, letter 16C1, letter 16D7, letter 16DF, letter 16C1, letter 16B1, letter 16DF, letter 16A0, letter 16CF, letter 16B, letter 16D6, letter 16C8, letter 16B1, letter 16C1, letter 16D7, letter 16DF, letter 16B1, letter 16D. Letter 16B1, letter 16A2, letter 16B, letter 16D6, letter 16CB. He couldn't make sense of the script. Opening it revealed nothing but empty pages. When he used identify, the spell only returned, which was odd. He looked up at the figure. What is this? We do not know, the voices responded. It was written by law for you. It was written for you and now finds itself in the hands of its owner. Something cold settled in Adam's stomach. The time draws short, the figure said suddenly. The mana sustaining this spell approaches its limit. Wait, I have questions. Adam stepped forward, panic rising in his voice. The treasure will remain in the cave where it was placed for you, as will everything else. The figure began to dissolve, fragments of light peeling away like autumn leaves. We have fulfilled our task. No, wait. Adam lunged forward, trying to grab the dispersing form. The figure split, multiplying into dozens of distinct forms, men and women of different ages and appearances, all circling him. Their faces were clear now, scholars, warriors, mages from different eras, all looking at him with the same intensity. These were the ones who had orchestrated everything, who had waited centuries for this moment. Good fortune, they spoke in unison, all smiling at him, all having what looked like hope in their eyes. Wait, Adam's eyes locked onto one face he thought belonged to Orinth. He reached out desperately. Please, just. But his hand passed through empty air as the figures dissolved into motes of light, scattering like stars before fading completely, leaving him alone in the white void with nothing but a mysterious grimoire and far too many questions. For a moment, Adam's jaw clenched, anger rising like a tide. He wanted to grab the figure, shake answers out of it, demand explanations for everything that had happened since that day on the beach. But what would be the point? You couldn't bully information out of a spell. He picked up the book instead. He hadn't been chosen by chance that day on the beach. He had a task colossal, impossible, but a task nonetheless. That wasn't news. What was news was this. This world was old, older than he'd imagined, and there were people who'd known things, seen things, planned things long before he'd ever drawn breath. That thought bothered him. Bob stirred, a small groan escaping his lips. His eyelids fluttered, consciousness seeping back slowly. The leprechaun blinked a few times, confusion written across his features as he tried to make sense of the endless white space. You missed all the fun, Adam said dryly. Lad, Bob gasped suddenly, patting himself down frantically. I was, how am I? His hands found the places where wounds should have been, where blood should have stained. His eyes darted around, then back to Adam standing there. Adam opened his mouth. Glad you saw. Oh, blast it all, Bob's face crumpled with grief. You died too, laddie. Or are you just a hallucination? For foo, I'm not dead. Adam snapped, the burst of irritation completely disproportionate to the situation. and I'm not a hallucination. How many times will I have to tell you? Adam explained what had transpired: the choice, the vial, the trial. He left out anything about regression, sticking to the immediate events. Bob listened intently, occasionally nodding, his eyes distant. The leprechaun looked at Adam for a long moment, then mumbled something under his breath. What was that? It was nothing, Adam shrugged, suddenly finding the infinite white space fascinating. Silence stretched between them, comfortable but heavy with unspoken thoughts. By the way, Adam finally said, I've been meaning to ask. How did you end up here? What happened between you and Orinth? Bob's face fell, age lines deepening around his eyes. We used to be friends then. Why were you in the labyrinth? Last time I asked, you wouldn't say, but because I betrayed him. Bob's voice was soft and was punished for it. What happened? Bob's eyes crinkled with a sad smile. I like you, lad, I really do. But you're asking too many questions. He tilted his head. Besides, I still don't understand how you knew about time travel, seeing as the Sphinx detected no lies. Tell me that story and I'll tell you mine. Silence stretched between them. Adam found himself weighing his options, studying the leprechaun's face. Bob had trusted him through the trials, and he was halfway to figuring it out anyway. You really want to know? Adam asked finally. I do. Adam took a deep breath. I died. In my original timeline, I was older, much older. And when I died, I woke up as my 12-year-old self, with all my memories intact. He waited for shock, disbelief, maybe even fear. Instead, Bob just nodded slowly, as if Adam had told him it might rain later. That's it, Adam asked, incredulous. You're not. Surprised, should I be? Bob tilted his head. Where I come from, the Fey realm, we have plenty of tales about the Ashlingfhill. The what now? Ashlingfhill. Roughly translates to dream returners in your tongue, though that doesn't quite capture it. Bob shrugged. Folk who die and wake up in their younger selves, carrying all their memories back. Never met one myself, mind you, but the stories are common enough. Bob looked Adam up and down with a critical eye, then snorted. Not impressed, lad. Excuse me. Well, if you're going to be one of the legendary Ashlingfhill, you could at least try to look the part. Bit scrawny, aren't you? Adam rolled his eyes. Right, well, now that we've established I'm a disappointment to legendary status. What about your story with Orinth? Bob glanced around the infinite white space, then back at Adam with a dry expression. That tale would take the better part of a day to tell properly, lad. You really want to sit here and listen to an old leprechaun ramble. A pause, a thought, then a decision. Let's get out of here. Adam turned toward the door immediately. He was too tired. This could wait. Aye, that's what I thought, Bob said, laughing. They heaved the massive door open together. As it swung wide, white mist poured through the opening, swirling around their feet. The void beyond seemed to stretch and twist, reality bending like light through water. Adam felt a strange tugging sensation, as if the world itself was being pulled inside out. Ah, here we go, Bob muttered, swaying slightly. Brace yourself, lad. These transitions can be a bit. The white space fractured like breaking glass. Colors rushed in from all sides: the deep blue of early morning sky, the purple-pink blush of dawn, the earthen browns of the cave mouth. The sudden assault of sensations was dizzying: wind on skin, the scent of dew-dampened grass, birdsong cutting through the silence. Sweet mother of mercy, Bob breathed, touching his chest where the fatal wounds had been. That elixir of yours, I've never felt anything like it. Every limb of my body feels like it's singing. He flexed his fingers, watching them move with wonder. If I were you, lad, I'd have taken it myself without a second thought. You've got too good a heart for your own good, Bob. Dom's first thought was that there was no way he'd make it to classes today, let alone training. A chuckle escaped him, then funny how he was already so accustomed to his new life that classes were his first concern after everything that had happened. He drew in a deep breath of morning air, savoring the freshness, the life in it. He hadn't realized how much he'd missed it until now. As he exhaled, watching the sun climb over the horizon, he turned to Bob. So, what are you planning to do now that you're free? Well, the leprechaun stretched, his joints popping. Me magic was dampened in that cursed place, and I can feel it returning. Think it's time I paid me family a visit. That's a great. Before he could finish, Bob pressed something into his palm, a small whistle, intricately carved with symbols that seemed to shift when you weren't looking directly at them. This is goodbye, laddie, but not farewell. Bob's eyes crinkled. I'll come visit once I've sorted through everything. A few centuries away gives you quite the to-do list after all. Oh, I totally understand. Adam laughed, examining the whistle. What's this for? Blow it if you ever need me before I return. Bob's hand shot out as Adam raised the whistle to his lips. Adam froze. Just for emergencies, lad. This isn't a toy. Sure, Adam grinned, tucking the whistle into his pocket alongside the empty vial. Bob turned to face the sunrise fully, his eyes drinking in the light like a man dying of thirst. His fingers trembled as he reached toward the sky, as if trying to touch the sun itself. After centuries in darkness, even the smallest ray must feel like a miracle. Take care, lad. You too, Bob. That's not me name, you know. Adam chuckled, still watching the sunrise. There was a sound like bells chiming underwater, a shimmer of green and gold, and when Adam looked back, Bob was gone in true leprechaun fashion, leaving nothing but the faintest scent of clover in the morning air. Adam looked down at the winding path leading back to the academy. Well, he sighed, already feeling the weight of exhaustion settling deeper into his bones. I need to sleep. Is he breathing properly? I think he is. Damn, he looks better without his glasses. I think so too. SHH, he needs some rest, guys. Poor thing must be exhausted. Did anyone tell Headmaster Maris? Sam's handling that. Has he moved at all since they brought him in, just mumbling sometimes? Something about a labyrinth and leprechauns. I think he cursed death for some reason. Fever dreams, probably. Let him rest. Come on, let's give him some space. Someone should stay, though. I'll take first watch. Wake me for second. The door opened. Out, all of you muscle brains, out. Miss Thornhart's voice cut through the room like a thunder spell. The boy needs rest, not an audience. He has severe fatigue, not a performance slot. But Miss Deanna's voice cracked with emotion. He felt so weak that he went hunting just to prove to us he was strong. How admirable. That's not what happened at all, Adam thought, maintaining his perfectly crafted fake sleep-breathing rhythm. I know, right? Hugo's glasses clinked as he nodded. Pushing himself so hard reminds me of when I first started. Remember when I tried to lift that enchanted boulder? The determination, Phil whispered reverently. The spirit, Harry added. The complete disregard for personal safety, Petra finished. Adam fought the urge to frown. They'd constructed an entire narrative in their heads and were now fully committed to it. Miss Thornhart let out a long, suffering sigh. You can all admire his supposed heroics when he's discharged. Now out. Yes, Miss Thornhart, they chorused, shuffling towards the door. The club members shuffled out, murmuring promises to return with potions and fruits. Adam cracked one eye open slightly and immediately regretted it. Biscuit, Miss Thornhart's perpetually excited sunhound, was staring right at him, tail beginning to wag. He snapped his eyes shut but could feel the dog's breath getting closer. Don't bark, don't bark, don't bark. Biscuit, come here, you silly thing, Miss Thornhart called. The padding of paws moved away and Adam heard the infirmary door finally close. Miss Thornhart's long-suffering sigh followed them out. After they left, Adam heard her mutter, Biscuit, you almost gave him away. A pause, and you, young man, can stop pretending to sleep now. Biscuit's tail thumped against the floor in agreement. Adam groaned, sitting up and rubbing his eyes. Sorry about that, Miss Thornhart. Well, she said, adjusting a potion bottle on the bedside table. I suppose playing dead was easier than explaining to that lot that you weren't actually wrestling bears in the forest to prove your worth. Biscuit waddled over and plopped his head on Adam's lap, drool already forming a small puddle on the white sheets. They're good kids, Adam sighed, absently scratching behind the dog's ears. They just have a unique way of showing it, I think. Unique is one word for it, Miss Thornhart snorted. Last month they tried to sneak in an entire weight rack because one of their members had a cold. Said something about gains waiting for no virus. I can only imagine, Adam muttered, stroking Biscuit. Indeed, Miss Thornhart said, measuring out a green liquid into a small cup. Though I must say you're an unexpected addition to their little family. Biscuit shifted his weight, making the bed creak as he tried to climb further onto Adam's lap, despite being far too large for such an endeavor. Biscuit, manners, Miss Thornhart scolded. Here, drink this. It'll help with the fatigue. Adam accepted the cup, eyeing the viscous liquid dubiously. What is it? Nothing as exciting as whatever heroic quest your club members have invented for you, she replied dryly. Just a simple restorative, though I'm sure they'd prefer to believe it's distilled troll blood or something equally dramatic. Don't even joke about that, Adam muttered under his breath, then quickly down the potion. The potion tasted like chocolate-flavored mud with an undertone of something oddly spicy, not entirely unpleasant, but definitely medicinal. Anyway, Miss Thornhart said as he drank, watching him with sharp eyes, what exactly did you get yourself into? There's no beast on this island capable of doing. This, she gestured at his general state of exhaustion to a second year of this school. Adam finished the last drop, suppressing a shiver as warmth spread through his limbs. I wasn't careful enough. When they're already tired, Miss Thornhart retrieved the cup, her hand lingering in the air for a moment. So, it really was hunting. Her eyes narrowed slightly. Are you sure? Adam gave her his most genuine smile, the one that usually worked on most teachers. 100%. The word hung in the air like a particularly stubborn cloud. She tucked the cup away in her apron pocket with deliberate slowness, her expression suggesting she'd rather believe Biscuit had suddenly developed the ability to do advanced arithmetic. Well then, she said finally, straightening her apron with practiced precision, you'll be excused from classes for the next few days. Hunting hazards are, after all, among our valid absence reasons. She paused at the door, Biscuit reluctantly trailing after her. Do try to be more careful with your hunting next time. Woof, goodbye, Biscuit, Adam waved. Once alone, he let out a deep sigh and sank back into the infirmary bed. The events of the past day played through his mind like a poorly rehearsed theater performance. 2 hours of walking back to Zerk's, his legs feeling heavier with each step, the buildings of the city finally appearing like a mirage in the distance. Then, nothing, just the vague memory of stones rushing up to meet him and concerned voices floating around his head. They'd sent word to his parents, well, to his mother at least. Father was probably halfway across the empire by now, doing whatever it was that Imperial Knights did when they disappeared for months at a time. He remembered he had a mission at the Twin Peaks at this time. Mother, though, she'd probably come from Caddy, no doubt about it. Trust him to finally get a visit from her by practically collapsing in the middle of the street. A wry smile crossed his face as he stared at the infirmary ceiling. Communication crystals. That would be his next project, assuming he could figure out how to extend their range beyond the current pathetic distance. It was almost funny how such a basic concept hadn't been properly developed yet. Sure, there were some prototypes floating around, but they were about as reliable as trying to train a cat to deliver messages. Adam lazily opened his status window, the familiar blue interface materializing before his eyes. Name, Adam Silla. Level 6. Race Human. Class Mage. Mana Pool 197,600. Life Force 134,225. Active Skills 310. Mana Manipulation Magic LVL 408. Boxing Mastery Common LVL 1. Fluid Control Uncommon LVL 1. Passive Skills 310. Indomitable Will Transcendent LVL 1. White Worm's Body Rare LVL 2. Spiteful Fighting Spirit Rare LVL 1. Unique Skills. Identify. Merged Skills 010. Physical Condition Fatigued. Active Quest. The Race Against Time. Find a cure for life drain syndrome before symptoms manifest. Time limit 2 months, 16 days, 10 hours, 37 minutes. Dom glanced at the quest timer in his status window. 2 months, 16 days, 10 hours, 37 minutes. Heh. The sound wasn't quite a laugh, wasn't quite a sigh. He reached into his inventory and pulled out the empty vial. When he uncorked it, he caught a faint but distinct scent, strange and complex, like herbs and something metallic, with an undertone he couldn't quite place. Sweet? No, not exactly. Whatever it was, the smell was barely there, just molecules clinging to the glass. He held the vial closer to his nose, trying to capture every nuance. Somewhere in those lingering molecules lay the key to its recreation theoretically, but theory and practice were entirely different beasts, especially in alchemy. Creating a formula from residual molecules was like trying to rebuild a castle after it had crumbled to dust. You might have all the basic components there, but understanding how they originally fit together was another matter entirely. The precise timing of each reaction, the exact temperature at each stage, the specific stirring patterns, none of these left their mark on the final product's molecular structure. Worse still, alchemical processes weren't just about physical and chemical reactions. They involved mana flows and magical catalysts. Those ephemeral aspects left no trace in the remaining molecules, like trying to determine a dancer's choreography by looking at their footprints in the sand. But Adam found himself smiling anyway. After all, the impossible just meant nobody had done it yet, and he had something most alchemists didn't: a desperate need to succeed. Wait, actually, most alchemists had that. It was probably why there were so few mages specialized in the field, that and the fact that many of them were notorious criminals. If Adam remembered correctly, 37 of all deviant mages were alchemists. He'd heard of one father who merged his own daughter and dog together, trying to create the perfect chimera. He was executed for his transgression, but still, desperation, that was the key word here. Adam slipped the empty vial back into his inventory. He'd have to speak with Professor Merwin about this, though, explaining why he needed help recreating an elixir of rebirth without revealing why would be interesting. Still, she was probably the best option. His thoughts drifted to his labyrinth loot. Among the various items, what really caught his attention was the monocle he'd found near the Sphinx's remains. He pulled it out carefully, turning it over in his hands. Riddler's Bane. He held it up to his eye, peering through the pristine lens. For a brief moment, the world seemed to shift, like text overlaying reality, before the magic settled into a gentle hum. Knowledge, he muttered. The Sphinx was all about knowledge. He studied the monocle thoughtfully. The design was elegant but impractical for regular use. Perhaps he could have it integrated into a proper pair of glasses. That would be far more convenient, and less conspicuous than walking around with a monocle like some noble gentleman. He carefully wrapped it in a soft cloth before storing it away in the inventory. Adam stretched as his mind wandered to his more pressing tasks. The golem in his inventory needed studying. Speaking of inventory, he should tweak the ring a bit more. Then there was the Book of Law, the mysterious person from the Order. He also needed to see the headmaster about Iren's sponsorship and somehow get closer to Professor Kim without seeming too obvious about it. Maybe he should take a week like he said the last time. These could wait. Maybe he could. The infirmary door creaked open, interrupting his thoughts. Oh, you're awake. Sam stood in the doorway, arms full of fruits, his round glasses slightly askew. He pointed at Adam with his elbow, trying not to drop his load. Hey Sam, Adam smiled at his friend's familiar awkwardness. Sam shuffled in, depositing his burden on the bedside table. The whole school's talking about you again, you know. They're saying all sorts of things. Adam couldn't help but laugh. What sort of things? Well, Sam adjusted his glasses, clearly excited to share the gossip. Some say you fought a monster. Others swear it was 3 monsters. And I heard one first year claiming you wrestled a bear, but nobody's believing that one, thankfully. Adam chuckled. If only he knew. People have active imaginations. Oh, Sam jumped slightly, as if shocked by his own forgetfulness. I brought you fruits. He gestured at his earlier delivery apples, oranges, and what looked like a bunch of purple berries that were probably from the school's greenhouse. They ate in silence for a moment before Sam's expression turned serious, his earlier excitement fading. Hey, are you really planning to become a battle mage instead of a runecologist? Adam paused mid-bite. Been thinking about it. Yeah, probably will. Sam nodded slowly, picking at a berry. You've changed so fast lately, I barely had time to adjust. He looked up. You said you were going to see Mr. Biggins yesterday. I'm assuming he didn't beat you up, honestly. Adam let out a dry laugh. I wish it was that simple. Look, Sam set down his fruit. I respect that you've made your choice and want to stick by it, but there won't be much of a choice left to make if you die trying to do whatever it is you're trying to do. He met Adam's eyes. If you want to talk about what's suddenly going on with you, well, I'm your best friend. You can tell me. He paused, then furrowed his brow. Wait, this isn't one of those situations where you think you're your best friend's best friend, but you're not, is it? Adam chuckled despite himself. No, you idiot, you're my best friend too. Oh, okay, just making sure. Sam popped another berry in his mouth, then grimaced at its tartness. These are not as ripe as they look. You know what I could really go for? Adam sat up straighter. Some honey cake. Honey cake, I like Homer's. Want to come with me tomorrow? Sure, but Sam's eyes widened suddenly. Oh, speaking of tomorrow, Headmaster Maris wants to see you. Seemed pretty urgent, actually. Said if you don't go to him, he'll probably come here. Good timing, I needed to see him anyway. Yeah, Sam raised an eyebrow. What for? There's this kid I want to sponsor. Oh, Sam leaned forward in his chair. What's so special about him? He's a 2-circle mage. Sam laughed, then grabbed another berry. No, seriously, what's special about him? Dom just looked at him, a slight smile playing on his lips. Sam's chewing slowed. The smile on his face started to fade as he studied Adam's expression. Wait, he swallowed. You're serious. You're bullshitting me, not even a little bit. A 2-circle mage. Yep, a 2-circle mage. I'll introduce you. You'll see. Sam threw a berry at him. You know what? I don't even know why I'm surprised anymore by your lies. Next week you'll probably tell me you found a dragon in the library basement. Don't be ridiculous. Adam caught the berry. Dragons prefer towers. I hate you sometimes. No, you don't. No, Sam sighed. I really don't. But I'm starting to think I should. The next day, the art of making honey cake was, according to Homer, quite simple, really. A statement that managed to both overstate and understate the complexity of the process simultaneously. Sure, the basic recipe was straightforward enough: flour, eggs, butter, and of course honey. Mix them together, add a pinch of this, a dash of that, bake until golden brown, and voila, honey cake. Except it wasn't that simple at all. The secret, and many people didn't know this, lay in the honey itself. Not just any honey would do. No, it had to be honey from bees that fed specifically on the violet gold blossoms of the Sundarian moonflower. That's a lot of words. These delicate flowers only grew in patches blessed by fairy dust, or rather, the powder that naturally fell from fairy wings during their morning dances. Which, when you thought about it, was essentially fairy dandruff. Okay, best not to dwell on that particular detail. The resulting honey had a particular shimmer to it, almost like liquid sunlight, and when baked into the cake, it created something that was less a dessert and more of a religious experience. Adam lifted a spoonful to his mouth, letting the cake melt on his tongue. His eyes fluttered shut, and a small, involuntary mmmmm escaped his lips as he wiggled slightly in his chair. Sam watched this display with a mixture of amusement and second-hand embarrassment. I know it's good, he said, shaking his head, but why do you have to make it weird? Been way too long since I had this. Adam took a sip of his orange cardamom tea, wiggling again at the taste. Life is so good sometimes. Yeah, I can see that, Sam said dryly, watching his friend's display of pure culinary joy. Homer, you've outdone yourself, Adam called out to the rotund man behind the counter, who was humming contentedly while arranging fresh pastries. Oh, you're too kind, Homer beamed, his round face flushed with pleasure. He patted his considerable belly. Quality control is very important in this business, you know. Sam glanced around the cozy shop with its worn wooden tables and perpetual smell of baked goods. Didn't you say Irene would join us? Yeah, left a message with the ravens. If anyone comes asking for him, they'll direct him to the weird stuff store. That's where we're heading after this. You're still obsessed with that Mr. Biggins thing, aren't you? Yeah, Adam said, stirring his tea thoughtfully. Need to check something. The thing about cryptic messages in magical labyrinths was that they rarely lied. Someone from the Order knew who he was and could help him, that's what he was told. And out of all the people he'd met since coming back, Mr. Biggins stuck out like a sore thumb that had been deliberately painted neon green and decorated with tiny bells. First, there was the weirdness. Not the normal kind of weirdness that came with being a magical shopkeeper, though there was plenty of that too, but the calculated kind. The kind that felt like a mask worn by someone who knew exactly how weird they were being. Second, there was the mystery. The way he seemed to know things he shouldn't, say things that made sense only in hindsight. Thinking back, he did tell, "Welcome back" to Adam when he went there after coming back. And third, well, who just hands out high-grade elixirs to students and then conveniently disappears. That wasn't just weird, that was suspicious with a capital sus. They finished their desserts, thanking Homer as they left. The baker was already occupied with a fresh batch of donuts, humming what sounded suspiciously like a sea shanty while dusting them with sugar. The bell above the weird stuff store jingled as they approached. The usual crowd of cats lounged on the windowsill, the orange tabby stretching lazily, a new calico giving them an imperious look, though Adam noticed the black one was absent. "I'm telling you," Sam said as they entered, "you're being dramatic. Mr. Biggins isn't some evil mastermind. He's probably just a weird old man who—" "Welcome to the—" Sam's mouth snapped shut so fast you could almost hear his teeth click. He suddenly became very interested in a shelf of color-changing quills that had never caught his attention before. "Oh, hey, Emma, how are you doing? Hey, Adam." Emma's bright voice came from behind the counter. "I'm doing good, you. Can't complain. How's the new job treating you?" While they chatted, Sam continued his bizarre exploration of the store's furthest corners, examining items he'd never glanced at twice before: crystal paperweights, self-sorting bookmarks, and was that a shelf of enchanted sock puppets. Best to ignore him. "You seem more comfortable here now," Adam noted, watching Emma confidently reorganize a display of mood-sensing bookmarks. "Yeah, it's getting easier," she smiled. "The store's becoming less of a mystery every day, though." She lowered her voice, glancing at a particular shelf. "I'm pretty sure the third shelf is haunted. Things keep moving around when I'm not looking, and sometimes I hear whispers. And Mr. Biggins, still not back." Emma shrugged, "But I think he shouldn't be away any longer. Tell me." Adam leaned against the counter. "Is Silverkeep where he traveled to?" Emma's forehead wrinkled in thought. "You know, I don't think he ever." She trailed off, looking past him with a puzzled expression. Dom frowned and glanced back. Sam was pretending to be deeply fascinated by a collection of singing teacups, though his ears were distinctly pink. "Is your friend all right?" Emma asked, trying and failing to hide an awkward smile. Adam caught himself laughing as realization dawned. Of course, they were still teenagers, weren't they? Well, physically at least. Sam was acting exactly like what he was, a teenage boy trying very hard to look cool and failing spectacularly in front of a pretty girl. Although Adam had noticed lately that his adult mind seemed to be gaining ground over his teenage body. The mood swings were easier to control, the hormonal impulses more manageable, which was, quite frankly, a relief. Being almost 80 and getting flustered around a 12-year-old girl would have been, well, let's just say problematic would be putting it mildly. Adam grabbed 3 Frosties. "These too, Emma, one's for Irene." They thanked her and headed out, Sam practically speed walking through the door. "You know," Adam started, while giving treats to the cats, a grin spreading across his face, "for someone who claims to be smooth with—" "Dude," Sam burst out suddenly, "introduce me, please." Adam nearly dropped his Frosty. "Hold on, you actually like her. Was that not obvious?" "Sam," Adam said in what he realized was definitely his old man giving life advice voice, "if you like a girl, you don't get creepy around them. You either talk to them or leave. There's no third option where you lurk around pretending to be interested in." He squinted back through the window, singing sock puppets. Sam fell silent, staring at Adam with an increasingly bewildered expression. Then out of nowhere, "Seriously, what the fuck happened to you?" "What do you mean?" Adam asked, licking his Frosty with exaggerated innocence. "Don't play dumb." Sam jabbed a finger at him. 2 months ago, you were the one getting weird around girls. Now you're giving dating advice like some wise old man. I was going to say pretentious know-it-all, but yeah, that too. Sam narrowed his eyes. "It's not just that. You're different, the way you talk, the way you act. Even the way you eat that Frosty is different. You used to inhale them. Now you're savoring it like it's some fancy wine." "People change," Adam started, but Sam grabbed his shoulder, making him wince. His muscles were still very sore. "Teach me." "What? If you've somehow cracked the code on how to not be a complete disaster around girls, teach me. I'm tired of turning into a walking catastrophe every time." Adam." They both turned around. Irene stood there, hands in his pockets, shoulders slightly hunched, watching them with careful eyes. He had that way of appearing silently that came from growing up having to be aware of your surroundings at all times. Irene, perfect timing. Adam extracted himself from Sam's grip. "This is Sam, my best friend." "Sam, this is Irene. Hey there." Sam's entire demeanor shifted to something warmer, more welcoming. "Adam mentioned you're interested in magic." "Sam here," Adam said, "is what we call a bird." "A what now?" Irene asked, the Frosty making his words slightly muffled. "A book nerd," Sam explained, rolling his eyes. "It's what this idiot calls anyone who actually studies instead of running headfirst into trouble." Says the guy who tried to charm his own shoes and ended up stuck to the ceiling for 3 hours. That was one time. Or when you tried to enchant your quill to take notes for you and it wrote love poems to your sandwich instead. Iren's lips twitched slightly at that one. At least I didn't try to use a levitation spell on myself and crash into Mrs. Peterson's prize-winning petunias, Sam shot back. That was before Adam caught himself. Anyway, Sam knows more about magical theory than anyone else in our year. He could teach you the foundations while I handle the practical stuff. If that's okay, Iren added quietly, glancing at Sam. Are you kidding? Finally, someone who might actually appreciate proper magical theory. Sam's enthusiasm was genuine, if a bit overwhelming. We can start with the basic principles of energy flow, or maybe the way different emotions affect spell shaping, or how to properly visualize the patterns O, and the really fascinating bit about how intention shapes magical resonance. Maybe let him finish his frosty first, Adam suggested, watching Iren's eyes grow wider with each technical term. Right, sorry, Sam grinned sheepishly. I get excited about this stuff. We can start with whatever you're comfortable with. Great. Now that that's settled, Sam turned back to Adam. You still haven't explained how you went from crashes into flowers to dispenses ancient wisdom in 3 days. Ancient wisdom. I just told you not to be creepy. Don't. Woo, time flies, kids, Adam cut in, checking the position of the sun. I've got that thing with Headmaster Maris today, so I need to run. Iren shifted uncomfortably, glancing between them. Hey, Adam said quietly. Sam's a good guy. You'll be comfortable around him in no time. Besides, he grinned, I wanted my 2 favorite nerds to know each other anyway. I resent that classification, Sam protested. Sure you do, Adam called over his shoulder as he walked away, leaving the 2 of them with their frosties. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Headmaster Maris's office was exactly what you'd expect from a senior teacher mahogany desk, green leather chairs, walls lined with bookshelves, and that perpetually ticking clock that seemed determined to make awkward silences even more awkward. Tick-tock, 20 minutes. Just the clock and 2 students, one fuming, one trying not to smile. The morning sun filtered through tall windows, highlighting the dust motes dancing in the air. Perfect weather for a lecture about proper conduct and the importance of maintaining dignity within academy grounds. Adam glanced sideways at Damis, who sat with his arms crossed, jaw working like he was chewing on particularly bitter words. It was strange seeing him like this. As kids, they'd been inseparable, running through the Lightbringer castle grounds, sharing lunch, planning adventures. Come to think of it, Adam had never really had the opportunity to talk to Damis much ever since he returned. Well, if they were going to sit here anyway, Sue, Adam drawled, that fist technique of yours. Pretty solid. Damis's jaw clenched. Don't talk to me. Teenagers. Adam continued quietly, now watching the dust motes dance in the sunlight. We never really talked about it. How you just changed one day, started pushing me around. What happened there, Damis? The silence stretched. Damis's jaw worked, but no words came out. No, Adam nodded slowly. All right. Then let me tell you what I think, and we can be done with this. He turned in his chair, facing Damis properly. You disappointed me, not because you stopped being my friend. People grow apart, it happens, but because you turned into exactly the kind of person we used to make fun of. Remember Lord Karsten's kid, the one who used to push around the servants? Damis's fingers dug into the armrests. But you know what? Adam continued, his voice dropping lower. Your reasons don't really matter anymore. What matters is this: the next time you try something like last time, I'll break your jaw. He was relaxed now, almost casual. That scared kid who let you do whatever you wanted is gone, and he's not coming back. Is that a threat? Damis's voice came out hoarse. I like to think of it as a promise. Adam stretched his legs out. Leave me alone, Damis. Find someone else to torment. Because this, he gestured between them, this is over. The clock kept ticking. Outside, students walked past the window, their shadows briefly darkening the room. How? Damis finally spoke, his voice uncertain. How did you change like this? People change, Adam said simply. That was the perfect excuse for a regressor, really. Especially when you bully them every time you're bored. He smiled, but there was nothing friendly about it. Funny how that works, isn't it? The thing about childhood trauma is how it lingers, seeping into the cracks of your adult life when you least expect it. In Adam's first life, this moment, this conversation never happened. The resentment festered, quiet and constant, even decades later when they both wore different titles. Damis, the legendary sword saint, defender of the realm. Adam, the brilliant but sickly magical researcher. 2 successful men who could never quite look each other in the eye at state functions. Funny how time changes perspective. 79 years of life had taught Adam that sometimes closure doesn't come with grand gestures or dramatic confrontations. Sometimes it's just sitting in an office with morning sunlight streaming through the windows, finally saying the words you should have said decades ago. The weight of it all, the humiliation, the anger, the betrayal, seemed lighter now, dissolving like those dust motes dancing in the air. It wouldn't fix everything, of course. Damis would still be Damis, and old habits die hard. But the rules had changed, and they both knew it. No more cornering in empty corridors, no more casual cruelty disguised as noble privilege, just two people who used to be friends, now carefully maintaining their distance. The door opened with a soft creak, and Headmaster Maris's boots clicked against the wooden floor. Time to face the music about proper conduct and maintaining dignity within academy grounds. Adam almost wanted to laugh. He'd already had his most dignified moment of the day. Dom, my boy, and young Damas. The voice was warm and scratchy, like well-worn leather. Both boys rose automatically. Headmaster Maris was barely visible behind the stack of scrolls he was carrying, his wild gray hair sticking out at odd angles around the parchments. He bumped into his desk twice before managing to deposit his load, sending a cascade of loose papers floating to the ground. He ignored them completely, instead attempting to scale his oversized chair. His first try ended with him sliding back down, his feet dangling for a moment. "Ha, they really make these chairs too tall these days," he said, adjusting his vest with dignified nonchalance. "Must be all those giants joining the faculty." Adam and Damas exchanged a quick glance, their mutual discomfort momentarily overshadowed by the shared experience of watching their respected mentor struggle with furniture. Their polite smiles weren't entirely fake. On his second attempt, the headmaster managed to scramble up, though several more papers went flying in the process. He settled into place, his feet nowhere near touching the ground, and finally Adam could properly see him. Headmaster Maris looked exactly as he always did, like someone had taken a brilliant researcher and shrunk him in the wash. His beard was as unruly as his hair, both shot through with gray that seemed to have appeared overnight sometime in the past decade. His eyes, though, were sharp and clear behind his round spectacles, carrying that particular gleam that appeared whenever he was working through a particularly fascinating problem. Adam felt the familiar surge of admiration he'd had since his fourth year, when he'd first started studying under the man who'd revolutionized modern rheumatology. The headmaster's office walls were covered in awards and commendations, most of them gathering dust, while their owner focused on his latest research instead. Headmaster Maris gestured at the chairs in front of his desk, his silver rings catching the light. Sit down, my boys. We have quite a bit to discuss." The headmaster tapped his fingers on the desk, a rhythmic pattern that Adam recognized from countless research sessions. It always meant the headmaster was organizing his thoughts. "Now then," Maris began, leaning forward slightly, "I heard some rather interesting news a few days ago. Something about two of our brightest students deciding to redecorate the West Wing with spells and blood." His tone was light, but his eyes were keenly focused on both of them. "Would either of you care to elaborate?" "That's correct, Professor," Adam said. Damas remained silent, his jaw clenched. "I see." Maris stroked his beard thoughtfully. "You know, when I was appointed to oversee this academy's matters, I made a promise to myself. I told myself I would never be the kind of administrator who sees students as problems to be solved." He picked up a crystal paperweight, turning it in his hands. "But I find myself quite concerned when two young men with your potential resort to throwing spells in the hallways." He set the paperweight down with a gentle click. "The rules about dueling aren't arbitrary, my boys. They exist because every year, some brilliant young mage thinks they can control more power than they're ready for. And every year we have to explain to parents why their child is in the infirmary." Adam felt heat rise to his face. Was there a need to talk about the bullying? He wondered. Beside him, Damas shifted uncomfortably. "Do you understand what I'm saying?" Maris asked, looking at them both in turn. "Yes, sir," they mumbled in unison. "Excellent." Maris clapped his hands together, his whole face lighting up with a smile that made Adam's stomach drop. "Then you'll be happy to know I've arranged for you both to spend some quality time together." Both boys' heads snapped up. "Oh, come now," Maris laughed. "Did you think this would end with a simple scolding? No, my boys, I believe in practical solutions." He rubbed his hands together, looking entirely too pleased with himself. "And I have just the thing in mind." Adam was curious, uneasy but perplexed. "I see you've joined quite an interesting club, Adam, my boy." Adam slumped in his chair. "Oh no, what?" Damas turned to look at him, confusion clear on his face. Now, don't make such faces," Maris chuckled, bouncing slightly in his oversized chair. "And young Damas, you're not in any clubs yet, are you?" "No, sir." Damas straightened his spine. "I've been focusing on my swordsmanship." "A noble pursuit indeed." Maris stroked his beard. "Though, as you know, the swordsmanship club doesn't accept second years." His grin widened. "Which is why I thought you might join young Adam in his club." "Professor, with all due respect," Damas said stiffly, "I'm not interested in spending my time with books." Oh, Maris's eyes lit up. "But who said anything about books?" He turned toward the door. "Hugo, my boy, you can come in now." The door opened, and Adam felt his stomach drop as Hugo ducked to fit his massive frame through the doorway. The sixth year adjusted his glasses, his muscles rippling under his uniform as he moved. "Young Damas," Professor Maris gestured grandly, nearly falling off his chair in the process. "Meet Hugo, president of the Combat Athletics Club. I believe you two will have quite a lot to discuss." Adam stared blankly at the wall behind Professor Maris's head. Next to him, Damas's knuckles went white against the armrests of his chair. Hugo's broad smile did nothing to ease the tension. Damas protested, of course vehemently. But Headmaster Maris had that particular gleam in his eyes that meant his mind was made up, and no amount of "but sir" or "my father will hear about this" would change it. Adam found himself fighting back a smile. He hated the idea, but watching Damas squirm made it almost worthwhile. It was petty, really, and probably proved his immature side was still very much alive and kicking. Unfortunately, after a few more minutes of Hugo explaining the club's schedule and Damas looking increasingly horrified, Maris finally started wrapping things up. "Actually, sir," Adam said, just as they were about to leave, "there's something I'd like to talk to you about." Damas's head snapped toward him, eyes wide with what looked suspiciously like fear, probably thinking Adam was about to report the bullying. "Privately, if possible." "Of course, my boy," Maris nodded. "Hugo, young Damas, if you wouldn't mind." Once the door closed behind them, Maris settled back in his chair. "Now then, what's troubling you? And speaking of troubles, where are your eyeglasses? I heard you got into quite a situation during that hunting expedition." "Just a small mistake," Adam waved it off. "Won't happen again, I should hope not." Maris leaned forward, fingers steepled. "What's on your mind?" Adam took a deep breath. "It's about a boy I'd like to sponsor." The headmaster's eyebrows rose, disappearing into his wild gray hair.